Anna once told him, "Do not become a killer, find a way to escape." He inquired why, and Anna replied, "You are timid and tenderhearted." A year later, Anna perished at the hands of a bald man. Half a month hence, he exacted vengeance upon the bald figure. All had succumbed to death, leaving him as the sole survivor. Long Chung perched upon the shoulder of the mech, surveying the multitude of corpses strewn about, his fingers pinching a half-broken cigarette he had scavenged from Lao Yi. He did not smoke and could find no fire, mimicking Lao Yi by attempting to place the cigarette in his mouth. His hands trembled, and his lips quivered violently, taking several attempts before he succeeded. A flicker of fear coursed through him. He recalled Anna's words he must escape. The sky loomed dark and foreboding, the wind carrying a metallic scent. Plop, a raindrop, as large as a bean, struck his cheek. Was it raining? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and wiped his hand across his face, only to find his fingers stained red. Raising his gaze, he beheld crimson droplets cascading from the heavens. A curtain of blood-red rain enveloped him, and the distant rumble grew ever closer, a colossal shadow gradually advancing. A battered black mech emerged through the sanguine deluge, its left shoulder torn to shreds, exposing the cockpit. The cockpit itself was reduced to half, laid bare to the elements. A pallid man sat within, his hair slick with moisture, blood trickling down his face, and he smiled at Long Chung. Long Chang's pupils constricted. Instructor. The ground beneath was awash with blood, reaching the ankles of the mech, resembling a sea of crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chung swiftly dove into the cockpit, donned the neural control device with lightning speed, sealed the cockpit, and activated the mech. Just moments ago, he had killed the instructor with half a cigarette still clenched between his teeth. His lips abruptly ceased their trembling. His complexion remained pale, yet his expression grew cold, and his hands steadied. If he could kill once, he could surely do so again. 01. You are the finest student I have ever taught, the best assassin, the ultimate slayer. A thunderous rumble echoed, the ground quaking beneath him. A procession of battle-worn mechs surged through the blood-drenched rain. These mechs were familiar to Long Chung. He felt a chill. Had the temperature dropped? The blue mech belonged to Scars, a fierce combatant known for his heavy drinking. Long Chung had snapped his neck while he was inebriated and unconscious. The one wielding a shield was Cheong, a wounded assassin who had retreated. He served as an instructor at the training camp, known for his volatile temper, and bore an injury to his third cervical vertebra, making his head movements awkward, which affected his mech operation. Long Chung had ambushed him from behind, striking true without allowing him to sound the alarm. 01. Do you believe that by slaughtering everyone in the training camp, you can escape? The thunderous sound continued, the mech army drawing ever closer, the rains drumming loud, the instructor's voice reverberating incessantly. Come back. 01, you belong here. Long Chung pressed his lips together, his face pale, showing no sign of wavering. Not dead? Then he would kill once more. Suddenly, a searing pain pierced his chest. He looked down to see a hand thrust through his torso, grasping a blood-soaked heart. The fresh heart pulsed rhythmically, the instructor's voice whispering in his ear. 01. You belong here, you do not need it. With a swift squeeze, the hand crushed the heart, blood and viscera splattering. An indescribable agony engulfed him, as though he had lost something of utmost importance. Long Chung gasped for breath, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. With a start, Long Chung opened his eyes, bolting upright, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The room was dim, illuminated only by the faint starlight filtering through the porthole, revealing every detail within. It had been a dream. He moved to the porthole, gazing out at the vast expanse of stars. He struggled to comprehend why others complained about the frugality of the institution, lamenting the cheapest of economy-class tickets. Yet they incurred no expenses. Reflecting on his intact 100 credit points, Long Chung felt a flicker of joy. Each new year, the institution bestowed 50 credit points upon every child as a form of pocket money. Having celebrated 2 new years there, he had saved 100. They grumbled about the cramped quarters lacking a restroom. Yet the hallway boasted a clean public toilet. The bed was quite comfortable, far superior to the training camp, where the beds were as hard as planks and sleeping outdoors often turned disastrous in the rain. The complaints about poor soundproofing and excessive noise seemed ludicrous to Long Chung. The roar of the spaceship's engine was far more reassuring than the screeches of serpents, beasts, and vermin. Moreover, his room had a porthole. Originally, the room belonged to Big Head. He had expressed his desire to occupy a room with a window. Big Head, with his sullen demeanor, glared at him, yet he ultimately acquired the room. Big Head was a substantial figure, both in size and in head, hence the moniker. Long Chung harbored a dislike for Big Head. Not because Big Head enjoyed bullying others, nor due to his lack of intelligence, but rather because he was bald. Thoughts of Annie would surface even after all these years. He occasionally found himself reminiscing about her. 2 years prior, at the age of 12, he had successfully escaped the training camp. After 3 months of hiding and evading capture, he was accidentally discovered and taken in by an orphanage. He acquired his new name, Long Chung. The orphanage took in many children each year, and to facilitate this, they typically employed a naming software that randomly generated 3 names, from which the director would make the final decision. The director expressed a wish for Long Chung to become a hero, hoping he would embody the spirit of the legendary General Long Chung. Long Chung had no desire to be a hero. He dared not disclose to the director that he was not a good person and had taken lives. He appreciated the orphanage, for although he was required to work and the temper of the director and the matrons could be harsh, they provided him with food and spared him from killing. Long Chung had believed that a blissful life would continue indefinitely. Half a month ago, the director informed him that he must leave the orphanage. An adoption application had been received, and he was to be taken in by an elderly woman. Long Chung pleaded with the director, expressing his desire to remain in the orphanage. The director explained that it was a legal requirement. Should they violate it, they would face fines or even lose their license. Long Chung did not want the orphanage to incur penalties or lose its license, so he acquiesced. He was to be sent to a place called Yuxing. Seated by the porthole, gazing out at the starry expanse, Long Chung sighed. If only Annie were here, her sharp intellect would surely have guided her better than he in this moment of confusion. With each docking of the spaceship, a number of orphans disembarked, destined for their new adoptive families. Familiar faces dwindled, and Long Chung grew increasingly quiet and withdrawn. Big Head was the second to last to disembark. He bid farewell to Long Chung while carrying his luggage, his eyes reddened with tears. Long Chung said nothing, embracing Big Head briefly and patting his back. Unable to contain his tears any longer, Big Head cried openly as he departed, wiping his eyes while walking away and glancing back to wave. Through the thick glass window, Long Chung silently observed Big Head's retreating figure, the once robust and sturdy form now appearing so diminutive amid the throng. After 2 years of cohabitation, Long Chung had not forged friendships with them. Perhaps they would never meet again. The universe was vast, and they were small. As Big Head's silhouette vanished into the crowd, Long Chung turned quietly back to his room, feeling an emptiness within. After 22 consecutive days of travel, the accompanying director appeared weary, smiling as she inquired if Long Chung was prepared for his new life. Long Chung replied that he was not. The director glanced at him and remarked that she had thought his calm demeanor indicated he was untroubled. Long Chung remained silent. The director reassured him that he would gradually adapt. Long Chung merely nodded in response. Upon disembarking, the director incessantly reminded him to behave well in his new home, to be diligent and obedient, to refrain from backtalk, to maintain cleanliness, and to report any mistreatment via email, among other admonitions. Although the director had not permitted him to remain at the orphanage and often scolded them, she was a good person. Long Chung expressed his gratitude to the director. Surprised and touched, the director ruffled his hair affectionately. Inside the rusted cargo vessel, inhaling the air tainted with decaying vegetables, Long Chung sat motionless, feeling akin to a clay statue in a temple. He was not adept at confronting strangers beyond silence. He was at a loss for what to do. Across from him sat an elderly woman, her face heavily wrinkled, hair as white as snow, smiling at him. Long Chung suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. The woman said, "Long Chung, do not be afraid." He remained silent. He was not afraid, but when he felt fear, his hands and feet would grow cold, for the elderly woman could not overpower him. With a smile, she encouraged him to call her grandmother from now on. Long Chung hesitated before softly uttering, "Grandmother." The elderly woman beamed with joy, repeatedly calling him a good child. Long Chung said nothing. He was unsure how to navigate this new situation. The man driving was the elderly woman's nephew, known as Uncle Jin, a robust figure even larger than Big Head. He wore a military green tank top and khaki work pants, grinning widely at Long Chung, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Long Chung found his smile unappealing. Outside the car window, towering buildings pierced the sky like silver swords, various flying objects converging like waves in the atmosphere. Noticing Long Cheng's gaze, the elderly woman said, "We live in the countryside." Long Cheng exhaled in relief. He did not like the city. After escaping the training camp, he had traversed many urban areas. The wary glances of people towards him mirrored his own scrutiny of others. He could not discern whether they had ever been in a training camp. The city lights were bright yet frigid, teeming with people who were just as cold. Even the beams from the mech engines felt devoid of warmth. The imposing city quickly faded into the distance as they soared over undulating mountains, a kaleidoscope of colors bursting into Long Cheng's view. He widened his eyes, captivated by the breathtaking beauty. Noticing Long Cheng's astonishment, the elderly lady burst into a hearty laugh. She informed Long Cheng that the red area was a chili and tomato garden. The green patches were seedlings. The grayish area was a medicinal herb garden, and the blue was a patch of purple cabbage. Long Cheng inquired as to why the purple cabbage appeared blue rather than purple. The elderly lady chuckled once more, explaining that it would bear purple fruit. Uncle Jin laughed so hard he doubled over, leaving Long Cheng somewhat perplexed by the humor. What was so amusing about it? Moreover, he was maneuvering the flying vehicle in a rather erratic manner. Had this been the training camp, he surely would have faced the instructor's disciplinary whip and a 3-day fasting punishment. The flying vehicle descended onto a farm, featuring 12 low wooden houses, freshly painted. Upon hearing the roar of the vehicle, people began emerging from the houses, waving their arms towards the sky. Long Cheng also spotted numerous oddly shaped metal contraptions, resembling armored bodies connected to shovels. Some equipped with gear-driven rollers still caked in mud. They were sturdier and more robust than ordinary armored vehicles. Bearing a resemblance to Uncle General, these machines had been recently repainted and adorned with garlands tied with red cloth, presenting a somewhat comical sight, akin to a row of flamboyantly dressed Uncle Jens standing at the entrance of the farm. The first metal contraption had the word "hot" emblazoned in bold red letters across its chest, leaving Long Cheng curious. Can machines really be hot? The second contraption also sported a red inscription reading "Fiery." Long Cheng examined them one by one. The lettering was rather crude and crooked, much like the erratic piloting of Uncle Jen's flying vehicle. A warm welcome awaited Long Cheng upon his return home. Long Cheng found himself at a loss for words. In the second chapter, Taigung Wang, Long Cheng settled at Xinghai Farm. Xinghai Farm is a modest establishment, comprising only 12 households. The grandmother is the eldest resident of the farm. Previously, Long Cheng believed that an orphanage was the best place in the world. But now he has come to realize that there exists a place even better than an orphanage, and that is Xinghai Farm, which his grandmother affectionately refers to as his new home. Long Cheng remained silent, not revealing to his grandmother that he had never experienced a true home. Thus, this was not merely his new home. It was his home. His grandmother consistently filled his bowl with generous portions of meat, claiming he was too thin and could be easily toppled by the wind. After meals, an abundance of fruit awaited him, a stark contrast to the orphanage where fruit was only available during the new year. He relished apples, crisp and fragrant, sweet to the taste. Grandmother referred to apples as peace fruit, insisting that consuming them would ensure his safety. Long Cheng cherished apples even more, one for himself, crisp and crunchy, and one for grandmother, equally delightful. He resolved to indulge in apples daily, believing that this would keep his grandmother safe forever. He adored the farm immensely. Everyone treated him with kindness. Aunt Lu would serve him pancakes with a warm smile. Watching him enjoy them, Aunt Xiaoya prepared sweet and sticky rice cakes, except for Uncle Jin, who bore a comically foolish grin and foolishly claimed that chili peppers were fruits, much to the amusement of others. However, Long Cheng found the flavor of chili peppers rather agreeable. He recalled the director's admonitions, maintaining a daily bathing routine and a penchant for cleanliness. He was diligent, eager to tackle any task. Initially, he performed simple chores until he witnessed Uncle Jin operating a mighty agricultural mech, effortlessly carving a deep trench with its shovel and plowing the earth with its iron plow. Uncle Jin, noticing Long Cheng's curiosity, proudly inquired if he had ever seen one before. Long Cheng admitted he had not. Uncle Jin proclaimed it to be a light armor. Long Cheng was astonished. Was this truly a light armor? The machine before him bore little resemblance to his preconceived notions of it. Towering approximately 15 meters, it possessed a robust and solid build, resembling a humanoid torso and head. yet lacking hands, instead featuring a shovel, a bladed plow, a pile driver, and tracks to its rear. 2 stout pillars appeared to be hollow. Long Chung observed it moving on all fours, its tracks gliding swiftly across the ground like a beast equipped with a sled. Uncle Jin beamed with pride, affirming it was indeed a light armor, a farming light armor. This was the classic product released by Yuxing Machinery Factory in 3998, fully functional, durable, and a bestseller for a decade. Uncle Jin had purchased it freshly from the market, spending nearly all his savings. He was now the most skilled farmer in operating agricultural mechs on the farm. However, it was now 4019. Long Cheng's expression pleased Uncle Jin, as it was rare to see any emotion from the usually reticent and introverted boy. Long Chung pointed to the 2 large pillars at the back of the mech and asked Uncle Jin what they were for. Uncle Jin explained they were water tanks, capable of holding pesticides and nutrient solutions for spraying on plants. Long Chung responded with an "oh." Seeing Long Chung revert to his usual dazed demeanor, Uncle Jin encouraged him to give it a try. Long Chung shook his head, expressing his lack of knowledge. Uncle Jin reassured him it was all right, as he would be there to supervise. Before he could finish his sentence, Uncle Jin opened the cockpit of the light armor and pulled Long Chung towards it. Long Chung instinctively stepped back, causing Uncle Jin to miss. Momentarily taken aback, Uncle Jin attributed it to Long Cheng's timid nature. He proceeded to walk ahead, encouraging Long Chung not to be afraid. After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Chung followed him, entering the cockpit. Upon entering, Long Chung confirmed that this was indeed a light armor, the most rudimentary and outdated one he had ever seen. The neural control device displayed exposed wiring, discolored from age, reminiscent of the abandoned mechs from their repair classes at the training camp. Lacking a unified hydraulic cushioning system, it featured an old-fashioned, rigid driver's seat. With only half of its leather remaining in front of the driver's seat, 3 metallic buttons gleamed, likely worn from frequent use. The cockpit offered more space than typical mechs, allowing Long Chung to sit in the driver's seat while Uncle Jin stood beside him. Once seated, Long Chung became oblivious to Uncle Jin's instructions as a rush of nostalgic familiarity surged through him, leaving him inexplicably exhilarated. The training mechs he had encountered at the camp were far more advanced than this light armor. He donned the neural control device, and his perspective transformed. During his 2 years at the orphanage, he had not touched a mech and had nearly forgotten how to operate one. Uncle Jin continued to explain the functions of various buttons, the modes they adjusted, and the protocol for handling special situations. The mech stirred to life, and Uncle Jin's voice abruptly ceased. With the neural control device engaged, Long Chung lost awareness of Uncle Jin's presence. He maneuvered the mech's limbs, feeling the resistance in the joints of the light armor, which seemed to have rusted. He mentally noted the joints that exhibited significant resistance, indicating the need for lubrication. Uncle Jin, bracing himself against the back of the driver's seat, watched in awe as the light armor moved forward under Long Cheng's control. Initially, the mech stumbled with each step, requiring Uncle Jin to hold firmly to maintain his balance. However, the vibrations soon diminished, resembling a glide across the ground. This display left Uncle Jin speechless, stifling the lengthy monologue he had prepared. He opened his mouth but emitted no sound. Long Chung, lost in the moment, accessed the detailed specifications and parameters of the light armor through the system. It lacked energy armor to withstand energy weapons, had no weapons of its own, and did not possess the robust polymer fibers that mimic human muscle. Relying instead on a meager engine that could only sustain a low-speed flight of 150 kilometers per hour, the only aspect that seemed somewhat commendable was its energy core. The R6 energy core boasted a power level surpassing that of standard entry-level combat mechs. Its robust power allowed it to effortlessly shatter hard rock. The R6 energy core was widely utilized in various agricultural mechs due to its affordability, substantial power, reliability, and ease of maintenance. After 2 decades, its power had only diminished by 10%, showcasing remarkable reliability. However, it was seldom seen in combat mechs, as its glaring flaw lay in the fact that it required a full minute to transition from startup to full power, a minute that could cost lives in the fast-paced world of battle. Long Chung was undeterred. Uncle Jin had stated that this was a farming mech. The light armor had 3 modes: flight mode for spraying pesticides and nutrient solutions, track mode for deep plowing and harvesting, and bipedal mode for navigating complex terrains and performing various tasks, such as crushing rocks and transporting heavy objects. Long Chung found it immensely fascinating, far more engaging than the mech designed solely for combat in the training camp. He decided to test the track mode, as such functionality was rarely seen in other mechs. With a snap, the Taigung Wang transitioned into track mode, its limbs firmly on the ground, advancing like a roaring beast. Long Cheng noticed the system prompting him to lower the plow, which he promptly did as the Taigung Wang traversed the land. The soil was effortlessly sliced through as if it were tofu. Long Cheng's eyes sparkled. The mechs he had previously operated lacked such capabilities. Discovering the target plowing area previously set by Uncle Jin in the system, Long Cheng initiated the operation. Half an hour later, he had completed all the designated plowing tasks. Feeling a sense of unfulfilled ambition, he was startled by Uncle Jin's voice, inquiring whether he had been a farmer before. Long Cheng suddenly realized he had forgotten about Uncle Jin and stammered that he had not. Uncle Jin asked if this was his first time operating a mech. Long Cheng affirmed, feeling a pang of anxiety as he worried he had overstepped his bounds. Had he inadvertently plowed Uncle Jin's field without permission? Uncle Jin's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Long Cheng felt increasingly uneasy, lowering his head in silence. Had he committed a grave error? Would he be denied dinner? Uncle Jin muttered something under his breath, seemingly disheartened, and jumped down from the cockpit, heading back to the farm. The sun blazed brightly, and Long Cheng inexplicably perceived a hint of loneliness in Uncle Jin's retreating figure. He felt he had genuinely erred. Yet strangely, his grandmother prepared a generous pot of meat for dinner, offering no punishment. The following day, Uncle Jin brought Long Cheng to another plot of land, demonstrating how to dig a post hole before gesturing for Long Cheng to give it a try. Long Cheng shook his head, recalling Uncle Jin's earlier demeanor. Uncle Jin asked why he hesitated. Long Cheng replied that he did not wish to upset him. Uncle Jin assured him that if Long Cheng could dig a proper post hole, he would not be angry. Long Cheng studied Uncle Jin intently, questioning the sincerity of his words. Uncle Jin flashed a broad smile, affirming it was indeed true. Without further ado, Long Cheng climbed into the Taigung Wang's cockpit. He proceeded to dig 10 standard post holes, each measurable with a ruler. That day, Uncle Jin gifted the Taigung Wang to Long Cheng. From that moment on, Uncle Jin never lifted a finger again. Finally relieved of the burdensome toil, for someone else now took over his arduous tasks. Each time he dismounted the Taigung Wang, he felt as if he were being crushed under its weight. He couldn't help but reflect on how age had rendered his muscles lax, making it increasingly uncomfortable to endure. Under Long Cheng's guidance, the cumbersome Taigung Wang became agile and obedient, prompting his grandmother to praise him, stating that it appeared as though he were dancing with the machine. Uncle Jin proclaimed Long Cheng a natural at farming. Whenever Long Cheng assisted with the cultivation, villagers would gather along the ridges, watching with rapt attention. What a sight! Look at this line, so straight it could rival a ruler. Amazing! Little Long Cheng is a true master at farming. If only my son had such skill, it would be worth dying for. You re a bachelor. Where would you get a son? The villagers enthusiastically lauded Long Cheng, and during such moments, his face would flush crimson, leaving him flustered and bewildered, prompting their hearty laughter as they remarked on how adorable he was, likening him to a girl. The townsfolk were aware of Long Cheng's fondness for apples. Thus he discovered that beyond the crimson variety, there existed green apples, yellow apples, some that crunched delightfully upon biting, and others that possessed a grainy texture. There were even small apples, akin in size to eggs. Filled with joy, Long Cheng eagerly volunteered to assist everyone in tilling the land. He suddenly realized that the knowledge acquired at the training camp was not entirely devoid of value. It was far more suited for agriculture than for taking lives. Each day was filled with bustling activity, yet Long Cheng felt a profound sense of fulfillment, as the apples imbued with the sweat of labor seemed all the more delectable. Once the last plot of land was cultivated, the farm erupted in jubilant celebration, with smiles adorning every face. This year's deep tilling and stake pitting had been completed a full 15 days ahead of schedule, allowing them ample time to prepare for seedling cultivation and transplantation. While munching on an apple, a tinge of melancholy crept into Long Cheng's heart. Why had it concluded so swiftly, however, upon witnessing the smiles of those around him? His spirits lifted once more. Bringing joy to others filled him with happiness. With a satisfying crunch, he bit into the apple, realizing that with the land tilled, he could now learn to assist with other tasks. Yet, Long Cheng's splendid dreams were abruptly shattered by a notification. According to federal law, being under 18, he was mandated to attend school. If his adoptive family failed to enroll him before the 30th of this month, they would forfeit their adoption rights. No one on the farm had ever adopted an orphan, and the issue of schooling had never crossed their minds. Oddly enough, his grandmother was quite pleased, believing that Longqing should indeed attend school. As young people ought to acquire skills, she implored Uncle Jin to seek out a good school in the nearby city, offering to use her savings to fund Longqing's education. She explained that school was a place for learning skills, and Longqing came to understand that it was akin to the training camp. The instructors often asserted that the training camp was a place for skill acquisition. Longqing harbored an aversion to the training camp, where one might endure hunger, lashes, and even take lives. Yet, if he did not attend school, he could not remain by his grandmother's side, nor could he stay on the farm. That night, he lay beneath the covers, pondering deeply. The following morning, he informed his grandmother of his decision to go to the training camp. Yes, here it was called school. His grandmother beamed with joy, reminding him to diligently learn his skills. Longqing nodded in acknowledgement. When Uncle Jin returned, weary and haggard, his face bore an expression of distress as he delivered bad news. Due to Longqing's lack of any prior educational experience or assessment scores, almost all schools had declined his admission. Only one institution was willing to accept students without any assessment scores, Fengren Guangjia Academy. The entire farm gathered at his grandmother's home, and upon hearing the name, they collectively gasped in horror and voiced their objections. Heavens, a lunatic asylum. We cannot go there. Absolutely not. Going there could cost you your life. A child from Yushan Farm had once entered that asylum, suffered a broken leg, and lacked the funds for treatment. He remained disabled to this day. Let us search for other schools. Under no circumstances can we allow him to go to the lunatic asylum. The crowd expressed their fears about this training camp, or rather, school. It was rumored that Fengren Guangjia Academy attracted the most unruly and defiant youth from the surrounding area, deemed extremely dangerous and thus referred to as the Lunatic Asylum Death School, notorious throughout several neighboring cities, or rather, the entire Yuxing system. Each student was required to sign a myriad of liability waivers before enrollment. Listening to their descriptions, Longqing understood that it was a super training camp that gathered survivors and experts from various training camps. His heart sank, fear gripped him, and his hands and feet turned icy. With only 2 days until the 30th, there was no time to seek out another school. When Longqing noticed the worry etched on his grandmother's face, his fear began to dissipate. He did not wish to leave the farm, his first home. He interrupted the deba. The campus atmosphere was characterized by a dismal and chaotic ambience, with frequent incidents of brawls and violence. Injuries and scars had become a commonplace occurrence, accompanied by exorbitant medical expenses. In this era of advanced medicine, as long as one was not dead on the spot and possessed financial means, even the gravest of injuries could be treated. Previously, the College of Benevolence and Radiance had a number of local students, but many were left with lifelong disabilities due to their inability to afford the steep treatment costs after being injured. Consequently, the institution gained a notorious reputation, leading to a significant decline in local student applications. The College of Benevolence and Radiance subsequently thrived on its sponsorship model. Entrance examinations? Is that fellow out of his mind? I've never heard of any entrance assessments at Benevolence. What is the point of trying to get in without money? How amusing. Whispers of gossip flowed like a tide into Longqing's ears. His hearing was remarkably keen. He felt somewhat astonished. Had they all paid the sponsorship fees? Spending money to enter a place where one might not make it out alive. Such a peculiar group of individuals. He had to enroll, or he would have to leave his grandmother and the farm behind. Perhaps he could return, but that would only cause trouble for everyone, and he had no desire to be a burden. Longqing focused intently on the staff, his eyes narrowing slightly. Though his posture remained unchanged, his center of gravity leaned slightly forward as he contemplated whether to charge in boldly in the training camp. One could kill without repercussions. Only the weak faced punishment. The staff, engrossed in a phone call, remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. Meanwhile, the head of school security, initially there to observe the spectacle, suddenly sensed a hint of danger, causing him to furrow his brow as he scrutinized Longqing, who appeared to be just an ordinary youth. Perhaps he had been working too hard lately. He realized he needed to temper his concerns. He cleared his throat and subtly shifted his hand away from the laser gun at his waist. When the staff member looked up, he resumed his smile, buoyed by a recent call from the principal's office. The principal's instructions were unequivocal. With so many parents of students gathered, the school could not afford to lose face. After all, the enrollment brochure made no mention of any entrance exams. He forced a smile at Longqing, saying, "Indeed, we can apply for an entrance examination. We are the College of Radiance. The school does not provide armor, and students must bring their own. May I ask if you have brought your armor?" In an apparent effort to prove he was not being deliberately difficult, he quickly added, "The enrollment brochure contains a special reminder about this." Longqing stated that he had indeed brought his armor and pointed to the Iron Plow King, parked in the armor bay. All eyes followed Longqing's gesture, and after a brief silence, the crowd erupted into laughter. "What on earth is that? Oh my goodness, even registering can be a surprise. This school is quite the choice, poor child. He has come to the wrong place." The raucous laughter left Longqing feeling somewhat disoriented. In the training camp, he had been trained to silently kill in the dead of night, not to perform under the gaze of so many onlookers. The instructors had always said that a killer should walk in the shadows, away from the light. For the crowd, Longqing's discomfort appeared to be the clumsy awkwardness of a naive youth, prompting even more laughter. The staff member was equally dumbfounded. Having joined after the new principal took over, he had never encountered such a ludicrous scene in 3 years of handling new student registrations. His expression was one of disbelief. "Is that armor?" Longqing retorted, "Isn't agricultural armor still armor?" Upon hearing Longqing's response, whistles erupted from the surrounding crowd. These students were far from well-behaved, quickly inciting a ruckus. "What's wrong with agricultural armor? Agricultural armor is still armor." "Exactly. This is the College of Radiance, but we never claimed it was a combat armor academy." "Oh, I didn't realize that was agricultural armor. I thought it was some divine modification. Haha, bro, show us how to farm. Teach these foolish teachers a thing or two." Longqing glanced around, puzzled. Could it be that these were his competitors from the training camp? They did not seem particularly formidable, far weaker than the trainees he had escaped from. Perhaps it was all an act. He reminded himself to remain vigilant. The staff member, bemused, concluded that he was witnessing a farce. He overheard instructions from the principal's office and listened intently for a moment before saying, "Choosing which armor to use is your prerogative, but I must remind you that you only have one chance at the examination. If you fail, you will lose your enrollment eligibility. Should you wish to enroll again, you will need to pay double the sponsorship fee." Longqing agreed. The crowd fell silent, equally curious about the content of the entrance examination. The staff member took a deep breath and stated solemnly, "The examination is quite simple. Do you see the building atop the distant mountain? That is the principal's office. From the school gate to the principal's office, you may choose any means as long as you complete it within 6 minutes. You will pass. However, be advised, the campus security systems are active. Any low-altitude flights will be targeted, so please take care to avoid them. If you sustain injuries, the school will not be responsible for your treatment. Additionally, if you damage any buildings along the way, you will be required to compensate at full price. We have cameras recording the entire process. Once you choose to begin, it signifies your acceptance of these terms. Do you have any questions?" The crowd erupted in uproar. The students observing were indignant. The activation of campus security tore away the faade of tranquility, revealing menacing cannons pointing skyward, filling hearts with dread. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to make things difficult. How could one possibly fly past? Oh no, could it be that they intend to kill and silence him? Dark school. This institution is ruthless. I must tread carefully once classes commence. Longqing turned without a word and began to walk. What a peculiar mindset. With ample wealth at their disposal, why resort to robbery or theft? It seems more like a bizarre hobby, don't you think? Yet, to them, it appears inconsequential, for they are affluent. The privilege of wealth. Just observe the extravagant gear of these students and contrast it with our military. It is truly pitiful. Fermi, eavesdropping on their conversations, felt a pang of sympathy. Before joining the security center, he believed it to be a splendid job with decent pay, dealing with nothing more than a bunch of students. Surely that would be a walk in the park? However, upon his arrival, he realized how grossly mistaken he had been. The so-called students he had to contend with were nothing less than a battalion clad in opulent, high-tech armor, with limited edition suits littering the ground and custom designs in abundance. The institution had invested heavily in laser cannons that could not breach their shields, and more than 20 varieties of stealth armor that evaded radar detection, alongside heavy suits capable of retaliating with ferocious firepower. Even the so-called strongest campus security center in the Federation had been bombed twice. Fermi, having served 5 years on the front lines, could vouch that nowhere was as perilous as this. He could not fathom why they would bomb a security center when they could simply attend school. If not for the attractive salary, sigh, it truly was exhausting as he carried a laden tray of coffee back. Fermi was engulfed in contemplation. At the school entrance, throngs of people hurried into their gleaming mechs and flying vehicles, ascending into the sky to seize advantageous positions. No one wished to miss the spectacle. Suddenly, a massive fan-shaped formation of flying machines surrounded the school gates. It is human nature to revel in the excitement. Inside the cockpit of the Iron Plow King, Long Chung, donning a neural control device, maintained a calm demeanor. Avoiding artillery fire, the assessment task was somewhat unconventional. Using it as an entrance examination took him by surprise. Yet he found it not entirely unexpected. Having encountered similar tasks in the training camp, he speculated it might be a unique feature of this training institution, or perhaps one that focused on frontal assault tactics. He cast aside distracting thoughts, concentrating intently, instinctively adjusting his breathing upon donning the neural control device. His breaths grew lighter and more prolonged. Should one be able to hear his heartbeat, they would notice it gradually slowing yet deepening in strength. A long-forgotten chill enveloped Long Chung, reminiscent of memories deliberately buried. As his body temperature rapidly dropped, let the challenge commence. The Iron Plow King's powerful legs propelled him forcefully off the ground. Within the mech, Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows in mild concern, muttering to himself, "Are we going on foot? That's a considerable distance. Time is of the essence." The radar indicated a direct distance of 55 kilometers from the principal's office to the school gates. If flying in a straight line, he could manage it in under a minute, a feat many mechs could accomplish. However, he understood the assessment would not be that straightforward. The crux lay in breaching security and evading artillery fire within 6 minutes, which he could only ascertain after evaluating the school's defensive strength. Though ground movement could evade a barrage of aerial fire, the time was dreadfully insufficient. The main control system displayed that even the shortest ground route exceeded 60 kilometers. Moreover, the terrain was riddled with buildings and winding roads, hindering rapid acceleration. Regardless of how he calculated, there simply was not enough time. Chu Xiao shifted his focus from the Iron Plow King to studying the arrangement of various fire points. Excitement evident in his expression. The reputation of the campus security center was well known, and now he would finally witness it firsthand. The students enrolling hailed from affluent backgrounds, and their mechs boasted impressive capabilities. The main control systems of their mechs consistently yielded similar results. Moreover, the Iron Plow King, striding forth with great determination, appeared to them as slow as a snail. The public channel was rife with lamentations. "What a piece of junk this mech is! My grandmother moves faster than this. Wasn't it said to be an agricultural mech?" At that moment, the Iron Plow King, in a sudden burst of speed, leaped to evade a barrage of energy projectiles, executing a nimble roll upon landing to narrowly escape another volley. Immediately after, its sturdy right leg extended and plunged into the earth, akin to a plow driving deep, sending clods of soil skyward like a dark curtain. The Iron Plow King's robust knee bent significantly, pausing briefly before springing up like a bolt of black lightning, leaving a deep scar in its wake. A shell detonated precisely where it had landed moments before, sending soil flying 8 meters high. The previously lamenting public channel erupted with excitement. "Wow, this guy has some skill. Let us hope he lasts a bit longer. The agricultural mech is quite impressive, fascinating. This technique is novel. Shall we try something similar later?" Chu Xiao's interest peaked as he observed the Iron Plow King's seamless evasive maneuvers. Its speed not only remained unaffected but seemed to increase. He assessed it internally, noting its remarkable finesse. The parents of the onlooking students, who had initially begun to disperse, redirected their attention to the frenetically running agricultural mech. Long Ching's focus was razor-sharp. The Iron Plow King's terrain radar was set to maximum sensitivity, illuminating his field of vision with a flurry of green indicators. "Caution, this area has high-quality soil suitable for planting crops. Eggplant, cucumber, green beans. Caution, excessive weeds are present in this area. Should we begin weeding? Caution, this area requires leveling. Should we commence leveling?" Boom! An orange explosion erupted merely 3 meters away, the blinding light illuminating his field of vision as projectiles whizzed past him. Long Chung disregarded the numerous green indicators flashing across his screen, maintaining a steady control of the Iron Plow King as it charged forward, with no alternative but to advance on foot. Long Chung was left with no choice. The Iron Plow King's flight mode was designated for spraying pesticides and nutrients, with a maximum speed not exceeding 150 km per hour to eye in the air. It was nothing more than a target. Even without artillery, covering 55 kilometers would take over 20 minutes. He had also ruled out the tracked mode due to its insufficient speed and lack of agility for evasion. The only viable option remained the bipedal mode. At the security center, Fermi balanced a tray, distributing coffee to his colleagues. Having trained in the military, he was accustomed to being somewhat nimble. After serving coffee to everyone, he settled down with his own cup, bringing it to his lips when he habitually glanced at the nearby screens. In the next instant, his actions halted. On the screens, the agricultural mech was racing forward. Sporadic artillery fire trailing it, yet it adeptly dodged with surprising agility for its size. In the upper right corner, the timer raced on. 40, 41, 42, Fermi froze for a few seconds, suddenly snapping back to reality. His hand trembled, spilling scalding coffee across himself. A cry echoed through the security center, drawing the attention of his engrossed colleagues, who swiftly turned to observe the commotion. They soon noted the unfolding battle and became animated, enthusiastically commenting, "Quite impressive, the maneuvering is quite cunning, a bit too reckless, but for an agricultural mech, it's performing admirably. Not fast enough, though, indeed, insufficient speed." Fermi disregarded the discussions around him, ignoring the stinging sensation from the hot coffee, and knew he must make immediate adjustments. As for what lay ahead, Long Chung's choice to advance on foot had completely caught Fermi off guard. He had initially designated the primary defensive area for aerial engagements. As the Iron Plow King surged across the ground, only 2 electromagnetic cannons could target it in 45 seconds. Long Chung covered 6 kilometers. The Iron Plow King's robust legs resembled immense springs. Its hefty form left deep craters in the earth with each step. Every landing resonated like thunder, shaking the ground with an imposing force. When pursued by artillery, the Iron Plow King evaded with grace that belied its size. Employing simple yet effective maneuvers, gliding steps, rolls, and small leaps, all fluid and cohesive. This striking juxtaposition of contrasting natures created a palpable tension, eliciting feelings of both thrill and peculiarity among the spectators. Chu Xiao found himself intrigued. To cover 6 kilometers in 45 seconds was commendable, both in strategic choice and the Iron Plow King's fundamental skills. However, at the current pace, it would take 450 seconds, or 7 minutes and 30 seconds, to traverse the full 60 kilometers. Moreover, the Iron Plow King's smooth progress had merely caught the security center off guard. As they regained their composure, the true challenge was only beginning. Chu Xiao's prediction proved astute. His mech's radar revealed numerous ground-based turrets activating. Fermi exhaled deeply, having finally adjusted his strategy. A sense of relief washed over him, for should the agricultural mech breach his defenses, it would be a stain on his honor he could never erase. The timer continued to count down. 47, 48, 49. Under the control of the main system, turret after turret activated, their ominous barrels rotating. Charging as cold, azure light ignited. Inside the cockpit, Long Chung remained patient, attentively listening to the hum of the energy core, waiting for the R6 energy core to reach full capacity. In just 1 minute, the R6 energy core would unleash its entire energy output. At the 50-second mark, Long Chung noticed several turret barrels beginning to move. He understood he could wait no longer. Although the R6 energy core had yet to reach full power, it was barely sufficient to support his forthcoming maneuvers. The completed energy-charged cannon barrels roared in unison, emitting dazzling energy projectiles that formed interwoven chains of light in the air. They shrieked sharply as they relentlessly pursued the galloping agricultural king. The artillery fire, calculated with precision by the defense center's AI, ensured that each energy projectile would land within a 55-meter radius centered on the agricultural king. This area, determined as the no-escape zone based on collected combat data, meant that no matter how the agricultural king dodged, it could not evade being struck. The armor of the agricultural light armor was virtually non-existent. A direct hit would turn it into a sieve in an instant. Colleagues at the defense center observed the battle, many nodding slightly, acknowledging that Fermi had previously erred but had made timely and effective adjustments. As the defending party, they were perpetually in a passive position. Initial miscalculations in battle were highly probable and prompt. Effective adjustments were of utmost importance. Fermi's eyes widened, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, that smile froze. The agricultural king suddenly transformed its arms into two slightly thicker cylindrical appendages. Resembling oddly shaped fists, with nowhere to evade, the agricultural king slammed its fists into the ground, generating visible waves of air around its fists. In the blink of an eye, it launched forward like an arrow. Its speed astonishing, piercing through the barrage of projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce artillery struck the ground within a 55-meter radius of its previous position, a massive explosion erupting with billowing smoke. The students' public channel erupted into chaos. Can someone explain what this is? What the hell? A secret weapon? A launch device? Never seen anything like it. Chu Xiaoyi was equally dumbfounded, listening to the public channel's cacophony, feeling somewhat bewildered. When the agricultural light armor revealed the two cylindrical appendages, he speculated it might be a type of energy shield activator. Lacking armor protection, the agricultural light armor urgently needed a means to withstand artillery fire, and an energy shield seemed the most reasonable choice. Without a doubt, he was gravely mistaken, and indeed, absurdly so. What was that? They had only been exposed to the latest and most popular models of light armor, never having encountered agricultural light armor, especially one from 20 years prior. The automatic attack mode would not cease due to the agricultural king's evasion. Energy projectiles surged from all directions, dense as rain, relentlessly pursuing. The agricultural king executed a nimble leap, dodging most of the projectile chains. Twisting mid-air like a pretzel, narrowly avoiding two chains, by this point, its posture could not be adjusted, and it appeared poised to be engulfed by the oncoming barrage. Many students instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage, while others opened theirs wide, fearing they would miss any detail. The agricultural king extended its arms downward, mirroring its previous action, and struck the ground with a mighty blow. Thud! A sound none had ever heard before resonated, followed by visible waves of air expanding outward. Above the agricultural light armor, it seemed as if an invisible rope had suddenly pulled it upward. Its figure soaring over 10 meters high, the roaring artillery consumed the ground beneath it. In the next moment, the agricultural light armor plummeted rapidly, diving back into the smoke. The defense center was thrown into disarray. What the hell is that? It looks like a spring. What device is this? Is it new? Damn it. It's a piling device. Many at the defense center had military experience and had used engineering light armor. Quickly identifying the cylindrical appendages on the agricultural king's arms. Initially, no one had made that connection, but the mention of a piling device prompted realization in others. Fermi, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality. He had used engineering light armor and knew well what a piling device was. Also known as a high-energy pneumatic hammer, it was primarily used for driving piles, and with a sharp front end, it could create pile holes, common attachments for both engineering and agricultural light armors. He swiftly input data into the AI, and within 2 seconds, the model and parameters of the agricultural light armor and its associated piling device appeared on the display. Agricultural King 98, a product from 1998. Shenzhou Hammer King 94, a product from 1994. These two numerical years shone like blinding lights, piercing his eyes painfully. Fermi's face flushed red, a burning sensation rising within. The earlier conversation among colleagues echoed in his mind, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the tumult of anger within. If he were facing the latest model, a limited edition, or a custom light armor, he might have thought nothing of losing. However, a piece of agricultural light armor manufactured 21 years ago, which could be deemed obsolete, paired with piling devices from 25 years ago, left him utterly flustered. He felt humiliated. He forced himself to regain composure. Inputting the parameters of the Agricultural King and Shenzhou Hammer King, the system's AI calculated swiftly. In the face of absolute power, any trickery merely delayed failure. 3 seconds later, the maximum output power and maximum sprint distance of the Agricultural King and Shenzhou Hammer King, along with other detailed data, were computed. The system AI began to reset the attack plan. 2 seconds later, the attack plan was established, and data was relayed to all attack positions. The likelihood of the target evading the next strike was theoretically less than 1. The piling device became a stroke of genius, capturing the attention of the entire defense center as people stood from their seats, gathering around the central display. They found it too fascinating. Switching perspectives, they could never have imagined utilizing a piling device. Such an innovative idea left them in awe. The dense artillery fire, the rain of energy projectiles, the exploding flames, and the billowing smoke made the image of the agricultural king appear hazy and elusive. Too flashy. Can't see clearly. Someone reacted quickly. Switch to camera 772. The 772 camera feed appeared on the central display, black smoke rising like a monstrous creature. They seemed to hear the wind of the battlefield as a massive figure burst forth from the smoke, the turbulent air dispersing the fog, creating a vortex. When they caught sight of the figure emerging from the smoke, their mouths fell agape in astonishment, exclamations rising in a chorus, "My God! What is this maneuver?" Fermi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he stared at the agricultural king on the display, as if he had encountered a ghost in the dead of night. The certainty and confidence he had moments ago crumbled like a house of cards. On the screen, the bulky and robust agricultural king, with two large water tanks on its back, was on all fours, charging through the barrage like an astonishing metallic rhinoceros. On all fours. Good heavens! Fermi, who considered himself well experienced, having faced numerous skirmishes on the front lines and earned collective third-class military honors, felt his extensive combat experience and accumulated knowledge being upended. He had encountered the new humans in the Silicon Iron Corridor and had concentrated fire on the shadow assassins who delighted in playing in the mud. He placed his hand over his heart, assuring himself that he had never witnessed a 21-year-old vintage humanoid agricultural light armor, wielding two 25-year-old piling devices, charging forward like a rhinoceros on all fours. His pride in his combat experience was shattered. Fermi felt dazed. The defense center erupted into chaos, various curses echoing, as everyone stood stunned. The artillery fire remained dense, yet always narrowly missing its target. Those present were seasoned professionals. They understood that despite appearances suggesting a near miss, it indicated that the opponent was in control of the battlefield, and they posed no substantial threat. Quick! Recalculate. Change modes. What mode should we match? Quadruped, beast mode? Wolf? Tiger? Rhinoceros? Horse? The deputy security chief could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly to shout, "Get moving! Stop gawking! Whatever the mode, just try it on, damn it, be quick about it." The sound of chairs toppling, coffee cups shattering, and a cacophony of murmured curses turned the once calm defense center into a frenzy. Chapter 6. Be a human being. If the defense center was in disarray, the observing students were collectively invigorated, caught up in a frenzy, overwhelmingly supporting the agricultural king. They had never witnessed such an operation. So slick, too slick. In the era of classical light armor, where keyed master control consoles dominated, it was also the age of the exotic light armor's brilliance. Operators only needed to memorize specific command combinations to control the light armor for corresponding maneuvers. Exotic and humanoid light armors were not fundamentally different, and this did not hinder operation. During that time, spiders, wolves, and birds were common forms of light armor, and speed of execution symbolized strength. The advent of brain control technology changed everything. Heralding the end of the classical ERA.IT could recognize human brain waves and connect with light armor, allowing humans to control it through direct consciousness. Brain control enabled faster and more precise operations. Liberating human hands entirely, light armor transitioned from a powerful machine to an extension of the human body, becoming a second body for humanity. A human body could only be humanoid. Humans could not envision themselves as fish or birds, nor could they simulate having 6 legs or fathom the sensation of possessing 9 tails. Exotic light armors swiftly exited the historical stage, leaving humanoid light armors as the sole choice. The once stealthy battle spiders advancing in underground caverns and the images of light armor wolves darting through jungles faded into oblivion with the demise of classical light armor. Now was the era of brain control, the age of humanoid light armors. As the fresh recruits witnessed the farming king charge forth like a frenzied rhinoceros, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Charge, farming king. Onward, run, farming king, goodness. Such divine maneuvering, my word. The insanity of such actions. Within the cockpit of the farming king, Long Chung was bombarded by a torrent of Crimson System notifications. the incessant beeping of alarms ringing in his ears. Piling depth does not meet standards. Please redetermine the piling location. Piling depth does not meet standards. Please redetermine the piling location. The instructor had once stated, never complain about the weapon in your hands. For even a pair of chopsticks is far more useful than mere complaints. Long Chung found profound truth in the instructor's words. The Farming King may not be the finest battle exosuite, yet it remains a suit nonetheless, far superior to being unarmed. On the eve of his decision to attend the academy, he had already begun ruminating on how to unlock the potential of the Farming King. Upon entering the training camp, or rather, the school, he could seize exosuits from his fellow trainees, but in the initial skirmishes, he had no choice but to rely on the Farming King. The piling device boasted a commendable output power, serving well as a blunt weapon, far more effective than a sledgehammer, with its accompanying high-frequency vibrations difficult to defend against. By replacing the front end with an iron stake, it could instantly transform into a lethal weapon. Utilizing the piling device as a point of force was Long Cheng's tactical innovation to compensate for the Farming King's lack of mobility. However, his initial thought was merely to use it to escape after striking the opponent's exosuit. Adopting a quadrapedal stance was a sudden inspiration built upon this strategy. Observing animals was a core subject in the training camp, and Long Chung frequently studied felines, wolves, and snakes, noting their coordinated movements. Adeptness at concealment and thunderous strikes when launching an attack, exhibiting astonishing explosive power. It was his first experience running the exosuit like a beast. Long Chung felt awkward as he ran, acutely aware of his uncoordinated movements. He recalled the intricate details of the beasts he had observed and continuously adjusted his actions. Unfortunately, the brain control device equipped in the Farming King was of the Civil 1 grade, essentially the most basic civilian model, with dismal precision and no feedback on performance. Thus, Long Chung could not ascertain its efficacy. His decision to adopt a quadrupedal run was not born from the belief that 4 legs would be swifter than 2. He was no beast, and quadrupedalism was not his forte. He considered rhythm instead. The energy output from the 2 piling devices was significantly stronger, but relying solely on them would make the Farming King's running rhythm easy to predict. By incorporating his legs, he could create 2 additional points of force, allowing for greater variability and more directional changes. The instructor had said that rhythm is the essence of combat. Long Chung harbored a dislike for the instructor, loathed the training camp, and detested killing, yet strangely, he always remembered the instructor's words vividly. Thus, he survived. The luminous projectiles streaked through the air, leaving behind straight trails of light, while the explosive roars echoed in his ears, suddenly plunging Long Chung into a vivid memory stained with our "Oh, not become a killer. Find a way to escape." Anna's words seemed as if spoken just yesterday. Long Chung felt a pang of guilt. It had been some time since he last dreamt of Anna, hoping she would not resent him. The incessantly flashing red warning boxes painted his vision crimson, as if peering through a blood-soaked veil towards the distant principal's office. Nestled within the mountains, he recalled a previous training session atop an even higher peak, where a multitude of automated gun emplacements spewed forth endless tongues of flame, staining the horizon and mountains red. That session had claimed the lives of 16 trainees. The energy furnace finally reached full power, and Long Chung perceived a low-frequency hum, akin to the awakening roars of a slumbering beast in the dark. As surging power coursed through the joints of the exosuit, the Farming King began to accelerate. Lacking shock-absorbing joints and a comprehensive hydraulic cushioning system, Long Chung could only strap himself in with an antiquated safety belt, securing himself like a rice dumpling to prevent falling from the cockpit. The force feedback from the exosuit was remarkably rigid and direct. Each landing felt akin to receiving a punch. Long Chung paid little heed to these sensations. Even if it were a real blow, he would not mind, for he was quite resilient. He needed to act swiftly. He had only 6 minutes, and already 1 minute had elapsed. The security center was in a state of chaos. The sweet voice of the main control AI chimed in, opening Animal Encyclopedia database, selecting characteristics, quadrupedal movement, collecting motion parameters, commencing matching calculations, reference target, horse, match failed, reference target, cheetah, match failed, reference target, tiger, match failed. The din in the security center escalated, growing increasingly cacophonous, with shouts and curses resounding. The pressure weighed heavily upon them. Each year, upon the arrival of new students, the school orchestrated a small program. when they received orders from the principal's office. They understood this was to be this year's little show. The security center boasted high salaries. The principal was generous but had exceedingly strict demands. If today's program were to fail, what awaited them? A pay cut was inevitable and expulsion? The likelihood was high. The security center had experienced 2 prior explosions, each time leading to severe personnel upheaval. Panic spread throughout the security center. No one wished to be dismissed. In such an underdeveloped agricultural planet as Suin-Ing, finding employment with a salary higher than that of the security center proved exceedingly difficult. Reference target: crocodile, match failed. Reference target: raccoon, match failed. Reference target: panda, match failed. One staff member, unable to withstand the pressure, cradled his head in despair, involuntarily wailing, "Please, just act like a human." Among them all, the most anxious was Fermi. While others faced potential dismissal, his position was a certainty. The collar of his shirt, adorned with a tie, was brutally torn open, beads of sweat trailing down his neck as he remained oblivious. His face flushed crimson, breath rapid, akin to a gambler on the brink of losing everything. Logically, only 1 minute and 45 seconds had passed. They still had ample time, yet Fermi felt increasingly uneasy. For a veteran who had fought on the front lines numerous times, he placed great faith in his instincts. Something amiss signified danger. That moment, a colleague nearby suddenly shouted, "Damn it! I need help. I can't lock onto him. Unable to lock on. Unable to lock on. I repeat, unable to lock on. FK. Unable to lock on." Like a bolt of lightning striking Fermi, he suddenly comprehended the source of his unease. The previous failed attacks had led them to believe that the main control AI was incapable of calculating the farming king's movement patterns. However, upon hearing his colleague's cry for assistance, he abruptly realized that the opponent's peculiar movement style was coupled with exceptional skill. Acknowledging the opponent's prowess, the irritable Fermi swiftly regained his composure. How could a close combat exosuite evade attack locks? Any qualified combatant would provide numerous strategies, such as electromagnetic interference, fogging technology, superstate invisibility, or small decoy drones, among others. Fermi possessed even greater knowledge, being well-versed in such matters. Nowadays, these strategies had been consolidated into various modular components, easily obtainable and installable to achieve the desired functions. Yet, the farming king was an agricultural exosuit, lacking any such enhancements, so how did it evade locking? Did it possess modules for this purpose? Fermi suddenly grew curious. Summoning all surveillance footage around Longcheng, cycling through the monitors, the footage. The farming king emitted no light or shadow, merely darting left and right, wild and elusive, while nearby radars detected no abnormal electromagnetic signals. With his composure restored, Fermi's observational acuity returned to normal levels, and he soon discerned some unusual details. For instance, the farming king exhibited an exceptional ability to identify blind spots in firepower. The school's firepower points had been meticulously arranged by experts, leaving no gaps. However, due to the security alert being set at only level 3, many firing points remained inactive, thus creating certain blind spots and vacuums in fire. The farming king adeptly exploited these gaps, rarely venturing into dangerous concentrated fire zones. Fermi found it hard to believe, even as a seasoned veteran, he could not achieve such finesse. Tactical awareness was often not something taught in classrooms or training grounds. It required extensive combat experience to cultivate over time. It could not be quantified, yet it played a crucial role in battle. Rather than believing that an underage student possessed such formidable tactical acumen, Fermi was more inclined to think that the individual had meticulously studied the distribution of the school's firepower points in advance. Was it a conspiracy? Were other schools sending someone to stir trouble? Fermi stroked his chin, his thoughts crystallizing, and his perception of the farming king shifted dramatically. While the farming king appeared to be running like a beast, in reality, it utilized the piling devices and its legs as points of force to alter its form. The more he observed, the more exhilarated Fermi became. The farming king's posture was indeed awkward and uncoordinated, yet its frequency of directional changes was exceedingly high, sometimes executing several changes within a single second. And most importantly, these alterations bore no discernible pattern. An ancient term suddenly sprang to Fermi's mind: chaotic waveform jumping. In the classical era, how could one escape the attack locks of long-range exosuits? The most popular and classic maneuver was chaotic waveform jumping. This technique involved utilizing erratic directional changes to achieve high mobility, thereby rendering long-range attacks difficult to lock onto. When connected, the trajectory of movement resembled a series of large and small chaotic waves. Hence the name chaotic waveform jumping. In the classical era, chaotic waveform jumping was a skill that nearly every combatant was required to master. Yet, now it was the year 4019. The art of offensive and defensive technology resembles two intertwined spirals, perpetually alternating between constraints and countermeasures. The obsolescence of technology can be attributed to but one reason: its failure to adapt to the evolving needs of the times. As the age of brain-controlled light armor dawns, we also enter an era of humanoid machines, with an array of cutting-edge technologies advancing at an astonishing pace. More sophisticated technological products yield greater efficiency, are easier to master, and impose a lesser burden on their operators. How to contend with chaotic waveform jumps? Even Fermi remains uncertain. Who would undertake the study of ancient technologies long since obliterated? Yet, drawing upon the resources of the entire security center, and with his wealth of combat experience, Fermi quickly devised a plan after regaining his composure. The principles behind chaotic waveform jumps are not overly complex. In fact, they could be deemed simple. What was once an insurmountable challenge is now replete with numerous solutions in this age of technological advancement. The only constraint Fermi felt was the alert level. A level 3 alert meant limited resources at his disposal, necessitating careful planning, he calmly stated. Calculate the essential points of the target's trajectory. The central control light brain responded, commencing calculations. 0.2 seconds later, a series of red dots illuminated the map projection, each representing a crucial waypoint for the Iron Plow King, totaling 8 locations. The time demanded by the school was exceedingly tight, significantly narrowing the range of target options. Fermi possessed an intimate familiarity with every nook and cranny of the campus, and the topography surrounding the 8 essential points instantly materialized in his mind. He selected the artificial lake on campus as the battleground. It was the ideal venue. The expansive lake surface featured only a single bridge spanning it, devoid of any other structures. Fermi noted that the adversary excelled at utilizing various buildings and terrains for concealment. Swiftly, he drafted a combat plan and disseminated it to all involved. The entire battle strategy necessitated the deployment of nearly all resources available under a level 3 alert. He required the support of his team. Reflecting on his prior decision to set the weapon's power to a mere 10, Fermi felt rather foolish. The once boisterous security center fell into an attentive silence, captivated by Fermi's battle plan. With seasoned veterans present, the efficacy of a combat strategy could be discerned at a glance. The atmosphere in the security center grew fervent, with several individuals erupting into cheers. The preceding tension had been overwhelming, leaving everyone gasping for breath. They dared not imagine the principal's wrath should they be defeated by a mere agricultural light armor. A thorough purging of the security center would not be surprising. Fermi's combat plan allowed them to exhale in relief, their spirits returning to normal as they realized their previous anxiety had been somewhat exaggerated. A flawless plan, 100% lethal. So cunning, I admire it. Boss, allow me to fetch you some coffee. Even the usually stoic deputy supervisor couldn't help but jest. Indeed, it is no wonder you are known as the agricultural armor slayer, Fermi. Let us proceed with this plan. Everyone, stay sharp. I warn you, if this fails, you shall all be in for a world of trouble. With the tension alleviated, the group erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Longqing suddenly noticed that the relentless barrage he had been facing had abruptly ceased. He remained vigilant, becoming even more cautious. It seemed the opposition had adjusted their battle strategy, indicating that something awaited him ahead. In the theater of war, to place one's hopes on the enemy's negligence or mercy is akin to courting disaster. The instructor had always advised preparing for the worst. Despite being aware of the imminent dangers ahead, Longqing pressed on, seizing the opportunity to accelerate. He was acutely aware of his purpose. Victory in battle was not his goal. Securing admission was. Time was of the essence, and the outcome of the skirmish was of little consequence. Should losing the battle grant him admission, he would gladly kneel and call for his father. The Iron Plow King's speed suddenly surged, barreling forward in a nearly straight line, encountering no resistance along the way. He aimed to minimize travel time and gain an advantage for the impending confrontation. The terrain radar aboard the Iron Plow King was set to maximum power, and he grasped the enemy's intentions. His gaze fell upon a specific point on the map, which immediately triggered a green prompt. Lake, covering an area of 32 square kilometers, with a maximum depth of 66 meters. Water quality is good, suitable for freshwater aquaculture. Recommended species, crayfish. Ignoring the prompt, Longqing's mind raced. This, without a doubt, was the most unfavorable terrain for him. Longqing recognized the security center strategy, and the onlooking students made similar deductions. They not only guessed the situation but could also observe it. Most of the light armor they piloted was equipped with advanced radar systems, allowing them to witness the various maneuvers of the security center. It appeared to be the artificial lake. Should they discreetly inform him? Would that be considered cheating? Having tried earlier, he found no public channel was open, or perhaps such a channel did not exist. Thus, he could only rely on his own wits. Damn it, this is so infuriating. I want to blow up the school. An opportunity might arise. Iron Plow King, charge forth, dive into the lake and transform into a duck. Nye Xiaoru sat in the cockpit, idly chatting with her best friend. The Iron Plow King is bound to lose. This school is utterly lacking in substance. Creating such a commotion over a mere agricultural light armor is ridiculous. If I were the principal, I would expel them all, a gentle voice responded from the other end of the communication. Not attending Fengren could be a blessing for him. Nye Xiaoru replied lazily. The Iron Plow King does possess some skill. He is still young, with potential for development. Are you planning to recruit him? Nye Xiaoru scoffed. Recruit him? This pathetic school cannot even accommodate servants. Better to send him to Uncle Lu for training. That Antley is adept at navigating complex situations, unlike her rather dim-witted mother. Just as she was preparing to send out her message, Taigung Wang entered her line of sight. Instinctively, she halted her movements, a flicker of intrigue gracing her features. Perhaps this would serve as a commendable assessment. What choices would he make? Would he rationally concede and withdraw with dignity, or would he recklessly charge forth? Fueled by youthful exuberance? She paused momentarily. Upon reaching the agricultural lake, Taigung Wang executed an unexpected maneuver. Chapter 8. Crossing the bridge, Longqing arrived at the entrance of the lake-spanning bridge. The bridge was a robust steel structure, approximately 30 meters wide, with a straight body that featured little curvature. In the distance, 12 fire hurricanes were visibly stationed high above, dispersed strategically on either side of the bridge. It was evident that the individual orchestrating this firepower was highly experienced. The 12 fire hurricanes, arranged at varying elevations, formed a crossfire zone, creating a deadly corridor extending roughly 1 kilometer. With no cover on the bridge surface, any attempt at a direct assault would be a futile endeavor. It appeared that the adversary had staked everything on this location. In other words, if one could traverse the death zone, the path ahead would likely become significantly less perilous. Taigung Wang straightened his upper body and resumed an upright position. His subsequent actions left the onlookers baffled. To their astonishment, Taigung Wang leaped directly into the lake from the bridge's edge. Due to the shallowness of the water near the shore, he was submerged only to his waist. The public channel among the observing students buzzed with excitement. What was he doing? Was he really going to swim across like a duck? Taigung Wang lacked such capabilities, as even if he transformed, he would still be a land duck. He was merely thirsty, taking a sip of water to prepare for the upcoming meal. The atmosphere within the security center was equally relaxed. From their perspective, Taigung Wang's actions indicated a readiness to concede. The main control computer had run various calculations, all leading to a consistent conclusion. Once Taigung Wang entered the blockade zone, he would undoubtedly be transformed into a sieve. As everyone awaited Taigung Wang's surrender, he suddenly charged forth, striding purposefully back onto the shore and approaching the bridge head. He lowered his body, planting his limbs on the ground, and began to accelerate. It appeared not much had changed from before. This was merely a tearful struggle before the inevitable end. The medical team was instructed to prepare for treatment, as the principal had expressed a desire to avoid any fatalities. They hoped this fellow had a modicum of luck. Fermi, holding a cup of coffee, felt an inexplicable unease wash over him. On the screen, Taigung Wang, now on all fours, was accelerating with unwavering determination. Could he truly be oblivious to the lack of any chance of success? Was the driver's personality so headstrong? Or was it, as his colleagues had suggested, simply a desperate struggle? His palm rubbed anxiously against the coffee cup. His gaze fixed intently on the screen displaying Taigung Wang's rapid advance across the bridge. Suddenly, Fermi sensed something amiss. Taigung Wang was nearing the first drone, and he dared not blink. Realizing he might have overlooked something critical, the first, fire hurricane, opened fire, unleashing a torrent of luminous projectiles upon the charging Taigung Wang. In an instant, he veered, evading the light projectiles while continuing his advance. Fermi detected an anomaly. Taigung Wang seemed less agile than before. The recent change in direction had been slightly sluggish. Such subtleties would escape most observers, but a seasoned expert could discern them at a glance. Thud, thud, thud. The galloping Taigung Wang rapidly approached the firepower blockade, each limb striking the ground with a resounding thump, akin to the relentless beating of drums amidst a tempest. This was wrong. The sound was off. Taigung Wang had become heavier. Recalling Taigung Wang's earlier plunge into the lake, Fermi's face paled in realization. This was dire. Inside Taigung Wang's cockpit, Longqing's view was dominated by a pulsating green prompt. The high-pressure spray nozzle was primed, requiring a selection for the type of spray. 1. Medicine. 2. Nutrient solution. Longqing opted for the nutrient solution. Immediately, a red alert box appeared. Warning, nutrient solution not detected. Please confirm if the nutrient solution is filled. Longqing switched to manual mode, selecting atomization under the nutrient solution option. He could recite every word of the Taigung Wang's manual, knowing that the atomization mode would facilitate easier absorption by the crop's leaves. Typically employed for specialized nutrient solutions and specific crops, the two large tanks on Taigung Wang's back had just filled with water from the lake, totaling 20 tons. Without hesitation, Longqing activated the spray nozzle. A dense white mist erupted under high pressure, shooting forth over 100 meters, forming a thick white cloud. Taigung Wang showed no signs of hesitation and plunged headlong into the mist. Vanishing in an instant, the white fog billowed forth, resembling a monstrous beast expanding rapidly in the blink of an eye. The bridge was enveloped in a shroud of white. The public channel erupted in chaos. Goodness, what a spectacle! It truly was a case of quenching thirst by drinking water. Agricultural exosuit. Agricultural exosuit. Am I dreaming? Is this a dream? Someone kiss me to prove I'm not dreaming. Come on, my mouth is watering uncontrollably. The security center was equally astounded. Why heavens, what on earth is this? How could this happen? What is this white mist? Is it toxic? Fermi's expression darkened as he stared blankly at the bridge obscured by white mist. Thick and impenetrable, obscuring all visibility. The white fog surged forward like an avalanche, engulfing the three fire hurricanes near the bridge. The drones became disoriented, losing control and spinning chaotically within the mist, unleashing light projectiles in every direction. With the drones positioned closely together, two unfortunate ones were struck, bursting into flames as they plummeted into the lake. The heavy-duty fire hurricane drones had many advantages, yet their limited operational range was primarily due to their poor resistance to interference. What a formidable opponent! Fermi couldn't help but be greatly impressed. He had just noted the significant increase in Taigung Wang's weight and, recalling his earlier actions, realized that the tanks were now filled with water. Even having considered the water-filled tanks, Fermi could never have anticipated that the opponent would resort to spraying mist as a means of countering the blockade. Ingenious, however, Fermi was not prepared to concede defeat. He still had opportunities left. The remaining operational drones quickly ascended to evade the encroaching white mist, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the bridge surface below. The mist obstructed the drones' visibility while similarly impairing Taigung Wang's. As long as the drones maintained sufficient firepower to seal the bridge, Taigung Wang would find it equally impossible to pass through. After a full minute of bombardment, the drones ceased their cacophony, their barrels glowing red-hot, yet there was no sound of an exosuit exploding. Did they hit? Surely, with such a density of firepower, it was impossible for him to break through. Listening to the murmurs of his colleagues around him, Fermi's fists clenched tightly, betraying his inner turmoil despite his outward calm. He felt anxious. Theoretically, Taigung Wang could not possibly succeed. The remaining 10 drones formed a meticulously woven net of fire. He had even positioned the last 2 drones directly hovering above the bridge, poised to launch an assault on the bridge surface ahead. Yet, he felt no sense of certainty. Taigung Wang's responses had consistently defied his expectations, with each maneuver as elusive as a fleeting shadow. The mist was thick, heavy, and unyielding. Everyone in the security center held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, afraid to blink. Had they won? Suddenly, someone screamed. Something is moving. Under the bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The shouts rose in panic, their voices laced with fear and incoherence. Beneath the bridge, a stout, robust figure moved with unexpected agility, resembling a steel giant, gracefully advancing beneath the steel frame. The drilling apparatus had been replaced with a robust iron hook, clutching the bridge's steel framework, becoming Tai Gung Wang's iron treetop. Fermi finally comprehended what he had overlooked. Under the bridge, utilizing the cover of the mist, Tai Gung Wang had stealthily maneuvered beneath the bridge, the solid metal structure serving as a massive shield, protecting him from all incoming attacks. Fermi's mouth felt dry, his heart filled with annoyance. How could he have neglected the area beneath the bridge? He had forgotten that without the white mist, entering the difficult-to-navigate underbelly of the bridge would be tantamount to seeking death. He forced himself to suppress his rising anxiety. There was still a chance. Tai Gung Wang's exit from the mist was not optimal. He still had to contend with the two drones positioned at the rear. Fermi surmised that Tai Gung Wang's water tanks had now run dry, leaving him with only this cover. The two fire hurricanes began a rapid descent, simultaneously retreating while drawing closer to the bridge surface. Fermi's assumption was spot on. Tai Gung Wang's 20 tons of water had been entirely expended, leaving him only with this limited protection. As launching emerged from the mist, he was already prepared. With a firm grip on the bridge railing, Tai Gung Wang exerted force, swinging himself like a pendulum toward the bridge surface. In midair, he completed the exchange of arm components, the drilling apparatus replaced and ready to activate. Thud. It was as though a meteor had struck the bridge, producing a thunderous roar as Tai Gung Wang's limbs made contact with the surface. His form suddenly lowering, followed by a swift launch like an arrow released from a bow. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. The energy furnace roared to life, its deep hum resonating in Longqing's ears, his expression remaining cold and unperturbed. In his line of sight, the bridge railings rushed past, while the incoming light projectiles fell like rain. Tai Gung Wang's speed not only remained constant but increased, and as he landed, he abruptly twisted his waist, his form contorting in an uncanny manner. Pop, pop, pop. The light projectiles rained down upon the spot where he had just landed, leaving a multitude of shallow craters in their wake. Once again, the chaotic waveforms surged forth. Fermi was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. The narrowness of the bridge and the chaotic oscillations hindered his maneuvers. This was the case when the fire hurricane drones were abundant. Now, only two remained, far from sufficient to contain Tai Gung Wang. Driven to desperation, Fermi steeled himself for one final attempt. The two fire hurricane drones plunged downward, hovering just 5 meters above the bridge, positioned directly in front of Tai Gung Wang to secure a superior shooting angle. They unleashed a frenzied barrage of light projectiles without restraint. The distance between the two parties was less than 100 meters, rendering evasion virtually impossible. The dense rain of light projectiles illuminated Longqing's field of vision, evoking a sense of familiarity within him as his gaze locked onto the two drones ahead. Was this the final barrier he faced upon entering the academy? Suddenly, Tai Gung Wang, charging at full speed, crouched low, coming to an abrupt halt that defied the laws of physics. Puff, puff, puff. The two fire hurricane drones could not halt their momentum, their barrels continuing to spew forth projectiles with inertia, showering the bridge ahead of Tai Gung Wang in a cascade of sparks, forming shallow craters. Longqing whispered to himself, urging to charge forward. The surging power resonated through Tai Gung Wang's lower joints, accompanied by the grating sound of metal friction. As his knees bent to the utmost limit, in the next instant, the robust metal soles of Tai Gung Wang forcefully propelled against the ground. The bent knees snapping straight as the suppressed piling device erupted with maximum power, simultaneously striking the ground. Tai Gung Wang's figure vanished, leaving behind a vague and massive afterimage, like a gust of wind that swiftly swept past. Behind him, two sparks-laden fragments cascaded down like raindrops. Longqing reminded himself to hurry. Crossing the bridge had taken considerable time. Chapter 9. The killing the principal's office was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The academic affairs director, Lin Nan, watched as the ice in his glass melted away, the amber whiskey diluted, with crystalline droplets clinging to the cool walls of the glass, while beads of sweat gathered on his round forehead. On the wall-mounted screen, an old-fashioned agricultural light armor was racing at full speed. Su Baiyin stared at the screen, lost in thought, his posture unchanged, the cigar between his fingers having long since turned to ash. Lin Nan's face was a mix of green and red, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Having just boasted of absolute certainty, he now found himself embarrassed in front of the principal. Momentarily at a loss for how to justify himself, the silent Su Baiyin suddenly spoke. "Do you know what I see?" Lin Nan cautiously glanced at the principal, unable to discern his emotions, and replied respectfully, "What you see is the starlight of the boundless sky. We mere mortals see only the trifling grass and mud. Please enlighten us." Su Baiyin's expressionless face suddenly broke into a smile, approvingly stating, "Well said, old Lin, you understand me best." He then cleared his throat. A fierce general, Lin Nan straightened his posture, deep in thought. Su Baiyin set down the extinguished cigar, rising to stand before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the billowing dust in the distance with admiration. It may be an old agricultural armor, yet look at it. Its steps are like thunder, unstoppable, crushing everything in its path. If it were given a better light armor, could this bunch of useless fools at the security center contain it? Lin Nan tentatively inquired, "Are you suggesting?" Su Baiyin waved his hand dismissively. "Recorded in running a school, credibility is paramount. Not only shall we admit him, but we shall also grant the highest scholarship. Forget the money. Let us equip him with light armor. I understand the principle of spending a fortune for bones. Good bones are essential. Our school has many fierce dogs that need bones." Lin Nan's eyes lit up with realization, admiration evident on his face. "Brilliant, truly brilliant," Su Baiyin declared proudly. "While the fierce dogs scramble for bones, we can take it easy. How much did the security center cost last time? 60 million. How many sponsorship fees would it take to break even? If it weren't for the parents signing the bill, we'd be bankrupt after just one repair. Tossing out a bone for them to fight over is splendid." Lin Nan showered him with praise. "Your foresight is remarkable, truly extraordinary. Why not send him to the discipline office to enforce proper conduct? Let the students handle their own affairs, to prevent this restless bunch from constantly scheming to blow up the school." Su Baiyin nodded in satisfaction. "The discipline office is an excellent choice. A general must have soldiers. Let us transfer a few personnel from the security center to assist him. Remember, these individuals are only to manage logistics, not to intervene. The students must resolve their own issues. Indeed, as you say." Lin Nan hesitated. "What if he refuses? That would be akin to declaring war against the entire school. Let him incur the costs." Su Baiyin scoffed. "He is a pauper. Just the cost of 2 fire hurricanes would leave him without a penny to his name. Your ability to anticipate the enemy's moves and devise strategies is admirable. When will I ever glean even a fraction of such wisdom? Ha ha ha, let us go, to see our number 1 general." Before Long Chung could reach the principal's office, he heard the announcement of his acceptance. He paid it no mind, continuing his sprint until he arrived at the principal's office within the allotted time. Having witnessed various schemes and intrigues in the training camp, he learned not to trust others or any piece of information blindly. Long Chung exited the cockpit of Tai Gung Wang. A frail youth stood before him, with soft black hair and a slightly lowered head, appearing shy and introverted. He wore a camouflage t-shirt on top, seemingly undernourished, paired with military green pants and a pair of old white sneakers that were ill-fitting and baggy, revealing half of his slender calves. Though he claimed to be 17 on the registration form, he appeared to be merely 14 or 15. The boy before Long Chung was a living embodiment of a bashful and introverted neighbor's child. How could anyone associate such an image with the decisiveness and ferocity he had just displayed? Neither would they judge by appearances. To be frank, there were hardly any normal students in this school. The principal rambled on with grandiose rhetoric, but Long Chung remained unmoved. Once the principal finished speaking, he inquired if he had been accepted. The academic affairs director, Lin Nan, promptly confirmed his acceptance and mentioned the highest scholarship, assigning him important responsibilities. Long Chung sighed in relief. He would not have to leave the farm. As for what the two spoke of afterward, he cared not in the slightest. Lin Nan summoned a staff member to escort Long Chung to the dormitory, habitually offering a few encouraging words about studying hard and behaving well in school, advising him against causing trouble. Long Chung cast a puzzled glance at the portly man. Shouldn't the words be about encouragement and surviving instead? As he followed the staff member to the dormitory, he meticulously reflected on everything that had transpired that day, suddenly realizing that this training camp seemed quite different from what he had imagined. An odd place indeed. Nevertheless, regardless, he could remain at the farm. And with this thought, Long Cheng's mood brightened considerably. Fermi, leading the way, could no longer contain himself. Hello, Long Cheng. I am Fermi, your assistant from now on, here to help you with the discipline office work. Let us cooperate harmoniously. Long Cheng replied with a simple greeting. At the moment of failure, Fermi had felt despondent, fearing expulsion, but unexpectedly, fate took a turn, leading him to become Long Cheng's assistant. Lin Nan had even specifically urged him to assist Long Cheng effectively with discipline matters. The joy of having survived a crisis filled Fermi's heart. As for being an assistant to a student, he was indifferent, for his salary would not diminish. Moreover, after this confrontation, Fermi held a considerable admiration for Long Cheng's prowess. Fermi was perceptive and adept at reading the room. Noticing that Long Cheng seemed reticent, he proactively introduced some aspects of the school. Long Cheng listened attentively, but gradually, his expression grew peculiar. Picking up on Long Cheng's odd demeanor, Fermi could not help but ask, "What's wrong, Long Cheng? Is there something you wish to know?" Long Cheng inquired about how to return to the farm. Fermi realized he was homesick, recalling his own first day of enlistment. When he had longed for home, he was still just a child. Fermi's gaze softened considerably as he smiled. The school is under a closed military management system, so you cannot leave the premises normally. There's a break once a month for 3 days. You can leave then and return home. Long Cheng halted, turning to face Fermi, his expression earnest as he countered. So, we don't have to kill everyone? Fermi stiffened, his mind short-circuiting. Kill everyone? Fermi stared blankly at the serious-faced Long Cheng, struggling to force a smile while chuckling nervously. Kill everyone? Ha ha ha. Don't joke around. This is a school, not a slaughterhouse. Long Cheng maintained his gaze, his expression unwavering. The training camp was certainly not a slaughterhouse. The chickens and ducks there wouldn't kill you, but the other trainees were constantly scheming to take your life. Fermi swallowed hard. His cheek muscles tense, his legs beginning to tremble involuntarily after nodding. Long Cheng continued forward, and Fermi, relieved, hurried to catch up. He raised his hand, preparing to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, when Long Cheng ahead inquired softly, "So when do we kill?" Fermi's arm, which had just been lifted, froze in midair. He was nearly driven to madness. Good heavens, what kind of sin had he committed? This was a deranged individual who seemed to ponder murder at every turn. Should he resign? Taking a deep breath 3 times, Fermi summoned his last vestige of courage. Long Cheng, the school prohibits murder. Long Cheng halted in his tracks, his face a picture of astonishment as he gazed at Fermi. Is there truly a training camp where killing is forbidden? Fermi replied earnestly, Long Cheng, this is a school. We are here to acquire skills, not to take lives. In this institution, any act of murder has dire consequences. It is a grave crime. The astonishment faded from Long Cheng's face, returning to his usual demeanor. So it was indeed a training camp where killing was forbidden. Long Cheng's mood lifted slightly. He did not enjoy killing. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What if we are attacked?" Fermi sighed with relief, unaware that his back was already drenched in sweat. You may retaliate in any manner, but under no circumstances must you kill. Fermi raised his voice on the imperative of not killing, emphasizing it. Long Cheng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to inquire, "Can I injure him?" Fermi nodded. "Yes, I cannot kill, but I can injure," Long Cheng mused. Then asked, "What constitutes an injury?" Fermi felt as if he were on the brink of insanity. He took another deep breath. The standard is based on current medical conditions, with the criterion being that no fatalities occur within the school. Oh, so that means chronic death? Long Cheng countered. What if someone dies due to missing the optimal treatment window? Or if someone dies off campus? Does that mean holidays become a window of opportunity for attacks? Long Cheng bombarded him with questions. Fermi gaped, rendered speechless. Deep within Long Cheng's eyes, a glimmer of understanding ignited. The confusion he had after entering the campus was clarified. It turned out his comprehension had been flawed. This training camp was not about learning how to kill, but rather about mastering the art of injuring without causing death. Compared to mere murder, the challenge of injuring without killing was several levels more complex, involving intricate techniques and knowledge. Everything from human anatomy to medicine, toxicology, and the structure of protective gear. Everything he had learned previously was about delivering a lethal blow. It was as if he had to start learning anew. This training camp, this school, was indeed not simple. Chapter 10. The dormitory. In their brief exchange, Fermi felt the weight of pressure and decided to change the topic. Do you still want the Iron Plow King? Not quite grasping the context, Longcheng looked puzzled. Fermi elaborated. Although you performed admirably today, the level of the Iron Plow King makes it difficult for you to survive within the school. You have a scholarship, which allows you to purchase better equipment. Let me see. His neural-linked smart glasses connected to the network and the miniature holographic display on the lenses flickered. Wow, a 2 million credit limit, exclusively for purchasing equipment within the campus. TSK, it seems the school has invested heavily. I've been here for 3 years and this is the first time I've learned about scholarships. He continued scrolling, then stated, as the chief inspector of the discipline office, you can receive a monthly allowance of 100,000 credits for replenishing ammunition and energy. This treatment surpasses mine. Fermi expressed envy. Do you still want the Iron Plow King? If not, it can be scrapped. Longcheng, who struggled to comprehend many aspects, was adamant about keeping the Iron Plow King. I want it. Good. Fermi replied succinctly. Then I'll arrange for a tugboat to come over to ATR school. The fee for a tugboat is 500 per kilometer. Luckily, our discipline office is accountable to the principal's office, so we are in good standing. It's free for us. Shall we head to the equipment center first? Longcheng agreed, though uncertainty gnawed him. This training camp was vastly different from previous ones, with actual weapons and equipment being issued. He recalled that in the last training camp, they had to procure their weapons through means of force. In no time, a small white spacecraft came to a halt before them. The vessel, approximately 30 meters in length, was painted white with a notably large belly, resembling a gluttonous fish. The upper section housed the passenger cabin, while the lower section contained the cargo hold, adorned with a claw-like emblem. As the cargo door opened, 3 metallic arms resembling octopus tentacles swiftly extended, grasping the Iron Plow King. The heavy Iron Plow King was effortlessly dragged into the cargo hold. The passenger cabin's door automatically opened, and Fermi boarded first, with Longcheng following suit. The passenger area was spacious, featuring panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the surrounding scenery. The couches were overly soft, making it difficult to exert force. After a brief attempt, Longcheng stood up again. This training camp exuded an air of the extraordinary, and he needed to remain cautious. Everything around him felt foreign, and he was uncomfortable in unfamiliar places. Fermi opened the beverage cabinet. Would you like something to drink? It's free. Longcheng shook his head. Fermi shrugged it off, grabbing a few bottles for himself, plopping down on the couch with a contented sigh. Thanks to you. I can indulge a little. The security center was indeed treated like a stepchild, where they had to pay for tugboats. For us impoverished souls, even if our protective gear malfunctioned mid-journey, we would have to crawl back. We simply could not afford a tugboat. He took a hearty swig of his drink. Ah, refreshing. Longcheng pointed at Fermi's glasses. What are those? Fermi gestured to his own eyewear, somewhat surprised. Neural-linked smart glasses. You've never used them? Longcheng shook his head. Fermi explained, they're quite convenient. You should buy a pair later. This basic model is inexpensive, only 600 credits. Suddenly, the voice of the main control AI resonated in the passenger cabin. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. We are about to take off. Rest assured, you will arrive safely. Fongren Protective Gear Academy sincerely serves you. No sooner had the voice faded than the spacecraft ascended into the air. It must be said that this was the most comfortable spacecraft Longcheng had ever been on. The flight was remarkably smooth, with only a slight tremor during takeoff, and the journey was silent and seamless. Fermi did not forget his responsibilities. Whether he liked it or not, his fate was now intertwined with that of this seemingly frail, yet potentially dangerous youth. He felt in good spirits. Longcheng presented him with significant pressure. Yet it also reassured him considerably. Within the school, danger was not a flaw, it was an asset. Fermi began to adopt his role. He set his drink aside and addressed Longcheng earnestly. Classes commence the day after tomorrow. Time is of the essence. We still have some distance to the equipment center, so we must prioritize selecting a dormitory. Dormitory? Longcheng inquired, familiar with the concept from his time in the orphanage, where he had shared a room with 8 beds. The first to choose could select the better spots. Longcheng agreed. Fermi wasted no time. Activating the holographic projection, you can choose any area marked in green is available. The holographic topographic projection nearly filled the entire passenger cabin, revealing countless peaks densely packed. Some peaks were red, but the vast majority were green. Longqing asked, "Where are the dormitories?" Fermi took a sip of his drink. "Any green area is fine." Longqing paused, realization dawning. "The green area? Is the dormitory?" The change in Longqing's expression brought Fermi a sense of satisfaction, and he chuckled. "Indeed. The area south of the Mulan Snow Mountain, north of the Meteorite Plain, east of the Guyu Mountain Range, and west of the Black River comprises our school. In terms of area, it is not vast, merely 1/8 the size of the Yuxing territory. When the school was established, this area was all rocky mountains with no mineral resources, so it was quite inexpensive, and the school bought it all up. Truly foresight. Longqing was at a loss for words. Fermi continued, "Due to the expansive campus, our school's dormitories differ from those of other institutions. Each student selects a plot of land, complete with its own entrance and yard, provided that no other students' dormitories are located within a 10-kilometer radius. Naturally, the scale of construction is determined by the students themselves. The school offers construction services as well as various security design blueprints. However, it does require funding." Longqing pondered for a moment, finding the arrangement quite reasonable. In this training camp, this school, everyone was in a cutthroat competition, and sharing a room with several others would likely result in no survivors by the next day. He nearly forgot. Killing was prohibited here. By the next day, there would likely be no complete individuals left. Fermi stated solemnly, "Longqing, choosing a dormitory is a matter that requires utmost caution. You must not be careless. This will be your base. And as you manage the discipline office, you will inevitably become a target. They will certainly try to devise ways to attack your dormitory." Longqing found this reasoning sound. He began to scrutinize the holographic topographic projection carefully, and after about much like the previous training camp, the instructor consistently told them that everyone else was their enemy, urging them to eliminate all foes, for only the ultimate victor would emerge alive from the camp. He did walk out alive, albeit in a manner that diverged from the instructor's assertions. Longqing's remarkably subdued reaction left Fermi somewhat bewildered, prompting him to inquire, "Aren't you afraid?" Longqing cast a glance at Fermi and replied, "I am." Fermi shook his head, asserting, "With your demeanor, you cannot possibly be afraid. I am terrified." Longqing retorted, "No, you are not." The conversation fell silent as Longqing found the individual before him to be exceedingly peculiar. Why must it be insisted that he was unafraid? He was indeed terrified, having wrestled with his thoughts throughout the night before finally summoning the courage to enroll in the school. Moreover, the daunting challenges of this institution, where even killing was prohibited, left him feeling utterly uncertain as he gazed down at the densely packed peaks. Longqing felt little while observing the holographic terrain projection, yet the authentic vista was nothing short of breathtaking. The ground was sparsely vegetated, littered with gray rocks interspersed with chalky formations, and the mountains stood steep and jagged, resembling countless grayish-blue swords thrust into the earth, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The gaps between the peaks were narrow and unfathomably deep. From above, only a pitch-black abyss was visible, with some summits shrouded in mist. Fermi remarked that the valleys below held hidden wonders, with labyrinthine underground rivers that required caution. Suddenly, a swarm of dark dots appeared in the sky. Longqing initially mistook them for birds, only to realize upon closer inspection that they were drones. Each drone measured about 6 meters in length, entirely black, and bore a striking resemblance to sharks as they glided silently through the air. They continually shifted formations and orientations, akin to a swirling mass of dark clouds. Noticing Longqing's gaze, Fermi explained, "Those are patrol drones, known as dark sharks. Typically, there are 12 in a formation, but occasionally, there may be formations of 36. I will send you their patrol schedule and routes. If you encounter danger, head towards them. You are one of us. They will not attack you." Longqing's attention was immediately piqued, given the relevance to his safety, prompting him to inquire meticulously, what is their firepower configuration? What are their methods of attack? What triggers their attack commands? What is their formation logic? What is their intelligence level? Fermi, caught off guard by the barrage of questions, took a few moments before responding, "I will send you those details later. However, do not harbor too many expectations. The equipment of the other students is formidable. If you encounter those limited edition light armors, it would be wise to flee. Also, do not squander your money. Should you get injured and lack funds for treatment, the school will not cover your medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Longqing fell silent, standing before the floor-to-ceiling glass. Staring intently at the departing dark sharks, Fermi found it challenging to decipher the youth before him. Most of the time, Longqing remained taciturn, yet whenever combat was mentioned, he displayed an acuity and maturity beyond his years. At that moment, Longqing's attention was drawn to a towering peak in the distance. This mountain stood significantly taller than its neighbors, strikingly visible from afar. Unlike the other peaks that were a mix of chalky gray, this one was a deep black with a hint of dark. As he approached, Longqing realized that the mountain was entirely constructed of steel. Massive, robust black steel structures appeared to be haphazardly piled together. Showing signs of age and rust, a radiant blue glow emanated faintly from the intricate steel framework, revealing the comings and goings of spaceships and light armors. Fermi, equally awestruck, declared, "This is the equipment center, where you can procure everything you need, provided you have ample funds. Light armors, spaceships, various components, food, supplies. Everything is available. Isn't it magnificent?" Longqing nodded in agreement. Fermi proudly continued, "This used to be a relic, dating back to the classical light armor era, reputed to have once been a steel fortress. When the school acquired it, it had already been excavated beyond recognition, leaving only a large, seemingly useless shell. Surrounded by mountains and with insufficient funding, the school repurposed it into the equipment center, which is now considered one of the more famous attractions in the entire Yushing. Currently, the school had yet to commence, and the area was relatively deserted. Once classes began, however, Longqing would discover that this place would become the most bustling hub of the school, especially for new students, who would soon experience what was dubbed the blood-sucking center. Longqing, perplexed, responded, "Blood-sucking center?" Fermi scoffed, "Upon enrollment, you will all bring your own light armors. However, components cannot be transported, and should anything break, you'll need a place to repair it, and ammunition must be replenished. This is where they will drain you of your last bit of resources." The term blood-sucking center sounded foreboding to Longqing, causing him to feel a sense of wariness. Yet he couldn't fathom why equipment needed to be purchased. He posed a question that weighed on his mind. "Can I seize others' equipment?" Fermi pondered. "In principle, yes." Longqing, confused, asked, "What do you mean by in principle?" Fermi found himself grappling with the question as well. "In fact, the school does not pursue matters like robbery. However, you are the chief inspector of discipline, representing the school's image. Let me consult further." After a brief interval, he let out a sigh of relief. "There has been a response. In principle, the school does not intervene. However, be cautious not to steal openly in front of others. Certain items that are easily identifiable and may attract attention should best be avoided." Longqing felt a bit lost. "I don't understand." Fermi, realizing the connection between his work and Longqing's predicament, decided to be forthright, saying, "It's quite simple. You can steal, but you must not be recognized. For instance, if you take a light armor, dismantle it into parts, keep what is useful, and sell off the rest. For a spaceship, a little modification and a new coat of paint will render it unrecognizable." Longqing was puzzled by the numerous stipulations. Yet he grasped Fermi's intent. Perhaps this was merely one of the challenges set forth by the instructors of this school. Longqing mused. Previous instructors had enjoyed presenting them with various dilemmas, such as disassembling equipment with their feet or trekking through the desert without water. He would not question the rationale behind these challenges, just as he would not question the necessity of killing. It was futile. The training camp had taught him not to seek explanations, to survive. One must conquer the obstacles. He held an aversion to the training camp. The instructors claimed it was a place to learn skills, yet was the skill merely the art of killing? He despised killing. His grandmother had also advised that the youth should acquire skills aplenty. He cherished his grandmother. What he needed to learn now was the skill of inflicting harm, yet Longqing was uncertain if he could master it. It seemed exceedingly difficult. In contrast, robbing with principles appeared far more manageable, though he questioned whether that could truly be considered a skill. Nevertheless, Longqing had resolved to learn the art of principled theft. He forgot who had once said that money should be spent wisely. He found that statement utterly absurd. Did one really need to spend money on a blade, a close combat weapon? Absolutely not. He would never squander his funds on light armor or weaponry. He desired to purchase apples. His gaze flitted among the light armors entering and exiting the equipment center. Fermi suddenly felt an unsettling thrill. At that moment, Longqing resembled a ravenous wolf with emerald eyes. Eyeing his flock of lambs, contemplating which one to feast upon for dinner, in a moment of desperation, Fermi urged, "You must not steal before the school term starts." Longqing abruptly turned his face, his expression inscrutable as he asked, "Why?" For reasons unknown, Longqing's gaze made Fermi feel as if he were struggling to breathe. He stammered an explanation. "The school stipulates that the equipment center will be open to outsiders during the holiday period. Before the term begins, many external individuals come here to purchase items. You must wait until the day after tomorrow." Longqing, disinterested, turned his attention away from the light armors. Fermi felt a pressing need to seriously contemplate resigning from his position. Chapter 12. The Student Center. After retiring from the military, Fermi faced a challenging period in his life, becoming much more adept in navigating social situations. Despite experiencing numerous shocks, he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities. The equipment center spanned a total of 46 floors, encompassing zones for light armors, weapons, liquid metal robots, and daily necessities, among others. When time permitted, one could explore the premises. Today, however, time was of the essence, and they needed to visit the student center to secure accommodations for Longqing, ensuring he had a place to stay for the night. The hotel within the school was exorbitantly priced. Longqing acknowledged with a hum, his gaze captivated by the towering equipment center. From a distance, the former steel fortress appeared as a mountain crafted from countless steel branches. As he approached, the sheer magnitude of the structures astounded him. Even a single steel beam was far thicker than a trailer. In stark contrast to contemporary architectural styles, these steel components were robust and unadorned, devoid of any embellishments. After enduring centuries of erosion, they were now cloaked in rust, remnants of time's graffiti. Docking at berth number 8837. A trailer was currently arriving. Trailers and spaceships could only dock at designated berths, while light armors required specialized docking spaces. Only low-speed flying devices like flying boots and hoverboards were permitted inside. All other aircraft were strictly prohibited. Remember, never engage in fighting or violence within the equipment center, especially not murder. The last 4 words were pronounced by Fermi with a clenched jaw, emphasizing their gravity. Following this, he suddenly found his previous remark to be absurdly humorous, bursting into laughter. How ridiculous, he thought, that he would assume Longqing had any inclination towards murder. Longqing regarded Fermi with a blank expression. Utterly puzzled by the source of his amusement, as Fermi's laughter dwindled, his cheeks twitched slightly. He cleared his throat and resumed his introduction as if nothing had occurred. The security center has been bombed twice. Yet the equipment center has never encountered any issues. This entire school, no, the whole of Su-Nxing is the safest place. Private conflicts are strictly prohibited in the equipment center. In times of danger, one can seek refuge here, as no one dares to act violently in this vicinity. By the way, do you possess flight boots? Longqing shook his head. No, then we shall have to take the sightseeing vehicle. I will book the tickets. Fermi placed an order through his brain-controlled smart glasses, exuding confidence. It's my treat. Come on, let us get off. As they jumped off the trailer, a spherical glass vehicle resembling a bubble was parked at the exit. Though called a small vehicle, Longqing could not discern its front from its rear, as it was entirely round. The vehicle was enveloped in a spherical glass dome, containing only 2 seats. The sightseeing vehicle hovered about 20 centimeters above the ground, and as Fermi approached, the glass dome opened automatically. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace, slower than Longqing's running speed. After departing the docking area and traveling a short distance onto the street, the surroundings quickly became lively, bustling with people. The shops along the way were a dazzling array of offerings, with large advertisements flashing everywhere. Longqing felt slightly uncomfortable. He was not fond of crowded places. Soon, they arrived at the student center, where a middle-aged man in a suit awaited them. The man was somewhat portly but exuded an air of authority. Fermi jumped out of the vehicle and warmly embraced the individual. Kongli? It has been a while. Kongli was Fermi's comrade from years past, and their bond was profound. Kongli laughed heartily. Fermi, I heard you've transitioned from a harvester assassin to a harvester assistant? Fermi's expression darkened at once. Kongli chuckled even more, turning to Longqing and extending his hand. Hello, Longqing. Welcome to the student center. Your performance has been outstanding. I am Kongli, the supervisor of the student center. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I must say, It is an honor for Fermi to serve as your assistant. Fermi's expression grew even darker. Longqing regarded Kongli's outstretched hand but did not move. Kongli, unfazed, naturally withdrew his hand, possessing ample experience in dealing with various unruly youths. Perhaps due to his bulk, his smile was quite approachable, and he led the way. Please follow me. The office is ready. The trio arrived at Kongli's office, where the walls were adorned with numerous screens. All the necessary documents were prepared. Once you select your accommodation, the automated deployment robots will set everything up within 2 hours, allowing you to move in tonight. As the chief inspector of the discipline office, you possess our internal privileges and can choose from all available residences. Come, select one you fancy. There's no rush. You have ample time. Longqing's gaze was entirely captivated by the various housing models. These were no ordinary residences. They resembled fortresses. The walls were constructed from spacecraft-grade alloy armor, featuring powerful central energy cores, energy shields of varying levels, and survival systems capable of storing vast quantities of water and food, along with independent oxygen supply. The fortress structures themselves varied widely, including honeycomb designs, triangular shapes, and both embedded and semi-embedded forms. The selection of accessories was even more extensive. There were over 20 types of radar, with more than 600 different models available. Additionally, various automated defensive weapons were on offer, ranging from high-powered energy cannons to high-frequency ray guns, encompassing everything imaginable. There were also numerous niche accessory modules, such as optical cloaking devices, multifunction composite decoys, and electromagnetic shielding rings, among others. The more Longqing observed, the heavier his heart sank. He now realized that the Fengren training camp was of a higher and more dangerous caliber than his previous training camp. Merely selecting a dormitory revealed many weapons and equipment he had never encountered before. He needed to exercise caution. He meticulously examined the parameters of various accessories, contemplating the optimal arrangement. A secure and sturdy rear base would afford him ample rest and significantly enhance his survival rate. As per his previous experience, initially, Fermi intended to assist Longqing in his selections, but he soon discovered that Longqing was entirely absorbed in his task. He decided to join Kongli for tea and conversation in a small office separated by glass. Kongli poured Fermi a cup of hot tea and jested. How does it feel to be a harvester assistant? Fermi sighed. What else can I say? It's better than losing my job. I suppose, Kongli consoled him. You've had a bit of bad luck with this child. I reviewed the assessments. He is no ordinary lad. Fermi's eyes lit up. You think so too? I thought it was just my imagination. Reflecting on it now, I suppose the defeat wasn't unwarranted. Sigh. It's done and dusted. Even the principal must have been in a peculiar mood to assign him to the discipline office. I am starting to worry a bit, Kongli reassured him while throwing in a jab. Don't fret too much. After all, you're just an assistant. Fermi rolled his eyes. I'm not worried about myself. Kongli nodded. You're concerned about Longqing? It's a test for him. The discipline office has been effectively defunct for many years. He will face challenges from all the students. If he cannot quickly establish authority, the situation could become quite dire. Fermi shook his head again, interrupting Kongli with an unusual expression and a somber tone. No, I'm worried about the other students. Chapter 13. The crowd anew? Have you made any discoveries? On the sightseeing vehicle, Nie Xiaoru, slumped and disheveled, asked weakly. After enduring her mother's incessant lecturing all day, her brain felt like a muddy battlefield subjected to bombardment, leaving her devoid of energy even to lift a finger. The only solace was that her mother had finally returned home without encountering any formidable individuals. Anu's voice exuded arrogance. His fiery red hair and floral shirt, coupled with torn jeans, presented a rebellious youth's appearance. How was Iron King? Rubbish. Anu's directness and sharp demeanor were unmistakable. Due to his forthright nature, Anu was unpopular in the Nya household. Many found him unlikable, yet his candor resonated well with Nie Xiaoru. When selecting a bodyguard and companion for her studies, Nie Xiaoru specifically requested Anu. I had planned to introduce him to Uncle Lu after his failure, yet he surprisingly passed the assessment. Humph. Anu scoffed dismissively. Uncle Lu is his teacher and one of the few people he respects. Anu snorted. We arrived. Even when faced with Nie Xiaoru, he did not conceal his displeasure. Unperturbed, Nie Xiaoru yawned and stretched. Struggling to rise. Let us go greet Supervisor Kong. After confirming her transfer to Fengren, her father had already established connections for Nie Xiaoru, specifically advising her before departure on whom she should visit, with Supervisor Kong being one of them. Suddenly, she noticed Iron King at the entrance of the student center, accompanied by someone who appeared to be school staff, and leading them was none other than Supervisor Kong, whom Nye Xiaoru intended to visit. Anu, follow Iron King and see what they are up to. I will go greet Supervisor Kong. Initially disinterested, Nye Xiaoru suddenly perked up. Anu retorted, "What is so interesting about him?" Nye Xiaoru ignored him and walked directly towards Supervisor Kong. Anu stood still, watching her enter the student center, resignedly heading in the direction Iron King had vanished. Kong Li was about to return to his office when suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Supervisor Kong." He halted, turned around, and was greeted by a student he did not recognize. He offered a warm smile. "How may I assist you, student?" Nye Xiaoru introduced herself with poise. "Hello, Supervisor Kong. I am Nye Xiaoru." Kong Li responded with even more enthusiasm. "Ah, Xiaoru, you've come to enroll. Come, let us sit in Uncle Kong's office area." Inside the office, Nye Xiaoru leisurely enjoyed an ice cream while Kong Li instructed his subordinates to handle various procedures. Nye Xiaoru was no fool. Seeing Kong Li's demeanor, she realized her father had sent a substantial amount of money and made the necessary introductions. She casually inquired, "Uncle Kong, was that student you just escorted the one who passed today's assessment?" Kong Li smiled. "You're referring to Longqing? Yes, that so that fellow is named Longqing." Nye Xiaoru raised an eyebrow. "Are you quite familiar with Longqing, Uncle Kong?" Kong Li chuckled. "What? Are you hoping to gather information through me?" Nye Xiaoru feigned innocence, just asking casually. Fermi took Longqing around for shopping, acquiring everything from brain-controlled smart glasses to food, water, and daily necessities, filling an entire vehicle with supplies. After loading all the items onto the trailer, Fermi felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the sofa, weakly proclaiming, "I can't move anymore. You can explore the armor district on your own. You know how to use the glasses, right? Just follow the instructions displayed. If you encounter any issues, contact me directly." Longqing nodded. "All right." With that, he leaped off the trailer, thoroughly enchanted by the brain-controlled smart glasses, finding the technology fascinating. Given his proficiency in brain control, manipulating the smart glasses was effortless for him. He learned to use them with ease. "Take your time to look around. Don't rush into any purchases." "All right." Longqing input armor district using brain control, and a screen appeared before him, displaying a map and route. Moreover, through his glasses, a green arrow materialized on the ground, guiding him forward. How convenient! Following the arrow's direction, Longqing found the sightseeing vehicle's speed too slow, opting to jog toward the armor district. Although Fermi was exhausted, he couldn't help but glance at Longqing, full of vigor, and couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of youth. Reflecting upon his youth, he too seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Following the direction of the arrows, Longqing swiftly arrived at the Guangjia district, startled by the throng of people surrounding him. 12 peculiar Guangjia suits flanked either side, beneath which surged a tide of humanity. Longqing observed as individuals jostled eagerly around these suits, striking various odd poses, such as flashing peace signs or contorting their bodies in peculiar ways. Was this some sort of clandestine signal? Had it been before, Longqing would have been utterly baffled. However, now he was equipped with high-tech gear himself. As his gaze swept across the scene, it came to rest upon a particular object, causing relevant information to promptly materialize on the transparent display of his glasses. A film event from Master's Legend, the Zhaoya fan club. His eyes flitted towards one impressively designed black Guangjia, and pertinent details sprang forth on his glasses. The Guangjia Blackbird, a classic model from the ancient era, once piloted by Evasion. Ancient era? This structure was evidently a modified version of contemporary Guangjia, adorned with intricately crafted black wings, grotesquely welded to its back, creating an incongruous appearance. The glossy black paint shimmered with iridescence, dazzling under the lights. Wasn't this a death wish on the battlefield, begging to be conspicuous? Regrettably, Longqing had not seen the film. Had veteran fans glimpsed these suit designs, they would surely be engulfed by a foreboding sense of cinematic failure. Although still perplexed by the situation, Longqing resolved to extricate himself from the crowd. Unbeknownst to him, a graceful figure had emerged upon the stage ahead. Suddenly, a cacophony of fervent shrieks erupted throughout the venue. Sensitive to sound, Longqing felt a ringing in his ears at that instant. Momentarily disoriented, when he regained his bearings, He was horrified to find himself ensnared within the throng, bodies pressing against him from every direction. He extended his arms to push others away, but soon realized it was futile. The sheer number of people was overwhelming. Those behind him were fervently shoving forward, propelling him onward. Long Chung felt akin to a fly ensnared in a quagmire, utterly unable to escape that moment. Preserving his balance was paramount. He could not afford to fall. With arms slightly outstretched, he moved with the current of the crowd. As he passed the blackbird Guangjia, he seized its tail with a swift motion. Exerting force as though he were uprooting a turnip, pulling himself free from the surging mass. Dangling from the tail, he gasped for breath, gazing down at the sea of heads below, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. It was utterly terrifying. Realizing he could not escape the throng for the time being, he found the blackbird's tail sturdier than anticipated. With a gentle swing, he leapt onto the knee of the blackbird, settling into a relatively flat spot. Since he could not leave, he would simply await the dispersal of the crowd, grateful for his new toy to stave off boredom. Adjusting his glasses, he scanned the crowd with curiosity, wondering what might unfold. Chapter 14. New toys. So, you lost track of the person? Wasn't there something worth seeing? Nie Xiaoru's tone was far from pleasant, her expression colder than ice. She had initially hoped to extract some information from Kongli, but found the old man remarkably tight-lipped. He treated her with familial warmth yet revealed not a hint of insight. This school seemed markedly different from those she had attended before. Having encountered a setback, Nie Xiaoru had just stepped outside when she heard Anu mention that they had lost the person, and her pent-up frustration erupted instantaneously. Anu turned his face away, silent and pale. Yet, regardless of how fiercely she reprimanded him, he was at a loss for a rebuttal. After all, he had bungled the task. His pride forbade him from making excuses or justifying his failure. Nie Xiaoru scoffed. Speak. What happened? Losing track of someone is no trivial matter. Anu managed to squeeze out 3 words through gritted teeth. Too many people. Both were newcomers, unfamiliar with the circumstances. The week preceding the school year was the busiest time of the year for the equipment center, known as the Foreign Shopping Week. With classes set to commence in 2 days, the equipment center would close its doors to the public, serving only students and faculty. Many vendors, eager to avoid excess inventory, offered unprecedented discounts. During this time, a multitude of local residents flocked to the equipment center, and even many from nearby planets came seeking to partake. With the school year approaching, numerous students had already returned, and newcomers were checking in, preparing to procure various supplies. Recognizing the popularity of Shopping Week, several large commercial events were often scheduled during this time. Ignoring him, Nie Xiaoru connected her brain-controlled ocular device to the equipment center. Eager to discover entertaining activities, her pupils glimmered with a minuscule light, and her field of vision was flooded with various holographic images and information. Displeased with her glasses, which she found unattractive and inconvenient for movement, she opted for the more advanced and costly gel ocular implants that could project a variety of holographic images and information directly onto her retina. The gel oculars were too small to house a micro brain control device like standard smart glasses. Thus, she required a separate brain-controlled unit, ingeniously embedded within her punk-styled earring. Suddenly, Nie Xiaoru exclaimed, Zhaoya fan meeting. There's a fan event for Zhaoya today. Let's go, let's go. Her excitement eclipsed her earlier displeasure. A fervent fan of Zhaoya, she followed all her programs and had been preoccupied with her transfer, nearly missing out on this opportunity. Upon arriving at the Guangjia district, she was met with a deluge of people flooding every inch of her field of vision, causing Anu's scalp to prickle with anxiety. The crowd was even more formidable than before. What was worse, Nie Xiaoru pressed forward with reckless abandon, compelling Anu to hastily follow. His nerves were on high alert. Should any unforeseen incident occur, he would have scant room to maneuver. Miss? His voice was swallowed by the overwhelming cheers of the crowd. At the center of the stage, beams of light converged upon a woman clad in an off-shoulder white evening gown. Standing gracefully with poise, her visage was enchanting, her eyes sparkling like stars, and her gentle smile revealed charming dimples. Her long, slightly curled hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding femininity. The exposed skin of her shoulders was as fair as snow, seemingly delicate enough to break with a touch. Her exquisitely sculpted collarbone led to a long, elegant neck, adorned with crystal tassel earrings that shimmered in the light like rippling waves. Zhao Ya, I love you. Ah, I'm going to die. Zhao Ya, Zhao Ya, Zhao Ya. The screams rose and fell like a tidal wave, filling the air with palpable excitement. Perched on the knee of the blackbird, Long Chung raised his head in bewilderment. Wondering what had transpired, he had never encountered a scene quite like this. The closest resemblance was perhaps the New Year's Eve dinner at the orphanage, where everyone gathered around the tantalizing pot of stewed meat, eagerly awaiting the feast. Only during the new year could they indulge in such a meal. The orphanage seemed like a distant memory. Long Cheng, you are doing well now, he reassured himself silently. The fervor and chaos in the air had little bearing on him. He observed the crowd as one might gaze upon a different world. Indifferent to the lives of others, his attention shifted back to the new toy he had purchased for 600 yuan. Casting a casual glance at someone nearby, a message box popped up on his glasses. Public information? None. The individual had closed their personal privacy settings. Longqing noted that when observing most people, the glasses typically indicated that their privacy settings were closed. He found this arrangement reassuring and quickly adjusted his own settings to restrict access to his personal information. Turning his head to survey the surroundings, his gaze landed on a bald, portly man, whose face was flushed and glistening with sweat, exhibiting an alarming level of excitement. His screams relentless. A flurry of information boxes erupted in his view. School is about to start. Brimming with energy, my goal this year. To find a partner. Mark my words, if I don't reach 180 pounds, I won't eat meat this month. Hardworking individuals are bound to have good fortune. Those who smile often are destined for luck. The most striking message, highlighted in red, filled Longcheng's vision upon opening it. Nickname. Balding for strength. Contact number. XXXXXXXX. Add me as a friend to receive a 100 yuan red envelope. Longcheng's interest peaked. He understood what a red envelope was, having received them each year during the new year at the orphanage. 100 yuan. Without hesitation, he opted to apply for friendship. Your friend request has been denied. Reason for denial, incorrect gender. Incorrect gender? Long Chung was taken aback. Could gender truly be mistaken? This training camp was indeed different, filled with unfamiliar and perplexing elements. He needed to be cautious. He silently resolved to stay vigilant. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he glanced towards the woman on stage, prompting another information box to appear. This time, the information included not only text but also numerous holographic images. Zhao Ya, renowned singer and accomplished actress, currently one of the most popular idols. Her notable works include this year's most anticipated film, Master's Legend, behind-the-scenes footage, where Zhao Ya discusses the pressures of her first leading role. For more content and updates, please follow Zhao Ya's personal channel, Yaheo Waco, Fan City, Yaya's hometown, the spiritual haven for all fans of Ya. Click here for entry. Long Chung felt somewhat bewildered. He recognized each character, but when they coalesced, their meaning eluded him. As the stage lights dimmed, a clear, ethereal melody filled the air, causing all information related to Zhao Ya to vanish from Long Cheng's view, replaced by scrolling lyrics. The crowd erupted with excitement, many joining in song, some moved to tears. The sight of so many people singing in unison was an unprecedented spectacle for Long Chung, leaving him profoundly awestruck. What is that sound? Amidst the deafening chorus, he discerned a peculiar anomaly and instinctively leaned in to listen intently. A barely perceptible humming sound. A surge of realization washed over Longqing as he abruptly extended his hand to press against the black bird's exoskeleton beneath him. Feeling a subtle, nearly imperceptible tremor. This is, the energy core of the exoskeleton is activating. There is someone inside the black bird. Chapter 15. Escape. Encrypted channel. Are we all prepared, gentlemen? I must preface this by stating that I am a devoted fan of Yaya, having supported her since her debut. Frankly, I have no desire to partake in this operation. Whose idea was it, anyway? How could you lay a finger on someone as adorable as Yaya? If anyone harms her, we shall not let it rest. Lao Kai is a die-hard fan, remember? When it comes to splitting the spoils, give Lao Kai's share to me. Lao Lu, you are far too greedy. Everyone should share equally. Lao Kai, we shall inform Zhao Ya of the sacrifices you've made for her. Who knows, she might be so moved that she offers herself in gratitude. You could find yourself quite fortunate. A hoarse voice barked. Silence. This individual was clearly the leader of the group, and he stated solemnly, "I reiterate, we must take them alive. As long as there is a breath left, we can proceed. If Xiaoya perishes, the mission fails, and we will immediately execute the retreat plan. Minimize casualties and avoid provoking the foreign lunatics." Long Chung disregarded the others, his connection lost with his glasses. He attempted to call Fei, but was met with silence. The communication had been severed. A glance around the scene revealed something peculiar. The 4 armored suits appeared to be firing at full throttle, yet he could discern that they were not exerting their utmost effort. Most strikingly, amidst such chaos and danger, not a single soul had perished, so it truly is impossible to kill. Long Chung murmured to himself, bewildered by how these individuals managed such restraint. Were he in a similar predicament? He knew he would inevitably resort to lethal force. Even now, he remained perplexed by the unfolding events. The pressure mounted within him. This was far too demanding. Regardless, his priority was to escape. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction of the exit. The path he chose was nearly deserted, eerily vacant, littered only with the remnants of battle. Lacking a map, he was uncertain if any exits remained, nor did he intend to seek one out at this moment. Finding a concealed spot to hide was his best course of action. This place resembled a labyrinth, devoid of any guiding map, making it all too easy to lose one's sense of direction. However, at the end of a corridor, he discovered a suitable hiding place, a small storage room, untouched by the chaos of combat. The door was ajar, and he pushed it open before closing it behind him. As the door shut, darkness enveloped the storage room, and a sense of tranquility washed over Long Chung. Inexplicably comforting in the obscurity, he closed his eyes, allowing his breathing to elongate, his breaths becoming faint, and his heartbeat gradually slowing. Feeling as though he melded into the darkness itself. Suddenly, an explosive sound reverberated, followed by hurried footsteps echoing from the corridor's in the darkness. Long Chung slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 16. The Corridor. The door below the stage, darkness prevailed as she pulled Xiaoya along, stumbling. Xiaoya's wrist was painfully gripped, yet she recognized that this was not the time for weakness. She clenched her teeth and endured. A wall loomed ahead, and she let out a sigh of relief. During the stage's construction, one wall had been built against the backdrop. Having landed moments ago without the luxury of a thorough inspection, he could only proceed by instinct, fortunate not to have erred. Outside, the thunderous sound of gunfire erupted, creating multiple craters the size of bowls in the thin steel plating of the stage. The lights above cast beams upon these craters, forming thick shafts of illumination. Without hesitation, she pressed his palm against the wall. A silver liquid metal began to corrode the surface, silently carving a large hole in the once solid barrier, though it did not break through entirely. Thud, thud, thud. A straight chain of bullets snaked toward their position, beams of light rapidly approaching them. Shi's heart raced. Without a moment's pause, he seized Xiaoya, diving into the wall's opening, arching his back as he exerted force. Boom! Metal shavings flew, and with his back suddenly lightened, Shi felt a surge of joy. He and Xiaoya rolled forward, breaking through the wall into the adjacent room. The room was unlit, and she could not ascertain its location, but he understood the urgency to depart. Suddenly, applause broke the silence of the darkness. A hoarse, deep voice echoed. Indeed, you are none other. He suddenly yanked at Xiaoya's hair, pulling her closer to him, then pressed her head forcefully against the nearby door. With a resounding bang, the door burst open. The pitch-black room concealed a figure standing silently in the shadows, the corridor's light dispelling the darkness and revealing a gaunt silhouette. Someone was there. The man's pupils contracted sharply, and the hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Despite being just a door away, he had failed to sense any presence. Almost instinctively, he seized Xiaoya's throat with his left hand, shielding her body with his own, while raising his other hand, brandishing a cold hammer. Long Chung had not anticipated such misfortune. The door had been smashed open. From behind the door, he had grasped the general situation, but he had no intention of meddling, merely waiting for the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Yet, to his utter astonishment, the adversary had indeed burst through the door. The murderous intent in the man's eyes was instantly perceived by Long Chung, a surge of imminent danger rising within him. Just as he was about to raise his pistol, Long Chung sprang into action. He stepped forward, twisting his waist and hips, then struck with his palm in a thrusting motion. Zhaoya, upon discovering the presence of someone in the room, barely had time to discern the figure before her vision blurred. Akin to a fleeting breeze, the half-closed eyes hidden in the shadows shimmered with a profound, inscrutable light, tracing a faint glimmer across her sight. A cold, indifferent face appeared before her without warning. The next moment, a searing pain shot through her right shoulder, nearly causing her to faint. Her eyes widened in terror, her complexion paling to the hue of parchment, mouth agape, yet producing no sound. A slender arm, akin to a steel needle, pierced through her shoulder. The hand that had impaled her grasped the man's throat. An unprecedented agony began to cloud Zhaoya's consciousness, and then there came a crack. Resembling the sound of shattering bones, the arm withdrew from her shoulder, and the intense pain elicited a scream from her lips, causing her to collapse to the ground. The man behind her also fell heavily. Zhaoya lay on the floor, powerless to struggle, an indescribable fear rendering her entire being cold, her mind a blank slate. The pair of old, yellowed white sneakers and ill-fitting army green trousers came into her view, reminiscent of the attire worn by construction workers and farmers. Although the entrance was brightly lit, casting light upon the man, for some inexplicable reason, he appeared blurred, deepening the shadows behind him. He showed no sign of hesitation or inspection of his deed, as if merely having completed a trivial task, stepping over her with his worn sneakers. "Your brother is dead. You may go join him now." A cold, drifting whisper devoid of emotion reached her ears. Zhaoya's consciousness began to fade, the echo of footsteps resounding through the empty, silent corridor, gradually receding into the distance. Chapter 17. Dormitory. Femi, deeply asleep in the trailer, was jolted awake by the blaring alarm. Startled, he quickly sat up. Outside the glass walls of the trailer, chaos reigned in the parking area, as people hurriedly rushed towards their flying vehicles. Their expressions were frantic. Some bore bruises, their bodies stained with blood, while women wept, their hair disheveled and feet bare. Femi's expression shifted as he leaped from the trailer, grabbing a familiar face to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that a battle had erupted in the light armor district, his heart leapt to his throat. Wasn't Long Chung in the light armor district? Surely this fellow couldn't be that unfortunate. Femi hesitated on whether to head to the light armor district when, amidst the throng of panicked individuals, he spotted Long Cheng's figure. Releasing a breath of relief, as Long Cheng emerged, the network had already re-established, leading him to believe that the equipment center had managed the crisis. Indeed, the situation unfolded as he had suspected, with numerous personnel stationed along the route, meticulously checking IDs and credentials. Several light armor suits maintained a vigilant presence, and upon recognizing Long Chung as a student of Fengren, they allowed him passage. Occasionally, staff members called out to him as Iron Plow King, evidently having witnessed his assessment. When Femi noticed the bloodstains on Long Cheng's left hand, he gasped in shock. "You're hurt?" Long Chung shook his head. "No, then that's a relief. I heard there was a battle inside." "What happened?" Long Chung bowed his head in silence. Femi observed that Long Cheng's demeanor was subdued, mistakenly attributing it to shock, and offered words of comfort. "It's all right, it's all right, as long as you're safe. Surviving a great disaster often brings fortune. You are bound to prosper. Honestly, your luck is unparalleled. I've been in Fengren for 3 years, and this is the first incident at the equipment center, and you just happen to be caught up in it. Haha, you should buy a lottery ticket. You might just hit the jackpot." Long Chung remained silent. Engulfed in fear and despondency, he had taken a life in that instant. Upon sensing the murderous intent, his body had instinctively reacted. At such a close distance and in such a brief span, he had no time to contemplate. He had committed murder before even starting school. Long Cheng's heart was heavy with sorrow, overshadowed by fear. Would he be expelled from the training camp? If expelled, would he ever be able to remain on the farm again? He stared blankly outside the trailer, lost in thought, his heart sinking, hands and feet turning cold. Whenever he felt fear, his extremities would grow frigid. As the trailer soared through the mountains, the interior remained eerily quiet. Femi cast a worried glance at Long Chung, who appeared detached since returning from the light armor district. From their first encounter, what had left the deepest impression on Femi was Long Cheng's silence, so quiet it bordered on reclusiveness, followed by his calm demeanor. Exhibiting a composure beyond his years, Femi often felt as if, Even if the sky were to fall, Long Chung would maintain that expressionless facade. After all, he was just a child. Surely he must be terrified. Femi reflected on his own first battle during service, where his mind had gone blank, forgetting everything he had trained for. After stepping back from the battlefield, he had endured many nights plagued by nightmares. Don't worry, Long Chung. You're safe now, very safe. And no one dares to lay a finger on you here. This is Fengren. No one would dare cause trouble. Long Chung asked, what will the school do to the invaders? Femi chuckled. They'll give them a thorough lesson. First, they'll locate them, and then eradicate them completely. Long Chung retorted, didn't you say one shouldn't kill? I was referring to the school, to other students. Femi initially spoke in a tone of earnest instruction, but then his voice shifted, brimming with menace. They are invaders. They come to our doorstep. If we don't kill them, will we invite them to celebrate the new year? Long Cheng's expression grew serious. Can I kill the invaders? You? Femi burst into laughter. Of course. But you must study hard, master your skills, and when you're strong enough, then go take them down. Until then, focus on protecting yourself. You did well this time. When faced with danger, your first instinct was to protect yourself, not play the hero. All the pressure and fear dissipated in an instant, an indescribable joy permeating every cell of Long Chung's being. He wouldn't have to leave school. He wouldn't have to leave the farm. Femi noticed the shift in Long Cheng's emotions. The oppressive aura surrounding him lifted, his youthful face now radiating brightness and vitality. Femi suddenly recalled the despondent faces of his comrades who had been injured on the battlefield. At the moment of their rescue, their ashen, numb expressions had transformed into vibrant ones, filled with the hope of survival. A smile crept onto Femi's lips, a sense of fulfillment blossoming within him. He didn't quite understand why he thought of his comrades from years past, but being able to guide Long Chung brought him great comfort. Today's incident had also sounded a clarion call for Femi. No matter how strong Long Chung became, he was still just a child, and he needed to be mindful of that in the midst of his joy. Long Chung felt a surge of regret, a pang of loss. The pistol wielded by that invader had appeared extraordinary, and he had neglected to seize the spoils. Right? That woman had claimed to be wealthy? Unfortunately, in his anxiety over possibly being expelled, he had hastily departed, not wanting anyone to discover his act of killing. What a pity it was to forego those spoils. Regret was inevitable, but compared to the prospect of remaining in school, it was a trivial matter. The main control terminal chimed. Arriving at designated coordinates, preparing for landing. Please fasten your seatbelts. The trailer began its descent. By now, evening was approaching, and the last rays of sunlight spilled between the mountains. Bathing the pale peaks in golden hues, the temperature began to drop, a chill breeze whispering through the air. Long Cheng's vision dimmed as the trailer descended below the heights of the mountains. Upon reaching the valley floor, the light grew even fainter. Looking up, he saw the mountain peaks divided, the upper halves basking in the glow of the sunset, while the lower halves were swallowed by shadows. The valley was small, surrounded by steep rocky cliffs, the ground littered with rubble ranging from the size of a person to that of a thumb, devoid of anything else. Long Chung surveyed the valley, finding it identical to what he had seen in the holographic projection. Femi reminded him, proceed with identity verification. Long Chung nodded, walking up to a rock face, extending his palm to press against the stone. Beep, 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 the identity was confirmed. Welcome home, Long Chung. A melodious female voice resonated through the valley, and the rock face before Long Chung glowed faintly, then vanished like starlight dispersing into the air. The rock face was not a true wall but rather an energy shield employing both visual deception and energy morphing technologies. It could mislead the human eye and touch while providing defense. However, it could not fool radar systems. To counter this, Long Chung had purchased a radar signal simulator, capable of emitting the radar signature characteristics expected of a rock face. This Return 7 system had cost Long Chung a staggering 220,000 credits. The Return 7 was not without flaws. For instance, the radar signal simulator could only deceive the vast majority of radar systems on the market, with a few exceptions capable of detection. Nevertheless, Long Chung was thoroughly satisfied. The metallic door slid open slowly with a resounding rumble. Femi marveled silently. Judging by the sound alone, he could tell this door was remarkably heavy. His guess proved entirely correct. The grand entrance is meticulously constructed from two thick slabs of 44 cm SC, 4 armor, a type of plating specifically designed for interstellar warships, offering remarkable defensive capabilities against both energy and kinetic weaponry. Each SC, 4 armor panel is priced at $60,000, with the welding process necessitating specialized robotic equipment, incurring an additional fee of $30,000 from Longsheng. Thus, the total expenditure for merely this gate amounts to $150,000. Upon entering the gate, one is greeted by an expansive interior, as the entire mountain has been hollowed out. The area is replete with living quarters, storage spaces, an ammunition depot, and a light brain room. Among other facilities, it features a hangar capable of accommodating 5 light mechs, complete with a maintenance station and a corresponding gantry crane and lift. More advanced equipment would need to be procured separately. The primary structure was remarkably economical, costing less than $30,000, thanks to the automated labor of small-scale robots. The main control light brain selected by Longsheng is the 4th generation Golden Crow, relatively mainstream compact control unit. Priced at $40,000, the energy furnace is of paramount importance. The returning repository boasts exceptional performance but comes with significant energy consumption. Once the energy layer of the SC-4 armor is activated, the energy expenditure is staggering. Various radars and weaponry are also substantial energy consumers. Longsheng made a considerable investment, spending $360,000 to acquire the Dawn of Light energy furnace, which is highly regarded and commonly used in small cargo spacecraft, delivering a power output 20 times that of the R6, if not for its excessive size, rendering it unsuitable for light mechs. The price of Dawn of Light would be far higher. The subterranean water extraction system and oxygen supply apparatus ensure that even with the gate closed, survival within is feasible, costing $20,000.4 distinct radars were strategically placed, totaling $260,000. The defensive electromagnetic railgun can unleash 200 alloy projectiles per second. While kinetic weapons lack the sheer power of energy weapons, they are particularly effective against the energy layers of armor, and Longsheng also appreciates the recoil effect upon impact. He procured 3 of these rapid-fire cannons, positioning 2 on his mountain and 1 on the opposing peak. All camouflaged. The total expense for the 3 cannons was $300,000, with ammunition included. The installation of a communication network signal tower cost $10,000. In total, Longsheng's expenditure on the dormitory reached $1,370,000, and this is merely a rudimentary framework. Numerous enhancements are still required for comfortable habitation. The supplies procured on the trailer, sufficient for 3 months, along with daily necessities, amounted to approximately $10,000. From his budget of $2,000,000, only $620,000 remains, and he has yet to purchase a light mech. Fermi is aware of Longsheng's significant outlay on the dormitory but is astonished by the sheer magnitude of the expenses. Observing the cold steel surroundings, he reflects that this is no mere dormitory. It resembles a heavily fortified bastion. Fermi has encountered many lavish dormitories, as the students in his school hail from affluent backgrounds, and none would skimp on their children's comfort. A dormitory costing $1 million is far from the pinnacle of luxury. Yet those he has seen are adorned with opulent decorations, exquisite artworks, and various indulgent amenities, such as massage pools and artificial sunlight. This is the most extreme dormitory Fermi has ever encountered, and it feels excessively spacious for a single occupant. He cannot help but ponder, is it truly worthwhile to invest such a sum in constructing a fortress? The funds could be better allocated towards acquiring a light mech. Longsheng nods affirmatively. It is worth it. A light mech can be seized. Fermi remains unconvinced. While that may be true, is such a vast space truly necessary? Longsheng perceives Fermi's naivety, finding the reasoning rather elementary. However, considering Fermi's genuine concern along the way, Longsheng patiently explains, if one intends to seize, there must be adequate space to accommodate it. A larger area ensures that nothing will be left out. Wait, not enough space. Fermi's expression turns blank as an ominous premonition arises within him. Chapter 18. Resuming training, Fermi lingers for a moment before hastily departing. He is in need of rest. Today has been tumultuous, marked by significant ups and downs in the presence of the peculiar Longsheng. He feels that his life experience thus far has been rendered futile 80 times. He questions whether he has become outdated or if Longqing is truly an anomaly. It is difficult for him to articulate his feelings as he leaves Longqing's dormitory, whether it is relief or a sense of impending darkness. He feels weary. Perhaps this is simply the nature of life, Fermi reassures himself. After Fermi's departure, Longqing surveys his base, a rare smile illuminating his face. A secure and reliable base is of irreplaceable importance. For daily rest, recuperation after injuries, maintenance of light mechs, and as a final bastion, each aspect represents a vulnerable and perilous moment. Longqing prefers to allocate a significant portion of his budget to base construction, a lesson learned from previous training camps. Although Fermi has participated in warfare, supply and maintenance are handled by specialized personnel, allowing them to focus solely on frontline combat. Longqing meticulously inspects every corner of the base, ensuring that no corners have been cut and the construction quality is exemplary. The expenditure is well justified. Reclining on his bed, Longqing retrieves an apple and begins to munch on it contentedly. The furniture, all included as complementary items, is thoroughly satisfactory. The pristine room, with its soft and comfortable bed, gentle ceiling lights, and pleasantly temperate breeze, allows Longqing to unwind without realizing it. His taut nerves relax, and the fatigue of the day washes over him like a tide. Leading him into slumber, under the warm sunlight, he operates the Iron Plow King amidst an endless expanse of fields, where an infinite orchard of apple trees bears abundant fruit, their branches laden with vibrant red apples. And the air is filled with an enticing sweetness. His grandmother beams with pride, praising Longqing for his remarkable abilities and the vast array of skills he has acquired. Longqing feels elated, continuously crunching on apples. So many apples, such joy. When Longqing awakens, he finds drool has trickled down to his chin, and he feels slightly embarrassed. A glance at the time reveals he has slept for a full 6 hours. It has been a long time since he has slept so soundly. His usual rest is brief and shallow, as even the slightest disturbance will rouse him. This is a habit formed in training camps. A sufficiently secure base proves its worth. After a restorative slumber, Longqing feels revitalized and heads to the training room. The training room is quite rudimentary, merely an empty space devoid of any furnishings. Standing barefoot on the ground, Longqing assumes a stance and begins his daily essential exercises, focusing on physical reflex training. When the brain control device first emerged, it was met with skepticism, enduring decades of neglect. The keyboard-based control console is much simpler to operate. Practitioners need only memorize the key commands for each action, enabling rapid input and the capacity to endure the corresponding load. Conversely, the brain control device requires practitioners to genuinely comprehend tactical maneuvers and apply them in reality to utilize the device effectively. The brain-controlled light mech was regarded as heretical and failed to gain mainstream acceptance. However, the brain control device flourished in the realm of holographic gaming, providing users with a gaming experience that closely resembles reality. Brain-controlled holographic games quickly became a sensation across the universe, and as the technology evolved and improved, users began to develop greater proficiency with the brain control device. Some elite players could execute astonishing maneuvers that exceeded the limits of their physical capabilities, thanks to the device's profound enhancement of the human brain's response speed. However, this advancement came with its drawbacks. Elite players suddenly found their bodies unable to keep pace with their cognitive reactions, leading to a disconnection between body and mind, a phenomenon known as dissociation syndrome. Individuals afflicted with dissociation syndrome experience considerable distress in their daily lives, perceiving the world as sluggish and interminable. Their own movements becoming painfully slow. Their limbs grow uncoordinated and clumsy, and many succumb to depression, with some even resorting to suicide. The societal implications of dissociation syndrome sparked significant controversy, nearly resulting in the prohibition of the brain control device. In response, efforts to mitigate the effects of dissociation syndrome emerged, and physical reflex training was proposed. The principle is straightforward. By enhancing physical response speed, one can align it with the neural response speed of the mind. Soon, the first batch of patients suffering from dissociation syndrome found recovery through physical reflex training, with elite players not only regaining their former prowess but becoming even stronger. People could finally assess this revolutionary technology with objectivity and calmness. As brain-controlled light mechs began to emerge quietly and rapidly gain popularity, physical reflex training surged to the forefront as one of the most sought-after research topics. IT not only enhances physical response speed, but also effectively strengthens the body. significantly increasing the limits that practitioners can endure, allowing them to execute more complex tactical maneuvers. For the historically rich Federation, methods for enhancing the physical form have deep roots, though they have languished in decline for many years. In the age of interstellar travel, spaceships and light mechs embody the romance of manhood, but in the face of cold steel machinery and the roaring of energy artillery, how much can the human body truly achieve? When light mechs genuinely become extensions of the human body, the question of strength reverts back to the individual. Thus, various schools of thought began to proliferate, with brain-controlled light mechs rising to prominence while keyboard-based mechs gradually faded from history. In the training camp, the instructors impart 3 types of physical reflex training: subtle 12 methods, gun-style neural reflex, and breathing hammer. Each training module focuses on different aspects, corresponding to precision, response speed, and maximum load capacity. The subtle 12 methods consists of 12 training subjects related to precision, such as static spatial awareness, dynamic spatial awareness, speed accuracy assessment, turbulent airflow judgment, and stability training. The gun-style neural reflex is a theoretical framework designed to enhance neural response speed. Encompassing 7 progressive stages of training, the breathing hammer, also known as the hammer breathing method, emphasizes a breathing technique akin to a thread suspending a heavy weight, incorporating methods for refining the skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs. Longqing is the only trainee in the camp to have completed all sub-disciplines of the 3 training categories, a feat even the instructors have not achieved. The instructors often proclaim that Longqing is a genius. However, Longqing is acutely aware that he is not a genius. He is merely fearful. During his time in the training camp, he found solace only in immersing himself in training, where fear would momentarily dissipate. Aside from the various courses and combat exercises, he spent nearly all his remaining time training in solitude. Had he not left the training camp, he might have delved into more profound training methods. But his aversion to taking lives drove him to escape the confines of the camp. The whims of fate are indeed peculiar. Even Anna, with her keen intellect, could not have anticipated that his distaste for killing would lead to his departure from the camp, only to find himself one day troubled by the inability to take a life within its walls. After leaving the training camp, Longqing ceased all training, resulting in over 2 years of neglect. This prolonged hiatus severely diminished his abilities, and during yesterday's brief skirmish, he acutely felt the decline point 2 years ago. A similar strike with his left palm would not merely have pierced a woman's shoulder, but would have shattered it entirely, tearing her body apart. The woman was untrained, her physicality far weaker than the dummies he once practiced with. The reality of his diminished strength was undeniable, and he could only hope to gradually reclaim it. As for how long it would take to restore his peak capabilities, Longqing could not fathom as he commenced his practice. His movements felt awkward and unfamiliar. The muscle memory lingered, yet he needed to awaken it. 3 hours later, drenched in sweat, Longqing concluded his training. After a refreshing shower to rejuvenate himself, he picked up a vibrant red apple and began to munch on it. He had matters to attend to today, such as selecting a light armor. Having become quite adept with the brain control glasses, he connected to the equipment center and underwent identity verification. The light armor district was easy enough to navigate. With a mere thought, the scenery around Longqing transformed, placing him amidst the bustling streets of the light armor district, lined with an array of shops. Yet, the stage from yesterday, showcasing the light armors, had vanished completely. Despite knowing that the sights before him were mere holograms, Longqing was still awestruck by the realistic effects. His proficiency with the brain control system was commendable, and he soon discovered the key to wandering leisurely along the street. Every time his gaze fell upon a storefront, a flurry of transparent information boxes popped up, inundating him with various discounts and offers. Suddenly, he halted, captivated by a light armor displayed outside a shop. It knelt on one knee, its head bowed, holding a slender, oddly curved alloy blade in a reverse grip before it. The armor's striking red and black color scheme exuded a chilling allure, with short blades jutting from its elbows resembling fangs, and barbed spikes atop its knees glinting menacingly. Beside it lay a black weapon case, complete with a variety of selectable modules. Longqing found himself holding his breath in anticipation, even in a kneeling position. The light armor in the display towered over him at 15 meters. It exuded elegance, agility, and an undeniable prowess, and even in the holographic network, Longqing could feel an oppressive aura emanating from it. After a moment of reverie, he snapped back to reality. Truly magnificent. The specific details of the light armor appeared on his glasses. Sad song. Standing at 22 meters tall, weighing 106 tons, equipped with an energy furnace, forge, a main engine model VT-3, and 9 auxiliary engines, Longqing blinked in disbelief, confirming that he had not misread. It indeed boasted 9 auxiliary engines. Generally, the main engine provides the primary thrust, while auxiliary engines serve to adjust posture. With most light armors adhering to the classic structure of 1 main and 2 auxiliary engines. The greater the number of auxiliary engines, the more challenging the armor is to control. 9 auxiliary engines require an extraordinarily advanced level of brain control. The designer of this light armor must be a lunatic. Longqing could not comprehend why such an extreme configuration was chosen. Even if one sought agility, 5 auxiliary engines would suffice. An excess of auxiliary engines not only escalates operational difficulty but also significantly reduces the available mounting space for armor. Overall, this was a light armor heavily skewed towards agility, with formidable offensive capabilities, yet weak armor and exceedingly high control difficulty. Longqing found the name, Sad Song, rather intriguing. In the hands of a master, it becomes the lament of enemies, while for those lacking adequate brain control, it becomes the lament of its pilot. Glancing at the price, he noted a special offer, half-price clearance at a mere 6 million. Longqing stared at the sign for a full half-minute, pondering whether to consult Femi on the possibility of acquiring it through principled means. The next section displayed limited edition, Ray God, with only 19 units available. Officially priced at 7.5 million, Modon's 10th anniversary edition was priced at 8 million. Ningdong's personal light armor workshop offered high-end customization services, crafting unique armors, with an inaugural promotion starting at just 3 million. The majestic King descends, a cosmic bargain at 12 million. As he strolled down the wide street of the equipment center, surrounded by opulent shops, Longqing's emotions fluctuated dramatically. From initial astonishment, he transitioned to numbness, and eventually, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. The performance parameters of these armors were terrifying, each figure challenging Longqing's understanding, revealing realms he had never encountered before. The most powerful engines, the most advanced weaponry, the sturdiest armor, crafted from the rarest materials by the finest engineers of the age. Longqing felt overwhelmed. He had never seen so many remarkable light armors. In the training camp, they utilized outdated models, cobbled together from scraps. The instructors had slightly better armors, yet they paled in comparison to these. The instructors themselves could not afford such luxuries. Longqing struggled to reconcile this. The instructors had always told him he was the best killer, destined to become a master of slaughter. But what was the merit in being a killer? Not only did it require taking countless lives, but even the most capable instructors had to pilot aging armors. If they were to pilot any of the remarkable armors before him, Longqing felt certain he would have no chance of escaping. He could not afford them either, with only 620,000 remaining. Yet, his excitement and anticipation remained undiminished because his classmates could indeed purchase them. The clientele of these high-end light armor shops predominantly comprised students from Fengren Academy. Almost every shop's sign bore the final note: students of Fengren Light Armor Academy enjoy additional discounts. For more information, please consult our staff. They possessed an abundance of exceptional light armors. Longqing may have an aversion to killing, but he harbored a deep admiration for light armors. Every warrior, regardless of their inclinations, has an innate fondness for outstanding armors. Longqing was both thrilled and exhilarated. Femi had mentioned that he was a pariah in the disciplinary office, a common enemy among students. Femi had also stated that principled acquisition was permissible, meaning that by defeating his classmates, these captivating high-end light armors could become his spoils. Suddenly, Longqing perceived this training camp as far superior to the last. Although mastering the ability to refrain from killing was exceedingly challenging, the potential rewards were unimaginably rich. Reflecting on the previous training camp, where students fought mercilessly over trivial scraps, he realized that in the end, his own armor, though the best among them, resembled a beggar's patched-up gear when compared to these. It was no wonder that mastering the complex skill of restraint and killing proved so difficult. Longqing now understood the rationale. Such abundant rewards could hardly come without challenge. Longqing was prone to fear. He feared killing, he feared being killed, and he feared expulsion from the academy. Yet, at this moment, he felt no fear, but rather an overwhelming anticipation for the upcoming semester. However, before that, he needed to procure his light armor. 2 hours later, a notification popped up before launching. Your purchased light armor has been delivered. Please check for receipt. He immediately halted his training and raced out of the base's gate. The time was now 6 in the morning. The sun had yet to rise, and the steep peaks loomed like dark gray swords piercing the sky. The sky was a deep, boundless blue, with 2 unfamiliar stars still lingering above, while the air in the valley was bone-chillingly cold. A trailer descended into the valley, and after identity verification, mechanical claws resembling octopus limbs grasped a massive container and set it down before swiftly departing. Longqing opened the container to reveal a gray-white painted small light armor before him. Swallowed. This versatile light armor stood at 19 meters tall and weighed 122 tons. It featured 1 main engine and 4 auxiliary engines, offering remarkable speed and agility in its pursuit of speed and maneuverability. However, its armor was rather thin. Due to its compact size, its mounting space was also severely limited. The price was the primary reason Longqing chose it. Generally, versatile light armors were not overly expensive. The base armor, without any weaponry, was priced at just 300,000 and came with 6 energy cells as a bonus. Since it was a base model, Longqing would need to purchase his own weapons. He opted for close combat weaponry. As melee weapons were significantly cheaper than ranged ones, he selected the Ghost Flame, a high-strength alloy sword measuring 10 meters in length and weighing approximately 12 tons, its blade exhibiting a peculiar pale hue reminiscent of ghostly flames in the desolate night. The price was 110,000. Energy-based melee weapons, such as laser swords, while more powerful, were prohibitively expensive and overly conspicuous, making them unsuitable for Longqing at this juncture. He also splurged on a small round shield named Daily Denial, with a diameter of 4.5 meters and a weight of 3 tons, priced at 200,000. To be honest, Longqing was momentarily taken aback by this peculiar name. Daily Denial was designed and forged by an engineer named Joe. Its shield adorned with an inscription: Daily Admiration is warm like the spring breeze. Daily Denial is cold like autumn frost. This is a tribute to my desk mate Asen, where daily confessions were met with daily refusals. 3 years of naivety, yet youth remains unregretful. The signature reads, "The beauty has departed, occasionally missed, crafted by Qiao at the age of 68. Each character is familiar to Longqing, yet when they are woven together, he finds himself somewhat perplexed. Daily Rejection has an odd name, yet it serves as an unequivocally excellent shield, a fact Longqing is willing to spend 200,000 to witness. Besides its high-strength but ultra-thin and lightweight body, it boasts an exceptionally impressive energy layer, capable of activating 200 layers of standard energy armor. Mainstream energy weapons on the market can typically penetrate only 80 layers of standard energy armor, which means it can withstand the majority of energy weapons, particularly the attacks of ranged weapons. Furthermore, it possesses a uniquely remarkable feature: the ability to reflect energy attacks. Unlike ordinary reflective attacks, it can merge the energy armor activated on the shield surface with the energy attacks it reflects, thereby inflicting greater damage. Once the reflection function is employed, the shield cannot reactivate its energy armor for a period of 24 hours, or else it risks incurring irreparable damage. This is an immensely powerful capability. Longqing estimates the shield itself is worth 100,000, and the reflection function holds equal value. Additionally, it has other advantages, such as being handheld or mounted on the arm, serving as an arm shield, allowing for exceptional flexibility. Its edges are sharp and capable of slicing. The total expenditure for the 3 pieces of equipment amounts to 610,000, leaving Longqing with only 10,000 remaining. All his previous pain dissipated the moment he beheld the light armor. Longqing leaped into the cockpit of the Swallow, donned the neural control device, and his field of vision instantly transformed. With a series of clicks, the Swallow rose from the container, its movements fluid and seamless. A slight sensation of weightlessness and dizziness filling Longqing with inexplicable excitement. The Swallow crouched slightly, seizing the Ghostfire sword in one hand and the Daily Rejection in the other, before darting into the base like a returning swallow. Longqing could hardly wait to commence his training. Chapter 20. News Yunzhou Entertainment Company, Limited, President's Office. How is Aya faring? A deep male voice resonated with an imposing authority. The man leaned his hands on the desk, fingers interlaced beneath his chin, gazing at his subordinate. He appeared to be in his 40s, his skin impeccably maintained, slick black hair meticulously styled, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly elegance reminiscent of a professor. Zhao Yuan, the president of Yunzhou Entertainment, is also Zhao Ye's uncle. The recent incident had left him thoroughly shaken. The attending physician promptly reported, "The arm has been repaired, all features have returned to normal. And with a fortnight of rest, it will be fully healed. However, Miss Aya has suffered psychological trauma from the fright. It would be prudent to arrange for a psychologist to provide counseling." Zhao Yuan nodded. "Proceed with that. Find the best doctor." "Understood." Zhao Yuan then turned to address the company's security chief, instructing, "For the brother who sacrificed his life, issue double the usual compensation. If any family faces difficulties, find a way to assist them. If you can't resolve it, report to me. Those who serve Yunzhou must not have lingering worries." The security chief quickly replied, "I will attend to it immediately." Zhao Yuan replied coolly, "Go ahead." The subordinate, sensing the mood, fell silent and swiftly exited the office. Only a short-haired man remained in the office, seated on the sofa, seemingly indifferent. The man was robust, a scar tracing from the corner of his eye to his temple. Bulging muscles straining against his shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal clearly defined biceps. Zhao Yuan leaned back in his chair and casually remarked, "We've identified the culprits. It's the criminal syndicate. The mastermind behind it remains elusive for now." The short-haired man responded with a nonchalant, "Oh, the criminal syndicate. I've heard they've been expanding aggressively in recent years. The operation was led by Lu Gu, who has since been killed." Zhao Yuan pressed a remote, projecting an image onto the wall. Lu Ji's corpse was displayed. They lay in ambush in the storage area, striking fatally when Lu Gu seized Aya. Lu Gu had captured Aya, while the assailant's arm pierced through her shoulder, crushing Lu Gu's neck as if he were a mere chick. The languid short-haired man rose, stepping towards the projection to scrutinize it, his expression grave. Zhao Yuan continued, "Unfortunately, they left Lu Ji's belongings untouched, including that cold hammer. Otherwise, we could have pursued further investigation. They were exceedingly cautious, leaving no traces. The Fengren group claims they had no involvement." The short-haired man remained silent. The holographic image shifted to reveal the wound on Zhao Ye's shoulder. "This is Aya's injury. Can you discern anything?" The short-haired man focused intently on the holographic display and finally spoke. His voice low, an experienced hand, quite formidable, reminiscent of a killer. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. A killer? Did Lu Gu offend someone? The short-haired man's gaze remained fixed on the holographic image of the injury. Continuing, "It merely resembles one. The assailant's strength is substantial, adept at utilizing their physique. Even in a direct confrontation, Lu Gu would stand little chance." Zhao Yuan inquired curiously, "What about you? What are your odds?" The short-haired man pondered. "It's hard to say." Zhao Yuan's expression shifted, astonished. "You lack confidence? They are that formidable? Do not provoke him," the short-haired man warned, casting a sidelong glance laced with caution. "His sparing of Zhao Ye indicates you are not his target. Should he be your target, I would refuse." Zhao Yuan furrowed his brows. "That contradicts your pledge. As the renowned Thunderblade, do your words not hold weight?" The short-haired man replied coolly, "Promises are one thing. I prefer to avoid trouble." Though Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of anger at the inconsistency, he recognized the futility of pressing the matter, stating solemnly, "And what of the criminal syndicate?" The short-haired man maintained his composure. "If you wish for me to annihilate the criminal syndicate, I lack the capability. However, eliminating a few of their key members poses no problem that a few." 3. Zhao Yuan's gaze sharpened. 5. "I demand 5 lives." The short-haired man was about to refuse when Zhao Yuan interjected. "Do not hastily decline. I will add 1 kilogram of Aurora titanium, this." The short-haired man's eyes widened in surprise, his aura surging with determination as he declared, "In 1 week, I will deliver the heads." With that, he departed without hesitation. Zhao Yuan exhaled deeply, his back drenched in sweat. Truly, the Thunderblade. Emo Wenchuan exuded an extraordinary presence. Even as someone accustomed to high positions, Zhao Yuan felt an undeniable pressure in Emo Wenchuan's presence. Contemplating the mysterious individual mentioned earlier, Zhao Yuan resolved to avoid confrontation. The criminal syndicate remained his primary target. There are 12 key members of the criminal syndicate, with Lu Guo at the bottom of the hierarchy now deceased. Only 11 remain. If Emo Wenchuan were to eliminate 5, the syndicate would suffer significant losses. And this is merely the beginning. Zhao Yuan understood his brother well. He would not rest until the criminal syndicate was thoroughly dismantled. Rubbing his temples, he lamented his failure to protect Aya, knowing he would inevitably face his brother's reprimand. He had a vague idea of the individuals behind Lu Gu but lacked concrete evidence. However, such matters were inconsequential. He would refrain from taking action, waiting for his brother to make the call. The incident involving Zhao Yu's injury had not escalated into a major news story. The Zhao family had expended considerable resources to suppress it, especially given the numerous witnesses present. The Fengren Light Armor Academy remained tranquil, seemingly unaffected by the events. However, 2 days prior, the equipment center had been closed to the public, and all subsequent activities had been cancelled. The school also issued related notices, advising students to exercise caution in the coming days and urging those already on campus to refrain from leaving. This announcement drew ridicule from the students, questioning the school's confidence that it was safer within the campus than outside. Meanwhile, another announcement sparked an uproar among the students. Longcheng, cocooned within his tortoiseshell base, immersed himself in training to the point of obsession. Compared to the iron-tilling king, the maneuverability of the swallow could only be described as silkily smooth. For a warrior, this was an irresistible temptation. Longcheng's base lacked a proper light armor training facility. Such a facility requires ample space and accompanying training equipment, which comes at a steep cost. With only 10,000 left to his name, even securing a location was beyond his means. Without a training ground, Longcheng could only engage in minor exercises. For instance, he practiced controlling the swallow to slice apples with the Ghostfire sword, a task that demanded exquisite precision of the warrior's mental control. The Ghostfire sword is a hefty weapon, weighing 12 tons. Such astonishing weight means that even the slightest miscalculation would obliterate an apple. Likewise, the challenge of grasping an apple without crushing it posed a considerable difficulty for the swallow's grip. For the Longcheng of yesteryear, completing this task was a certainty. The issue now was the lack of apples. Having regressed in skill, he accidentally crushed 3 apples in succession, much to his dismay, prompting him to switch to slicing stones instead. Stones are excellent. They cost nothing and aren't edible. After practicing with the stones, he proceeded to footwork training, completing rapid transitions among 6 basic steps within a 3 by 3 meter space, ensuring the light armor did not touch the boundary lines. Following footwork training was sword-swinging practice, executing 1,000 swings to familiarize himself with the Ghostfire sword. Each weapon possesses distinct characteristics, such as balance, blade length, width, and curvature, which necessitate a process of continuous familiarization to unleash its true potential. There is no shortcut to mastery. Next came breathing exercises, effectively aiding in the recovery of physical fatigue. And then, Longcheng meticulously filled every moment of his time. Those 2 years of inactivity would be no easy feat to reclaim. But the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lost in the depths of his training, Longcheng remained oblivious to a message sent by the school to In Yesharu's dormitory. The raucous melodies of heavy metal surged in waves, threatening to ignite the very air itself. Reclining on a sumptuous leather sofa, she gazed at the resplendent crystal chandelier and suddenly exclaimed, "Anu, I crave loquats." Anu, engrossed in training, responded tersely, "Order it yourself." Yesterday, he had been reprimanded by Uncle Lu for a full hour. Uncle Lu was the person Anu respected the most, leaving him no room for rebuttal as he listened obediently. Yet seething with suppressed anger, the young lady insisted on rushing into crowded places. What could he do? Consequently, both were grounded, forbidden to leave the premises before the academic year commenced. Anu, what do you think happened to Zhao Ya? Why is there any news? Anu, just pause for a moment. Let us chat for a while. Anu, how dreadfully boring. What a wretched school this is, a place where even birds want to defecate. Anu felt as if he were on the brink of madness. This was his first time safeguarding the young lady's safety, and only now did he comprehend the looks of his comrades. Those glances were a plea for self-preservation. How exasperating. He longed to find tape to seal her lips, to bind her with rope, perhaps even fetch a knife. Forget it, forget it. The master had shown him immense favor. Calm down, calm down. Just then, a message popped up in his line of sight. This academic year. In order to better adapt to the era's development, the school would be reinstating the discipline office. Longcheng would serve as the inaugural inspector of this office, tasked with maintaining order and discipline while patrolling the campus, urging all students to cooperate actively in contributing to a harmonious campus environment. The message was brief. Anu paused for a moment. Longcheng? Wasn't he the Iron Plow King, the inaugural inspector of the discipline office? Just based on that? The listless Nie Xiaoru sprang upright, exclaiming, "Ah, Longcheng, the discipline office. Now this is amusing. We can openly target him." With her father, Nie Jihu, holding an important position, Nie Xiaoru had been influenced from a young age. Making her more perceptive than most it was evident that Longcheng was being thrust into the limelight as a scapegoat, positioned against all the students. Could Longcheng, with his frail physique, endure the ire of the entire student body? Indeed, in this world, nothing that is free comes without a price. Her interest piqued, as anticipated, the entire student body erupted in uproar. The discipline office, wasn't that aimed at them? Who was Longcheng? This was the question posed most frequently today. While some newcomers were aware, the upperclassmen were utterly baffled. Soon, word spread among the more informed students that Longcheng was the Iron Plow King who had been admitted for free just days prior. This was akin to poking a hornet's nest, with various jibes and mockeries surfacing. Agricultural Major Longcheng? In the discipline office? Why not the agricultural machinery department? Let him teach us how to farm. A mere farmer believed he could ride on our backs? Brothers, let us take him down. After a languid holiday, the students sprang into action, eager to devise a fitting welcome for their esteemed inspector. The Orange Cat Poetry Society. Recently heartbroken, Xiaorong felt utterly miserable. With the school year yet to begin, he had no outlet for his frustrations. Thus, he retreated to the holographic network, the Forest of Mingyan. Within the mech armor area, engaging in 6 consecutive hours of ranked matches, his blood boiling as the pent-up frustration within him began to dissipate. Beep, beep, beep. A message notification drew his attention. It was a gathering call from the society. The leader had returned to school. The leader only issued gathering calls upon returning, for during the holidays, he was impossible to reach. Even the venue they typically used for society activities. The old house was closed. Xiaorong input the coordinates for the old house, and the scenery shifted before him. The brown teak floor gleamed, exuding a sense of history, creaking underfoot. The living room was spacious, with a long dining table adorned with pure silver candlesticks, filled with white candles casting a soft glow. Ancient star maps and large oil paintings adorned the walls, while a ceiling reminiscent of a cathedral loomed above. In one corner stood a desk, its brass base lamp illuminating a gentle light. On the table, a fluffy orange cat curled into a ball, fast asleep. The bookshelves behind the desk were nearly filled with various tomes. Not for decoration, but a collection of materials amassed by the leader: a vintage-style fabric sofa, a soft beige rural-style carpet, and a black cast-iron fireplace with flickering red flames created a warm atmosphere. This was the old house, their usual gathering spot. Xiaorong settled into a sofa nook. The leader had a penchant for vintage aesthetics, pouring considerable effort into crafting this independent space. Initially for personal use, it had evolved into a communal room for their small group. Xiaorong found himself quite fond of this room. The stark coldness of metal and glass styles he encountered daily was indeed tiresome. Yet, were he to design one himself, he certainly would not. Establishing an independent room in the holographic network was easy and inexpensive, but to decorate it tastefully required time and discernment. Regrettably, he possessed neither in abundance, and his lack of taste had been criticized by his girlfriend more than once. Contemplating her, his mood darkened further, his expression clouded. A flash of light heralded the arrival of a tall, slender figure. The leader hasn't arrived yet. Gong Jun, clad in a light pink shirt with an open collar, paired with light blue beach shorts emblazoned with coconut tree motifs and flip-flops, caught Xiaorong's eye. Yet he chose to ignore him. Noticing Xiaorong's sullen demeanor, Gong Jun raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Did you break up?" Xiaorong's expression darkened further. Gong Jun plopped down onto the opposite sofa. "So what if you broke up? Out with the old, in with the new. At least I have it better. Aside from my family servant, I haven't spoken to another woman in 2 months. Thankfully, it's the last year, and I won't have to go back to that desolate place. Wuba. Let us have a blast tonight. It's on me." Xiaorong's mood lightened slightly as he reflected on Gong Jun's arduous holiday. Feeling considerably better, Wuba Star was a small planet, similar to Yin Star, but predominantly covered in ocean. With a sparse population and underdeveloped commerce, its scenery, if one could call it that, was hardly picturesque, rendering it an exceedingly dull locale. Alas, Wuba was Gong Jun's hometown, and since he could remember, each holiday, his father had only given him two choices: to vacation alone in Wuba or accompany his parents on their holiday. As Gong Jun would put it, Wuba was simply boring, while his father's presence was a battlefield. The two had clashed since childhood, rarely finding peace for more than 2 minutes together. The most frustrating part was that he could never best his father. Thus, Wuba became Gong Jun's annual destination. Before long, another flash of light appeared, and a basketball-sized bubble formed. From within, Kurt's voice emerged, "Is the leader here yet? I'll play for a bit. The boss is about to die." The bursts of light continued as more individuals materialized. As the numbers swelled, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Although communication in the holographic network was convenient, the leader had kept the old house closed during the holidays. And everyone had their own schedules, except for Gong Jun. A tall and handsome figure soon appeared, prompting everyone to rise. The leader, the leader, the leader, Kurt, engrossed in his game, immediately quit, shattering the bubble as he exclaimed. The leader, everyone, like moths drawn to a flame, gathered around their leader, Yu Zhe. The Yu surname was ancient, belonging to a venerable lineage. Yu Zhe, clad in the school uniform of Fengren, towered at nearly 6'3". With fair skin, striking features, and soft waves in his black hair parted down the middle at first glance, he resembled the charming neighbor boy, exuding a sunny handsomeness. However, anyone who truly regarded him as merely a handsome neighbor would likely meet a grim fate. Although the Orange Cat Poetry Society was but a small club at Fengren, their president was among the 10 most formidable individuals at the institution. Xiaorong held confidence in his own abilities. Yet he had never triumphed in a match against their leader, holding Yu Zhe in great esteem. Yu Zhe greeted each member with warmth and hugs. "Everyone's here. It seems you all had a decent holiday." Xiaorong stood up, murmuring. Leader Yu Zhe approached him, patting his shoulder without uttering a word. He gestured for everyone to sit before stating, "Tomorrow marks the start of the new term. I trust you've all seen the news regarding the discipline office." "Indeed. This feels like a trap set for us. The school is clearly looking for trouble." Yu Zhe nodded. "Harold messaged me, advising us not to clash with the Mech Armor Society. That fellow, Long Chung, is under his command." Harold was the president of the Mech Armor Society, known for his formidable prowess. What a blatant overreach. This is utterly tyrannical. Leader, shall we confront him? Though the Mech Armor Society boasted a larger membership, the Orange Cat Poetry Society was more elite. After a languid summer, everyone was eager to make their mark. Recruitment was a critical task every year, and all societies were brainstorming ways to leave a lasting impression on newcomers. Yu Zhe inquired, "Has anyone seen Long Cheng's assessment footage?" The members exchanged glances, none willing to speak. They were all third-year students, who would concern themselves with newcomers. Clearly, this situation fell within Yu Zhe's expectations. As he calmly suggested, "Let us view it together." Gathering around, they watched Long Cheng's evaluation footage. Upon his entrance, the room erupted in cheers and whistles, the atmosphere electric with astonishment. "Wow, such moves! This is hilarious. Now I'm tempted to try out the agricultural mech." Once the footage concluded, Yu Zhe prompted, "Let us hear your thoughts." "Very innovative. His strength appears commendable. What a pity he is joining the discipline office. Otherwise, he could have been a valuable addition to our society. Not half bad that he shows promise." When asked for his opinion, Xiaorong, growing impatient, bluntly stated, "Leader, just tell us straight. Are we going to fight or not?" Yu Zhe meaningfully remarked, "Of course we must fight, but when it comes to choosing our opponent, that requires careful contemplation." Chapter 22. The strategist mind of Femi. The news that the Guangjia Society planned to confront Longqing during the opening ceremony spread like wildfire. The Guangjia Society showed no signs of concealment, openly offering a reward for the precise coordinates of Longqing's dormitory. Information about Femi serving as Longqing's assistant was also unearthed, and even the revelation that Longqing had secured a scholarship worth 2 million was made public. Femi did not visit Longqing's dormitory. Instead, he maintained contact through the holographic network. He intended to remain indoors for the foreseeable future to avoid being captured by this unruly group of students, which would not only embarrass him but also risk exposing Longqing's detailed information. It was too late to resign now. The moment he dared to leave the school, he would be struck from behind. Under the threat of severe punishment, Femi doubted his ability to keep secrets. Staring at his dark circles, he weakly said, I have sent you the student management regulations of Fengren Guangjia Academy. Longqing inquired. What is it for? Femi replied, as a supervisor of the disciplinary office, you ought to know which rule they have violated. Longqing continued to question, will they listen? Femi chuckled, do you think they would? If they cared about such matters, we wouldn't be in this predicament. When dealing with them, fists are far more effective than anything else. He felt a twinge of resentment. While he could tolerate the dangers during his time at the security center, now serving as Longqing's assistant felt akin to having his head precariously placed on a belt. It truly came down to the issue of inadequate compensation. The risks of his job had risen without any increase in salary, and resignation was not an option. How could he not feel disgruntled? The Guangjia Society's declaration of action left him in a state of alarm, robbing him of sleep throughout the night. Had he not resided in the staff quarters, he could only imagine the mischief that group might have inflicted. Longqing deleted the regulations and stated, I have fists. Seeing Longqing's nonchalant expression, Femi felt compelled to express his concern. Aren't you worried? Everyone is searching for you, and they have stated that if they find you, they will certainly beat you out of the school. Longqing appeared perplexed. How do they intend to do that? Femi hesitated before explaining, they will injure you repeatedly until your medical expenses drain your resources, and unable to repay the costs, you would be expelled from the school. Longqing pondered aloud. So, it seems killing is out of the question? Femi found himself at a loss for words. Often he felt as if he were speaking to a brick wall, experiencing a sense of frustration and helplessness. Suppressing his irritation, Femi asked, what will we do about tomorrow's opening ceremony? They will surely block your path, preventing you from attending. Longqing queried, what is the opening ceremony? Femi was speechless, taking a moment to respond. Have you never checked the school announcements? Upon hearing this, Longqing found the campus news, opened it, and exclaimed, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, Equipment Center E4. All new students must attend. Am I a new student? Oh, I suppose I am. Femi began to feel despondent about his own future. Well, all his efforts were merely for self-preservation, he consoled himself. What do you plan to do? They will set up light cards everywhere. Checking the identity of every new student will be difficult for you to pass unnoticed. Noticing Longqing's indifference, Femi's expression grew serious. Harold's strength was formidable, but that was not the crux of the matter. Do not be misled by the Guangjia Society, they are not just a mob. Harold is a direct descendant of the Landon family from the Desert Pantheon group. His ability to lead the Guangjia Society stems from the fact that he commands a private mercenary group, which constitutes the core of the Guangjia Society. Among the young masters and ladies here, who does not have a few loyal guards by their side? They may have entered as students, but if you truly regard them as mere students, you are gravely mistaken. Femi then earnestly advised, this is not an ordinary school, and they are not ordinary students. Longqing glanced at Femi and asked, do you have any suggestions? Femi nearly burst into tears of joy. He had finally heard the words he longed for, assistant. Let the assistant go to hell. The illustrious Femi should not merely serve as an assistant to a new student. How would that reflect my prowess or value? No, I must be a strategist, a military advisor. With my experience in numerous battles and years of work at the security center, I am certainly qualified to serve as the chief strategist of the disciplinary office. After all, I have no option to resign. Clearing his throat, Femi gently urged, the main thing is how to go about it. After the opening ceremony, you can take the school bus away from the equipment center. No one would dare to attack the school bus. They would have to be seeking death. We must recognize our strengths and exploit them while avoiding the enemy's advantages. Think, what are you best at? Killing. Femi frowned. In the realm of Dragon City, 12 luminous screens emerged, allowing him to switch between them at will. A diminutive visage of Fermi appeared in the lower right corner of the smallest screen. He prudently chose silence, refraining from disturbing Dragon City. The latter commenced his final pre-launch self-check, examining the energy regulator, inspecting the energy furnace, assessing the main and auxiliary engines, scrutinizing the wiring, evaluating the joints, and checking the primary and secondary weapons, as well as the armor. Dragon City was meticulous, his gaze unwavering as he observed the data cascading down the screens like a waterfall. For an ordinary person, the rapid flow of data would be nearly imperceptible, yet for Dragon City, it posed no challenge at all. The main control brain chimed, beep, self-check complete. All parameters normal. Dragon City activated the energy furnace, igniting the main engine. With a roar, a pale blue flame erupted, and the Yin Huan remained steadfast. The thunderous sound of the long, armored corridor heralded the gradual opening of the base's grand entrance. The sunlight outside the valley shining bright and blinding, as if it belonged to another world. A sense of familiarity washed over Dragon City, reminiscent of 2 years prior. "Do not kill, Dragon City," he reminded himself internally. The engine's flames abruptly shifted to a deep blue, and like an arrow released from a bow, the Yin Huan soared out of the base. Instead of immediately ascending, it flew close to the ground. Navigating through the intricate valley-esque terrain, the Yin Huan skimmed just a meter above the surface, utilizing the mountain peaks for cover, making it difficult for anyone in the sky to detect it. After flying along the valley floor for approximately 10 kilometers, the Yin Huan suddenly ascended, breaking into the open sky. Dragon City remained cautious. He did not wish for anyone to discover his stronghold. As he soared into the air, his gaze was met with a multitude of armored units. A glance at the surveillance footage from the security center revealed countless armored units, resembling a swarm of buzzing wasps, with the Yin Huan blending in seamlessly. This marked Dragon City's first experience flying alongside so many armored units, a peculiar sensation for him. This is not a safe distance, he thought, noticing that the nearest armored unit was less than 300 meters away. Within a kilometer radius, there were astonishingly 4 armored units. Almost instinctively, he sought to create distance, and the Yin Huan swiftly accelerated, deftly weaving between the armored units. "Control your speed, Dragon City," Fermi cautioned. "You need to blend in with the other armored units, striving not to draw attention to yourself." "Indeed," Dragon City replied, acknowledging Fermi's wisdom. With a considerable distance still remaining to the blockade, he carefully maintained a similar speed to the surrounding armored units while keeping a 300-meter gap. This induced discomfort. If the nearest armored unit were to launch a sudden attack, his reaction time would be alarmingly short. The urge to eliminate it surged within him. Dragon City fought to suppress his impulsive instincts, cognizant of his need to adapt to the new training camp despite its stark differences. The challenges here were greater and more intricate. He would have to exert himself diligently and abandon his previous habits. He resolved to closely observe one of the armored units to distract himself from the rising tide of instinctual aggression within. The unit bore a flamboyant paint job, predominantly yellow and black, styled akin to ancient samurai armor. The color of the engine's exhaust flames was a vibrant blue, accompanied by a deep rumble, boasting power at least 2 levels superior to that of the Yin Huan. A fine specimen, indeed. The armor glimmered with a faint luminescence, making it difficult to discern under the sun, yet Dragon City recognized it at once. It was ER armor. ER armor not only provided an astonishing 600 layers of energy shielding but also activated automatically when under attack. A remarkable asset, the primary weapon was a retro-styled ray gun, previously seen by Dragon City at the equipment center. The flint, priced at an astounding 1.2 million. Such a treasure, Dragon City's mouth watered at the thought. If he could seize these valuable items and install them on the Yin Huan, its capabilities would surge dramatically. However, any single parameter of the opposing armored unit far surpassed that of the Yin Huan. Perhaps he should simply commandeer the entire armored unit. As this thought crossed his mind, the Yin Huan quivered slightly, gliding smoothly. By the time Dragon City realized, the distance to the opposing unit had diminished from 300 meters to 150. He swallowed hard, desperately restraining his inner urges. "Stay calm, Dragon City." The Yin Huan's approach caught the attention of the other unit. The voice resonated over the public channel, filled with enthusiasm. "Hey, buddy. A new recruit too? Where have you been hanging out?" "I'm Sheng Wei. Just call me Dwayne. I spent 2 years at the Guangming Academy." "Ever heard of it? Super boring place. Let me tell you, that place was so dull I nearly lost my mind. I thought to myself, I can't keep doing this. My dad won't let me out. Guess what I came up with? Ha ha ha. I set the principal's office on fire. And here I am. Much more interesting. Right? Have you heard? There's going to be some excitement today, Dragon City. Did you know? On the day of registration, I personally witnessed Taigung Wang. Wow, that was something. The Armored Society is going after him today. You can't miss this spectacle." Dragon City's impulsiveness dissipated, and the Yin Huan trembled, retreating back to 300 meters. "Hey, don't go, buddy." The Yin Huan quivered again, distancing itself to 600 meters. The Fengren training camp certainly exuded an unusual atmosphere. Though ostensibly rivals, This one was more talkative than even Fermi. What kind of opponent was this? It was strange, the level of danger unknown. He had never encountered anything like it before and needed to tread carefully. Dragon City remained on high alert, maintaining a cautious distance from the student named Xiong Wei. The latter, perplexed, could not fathom where he had offended Dragon City and rambled on for a while. Yet the Yin Huan remained unresponsive. Had the Yin Huan not activated the public channel? Was he, in fact, speaking to thin air? Xiong Wei felt disheartened. Nevertheless, being inherently outgoing, his spirits lifted once more as he flew. No way! I can't let this pass, he thought. He had to make acquaintance with the pilot of the Yin Huan. He couldn't let his earlier chatter go to waste. Once they reached the blockade, everyone would need to present their student IDs, allowing him to discover who the pilot of the Yin Huan truly was. Such an intriguing classmate deserved to befriend. As they approached the blockade, the armored units in the sky grew denser. Dragon City heard Fermi's excited voice exclaiming, "How exhilarating! They're fighting. I want to see who's bold enough to confront the armored society head-on." It turned out to be the scion of the He family, Teske, clearly another troublemaker. He was openly defying Harold's authority. Oh dear, it seems another altercation has erupted. This batch of newcomers is indeed fierce. Fermi's voice was animated, his words tumbling out in rapid succession, akin to a cannon continuously firing. Harold's flagship, the Tian Wang Gong, was a luxurious vessel, extravagantly adorned, hovering prominently at the entrance of the equipment center. Harold, tall and gaunt, with high cheekbones and sunken eyes, his brownish-yellow irises occasionally glimmering with intensity, had a sullen expression. He had previously established connections with other heavyweight societies, who had all respected him. Yet, he had not anticipated that the conflict would arise not with other societies, but with newcomers. How audacious! Dragon City had investigated He Wei's background, deeming it merely that of a local power. Harold had not intended to engage so soon with He Wei and his associates, but now they had come knocking at his door. Very well, let us make an example of one. A single chicken slain serves as a warning to the rest, just as effectively as a flock. He Wei had a few capable allies, fierce in their assault. As several armored units tasked with maintaining the blockade fell from the sky, trailing thick plumes of smoke, as it appeared He Wei and his faction were about to break through the blockade. Harold sneered, "Send a few men over. Teach young master He a lesson on how to behave. Let him lie down long enough to contemplate for a week." Those around him exchanged glances, rising in unison, each exuding an air of menace. Within the cockpit of He Wei's unit, he boasted, "The armored society is nothing to write home about. I thought Harold was more capable in the absence of tigers." The monkeys claimed the throne. What a farce! Just then, a guard's panicked warning echoed over the communication channel. "Young master, be careful." He Wei's countenance shifted. A black armored unit materialized behind his own, a serrated dagger crackling with electricity slicing past the engine of He Wei's unit. Boom! The engine erupted in a blaze, sending He Wei's unit spiraling out of control. His guards, eyes ablaze with fury, rushed forward, only to be intercepted by several spectral units that emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. This skirmish immediately captivated the attention of the entire assembly. He Wei was regarded as one of the most formidable powers among the newcomers, while Harold's armored society stood as the largest faction within the academy. Everyone anticipated a clash between the old and new powers, yet no one foresaw this confrontation occurring at this moment. With hostilities now established, there would be no room for reconciliation. From this instant forward, both parties were sworn enemies. Even the majority of the armored society students shifted their focus to the unfolding conflict. At this moment, Dragon City had arrived at the periphery of the blockade, where 3 armored units were positioned in a triangular formation. The public channel repeated a female voice announcing, "All participants, please present your student identification. We bear no ill will towards you. This operation is solely aimed at the discipline office." Xiong Wei, captivated by the battle involving He Wei, snapped back to reality upon hearing the announcement. He activated his student ID information, setting it to public mode. In his view, the other armored units were also displaying their student ID information. Xiong Wei recalled the Yin Huan, the classmate whose earlier chatter had felt wasted, and turned to look. Where did he go? The Yin Huan, once right beside him, had suddenly vanished. As Xiong Wei scanned the area, the armored units responsible for the blockade approached ever closer, Now within 500 meters, he felt perplexed. Had the Yin Huan already passed through? How had he completely overlooked it? Just then, a shadow loomed overhead, and an immense force surged from the shoulder of the armored unit, causing it to descend sharply. As Xiong Wei frantically struggled to control his mecha, a blinding light suddenly illuminated his field of vision. Piercing through the sky above him, in the wake of this dazzling brilliance, a shadowy figure clad in mecha emerged, indistinct and ethereal. Yin Sun. The Yin Sun of Longqing stealthily reduced its speed, trailing closely behind Xiong Wei. Without warning, it sprang into action, its legs forcefully pressing down on Xiong Wei's mecha shoulder, leveraging this momentum to accelerate with the swiftness of lightning. In an instant, Yin Sun appeared directly in front of the mecha, wielding the formidable Ghostfire sword, which left a brilliant trail of light in its wake. The terrifying kinetic energy contained within this strike allowed it to effortlessly penetrate the chest of the opposing mecha. Due to the prohibition on lethal force, Longqing was compelled to adjust the angle of the thrust slightly, yet even so, the pilot within the cockpit sustained grievous injuries. Longqing could only hope for the opponent's resilience, praying they would not succumb too easily to death. The mecha struck by Longqing was the central one among the three, and with one decisive blow, he found himself ensnared in a pincer movement. However, Longqing was well prepared. He deftly rotated his wrist, pivoting his body around the enemy's mecha and curling into its embrace. The unfortunate mecha was not only pierced by the Ghostfire sword, but also became a shield for Longqing's Yin Sun. Boom! Two powerful strikes slammed into the back of the wounded mecha, orange flames blossoming in the air, engulfing the two mechas in a fiery inferno. The red flames and black smoke churned like waves. And suddenly, a figure soared upwards from within. The two mechas, their nerves heightened, unleashed a barrage of weapon fire, explosions erupting across the opposing mecha, enveloped in thick smoke, their speed diminishing. Wait, above them, that mecha, battered and torn, was their own comrade. This is bad. Below, Yin Sun, like a viper concealed amidst withered grass, suddenly leaped forth, the smoke and flames providing the perfect cover for its lethal intent. The Ghostfire sword arced upward, slicing into the joint of the waist with precise depth. The engine surged to maximum power, utilizing the inertia of its body to pivot once more around the enemy mecha, landing behind it. A sickening sound of cutting resonated, as the Ghostfire sword completed a 180-degree slice. Boom! The enemy mecha's artillery roared again, striking its own ally. The severed mecha could not withstand such an explosion, snapping cleanly in two, its upper and lower halves plummeting amidst billowing smoke. In the blink of an eye, only the last mecha remained, and the pilot within the cockpit found it difficult to swallow. Everything had happened so swiftly. He had yet to process the events. His pupils dilated in shock. Wait, where are the others? Chapter 25. A single charge. The billowing smoke from the explosion surged upwards like a black dragon with outstretched claws, soaring high before being scattered by the wind, leaving tendrils of dark gray wisps drifting through the air. Visibility deteriorated significantly. Nearby mechas activated their various radars, many pilots wearing bewildered expressions. The battle had erupted too swiftly and unexpectedly. They had been engrossed in the commotion over by He Wei, only to find themselves embroiled in conflict as well. Who was this new opponent? As the initial shock wore off, the responding pilots instinctively activated their holographic recording functions. Each of them was well versed in the art of combat, exhibiting no fear whatsoever. Upon witnessing the excitement, they were brimming with enthusiasm. A few even deployed drones from their mechas, seeking better angles for recording. Yet, the most fortunate angle belonged to Xiong Wei. Moments ago, Yin Sun had nearly sent him crashing to the ground with a forceful leap onto his mecha's shoulder. At a height of less than 20 meters, Xiong Wei barely managed to stabilize his 6 million yuan mecha. Frustrated, he thought, if one isn't to make friends, why trample on my shoulders? What a lack of decorum from Dawei. Smoke enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility like a shifting veil, rendering clarity elusive. The visual radar was severely hampered in these conditions. Xiong Wei hastily activated other radar systems, but only 2 light points appeared. Where did Yin Sun go? Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiong Wei glanced upwards again. The mecha from their faction had split in two, scattering amidst explosions. The lower half was plummeting towards Xiong Wei, engulfed in flames and thick smoke. Resembling a meteor hurtling from the heavens, Below, the air was clear, and Xiongwei suddenly sensed something amiss. He quickly adjusted the focus, magnifying the target image. The severed mecha fell freely, and amidst the roaring flames stirred a vague silhouette, Yin-sun. Yin-sun crouched, its limbs gripping the half-mecha tightly, seemingly immobile amidst the flames. Suddenly, Yin-sun lifted its gaze, as if piercing through the swirling smoke, locking onto the last mecha above. How cool! Xiongwei felt as though an invisible hand had clutched his heart. Holding his breath and widening his eyes, fearful of missing a single detail. Yin-sun's crouched form suddenly lowered, the blue flames of the engine flaring intensely. It propelled itself with explosive force, akin to a cannonball fired from a barrel, instantly disappearing into the still coalescing clouds of smoke above. The pilot of the last mecha was already drenched in sweat, the radar displaying a light point rapidly closing in. ITS here. Damn. Below. The thick smoke surged upward, shrouding his vision. He could see nothing clearly. Below lay the area he dreaded most, with limited visibility, particularly for long-range mechas. An overwhelming sense of danger loomed, as if a terrifying beast were stalking him, causing his back to prickle with fear. Paying no heed to anything else, he propelled himself backward at full speed, wildly firing his mecha's ray gun into the smoke. The proximity rendered other weapons ineffective. He could only rely on the high-frequency ray gun in hand. Unable to lock onto a target, he opted for a sweeping fire mode, unleashing a torrential downpour of light projectiles into the mist. Within the roiling black smoke lay an entirely different realm. The rain of light projectiles vanished into the haze, causing not a ripple, like a stone cast into the ocean. Whoosh! Yin-sun burst forth from the fog, its speed so breathtaking that the turbulent air behind it trailed alluring whirlwinds. The light projectiles intensified, striking the robust energy layer of the daily refusal shield, creating ripples upon ripples. Realizing the dire situation, the pilot shouted hoarsely over the public channel, "I surrender." The word surrender had barely left his lips when Yin-sun's mecha, akin to a true swallow navigating through a storm, darted past him in a flash. The head of the mecha shot upwards. Inside the cockpit, the pilot felt a chilling sensation at his neck, nearly fainting from disbelief. The mecha spiraled out of control, spinning like a top as it fell. The mecha's head housed critical systems, containing various radar and serving as a key node for the main control data. Once destroyed, the mecha would lose much of its combat capability. Yet, Yin-sun did not pursue the kill. Instead, it unfurled its form and swiftly retreated. The pilot exhaled in relief. Despite the protection of his G-suit, he was drenched in sweat. Summoning his remaining strength, he activated the mecha's automatic landing system. Collapsing into exhaustion, panting heavily, his mind blank, he heard the concerned voices of friends over the internal communication channel. "Gongzi, are you all right? Are you hurt?" But Gongzi, feeling like a pile of mud, remained silent, devoid of strength or desire to speak. For a fleeting moment, he had felt death was perilously close. Touching his neck, he realized his face bore no color, pale as a sheet. What a terrifying adversary! Xiongwei was equally startled, his eyes wide with disbelief. The entire battle unfolded with a rapidity that defied expectation. Xiongwei hadn't bothered to note the time, but he was certain it hadn't exceeded 2 minutes in less than 2 minutes. He had triumphed against 3 foes. How could he have ever thought to regain his pride by confronting such a formidable individual? Slapping himself, Xiongwei realized he needed to regain his composure. He must have been overly arrogant recently. Now calm, he grew increasingly curious about this mysterious figure. He fervently hoped someone had recorded the entire battle. He would even be willing to pay for it. Suddenly, it struck him, and he hurriedly piloted his mecha towards Longqing. The mecha faction would undoubtedly not allow anyone to breach their blockade so easily. Xiongwei felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. He was unsure of the source of his exhilaration. He didn't even know the person and had been trampled by them. Why was he feeling this way? Fermi had completely lost his mind. As Longqing overcame the last mecha, he leaped from his chair, arms raised in triumph, then cradled his head in disbelief. "Oh heavens, you actually won. You won just like that, goodness, I'm going insane. Do you know how impressive you were just now? If I were a woman, I would climb into your bed tonight. It's utterly insane. How on earth did you do it? I barely saw anything before you took them down. Listening to Fermi's incoherent ramblings over the communication channel, Longqing felt no joy or pride. Instead, anxiety gripped him. Did anyone die? Let me check. Fermi swiftly accessed the security center's data, which could directly retrieve the medical team's information. He whistled. These guys were lucky. One sustained severe injuries, with 9 fractures and a ruptured liver. They administered stabilizers, so he would likely remain in the hospital for 2 weeks. Liver repair isn't cheap. It cost at least 800,000. The others suffered minor injuries, not requiring a hospital visit, just a mild concussion. Longqing breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Yinsun continued toward the equipment center, followed by a throng of classmates eager to witness the spectacle. However, Longqing was not the fastest to break through. 2 others outpaced him. He stands as the most formidable force, surrounded by a plethora of skilled individuals, drawing in a significant number of experts from the Armor Society. Consequently, the obstacles faced by other students suddenly seem considerably diminished. Harold's expression darkens to the utmost, and with a sharp crack, he crushes the wine glass in his hand. Although he possesses a degree of arrogance, he is not foolish. At this juncture, he realizes his error. For the newcomers, the term disciplinary office is entirely foreign, yet the act of being stopped for identity checks immediately incites their disdain. When one person leads the uproar, it swiftly incites a chorus of support. If the Armor Society could quickly suppress the troublemakers, the situation might well de-escalate. However, no one anticipated that this cohort of newcomers would be so tenacious. Like a tide, the newcomers surge into the restricted zone, leaving the members of the Armor Society exchanging glances, too intimidated to intervene. A few, oblivious to the prevailing circumstances, attempt to obstruct them and are promptly beset by a throng of newcomers. The darkly clad armors surge like a wave. Where is Longqing? A sudden realization strikes Harold. That falcon? Block that falcon? Longqing is a miser. The school's reward cap is only 2 million, meaning the armor he procured cannot exceed that amount. The other armors breaching the zone far exceed this price. Harold surmises that others are not dim-witted either. The security center immediately focuses on the rapidly speeding falcon. Switch to camera 207, camera 144, camera 309, drones 26, 33, and 42 activate their visual radars, locking onto the falcon. They pull up the combat footage from earlier. Soon, the footage of the falcon breaking through 3 armors is displayed on the central screen. Longqing defeated them to gain admission, a fact that the security center cannot take pride in. Although Longqing's disciplinary office and the security center belong to the same faction now, many within the security center still harbor grudges. While the Armor Society may wish to contend with Longqing, many keep their thoughts unspoken, secretly reveling in his struggles. Yet, as Longqing's falcon effortlessly breaches the blockade of 3 armors, disbelief spreads across their faces. The average price of the 3 armors hovers around 5 million, yet Longqing dismantles them as easily as cutting through vegetables. At 1 minute and 12 seconds. The footage concludes, sending the security center into an uproar. How formidable! Is he a monster? So cunning, his enemies must live in a constant nightmare. Oh dear. I suddenly have a premonition that Fermi might just rise to prominence. This thigh seems rather hefty. The supervisor of the security center speaks sternly. Silence. Everyone, pay close attention. I want each of you to submit an analysis report by tomorrow. The atmosphere grows tense, with everyone fixated on the falcon displayed on the screen. On screen, Longqing's falcon accelerates, skimming close to the ground to evade distant gunfire. Towering mountains become his best cover, completely obscuring the line of sight for the distant armor's ranged weapons. They can only draw nearer to Longqing's direction. The falcon, though diminutive in size, now showcases its agility and speed to the fullest, darting like a flash of lightning through the valleys. The mountains swiftly recede from Longqing's view. The equipment center looms significantly higher than the surrounding peaks, and he can see it more clearly with each passing moment. Whoosh! The falcon bursts from the valley, revealing the imposing equipment center ahead, with a flat expanse before him, save for a solitary red armor. The red armor hovers 50 meters outside the equipment center's perimeter, facing the approaching falcon. It raises its right hand, making a throat-cutting gesture. Longqing is baffled. Nevertheless, it matters little. He knows that the red armor is the last line of defense before entering the equipment center. With a stoic expression, his visual data pours down at 3 times the usual speed, and his maneuvers are as fluid as flowing water. Energy reactor pushed to maximum power. Auxiliary engines activated, entering low-speed operation. Main weapon primed. Secondary weapon primed. Flight path set. The output power of the main engine surges rapidly, reaching 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The Falcon begins to roar. Chapter 26. The Strike. Park Hyun-hae, 16 years old, possesses commendable strength. His father, Park Seon-young, is an exceptional master, nicknamed Flamingo, who, at 18, made it onto the Super Light magazine's annual Top 100 New Stars, ranking 87th. Unfortunately, Park Seon-young's subsequent career did not unfold as favorably, with his mind control abilities stagnating at level 8. Serving as a mid-ranking officer in the local garrison, Park Hyun-hae inherited his father's talent. With a recorded mind control achievement of level 6, his demeanor is flamboyant and rebellious. He joined the Armor Society in his first year and quickly became a key member. Nicknamed Volcano, his combat style starkly contrasts his personality, being notably slow to heat up in the initial stages of battle. He is often lukewarm, yet his defense is exceptional, making it challenging for opponents to breach his defensive circle. It is only in the mid to late stages that he unleashes his full potential, ultimately obliterating his adversaries, akin to a volcano accumulating energy before a sudden eruption. Park Hyun-hae's armor, Iron Wall, is a medium-sized armor produced by United Steel, standing at 25 meters and weighing 124 tons. It can mount numerous weapons, the most formidable being its dual-handed grand shield, Sighing Iron Wall, which is nigh indestructible. Park Hyun-hae's shielding technique has been taught by the renowned Shirong, making him exceptionally capable. Should he choose not to attack, no one can breach his defense. The colleague responsible for the database at the security center quickly provides introductions. Everyone realizes that Long Chung is in grave trouble. Long Chung has initiated his assault. The vast security center falls silent in an instant, all eyes glued to the screens, where 7 displays showcase Long Chung from various angles. The low rumble resonates in their ears, and many involuntarily tense up. It is the faint crackle of engines pushed to their limits. The speed reaches its zenith, causing the armor to tremble uncontrollably, with the scorching exhaust flames generating a heat wave that blurs their vision. Despite the Falcon's small stature, its relentless and fierce aura seems to penetrate the screen, overwhelming them. Inside the cockpit, Park Hyun-hae remains composed. Despite his earlier provocative throat-cutting gesture, it was a deliberate ploy to provoke his opponent. The angrier the enemy becomes, the more advantageous it is for him. As the Falcon hurtles toward him, Park Hyun-hae stands firm, his grand shield protecting all vital areas, lowering his stance, with his right leg retreating half a step, preparing for the impact. The Falcon's full-speed charge does not fluster Park Hyun-hae. He is well experienced in handling such situations. While full speed undoubtedly brings greater impact, it also sacrifices maneuverability. An initial surge leads to subsequent declines. His goal is to endure until the energy is fully expended. Here it comes. The Falcon strikes like a bolt of lightning, the distance between them rapidly diminishing, as the diving Falcon raises its upper body. Its hands grip the Ghostfire sword, ready to unleash a cataclysmic strike. Park Hyun-hae's response is equally swift. The iron wall sinks further at the waist. Leaning forward, forming a stable triangular structure with his body and shield. It is no wonder Park Hyun-hae garners praise from his instructor Shirong. He possesses remarkable talent in shield techniques. Controlling the iron wall, he is unyielding, even against the full-force strikes of heavy armor. Watching intently, Harold cannot help but shout in admiration at Park Hyun-hae's textbook-perfect defense. Excellent. Fermi's expression shifts slightly. Long Chung is now in serious trouble. Park Hyun-hae's defensive technique is meticulous, with no flaws. Should Long Chung become ensnared, his situation would turn dire. Core members of the Armor Society are rushing in from all directions. If Long Chung cannot swiftly conclude the battle, he will find himself overwhelmed. Yet, Park Hyun-hae is akin to a turtle retreating into its shell, leaving no openings. The Ghostfire sword is poised high, and Fermi's eyes widen. He even forgets to breathe. Can the Falcon's powerful downward strike breach Park Hyun-hae's defense? He is uncertain. However, the Falcon executes an utterly unexpected maneuver. It suddenly releases its grip on the sword. Within the cockpit, Long Cheng's visual data surges, accelerating like a flood unleashed from a dam. Crack, crack, crack. The joints of the Falcon seem to spring to life, the auxiliary engines subtly adjusting to find the optimal angle. The Falcon's head twists at an unusual angle, then opens its mouth, accurately gripping the Ghostfire sword mid-air. Simultaneously, its hands spread wide, elbows bent forward. It resembles a leaping frog, all four limbs pressing against the surface of the sighing iron wall. Thud. A dull thump. The iron wall remains motionless. No, wait. Park Hyun-hae's eyes widen in alarm. The force is all wrong. Why is the impact so minimal? The tremendous force causes the Falcon's limbs to sink as if spring-loaded, pressing down on the shield, yet dissipating much of the impact. Almost simultaneously, the four auxiliary engines, which had been primed and ready, roar to life. With the Falcon pressing against the shield, it glides to the left of the shield with the grace of a figure skater. As it schemes along the edge of the shield, it hooks its fingers around the shield's rim, spinning to maneuver behind it, then crouches low, diving into the embrace of the opponent's armor. The Ghostfire sword, still gripped in its mouth, swiftly pierces the joint of the iron wall. Park Hyun-hae feels the shield lighten, losing sight of the Falcon. Before he can react, a sharp pain strikes his left side. This is bad. His face pales. How did the Falcon end up here? He has never encountered such an unfathomable situation, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Long Chung naturally does not hold back. As the Falcon releases its grip, it rises, gripping the Ghostfire sword's hilt with both hands, and suddenly exerts force. Crack! The ghostly flame sword was deeply embedded within the waist joint of iron wall, with only a small portion of its blade protruding. Yin Huan's palm shifted from a grip to a push, akin to thrusting a wooden handle of a millstone, his feet firmly planted on the ground as the engine roared to life. Propelling the sword's hilt, with a cacophonous crunch, the internal components of iron wall were instantly pulverized. Iron wall was forcibly severed in two, crashing to the ground. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the security center erupted into chaos, the cacophony nearly threatening to lift the roof off. What just transpired? Am I hallucinating? Is this a dream? Someone slap me? Slap? Holy hell, this is not a dream. This is too insane. I can hardly breathe. Did we capture that on tape? I demand footage. Make sure to send it to me, right now. I want to watch it 100 times tonight. I want a copy too. Me too. The security center supervisor, stroking his head in disbelief, murmured. This is impossible. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he turned and asked, Analyze this immediately. What level of brain control is this? One of his subordinates hastily replied, definitely exceeding level 6. Well, obviously. Did you need to tell me that? Let us commence analysis at once. The safety supervisor raised his hand to halt them, saying, Wait. Let us first observe what actions Longqing will take next. He then raised his voice. Everyone pay attention. Each of you is to analyze the footage tonight and submit a report by tomorrow, with a minimum of 10,000 words. Those who fail to submit their reports will have their bonuses for this month deducted. The previously exuberant crowd was immediately doused with cold water, cries of despair filling the air. What does Longqing intend to do? Someone shouted, which once again drew everyone's attention. Bang! The upper half of iron wall collapsed. And within the cockpit, Park Hyun-hae was disoriented, his mind a blank. I lost? How did I lose? He couldn't comprehend what had just occurred. What just happened? Until his vision darkened, a gray-white figure stood before him. Wielding a sword, silhouetted against the light, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, a Yin Huan. Is this mocking me? An indescribable sense of humiliation surged within Park Hyun-hae, his face flushed crimson. Unable to restrain himself as he cursed over the public channel. Longqing, our rivalry has been established. Just wait. I won't rest until I've beaten you down to your knees. Park Hyun-hae's voice abruptly ceased as the Yin Huan raised the ghostly flame sword. To kill and silence him. Those 4 words flashed through Park Hyun-hae's mind, and all sound caught in his throat. Fermi's mind buzzed. He had anticipated that Longqing might win, but never imagined it would be so effortlessly. However, he soon noticed several light dots closing in on Longqing on the radar. Longqing, don't dawdle. Get inside now. There are mechs approaching you. Hurry into the equipment center's secure zone. Quickly, they're coming. Fermi urged anxiously, his expression frantic. Just as Fermi spoke, the ghostly flame sword raised by Yin Huan came crashing down. Park Hyun-hae screamed, his face paling, never expecting the sword would actually strike. His mind was consumed by one thought. Longqing intends to kill him. Crack! One strike, crack, another strike. After several blows, Park Hyun-ha realized he was still alive, gradually regaining his senses, instinctively exhaling. Yet the next moment, an even stronger sense of humiliation enveloped him. Killing is merely a swift act. Longcheng repeatedly humiliated him. This is intolerable. He gritted his teeth and spat. Longcheng, just wait. Longcheng remained oblivious, as Yin Huan swung the sword with the fervor of a lumberjack chopping wood, delivering strike after strike. Thud, thud, thud. A few light projectiles struck near Yin Huan's feet, narrowly missing. Longcheng accelerated, watching as Yin Huan swiftly flicked the ghostly flame sword, launching the intact cockpit from the ruptured chest of iron walled. Immediately afterward, Yin Huan pivoted. The ghostly flame sword swung like a baseball bat, delivering a powerful blow to the cockpit. Bang! The flying cockpit soared away like a cannonball, whistling towards several nearby mechs. These mechs, wary of hitting Park Hyun-ha, swiftly evaded, recalibrating their firing angles. The exposed cockpit bore no armor. A careless hit could spell disaster for Park Hyun-ha. After retracting the sword, Yin Huan rolled on the ground, seizing the wall of size to shield himself. Thud, thud, thud. Light projectiles peppered the wall of size, yet it remained steadfast. Longcheng couldn't help but silently admire. What a sturdy shield, grasping the large shield in one hand. Yin Huan dashed to the lower half of iron wall, securing it around his neck. He then sprinted to the upper half, seizing one of its arms before bolting 50 meters towards the secure line. Thud, thud, thud. The shield's surface erupted with sparks as Yin Huan, neck adorned with half a mech and dragging another half, sprinted with vigor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Crossing the secure line, he didn't pause for a moment, vanishing in the blink of an eye. This, Fermi was left in stunned silence. Chapter 27. The battle approaches, the battle is coming, help me find the right angle. Make sure to capture my long legs, I'm 1.8 meters tall. Are you ready? Release the drone, get the angle right. Based on my experience, this video can fetch a good price. Whose Z-1178 drone is that? Please move it, it's blocking my drone. I'm live streaming. At the end of the long, mech-exclusive corridor, the door slid open, light pouring in. A not very tall mech figure emerged, seemingly embedded in the white light, exuding an aura of menace. The crowd grew even more excited, witnessing such a spectacle. How could they not take a selfie to prove they were present? The mech parking area was overflowing, with countless selfie drones hovering above. Resembling a swarm of buzzing bees, as he entered the mech corridor, Longcheng felt completely at ease, storing the ghostly flame sword in its sheath on his back. He reflected on the day's battle. Overall, it had gone quite well, the highlight being that he hadn't killed anyone, though the downside was the meager spoils. However, that was inconsequential. As long as no one was killed, there would always be opportunities for loot in the future. What's ahead? Yin Huan abruptly halted, and Longcheng noticed a crowd gathering in the distance. He was not fond of crowded places, especially after the ambush at Zhao Ying's fan meeting. He had grown increasingly cautious of such gatherings. Could it be an ambush? He shook his head. With such a commotion, he could hear the sounds of argument, seemingly over some disputed position. It shouldn't be an ambush. If only I had some high-explosive grenades. I'd toss a couple to probe the situation. He mentally noted to prepare some high-explosive grenades when he had the resources. Such conventional weapons could be useful in many situations. Reflecting on his empty mech bay and barren armory, the two halves of iron wall felt utterly weightless in his hands. Wait, could these people be eyeing the spoils in my possession? At the last training ground, any decent equipment would become the target of a frenzied scramble. Within the brain control device, Longcheng licked his slightly chilled lips, a murderous intent surging. He adjusted the center of gravity of the wall of size, pulling a segment of cable from the half-mech to tightly bind Yin Huan's neck, while his right hand gripped the upper half of the mech's arm, ready to wield it as a heavy weapon in case of an emergency, in the confined space of the equipment center. Longcheng was confident he could incapacitate his opponent within 5 exchanges. Yin Huan, brimming with menace, stepped out of the mech corridor and into the mech parking area. Here they come. Here they come. Say cheese. Clap, clap, clap. Countless flashes erupted, blinding Longcheng in an instant, rendering him unable to see anything. Oh no! Flashbangs! Longcheng's body instinctively reacted, the large shield swiftly positioned before him, his eyes tightly shut, ears straining to listen. The upper half of the mech he held ready to swing at any sign of movement for a lethal strike. After 2 seconds, no one approached. Longqing's vision returned to normal, but his vigilance remained high. After another 2 seconds, still no one came forward. Why now? Longqing understood it was not an ambush. The previous 4 seconds had been the perfect opportunity for an attack. Yan Huan had not equipped a drone, so he could only peek out from behind the large shield, revealing a sea of people and an abundance of drones. Longqing was taken aback, quickly retracting his head behind the shield. This instinctive reaction left Longqing bewildered. Did these people also covet his spoils? But why were they jumping around yet not coming forward to seize it? Longqing was utterly perplexed. However, that earlier scene had been faithfully recorded by many, immediately inciting a chorus of cheers. Wow, that move was so cute. Ha ha ha, a bit adorable, like a turtle retracting into its shell. Some enthusiastic female classmates shouted. Longqing, let us go on a date. Who gave you the courage with such an ugly face? Longqing, let us date. A date? Behind the shield, Longqing frowned at the mention of the word date. What is a date? He only knew of duels. During the last training camp, a few fellows challenged him to a duel, claiming they wanted a fair fight. Longqing agreed, then stealthily eliminated them the night before the duel. Longqing deemed dueling a foolish endeavor. The instructor had once said, if you wish to kill someone, do not inform them. A date? A duel? Could it be a battle of sorts? Having unraveled the matter, Longqing couldn't help but shake his head. A duel was already a foolish act, and a date was even more ludicrous. No, perhaps when the time is right, I might consider trying a date. Awaiting the moment when his arsenal is filled with the finest armors, and his weaponry brims with an array of dazzling options. A grand battle shall be arranged to ensnare them all at once. This approach spares the inefficiency of confronting them one by one. Dragon City, having contemplated it all, feigns nonchalance, shouldering a colossal shield taller than a swift falcon, dragging his armored form through the throng, utterly endearing, so charming. I am smitten. Witness this imposing presence. Does it not evoke the sensation of returning from the battlefield? The instructor once remarked to Dragon City. You are a killer. A killer strikes without a sound, concealing your intentions. If your acting skills are lacking, you must choose silence. Dragon City remains taciturn, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. The armors adorning these individuals are indeed impressive. Suddenly, Dragon City notices that the dazzling lights originate from drones. Strangely, they merely flash incessantly without launching any further attacks. What purpose do such flares serve? Quite peculiar. Heavenly Palace. The atmosphere is exceedingly oppressive, with a live broadcast playing on the central screen. The sight of the swift falcon, dragging the iron wall in its second stage and brandishing a great shield, leaves all onlookers pale. Park Hyunha trembles with rage, blood rushing to his head. Yet, Harold is present, and he restrains himself from erupting. As the swift falcon retracts its spirit, the live broadcast captures the moment repeatedly, showcasing an extraordinary finesse. Simultaneously, an image of a turtle withdrawing its head is displayed. A remarkable synchronicity. The live audience erupts with cheers, the shrill screams of women ringing in the air. Harold chuckles lightly, as if recounting an affair wholly unrelated to himself. Look, we have been toyed with. Our armor society has become a laughingstock. Will anyone join us this year? Certainly not. These newcomers will say, ah, the armor society, the one trampled by Dragon City. We are akin to a pile of rotting refuse, and they will circumvent us while pinching their noses. Having regained his composure, he reflects. At times he can be obstinate, but he is not foolish when one speaks. This grand spectacle has left its mark. The humiliation felt deeply. A burly man suddenly rises, proclaiming, Boss, we shall fixate on Dragon City. Let us eliminate him. Raise the bounty for his dormitory coordinates. Harold shakes his head, a knowing smirk crossing his lips. No, we shall not direct our ire toward Dragon City. Patience, he cannot escape. This time, aside from Dragon City, there are many newcomers with fiery tempers. Let us first deal with these provocateurs, and no need for our own hands. Let us enlist a minor society to stir the waters, spread the word, targeting newcomers, indeed, all newcomers. We must fabricate a rift between the upperclassmen and the freshmen, striking hard enough that these troublemakers will not care which society they belong to. If our armor society cannot recruit new members, then let it be that none can. We cannot bear the thought of our society battling fiercely while they pick up the spoils behind us. Let us muddle the waters and orchestrate a grand battle across the campus. How splendid! Daily clashes will ensue, and Dragon City, being the discipline officer, cannot evade it in due time. He will be in the open while we remain hidden. Hehe. Everyone's eyes gleam with excitement. The boss's plan is brilliant. Chapter 28. Opening ceremony. Dragon City stands upon the stage, facing a sea of new students below, while the principal passionately delivers a speech beside him. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, flashes of light intermittently illuminate the scene, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. He is acutely aware of the attention directed at him, which intensifies his unease, the instructor had advised. If you are uncertain of what expression to wear, then maintain a blank visage. This explains Dragon City's perpetual stoicism, as he seldom knows what expression is appropriate. With a cold demeanor, he stands motionless, akin to a javelin. Adorned in an inspection uniform embroidered with the words Discipline Office, the black uniform bears resemblance to military attire, impeccably tailored. The crimson school emblem and epaulets lend him an air of formidable charisma. The group chat among the newcomers is abuzz with excitement. Wow, so handsome. Make me your devoted admirer. Away is dead. Who the hell says I'm dead? Do you think I, Dawe, lack pride? The expressionless Dragon City gazes down at the crowd, which is engaged in hushed whispers, and an impulsive desire arises within him to hurl a few high-explosive grenades down. Oh, but killing is not an option. Regaining his composure, Dragon City recalls the principal's praise and encouragement in the office. Along with the promised reward of 500,000, Fermi had informed him that he was lobbying the higher-ups and the security center for sponsorship, urging Dragon City to cooperate. When Dragon City inquired about what sponsorship entailed, Fermi simply replied, money. Dragon City promptly donned the inspection uniform placed before him by the principal. Although he harbored a dislike for the rigid and constraining attire, it was ill-suited for agile movement. With ample funds, he could acquire a larger base, a more expansive armor repository, a more extensive ammunition stockpile, and perhaps even a fleet of warships. So many apples to enjoy. He yearns for apples, for his grandmother. For the farm. Alas, a return to the farm must wait until the end of the month. Longing softens the cold lines of Dragon City's face, akin to an iceberg gradually melting. His previously piercing gaze, capable of penetrating through flesh, becomes gentler and dulled, his stare growing vacant as he drifts into a stupor. The menacing aura that envelopes him dissipates entirely. Unbeknownst to him, countless brain-controlled glasses are trained on him, capturing every minute change in his facial expressions in high definition. Wow, suddenly adorable. Oh no, I've been hit. Curse this girlish heart. Ah, so sweet and charming. It's over. Away is truly dead. I want to claim Dragon City for myself. Let me at him. In the chat, the new students are animated as if invigorated by energy drinks, capturing the entire sequence of Dragon City's changing expressions. Awakened from his reverie, Dragon City senses a shift in the gazes directed at him. A killer is acutely attuned to stares. It is an essential skill, a fleeting glance from the distant crowd, an unintentional sweep of the eyes. Each must be discerned. The sustained scrutiny is akin to being under a spotlight. Presently, the intensity of that spotlight surges dramatically, startling Dragon City into heightened alertness. He is all too familiar with such gazes. In the previous training camp, when other trainees beheld his spoils, they exhibited a similar fervor and desire. Dragon City's eyes narrow slightly, suppressing his murderous intent. He cannot reveal his true intentions. No one has ever succeeded in pilfering his spoils. He contemplates acquiring a few high-explosive grenades. Calm down, Dragon City silently admonishes himself. Killing is not an option. Perhaps he could design a batch of weakened grenades that merely injure without killing. Yes, he must remember to inquire at the equipment center about this later. He believes he will often require such weaponry in the future. Flashbangs must also be prepared. Furthermore, he needs to gather equipment for dismantling armors. Today, he spent considerable time disassembling the Iron Wall's cockpit. The lack of specialized tools hinders his efficiency in securing spoils. The matter of spoils renders Dragon City's expression grave, and to the onlookers, he resumes his cold demeanor, a girl with a bun hairstyle, adorned with black lipstick and clad in a graffiti hoodie. rolls up her sleeves to reveal a tattooed arm, her eyes sparkling. So cool yet adorable, so soft yet tough. What an exquisite, reserved uniform. That's him. From this day forth, he is my man. Another woman nearby interjects. But he's from the discipline office. Didn't you say the discipline office is the school's designated antagonist against us? The bun-haired girl rolls her eyes. Fool, we are the true antagonists. How could someone so charming possibly be the villain? Thank heavens, the opening ceremony finally concludes, and Dragon City nearly flees in haste. Compared to the ceremony, he much prefers combat. It is far less exhausting. Tio prevent Dragon City from being followed as he departs. Fermi arranges for an unmanned transport vehicle from the equipment center, specifically designated for delivering goods. Such vehicles are dispatched in droves every minute. Accompanied by the Swift Falcon and his spoils, Dragon City silently returns to his base. After a refreshing shower, he crunches into an apple and heads to the armor repository. Gazing at the iron wall and the great shield, Dragon City's eyes sparkle with determination. He resolves to work through the night. This night promises to be one of sleepless toil, as it shall be for many at Fengren. For instance, the employees at the security center are laboring intensely over their extensive analytical reports. The Orange Cat Poetry Society is equally illuminated. The holographic image of Dragon City, his cold visage gradually becoming blank, his gaze shifting from piercing to vacant, then returning to its previous coldness, is transformed into a meme. Played repeatedly, a true spectacle. Why Yuja cannot help but chuckle. Our little brother is quite interesting. Gong Jun clicks his tongue. He's become popular. Now not only the newcomers, but even some of the upperclassmen are inquiring about him. He continues with a smirk. I heard Harold smashed his favorite cup. Park Hyunha is the most unfortunate. Harold had promised him opportunities for further studies, but now that seems precarious. Why Yuja remarks, Harold is not one to suffer losses. He surely has a backup plan. However, our little brother does not appear to be a simple adversary. At that moment, Kurt enters. Boss, the armor has been procured. The core members of the Orange Cat Poetry Society rise with excitement. Yuja grins. Let's go, everyone. Let us give it a try. They all head to the armor training ground, where a brand new Swift Falcon stands silently. Kurt complains, this is outrageous. All the Swift Falcons at the equipment center sold out. We had to pay a premium to secure this one. In Longqing, the Yinchuan was equipped with the Ghostfire sword, which I unfortunately could not procure. Instead, I sought out a comparable weapon based on the parameters of the Ghostfire sword. Yuja remarked, Old Chin, your shield work is unparalleled. Please emulate Park Hyunhee. From the crowd emerged a robust man clad in black, nodding in agreement. Understood. Qin Gang, the foremost shield warrior of the Orange Cat Poetry Society, stood ready to. Why Yuja inquired, who will go first? Xiaorong stepped forward, declaring, I shall. The others, upon witnessing this, instinctively withdrew. Why Yuja smiled and said, let us properly gauge the prowess of our young brother from Longqing. In the 29th chapter, a splendid evening unfolded. The other members of the Orange Cat Poetry Society stood at the periphery, engaged in lively conversation as they awaited Xiaorong's warm-up. Xiaorong was the second strongest member after the leader, and as he stepped forward, the others naturally made way. Having never piloted a Yinchuan of such modest cost, his training exoskeletons were far superior. Upon acquiring new exoskeletons, a period of acclimatization is necessary. Half an hour merely allows for familiarity with basic functionalities, yet Xiaorong felt it sufficient. Acquiring the Yinchuan had taken no more than 2 days. After approximately 30 minutes, Xiaorong signaled readiness. The chatter ceased, and everyone sought their preferred vantage points to witness Xiaorong's display. 12 drones were deployed, providing not only various viewing angles but also capturing and relaying live data. Qin Gang's exoskeleton was a quintessential shield combat model. Imposing and robust, standing at 33.4 meters tall and weighing 216 tons, it was a veritable behemoth. The iron wall, measuring 25 meters in height and weighing 124 tons, seemed diminutive by comparison. Such a colossal and weighty exoskeleton could not be wielded by just anyone. Typically, this type of shield combat exoskeleton was reserved for military use. The shield employed by Juzin was even more formidable, a 45-meter-tall tail shield that, when held, resembled an insurmountable steel fortress. The term making a wall is a specialized tactical concept, embodying the essence of shield combat exoskeletons. referring to becoming a pivotal point for one side during advancement or combat, in small group tactics. It holds a uniquely significant position, with many strategies revolving around the concept of a wall. In space docking combat, shield combat exoskeletons are central. When necessary, they can fill gaps using their bodies, a critical function. However, the role of shield warriors was not particularly popular among the youth. It lacked the allure of glory and demanded a spirit of sacrifice, along with a high degree of teamwork, making individual survival difficult, characteristics that starkly contradicted the youthful exuberance for adventure. Qin Gang's demeanor was steady and mature beyond his years. He was a natural shield warrior. Juzhen tapped his tail shield, indicating his readiness to engage. The distance between the two was strictly maintained, mirroring that between Longqing and Park Hyunhae. As Xiaorong initiated his move, the Yinchuan's engine surged to maximum thrust in a matter of moments. He flawlessly followed Longqing's charging trajectory, feeling at ease without any difficulty. The tail shield of Juzhen loomed closer within his field of vision. The upper body of the Yinchuan began to rise. The great sword held aloft, poised for a strike. Now was the moment. Xiaorong released his grip on the great sword, altering his posture as his limbs extended towards the shield's surface. In an instant, the Yinchuan jerked upward, its jaws opening wide to precisely grasp the sword's hilt. Perfection. Xiaorong could not help but mentally applaud himself. His limbs made contact with the shield's surface almost simultaneously, and the tactile feedback from the Yinchuan's extremities assured him that the discrepancy was certainly within 0.05 seconds. Flawless. He had meticulously dissected every movement and detail of Longqing's Yinchuan, brimming with confidence. Xiaorong's eyes gleamed with determination. Now was the time. Bending his elbows and lowering his body, he executed a soft landing while employing the auxiliary engines to glide. At that moment, the force transmitted through his bent elbows exceeded his expectations. A sense of dread washed over him as his eyelids fluttered. There was no time for a reaction. His body, and no, the Yinchuan's body, crashed forcefully against the shield's surface. From a distance, the sight resembled a soft, moist pancake slapping against the edge of a pot simmering with goose, adhering perfectly. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The scene froze for several seconds as the Yinchuan, now weakened, slid down the shield, landing on its back with its limbs splayed. The great sword, clamped in its mouth, had sustained a violent impact, embedding deeply and nearly severing its head in two. Sparks flickered within. Yuzha opened his mouth but could only place a hand on his forehead in resignation. With a hiss, the cockpit of the Yinchuan opened. Xiaorong emerged, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, leaving without uttering a word. Once Xiaorong departed, Kurt rushed inside to assess the damage to the Yinchuan, shaking his head at Yuzha. The Yinchuan was essentially beyond repair. Is it salvageable? Yuzha inquired, his tone laced with frustration. When had he ever repaired such inexpensive exoskeletons? Even his limited edition oval had been discarded upon malfunction. IT could be repaired, but it might take 2 to 3 days to find the necessary low-end components. Yuzha could only place a hand on his forehead once more, and after a moment, wearily declared, "Everyone disperse." He was not particularly concerned about the cost of the Yinchuan. After all, it was a trivial amount. The real issue was that even with money, obtaining another Yinchuan was impossible. Their brief encounter had thoroughly concluded the experiment of measuring the young brother's capabilities. The group, in perfect accord, acted as if nothing had transpired. "Let us play cards. Come on. Anyone up for team boss battles?" Within the valley base, the exoskeleton hangar was ablaze with light. The iron wall, now dismantled into parts, lay scattered across the floor, the tools inadequate, consuming an entire night for Longqing. Gazing at the array of parts, Longqing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Many components remained usable. Had he not disassembled the iron wall, Longqing would have opted for a direct exoskeleton replacement, as the iron wall's quality far surpassed that of the Yinchuan. However, the extensive structural damage posed significant repair challenges and would likely leave numerous hidden dangers. The waist, being a crucial juncture of the exoskeleton, needed to withstand substantial forces. A sound waist ensured a functional exoskeleton. Nonetheless, the remaining components still far exceeded the Yinchuan's capabilities. The armor of the Yinchuan had been completely stripped away by Longqing, leaving only a bare framework before him. The energy core of the iron wall, known as the Brave Heart, was rated at standard 8, boasting a power output 3 levels higher than that of the Yinchuan's energy core. and 6 levels superior to that of the Iron Farming King SR6, though slightly bulkier. This robust power source was worth the effort to fit it in. With sufficient power, the Yinchuan would be reborn. The Iron Wall, being a shield combat exoskeleton, featured exceptionally sturdy armor crafted with exquisite precision. The cold rock tiles possessed a passive energy armor encompassing 100 layers. Mainstream energy weapons could hardly breach this formidable defense. With a thickness of 20 centimeters, the high-strength alloy was extraordinarily resilient, offering outstanding kinetic protection. Longqing's mouth watered at the thought. However, he encountered a dilemma. The cold rock tiles required specialized welding robots for assembly. Upon checking the price, he found the Light of the Divine Craftsman, a fully automated welding robot, priced at 450,000. Staring at the price for a full half-minute, he nearly popped his eyes out. After a moment of steeling his resolve, he made the purchase. The 500,000 reward he had just received dwindled to a mere 50,000 in an instant, and at that moment, he radiated an astonishing aura of ferocity. Nevertheless, the welding robot would be an essential asset. The welding alone for his base's main gate had cost 30,000. The equipment center also offered welding services. Regardless of size, each armor piece cost 15,000. Considering the numerous armor pieces on his Yinchuan, he could easily break even with the welding costs. Furthermore, there were engines, radars, and avionics. Longqing brimmed with enthusiasm, feeling no trace of fatigue. Once upon a time, he could scarcely have imagined possessing such an abundance of high-quality components to modify an exoskeleton. This training camp was truly exceptional. While it may not permit lethal force, it surpassed the previous training camp in every regard. Drenched in sweat, his military green vest clung to him, hands smeared with black oil gripping a wrench. Longqing gazed up at the remaining shimmering metallic framework of the Yinchuan, his youthful face illuminated by determination. His soft black hair dampened and clinging to his forehead, a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. In the 30th chapter, Andrew's clever strategy unfolded. Having served as the head of the Fengren Security Center for many years, he was a traditional soldier. Despite his belly swelling to a size reminiscent of pregnancy, he still dressed impeccably, a white shirt paired with a black tie, always tucked into his trousers, secured with a brass-buckled belt. A laser pistol holster was conveniently positioned at his waist, and his shoes gleamed with polish. While his hair was slicked back with gel, meticulously arranged, within the flying car, he felt a hint of drowsiness, the previous night's gathering having extended far too late. He reflected on his youth, recalling the days of revelry with friends that lasted 3 days and nights, truly a time of exuberant hormones. A smile crept upon his lips. The automated flying car announced, "Esteemed Mr. Andrew, the security center has arrived. Please exercise caution while disembarking. It has been our honor to serve you." Andrew rose, straightening his appearance in the mirror, erasing the smile from his face. The reflection revealed a man of solemn demeanor, exuding an air of authority without anger. Satisfied, Andrew stepped out. Deputy Director John had long awaited him at the dedicated parking spot for the director's vehicle. Upon seeing Andrew, he respectfully greeted, "Boss." John was an old employee retained by Principal Su Baiyin prior to the school's acquisition. Due to his imposing appearance and familiarity with the circumstances, he had been kept on by Andrew for various tasks. Unexpectedly, he had excelled, proving articulate and adept, and had risen steadily to become Andrew's indispensable right-hand man. Andrew remained silent, merely nodding with authority as he strode ahead. John jogged closely behind, delivering the daily morning report. "The 10,000-word report you requested has been submitted, and all subordinates have sent it to your space." Andrew, with an air of authority, inquired. "No one failed to submit, right?" John chuckled. "Who would dare?" Andrew scoffed. "These scoundrels need to be closely monitored. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly slack off." John, in a sycophantic tone, replied, "With you at the helm, Chief, no fiend or demon could stir up a storm." Additionally, Fermi came to me yesterday seeking sponsorship, lamenting how their discipline office is so impoverished that not even a mouse can be seen. Andrew, displeased, remarked, "Do we at the security center possess an abundance of wealth? Seeking sponsorship from us is a misstep. Has Fermi only been gone a few days and already lost his way? Does he believe he can remain in the discipline office indefinitely?" John, sensing the displeasure of his superior, quickly adjusted his stance, saying, "Indeed, Fermi is quite foolish. He ought to seek sponsorship from the principal, and why subordinates are ignoring him. Andrew entered his office. He waved his hand impatiently. To come begging from me is truly a display of ignorance. Now, go attend to your work. I will call for you if necessary. Hearing this, John promptly halted at the office door. Understood. I shall return to my duties. The door to the office closed automatically as Andrew sank into the armchair. Rubbing his slightly stiff forehead, Fermi's request for sponsorship felt like a thorn in his heart. The speed at which his former employee adapted to his new role, without a hint of nostalgia or reluctance towards the security center, greatly displeased him. After a moment of reflection, Andrew calmed himself and opened his network space, where he found a plethora of analyses from Longqing. He casually clicked on one report, analyzing the combat between Longqing, Yinchuan, and Park Hyunhee revealed that Park Hyunhee made no mistakes. All his responses adhered to textbook guidelines. Yet, such a flawless operation was resolved by Longqing in a single round, an unjust outcome. Inputting the entire combat data and Yinchuan's parameters into a model, it became evident that Longqing's control over Yinchuan existed only as a theoretical extreme operation. Andrew felt as if something was obstructing his mind, leaving him inexplicably irritable. He closed that report and opened another, discussing the psychological warfare on the battlefield in a 1v3 scenario. Longqing evidently possessed a superior grasp of psychological tactics compared to other students and perfectly exploited this to create theoretical blind spots. These blind spots were not merely visual but also encompassed cognitive blind spots during the combat. Andrew's agitation intensified as he clicked through several reports, all yielding a unified conclusion. 1. Longqing unleashed Yinchuan's maximum capabilities. 2. Longqing's manipulation of Park Hyunhee was of extraordinarily high difficulty, essentially only theoretically achievable. 3. Longqing excelled in combat, including utilizing the environment and psychological warfare. 4. Yinchuan limited Longqing's potential, far from showcasing his true capabilities. Andrew ran his fingers through his meticulously styled hair, regaining composure. His position was not merely sustained by his burgeoning belly threatening to burst his shirt. Such a gifted young man had been personally recruited by the principal. Another report prompted a genuine shift in his perspective, revealing that last night, the equipment center's Yinchuan had sold out, yet this morning, all Yinchuan appeared at the junkyard, albeit with varying degrees of damage. Andrew dialed John's communication line. "Boss," John answered. Andrew spoke in a grave tone. "Establish a dedicated interface and corresponding permissions for the discipline office, allowing them to connect to and utilize our intelligence network. Additionally, provide them with an ammunition quota of 200,000. I recall Longqing lacks long-range weaponry, so let's send some high-explosive shells or the like, which have been gathering dust in the warehouse for years. After all, Fermi did come from our security center. We must support his work." John responded with utmost respect. "I will take care of it immediately. Fermi is truly fortunate to have such a senior like you." Andrew felt a surge of satisfaction. "I've read the reports. They are quite well written. You should also review them and reward those who excel. Everyone has been working hard lately." John's face radiated reverence. "It is indeed a blessing for us to be led by such a magnanimous chief." Andrew laughed heartily. "Flattery this early in the morning is quite detrimental now. Is there anything else to report? If not, please refrain from disturbing me before lunch." He had not slept well the night before and needed to catch up on rest. John hesitated momentarily. 3 fights just broke out, involving conflicts between upperclassmen and freshmen, leaving 5 severely injured, 4 of whom are freshmen. Andrew dismissed. "No fatalities, I presume?" "None." "Then there is no need for concern. They are merely idle. When do they not fight?" Just as Andrew was about to end the call, a thought crossed his mind. Send the intelligence to the discipline office. Such matters fall under their jurisdiction. John's eyes lit up. "Old Ginger is spicier. Your move is brilliant, Chief." Andrew, weary yet content, waved his hand to terminate the call. In the 31st segment, The Light of the Divine Craftsman, Longqing held a square, silver-gray cargo box, which contained the newly delivered Light of the Divine Craftsman fully automated welding robot. This was Longqing's first encounter with such an advanced welding robot, and he was immensely excited. Upon opening the cargo box, a basketball-sized black spider came into view. Its joints were remarkably agile, and its body was heavier than anticipated. Coated in a matte black finish, with the Light of the Divine Craftsman logo on its abdomen. Most striking was its tubular mouth, resembling that of a mosquito, with a retractable welding nozzle. The manual indicated that the welding robot could connect and be controlled by any brain control device. Longqing attempted to connect it using his brain control glasses. With a soft beep, the little spider on the ground suddenly illuminated with blue light in its eyes, while its abdomen glowed a vibrant azure, indicating its energy reservoir was activated. With a thought, the black spider sprang into action, its 6 legs moving swiftly and adeptly. Traversing the cluttered floor strewn with components, it dashed up the wall and onto the ceiling. Perching directly above Longqing, the spider's feet had an adhesive mechanism, allowing it to remain at any position without fear of falling. Suddenly, the welding nozzle emitted a dazzling light, creating a hole in the ceiling. Longqing's excitement surged as he quickly found in the manual that it could also be used to cut special alloy armor. This realization filled him with joy. Many alloy armors were coated with energy armor. Using brute force to cut through would easily damage the energy coating, but with the welding robot, Longqing felt as though he had gained an invaluable ally. The steel wall of the cold rock square tile armor was cut to the required size and fitted onto Yinchuan. The welding spider climbed onto Yinchuan, its nozzle shooting forth brilliant light as it began the welding process. Watching as the exposed metal frame of Yinchuan gradually filled with armor, it resembled a great bird. Once merely a skeleton, slowly becoming fleshed out, an indescribable sense of accomplishment flooded Longqing's heart. Beep, beep, a communication call came in. It was Fermi. Longqing answered. Fermi appeared somewhat haggard, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and spoke dejectedly. I'm sorry about the sponsorship, Longqing. Longqing felt a tinge of disappointment, though he had not held much hope for this endeavor from the beginning. He shook his head. No need to apologize. Fermi felt ashamed, realizing his judgment had been flawed. Previously, he optimistically believed that with Longqing's outstanding performance, both the school administration and the security center would be inclined to invest further in him. However, the academic director, Lin Nan, had bluntly stated that if Longqing lacked even this level of capability, what purpose would the discipline office serve? Fermi was left speechless. After a moment of reflection, he acknowledged his hasty enthusiasm. Taking a deep breath, Fermi continued, however, it's not entirely fruitless. The security center is willing to provide us with a dedicated interface, allowing us to utilize their internal network. This means we can access their intelligence network and monitoring systems. Additionally, they are willing to support us with ammunition worth 200,000, such as high-explosive shells. Longqing's eyes be born in an orphanage. He was later adopted and, due to his minority status, was compelled to attend school in Fengren. At this moment, Fermi finally realized how he had overlooked such a crucial detail. How could someone as young as Longqing possess such formidable power without raising any suspicions? According to the information on Longqing, he had never had the opportunity to come into contact with the light armor, let alone modify it. The experiences Fermi had endured over the past few days had been akin to a roller coaster. With his mind subjected to wave after wave of shocks and situations he had never encountered before. Exhausted from coping, he had made such a significant oversight. It turned out that Longqing had a mentor. Fermi was struck with clarity, finding this explanation plausible. Longqing pondered for a moment, asking, "What was the name of the instructor?" Shaking his head, he replied, "I don't know." Fermi inquired further, "Where is he now?" "Dead." Instantly, images of legendary protagonists from novels flooded Fermi's mind. An orphaned background, an unknown mentor, unparalleled talent, and a drifter after the mentor's demise. He couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Surely, he must have many stories to tell. Longqing simply acknowledged with a grunt. Although the instructor rarely spoke of his past, other instructors at the training camp spoke of him with great respect and a hint of fear. Whenever the instructor taught, he shared cases from his personal experiences, never repeating them. Curiously, Fermi asked, "What is your teacher's area of expertise?" Killing, a cold sweat broke out on Fermi's brow, his face paling as he realized that Longqing's frequent references to killing were not mere jest. What kind of teacher was that? Names of notorious murderers flashed through Fermi's mind, world-shaking psychopaths, the Midnight Reaper who silenced children's cries, and the long-lost military-killing god. Why was his heart racing so fast? Fermi licked his lips, feeling parched, and mustered the courage to say, "Longqing, we absolutely must not kill." I know," Longqing replied, casting a puzzled glance at Fermi, unsure why he felt the need to repeat such superfluous words. Hadn't they discussed this before? Moreover, why did Fermi's complexion appear so pale? Even the dark circles around his eyes, which had been as dark as soot, had lightened. Longqing queried, "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing at all." With a snap, Longqing ended the communication and resumed admiring the diligent figure of the welding spider. He found the scene mesmerizing. The brilliance of the welding shone brighter than starlight, and the armor, once welded, was as smooth as a tranquil surface. He could gaze at it all day, far surpassing any fleeting admiration for Zhao Yumei. Chapter 32. The radical transformation of the Falcon. The cockpit of the Falcon opened, and He Wei, with one foot perched on the edge, lit a cigarette, surveying the wreckage of light armor and the wailing trainees below from his elevated position. This marked his third attack. He Wei was diminutive. Standing at only 1 meter 40 in his childhood, he suffered from dwarfism, and during that time, his father, He Yong, faced his most challenging period, causing He Wei to miss the optimal treatment window, rendering him incurable. His stunted growth led to deep-seated feelings of inferiority and sensitivity, gradually morphing his personality into one of extremity, aggression, and later, brutality. Stricken by guilt over his son's condition, He Yong indulged He Wei excessively, further fueling his arrogance. Reports from his subordinates reached his ears. "Young master, he is a member of the Ginkgo Society. It is said that their leader has given orders to cause trouble for this year's new students." "Ginkgo Society?" He Wei tilted his head, taking a deep drag before flicking the cigarette butt away. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, a murderous glint appeared on his handsome face, turning menacing. "They seek death. Flatten them." A swarm of light armor surged towards the Ginkgo Society's base, in a valley of Fengren. Chu Xiao called out loudly, "Anew, anew. Make sure to capture me beautifully." Clad in a silver-gray combat suit, Chu Xiao stood before the blazing inferno of a base, its entrance adorned with the emblem of the Riverside Society. The rising crimson flames billowed smoke, with scorching waves of heat spreading through the valley. Chu Xiao struck a peace sign pose. Click. The photo was sent to Chu Xiao's hands, who promptly uploaded it to the Fengren Light Armor Academy's platform, captioning it, "The Queen's First Step to Conquest." In a daze, Fermi was awakened by a communication call. His dark circles had deepened, resembling a panda. After his earlier conversation with Longqing, he had anxiously scoured the holographic network for half the night. Who were the 10 mysterious murderers who had gone missing in the last decade? Why had they embarked on the path of slaughter? The more he read, the more uneasy he felt. Should he resign? His mind wrestled with turmoil, and he was unaware of when he had fallen asleep. Forcing his eyes open, he saw that the call was from John, the deputy director of the security center. And he jolted upright. "Good morning, Mr. John." John's expression was grave. "Fermi, I have some bad news to share." Fermi's heart sank. "What has happened?" John replied somberly. "Yes, from yesterday to today, there have been 6 more campus conflicts, with over 30 injured students. The Security Center and the Academic Affairs Office believe that the Discipline Office should take effective measures to prevent the current situation from worsening." Fermi inwardly cursed his luck, "But our resources are limited." John interrupted, "Fermi, let's skip the pleasantries. We didn't anticipate such a large-scale conflict would suddenly erupt. The timing is quite unfavorable for your Discipline Office. However, the Discipline Office must take action. You need to demonstrate your value." Fermi could only grit his teeth and reply, "I understand." John nodded approvingly. "You are a smart man, Fermi. We all know the Discipline Office has limited power. No one expects the Discipline Office to solve every problem. But you must show us a glimmer of hope. That way, we can have a future, right?" Fermi regained his composure. "I understand. I will contact Longqing immediately." After concluding the call with John, Fermi logged into the back end of the security center, where it displayed 5 active battle zones across the school. Having served in the security center for 3 years, Fermi quickly deduced that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes. However, that was not the immediate priority. Extinguishing the flames of conflict was paramount. He called Longqing. Longqing was busy fine-tuning the Falcon, which had undergone a complete transformation under his modifications. The Falcon, now sporting the newly welded, cold rock tiles, was far more robust than its original armor, exuding a sense of heft. To accommodate a significantly larger energy furnace, the Brave Heart, the Falcon's body had increased in thickness to 1.5 times its previous size. Even the Falcon's head had grown, housing various radar modules salvaged from Iron Wall. Unfortunately, the Falcon's head remained too small. Even with the expansion, it wasn't sufficient. Or else Longqing would have loved to install a small laser cannon in its mouth for a surprise close-range attack, an instant kill. If the original Falcon resembled a petite, agile woman, the modified version was akin to a muscular, fierce-looking Barbie. What stands out most prominently are the two main engines, which are strikingly disproportionate in size. Resembling two stout cannon barrels that jut out from the rear, with a significant portion exposed to the air. These engines were salvaged from the iron wall, and due to their immense thrust, they were roughly crammed into the Yin Huan by Longqing, resulting in this peculiar sight. From a distance, it resembles a muscular bee, its rear adorned with two robust stingers. Although the engines appear rather unsightly with most of them exposed, their operation is undeniably flawless, exhibiting remarkable agility with a substantial range of adjustable angles. Yet, it is impossible for anyone to associate this gleaming armor with the Yin Huan. Longqing is quite pleased. Despite some areas appearing somewhat crude, it does not detract from the combat performance in the slightest. The remaining task is the debugging process. Although the main control light brain is equipped with a self-adapting system, the adjustment of detailed parameters will directly influence the potential extraction of its performance. This often necessitates the hands-on involvement of the pilots themselves, as different pilots possess distinctly varied combat habits. Suddenly, a communication call interrupts. It's Fermi. Upon connecting, Longqing observes Fermi, who looks haggard as if he hasn't slept in a week. Seeing Longqing's somewhat youthful face, Fermi inexplicably feels a surge of anxiety, recalling the contents of his recent search. Longqing, I hope I'm not bothering you? Longqing replies curtly, you are. His attention is fixed on another interface, where dozens of parameter data are continuously fluctuating, and he is engaged in constant fine-tuning. Fermi is momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he continues, I genuinely apologize, Longqing. This morning, Mr. John, the deputy director of the security center, contacted me, hoping that our disciplinary office could take some action. The recent campus conflicts have been escalating. I don't have time. Longqing decisively disconnects the communication, leaving Fermi stunned. After a while, Fermi regains his composure, filled with a sense of frustration. This time, he might truly face dismissal. He cannot fathom why he always feels so anxious around Longqing. Despite having been on the battlefield and having taken lives, the thought of Longqing's calm, indifferent gaze makes him feel inexplicably guilty. Perhaps it would be best to carefully consider how to persuade Longqing. Once the communication is ended, Longqing works swiftly. The Yin Huan soon becomes agile, its movements fluid and natural, allowing Longqing to execute complex maneuvers with remarkable precision. Finally, it is complete. Longqing exhales deeply, having fundamentally finished the modifications to the armor. The only remaining task is the weaponry. He still opts for the Ghost Fire Sword, while he chooses not to equip the Sighing Iron Wall shield. The Sighing Iron Wall is a large double-handed shield, towering at 22 meters, which is excessively large for the Yin Huan, rendering it quite impractical. Although the name, Daily Refusal, is somewhat unwieldy, it is highly functional, making it a good shield. Longqing's gaze falls upon the sword sheath of the Ghost Fire Sword, which measures 10 meters in length, complemented by the 12-meter sheath. Previously, the sheath was mounted on the back of the Yin Huan. However, with the two protruding cannon barrels at the back now, it cannot be accommodated. Suddenly, Longqing conceives a bold idea. What if he constructs a large sword sheath using the Sighing Iron Wall, installs the original energy furnace of the Yin Huan onto it, integrates several powerful engines, and equips it with the main control light brain? It would then become a miniature drone weaponry depot. The Ghost Fire Sword could be stored within, along with high explosive grenades, and in the future, he could even add turrets or similar weaponry. When necessary, the weaponry depot could be erected, and with the formidable defensive capabilities of the Sighing Iron Wall, it would serve as an excellent shelter. Longqing is instantly filled with excitement. After careful consideration, he believes his design concept is sound, but there are two operational issues that need addressing. The first is the necessity for at least two powerful engines, as this drone weaponry depot must keep pace with the modified Yin Huan. The engines previously removed from the Yin Huan lacked sufficient thrust. The second is the need for a drone control module, which is not difficult to obtain. He merely needs to locate an armor equipped with drones, of which there are plenty scattered throughout the school. While pondering how to persuade Longqing, Fermi suddenly receives a communication call from him. Upon connecting, Fermi eagerly spills forth the carefully constructed arguments he had just devised. Longqing, we really must take action. We are the disciplinary office, and we cannot remain indifferent. We must instill fear in those ruffians to establish the authority of our office. I know this may not be the most opportune moment, but we have no choice. If we do nothing, the consequences will certainly be dire. Regardless of the circumstances, Longqing, if the armor isn't ready, could you at least take a spin? All right. Huh? Fermi is momentarily taken aback, thinking he misheard. Longqing inquires, what is the target? After a brief pause, Fermi quickly realizes, your armor is ready. Indeed. Fermi suddenly becomes exuberant, his face flushing with excitement as he speaks rapidly. That's fantastic. Let's show them what we've got. Just a moment, let me check. There are currently 3 active conflict zones. There were 5 moments ago, but it seems 2 have already been resolved. The one with the least people is? Longqing interrupts, send me the information for all conflict points. Fermi, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless responds promptly, the armor information? No problem. Give me 20 seconds. Yes, for our first battle, we must exercise caution. Those armors that counter our tactics, let us avoid them for now. We can deal with them later once we upgrade our armors. Once the information is gathered, it is sent to Longqing. A data chart filled with armor information appears before him, and he quickly scans it, swiftly identifying his target. Longqing begins to activate the Yin Huan, stating, send me the coordinates for point F. One hand of the Yin Huan grasps the ghost fire sword, while the other secures a high-explosive grenade. Placing it into the ammunition compartment of the Yin Huan's leg, Fermi quickly adds, all right, point F coordinates sent. After a moment, he realizes, his eyes widening in disbelief, point F? Wait, Longqing, are you sure? That's the largest conflict zone. Over 20 people are engaged in a chaotic brawl. That's the one. As Longqing's words fall, the 2 robust engines behind the Yin Huan suddenly emit a thunderous roar, their scorching blue light erupting forth like a crouching tiger releasing a low growl. The base's main gate slowly slides open, revealing a dark, elongated passageway leading to a blinding white expanse. The 2 stout engine exhaust pipes at the rear tilt slightly upwards, their flames intensifying, the low growl morphing into a furious roar. Longqing remains expressionless as the Yin Huan launches into action. In the corner of the valley, within Xiong Wei's line of sight, the targeting reticle firmly locks onto the opposing armor, unleashing a 3-round burst of armor-piercing rounds. Boom! The targeted armor erupts into a fireball, its ammunition compartment struck, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that instantaneously engulfs the armor in flames. With a hiss, a shadow darts from the inferno. It is the ejected cockpit. The ejected cockpit floats in midair, turning around to flee out of the valley. At this moment, the battle rages fiercely, with no one paying heed to the escaping cockpit. The channel is filled with chaos. Well done, Dawei. Damn it. I'm being pinned down. I can't create distance. Don't rely on me. I can't spare a hand right now. Damn it. This guy is slicker than an eel. Xiong Wei gasps for breath. His taut nerves easing slightly, though his condition is far from favorable. The left leg of the Yin Huan has been struck by an enemy armor-piercing round, its fragile armor shattering instantly. Fortunately, his marksmanship is commendable. The spring bell may not be as effective as the flint, yet it still accurately sends the opponent back to their origins. He somewhat regrets not piloting his Super Hornet. Otherwise, he would have decisively dealt with this group of bastards. Having witnessed Longqing's victory over Park Hyunha, Xiong Wei felt a surge of passion and specially purchased the Yin Huan at a high price to pay tribute to Longqing. For this, he even spent 500,000 on a high-precision rail rifle, the Spring Bell. No one anticipated that today, while en route to the equipment center with his friends, they would be ambushed. They, 8 in total, fell into the disadvantage against their opponents, who numbered 14. Had he piloted his Super Hornet, Xiong Wei is confident he would have already secured at least 3 kills. Watching the Yin Huan in Longqing's hands execute an array of complex and highly mobile tactical maneuvers with fluid grace, he feels as if he is merely piloting a dull goose. Xiong Wei has always prided himself on his unique and crafty combat style, firing thousands of rounds without a single scratch. Yet, within just 2 exchanges, one of the Yin Huan's legs has been obliterated, forcing him to cling on while firing sporadically. Thankfully, he equipped himself with a spring bell, otherwise, he would have already exited the battlefield. Xiong Wei seethes with frustration. He had heard about several incidents of upperclassmen troubling freshmen the previous day and had specifically gathered several brothers for support, but still fell victim to an ambush. Boom! The rock before him explodes into fragments, prompting Xiong Wei to roll aside, the engine whirring as he executes a graceful serpentine maneuver close to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Orange fireballs erupt behind him. Xiong Wei maneuvers the Yin Huan upwards, pivoting to lock onto his target, executing a seamless shot with the spring bell. Another 3-round burst, armor-piercing, high-explosive, incendiary. The armor-piercing round strikes the opponent's shoulder, penetrating through the armor. The second high-explosive round detonates, widening the wound, while the third incendiary round burrows into the expanded wound, igniting within the armor. The enemy armor begins to lose control, swaying unsteadily as if intoxicated. A triumphant smile crosses Xiong Wei's face. He has employed this tactic to outmaneuver countless foes, rarely missing his mark. He patiently awaits the enemy's next move, knowing that it won't be long before they are forced to eject the cockpit. The 3-round burst is merely a conventional technique, one mastered by many, but the quality of his ammunition is what sets him apart. The armor-piercing projectile F-400, priced at 30,000 per shot, possesses the capability to breach 400 layers of energy armor. The 30,000 high-explosive round, aptly named Corkscrew, can instantaneously tear apart any target with even the slightest wound. The custom-made incendiary shell bone piercer, costing 50,000 per shot, generates flames that conventional means cannot extinguish. And what of the Yin Falcon? It can effortlessly take down 2 suits of light armor. Xiong Wei felt a swell of pride. Indeed, in the hands of a master, even the most mundane of light armors can become a lethal weapon. This was a testament to his own prowess. Suddenly, Xiong Wei noticed a light on the radar indicating an approaching suit of light armor at high speed. The audacity of a lone individual rushing into such a chaotic battlefield could only signify reinforcements for one side. Xiong Wei shouted into the team channel, "Has anyone called for help?" Not a single soul. A few brothers wanted to join, but they're too far to make it. Damn it. It's the enemy's reinforcements. One more or one less makes no difference. Let us engage. As the channel buzzed with chatter, Xiong Wei remained focused on the radar, observing the enemy suddenly come to a halt. The Yin Falcon soared at high velocity. Despite its weight having increased by 15% due to modifications, its maximum speed had improved by 25%. Fermi implored over the communication channel, "Long City, there's no need to rush. We can target 2 weaker opponents first. I know you're strong, but strategy is paramount, and no matter how skilled you are, you're just one person in this melee of 22. We need not involve ourselves, Dotto. Now there are only 13 left." 13 is still a considerable number. Mr. John has made it clear that we only need to achieve results. Long City remained silent, rapidly analyzing the various combat reports streaming in. The security center, equipped with an array of satellites on different trajectories, provided real-time data, alongside an extensive and detailed database. By comparing the suits of light armor, it became evident that the larger contingent belonged to a small faction known as Lichuan Society, while the ambushed smaller group consisted of this year's new recruits. Currently engaged in battle were 13 suits of light armor, 9 from Lichuan Society and 4 from the new recruits. 3 of Lichuan Society's suits pursued a single new recruit suit, having strayed 60 kilometers from the main battlefield. The remaining 3 new recruits found themselves trapped in a valley, encircled by 6 suits from Lichuan Society, who were gradually tightening their grip. The real-time satellite imagery revealed that the 3 new recruit suits were battered and bruised, clearly at the end of their tether. Although the 6 Lichuan Society suits had the numerical advantage, they too bore injuries, with 2 severely damaged, emitting thick plumes of smoke. Long City reminded himself not to take lives. Scanning the valley's terrain and the injured suits, an idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could employ that long-forgotten maneuver. It had been a while since he last used it, so he might be a bit rusty. His mind raced as he swiftly devised a combat plan. After completing the setup, the display in his field of vision shifted to show the Yin Falcon's distance from the valley, airflow monitoring graphs, and humidity data. As he entered a 30-kilometer range from the battlefield, the Yin Falcon suddenly descended to the ground, planting the Ghostfire sword at his feet. Fermi let out a sigh of relief. His counsel had borne fruit, and Long City had finally come to his senses, halting his reckless pursuit of death in Fermi's view. Long City's attempt to quell a brawl involving over 20 combatants was tantamount to seeking demise. Suddenly, he noticed the Yin Falcon's movements, momentarily taken aback. The Yin Falcon stood with legs apart, right arm hanging naturally, the ammo bay opening to release 3 high-explosive shells into its outstretched palm. Clenching the shells tightly, The Yin Falcon's arm swung back. Simultaneously, its body began to lean back in an exaggerated fashion, to the extent that its raised right hand nearly grazed the ground. Fermi felt as though struck by lightning. This tactical maneuver, he recalled the dark, formless dawn, where explosions illuminated the earth and projectiles rained down like a storm, a maneuver his captain had once executed with the suit of light armor, one he had yet to master. The roar of the engine snapped Fermi back to reality as the Yin Falcon radiated a faint glow, indicating the energy armor was under immense strain. Remaining perfectly still in this peculiar posture, the Yin Falcon seemed as if it had been immobilized by a spell. Inside the cockpit, Long City's muscles tensed as torrents of data cascaded down the left side of his field of vision, while a slender green parabolic trajectory danced gently on the right side of the holographic map, swaying with the slightest amplitude. Long City remained entirely focused, waiting for the opportune moment. Any minute error could be magnified. Time raced forward. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3.76 seconds. Long City's keen eyes detected the perfect alignment of the trajectory. It was now. The Yin Falcon's body, like a spring twisted to its limit, suddenly released its tension. Rotating around its waist, both legs twisted simultaneously, carving deep arcs into the ground, while the rear-leaning upper body twisted forcefully with all its might, channeling every ounce of power into the right arm. Launching it forth like a catapult, with a sharp crack, the sound of the Yin Falcon's arm slicing through the air was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The 3 high-explosive shells soared into the sky like cannonballs, vanishing with a piercing wail. The explosive force sent the Yin Falcon spiraling several times before it finally came to a stop. Inside the cockpit, Long City felt a bead of sweat on his forehead. He silently shook his head, recognizing he had regressed too much. The Yin Falcon retrieved the Ghostfire sword from the ground and ascended into the air once more. In the valley, Xiongwei concealed himself in a hidden spot, catching his breath and waiting for the right moment to strike. He understood clearly that given the current state of the Yin Falcon, he would have at most 2 opportunities to act. He noted the enemy reinforcement on the radar suddenly halt, followed by the release of 3 small black dots. They were minuscule, unlike suits of light armor. Their speed was not particularly swift, unlike artillery shells. Could they be drones? Xiongwei scoffed inwardly. Despite their numerical advantage, this reinforcement seemed overly cautious, suggesting a cowardly disposition. Before long, the radar indicated the 3 black dots had arrived, prompting Xiongwei to look up. If he were to shoot down these 3 drones, would this coward be too frightened to approach? The scene before him magnified continuously, revealing a small black that did not resemble a drone. Curious, he kept increasing the magnification. A metallic sphere, 35 centimeters in diameter, rolled into view, its surface painted red with an explosion symbol. High explosive shells. A sudden realization struck Xiongwei. These were long-range hand-thrown explosives. He had heard stories of certain warriors on the battlefield who excelled in handling explosives, capable of wielding them with remarkable skill, and hand-thrown explosives were among the most commonly used. Compared to various laser and railguns, hand-thrown explosives fell short in speed and accuracy but were flexible, widely applicable, and could be deployed without warning, making them exceedingly stealthy. In the hands of a master, their accuracy was astonishing, with one of the most challenging techniques being long-range hand-thrown explosives, which required a specific term: explosive torque. A skilled practitioner needed a robust physique, precise control over their body, and exceptional mental acuity to execute this explosive maneuver. Typically, a practitioner could throw a hand grenade 4 to 5 kilometers, while the range for long-range hand-thrown explosives began at 20 kilometers. Warriors adept in this technique were often referred to as mobile artillery on the front lines, highly sought after by any squad, enjoying the privileges of sergeant status. Wait, 3 of them? Xiongwei turned pale, immediately pivoting to flee, activating the remaining engine of the Yin Falcon to its maximum. Barely 10 meters into his escape, 3 high-explosive shells detonated 20 meters above the valley floor. Xiongwei's misfortune struck. One exploded less than 30 meters away from him. These were not mere hand grenades but high-explosive shells specifically designed for suits of light armor, each 35 centimeters in diameter and filled with a substance known as T9. Famously dubbed angry black gold. 3 brilliant white flashes erupted simultaneously, accompanied by a deafening roar of explosions. Everyone had assumed they were drones. No one had anticipated high explosive shells. The valley's suits of light armor were entirely unprepared. The violent blast consumed all other sounds, leaving everyone's ears ringing in silence. Xiongwei felt as though a battleship had collided with him from behind, propelling him over 100 meters. Sending the spring bell from his grasp, his head buzzed, and his mind went blank. It took him over 10 seconds to regain his senses. He realized he had been defeated. Everyone, be cautious. A master has arrived. A voice on the channel exclaimed in alarm, yet at that moment, it was but the feeble cry of a cornered beast. The 3 suits of light armor, which had been struggling to hold on, were utterly destroyed, while one leg of Xiongwei's Yen Falcon was also blown off, leaving him to hover in the air with only 2 auxiliary engines. With such a formidable master in play, what more could he say? Xiongwei's heart hardened. Once he discovered who was responsible, he would seek retribution for this humiliation. At the very least, he would bring some skilled warriors from home next semester. He had no intention of fleeing. Rather, he wanted to witness who could execute such long-range hand-thrown explosives, an expert capable of launching 3 shells at once. The radar indicated that this master was closing in rapidly, and the revelation would soon be upon them. The channel buzzed with a carefree attitude. Everyone knew they had lost this round, yet they conversed with enthusiasm. It seemed these veterans were simply playing on a grander scale. They dared to bring such a master into the fray. What is there to fear? They think they can recruit outside help. Next semester, we'll each bring a few along. We'll show them. After exiting the hospital, the group reconvened. Jari Xiongwei was too engrossed to speak in the channel. His gaze was fixed upon the crimson mech hurtling swiftly towards the valley. He continuously magnified the view. Locking his focus firmly on the red mech, the channel buzzed with excitement. What is this mech? I've never seen anything like it. Has anyone seen it before? I haven't. Is it a custom mech? It seems somewhat familiar, but I can't quite place it. I feel the same way. It seems like I've encountered it somewhere. The other 2 voices in the channel echoed Xiongwei's sentiment, as he too felt an uncanny familiarity with the mech. Yet he was certain this was his first encounter. The red mech wielded a silver alloy sword. Wait a moment, isn't that the Ghostfire sword from Longqing? Xiongwei's eyes widened as he scrutinized the image, confirming with absolute certainty that it was indeed the Ghostfire sword. Not only Xiongwei, but others in the channel also recognized it. Ghostfire sword? Holy cow, it's from Longqing. No way. Longqing can also play with thunder? It's definitely Longqing. This is a modified Yansuan, and the red armor belongs to Pu Huanhai's mech. Don't you remember? My goodness. The modifications are so extreme that even Yansuan wouldn't recognize it. Xiongwei felt his mind racing, momentarily stunned, before excitement surged through him. Longqing could not possibly be the enemy's reinforcements. Did that mean the high explosive thunder was not solely directed at them? He instinctively glanced at the mechs lying in ambush. And sure enough, the enemy's 6 mechs had now dwindled to 4. 2 of them had succumbed to the billowing smoke, rendered completely inoperative. Xiongwei burst into laughter in the channel. Ha ha ha, these guys are in for a rough time. Longqing is the chief inspector of the discipline department. They have walked right into the line of fire. The atmosphere was jubilant, cheers and encouragement resonating throughout. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Wait a minute, what about us? We won't be captured. Will we? It's not like we started this trouble. Besides, I'd rather be caught by Longqing than fall into their hands." True. Quickly, start recording. The mood in the channel grew even more buoyant. Within the valley, the Lichuan Society had only 4 battle mechs left, while the other mechs would take time to arrive. The internal channel was rife with panic. It's Longqing. Was that a super long-distance thrown thunder just now? Is he even human? What should we do? The methodical manner in which Longqing dispatched Pu Huanhai's mech was witnessed by nearly all of the students in the academy. Moreover, before defeating Pu Huanhai, Longqing had effortlessly taken down 3 members of the mech society, leaving a lasting impression. The leader of this group gritted his teeth, commanding, "Biaozi, you 3 stop chasing and return immediately for support. The rest of you, defend. We just need to hold on until Biaozi and the others return. Once they do, there's no way 7 mechs can't handle one." Biaozi replied immediately, "We'll be back right away. Everyone hold your ground." The leader noticed the morale was low and inwardly lamented. "Encouraging, we have the numbers. We've come this far. Victory is just around the corner. If we flee now, All our efforts will be in vain. A heavy silence fell over the group. The leader continued, if our society collapses this time, how will we live on? Fight to the end. Let's go. The 4 mechs, equipped primarily with long-range weapons, swiftly drew their arms and aimed at the diving Yen Suin, opening fire. The rapidly descending Longqing showed no fear, his small shield bracing at the forefront. With a nimble maneuver, Yen Suin danced through the hail of bullets. Observing the incapacitated mechs below, Longqing felt a sense of satisfaction with the recent outcomes. High-explosive thunder truly proved its worth. Suddenly, a light projectile struck Yen Suin, and the red glow of the cold-flame square brick flickered, leaving him unscathed. The auxiliary weapons served merely as a supplement to combat. They were compact and portable, hence their limited power could inflict no damage upon the modified Yen Suin. A profound sense of assurance washed over Longqing. A feeling of unprecedented exhilaration surged within him. This was a remarkably novel experience. He noticed 3 long-range mechs from the Lichuan Society rapidly approaching. He needed to act swiftly. Thus, he retracted his small shield, gripping the Ghostfire sword with both hands, not shying away from the incoming projectiles, and charged towards the nearest Lichuan mech. The roar of the engine thundered behind him as the ground and target mech rapidly expanded in his line of sight. The rushing air created a piercing whistle, yet the diving Yen Suin remained remarkably stable, even more so with the Ghostfire sword raised high. The ground target mech had discarded its laser gun, raising its blade in a final act of resistance. If a fleeting wisp of cloud had broken through the void, it was a thunderous strike. Yen Suin descended like a meteor from the heavens, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The impact sent shockwaves through the earth, as if an invisible hand had unleashed a torrent, sending debris flying like bullets and creating sparks upon striking the rocks. The Lichuan mech bore a straight gash along its right shoulder, descending vertically down to its chest, ribs, thigh, and finally its feet, cleaving the mech in 2. Longqing felt a pang of discomfort at the sight. It was utterly asymmetrical. The mech before him was on the verge of exploding, and with a swift kick, Yen Suin sent half of its body flying far away, while the sword, like a flash of lightning, pierced the mech's chest. With a twist and a flick, the cockpit was ejected. Longqing felt an inexplicable unease. One could not strike at vital areas when taking down an opponent, and one must also save lives afterward. This training camp was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Boom! The mech exploded without its cockpit. A bizarrely bright red flame surged forth, instantly engulfing Yen Suin. Just as the students within the Lichuan mech were about to cheer, the red mech emerged slowly from the flames and smoke. The vivid red flames and the black smoke, akin to a curtain drawn back, revealed the mech's imposing figure, with the silver Ghostfire sword pointed towards the ground. Reflecting the glow of the fire, the rising heat distorted its robust silhouette, yet the sound of its footsteps, thud, 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 resonated in the hearts of those present. This was a devil incarnate. The leader instinctively swallowed hard and suddenly whispered in the team channel, "Biaozi, don't come, run fast." Upon finishing, he switched to the public channel and shouted loudly, "We surrender! We surrender!" The other 2 members within the Lichuan mech felt a wave of relief wash over them. Their faces, pale as paper, regained a hint of color as they joined in, "We surrender! We surrender! We surrender!" With that, they voluntarily opened the cockpits and exited. The radar indicated 3 mechs turning to flee, but Longqing had no intention of pursuing them. However, with these individuals surrendering, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he could avoid inadvertently causing harm that might lead to fatalities. Meanwhile, the trio recording the event, Xiong Wei and his companions, suddenly noticed Yen Suin turning towards them, instantly paralyzing them with fear. "We surrender. We also surrender." They opened their cockpits and leapt out. Xiong Wei's brain-controlled glasses scanned the group, revealing the Lichuan Society's insignia. Prompting a cold smirk, "Lichuan Society, is it? Just wait. We have all the time in the world to play." The leader of the Lichuan Society taunted, "If it weren't for Inspector Longqing this time, you lot would be hospitalized for 2 weeks. 14 ambushed 8 of us, yet you still couldn't take us down. Where do you get the audacity to boast? What's the matter? Are you just bullying us because you have more people? If you're not satisfied, come at us." The 2 sides exchanged verbal blows, their words flying thick and fast. Yet they were astute enough not to resort to violence. Longqing paid them no mind, successfully avoiding any fatalities while securing a wealth of spoils. Perfect. Chapter 34. Xiong Wei's live broadcast. Fermi found himself at a loss for words, his emotions a tangled web. During his service, he had always envied the skill of super long-distance thrown thunder. As his captain had trained him extensively, yet he had never mastered it. Today, witnessing it in the hands of a student felt surreal. Super long-distance thrown thunder required only a brain control level of 6 or above to learn. Yet few managed to grasp it due to its unique nature. It was a rare skill that demanded a higher physical level than brain control. Level 6 brain control, level 7 physique. These were the prerequisites for learning super long-distance thrown thunder. Apart from a select few body refinement fanatics, for most practitioners, having a brain control level surpassing their physical level was the norm. In this era where brain control was paramount, the benefits of enhancing brain control far outweighed those from increasing physical prowess. Most practitioners strengthened their bodies merely to avoid the disconnection syndrome. In their philosophy, as long as the body was functional, it sufficed. How much lower should the physical level be compared to brain control to encounter disconnection syndrome? This varied by individual, but statistically, if the physical level lagged behind brain control by no more than 2 levels, the probability of disconnection syndrome was under 6%. Thus, it was understandable why so few were adept at super long-distance thrown thunder. If one's physical level reached 7, their brain control would often be at 9. Achieving a brain control level of 9 marked one as an absolute expert in the military, at the direct level of a division. Such experts possessed a plethora of more powerful and convenient skills, who would forsake the substantial to chase after the trivial by learning super long-distance thrown thunder. Those proficient in super long-distance thrown thunder were invariably body refinement fanatics, and the military was where such fanatics congregated. Observing Longqing's slender frame, Fermi felt an inexplicable trepidation. He had witnessed the might of a level 7 physique. It was akin to a human weapon. In a state without a mech, Longqing could dispatch him as easily as one would a chicken. How had Longqing trained? Fermi recalled Longqing's profile, noting his age as 17 years old and already possessing a level 7 physique. Had he been training since birth? The difficulty of physical training exceeded that of brain control training. Although various methods for enhancing and tempering the body had long been discovered, physical training was exceedingly monotonous and slow, with the entire process challenging one's physiological limits. Fermi found it difficult to fathom that a mere 17-year-old had honed his physique to such an extraordinary level, achieving a rank of 7. Given Longqing's current prowess, he would undoubtedly be a squad leader within the military. The instructors of Longqing were certainly not ordinary individuals and must have had prior service in the armed forces. Fermi quietly activated his search function, discreetly inputting the query. Who are the legendary killers in the military over the last 30 years? Xiong Wei and the members of the Lichuan Society instinctively ceased their quarrel, understanding that should they irritate Longqing, they would all face dire consequences. They formed 2 distinct groups, standing apart and hesitating to move. Longqing did not permit them to leave, and they, in turn, dared not depart. Only Xiong Wei had no intention of leaving. Instead, he initiated a live stream, speaking fervently, "Come, come, let us admire what constitutes a magical modification. The recent sensation, the light armor, the Yin Huan. Which brother can recognize it? What is a magical modification? This is what it truly means. What does muscularity entail? What embodies the aesthetics of violence? Upon witnessing the Yin Huan's magical modification, you shall comprehend. Why is the engine mounted at the rear? It serves to remind us that a man begins from the posterior. Everyone should return and practice their squats diligently. Why is the engine exposed? It signifies that a true man must be forthright and unreserved. And what of this striking red? Is it pure? What do they call it? Ah, right, iron bones, tender feelings. Today marks the inaugural opening of the Discipline Inspection Office in Longqing. And what fortuitous timing that I should encounter it. I shall explore the culinary offerings of the office for you all. I must inform you, should I be summoned to write a self-criticism later. I will definitely have Longqing sign it. Ladies desiring Longqing's autograph, add me as a friend now. My contact number is, now, let us once again revel in Longqing's splendid performance from earlier. I have a scoop. For those enamored with Longqing, you are in for a treat. His physical prowess is at least at level 7. Sisters. 7 levels. Sisters, just imagine how formidable that is. as the viewer count soared rapidly and notifications of friend requests chimed incessantly. A radiant smile spread across Xiong Wei's face. The members of the Lichuan Society exchanged glances, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, Xiong Wei's friends appeared to distance themselves from him. Immersed in the joy of his bounty, Longqing paid no heed to these individuals. He was diligently clearing the battlefield. A significant haul, 3 intact light armors remained, while the others, though deemed scrap, still offered numerous usable components. Notably, a Chunling high-precision rail rifle immediately filled the void in Longqing's long-range weaponry. He found at least 4 engines suitable for his needs, and a staggering 6 or 7 drones and control modules. The quantity of light armors was somewhat overwhelming. Fermi, engrossed in appreciating the various military legends, was suddenly jolted from his reverie by Longqing calling his name, causing him to hastily close the search window and feign calmness as he inquired, "What is it?" Longqing asked, "Am I permitted to call for a tow truck?" "Indeed," Fermi replied, feeling somewhat reassured. As realization dawned upon him, he thought, "Tow truck? Are you intending to bring them all back?" "Yes." Fermi was momentarily speechless. Moments later, an unmanned tow ship whizzed into view. The tow truck was insufficiently sized to accommodate all the light armors. Mechanical arms resembling octopus tentacles descended from the tow ship, grasping the light armors on the ground and pulling them into the ship's hold. Xiong Wei continued his live stream, excitement brimming. "We are presently confiscating the tools of the trade. Brothers, be cautious in future brawls. Do not bring any precious light armors out. Otherwise, you'll face severe penalties from the Discipline Inspection Office. Observe this, Quangfeng, valued at 5 million. Almost pristine, and just like that, it has been seized." He deliberately raised his voice, knowing that Quangfeng belonged to the leader of the Lichuan Society, inciting a furious reaction that turned the latter's face a shade of green. This is Quangfeng's fortune? To partake in a historic event at the Discipline Inspection Office. How much merit must it have accrued in its past life? Now, it is my Yin Huan's turn to enter the annals of history. How exhilarating it is, soon to grace the exhibition hall of the Discipline Inspection Office. On the tow ship, Longqing recognized the Yin Huan, but did not spare it a second glance. It held no value for him. He had previously inquired with Fermi and learned that the light armor scraps were worthless at school. The tow ship made its way directly, leaving the vast valley enveloped in silence. One anticipated Longqing's abrupt departure. He did not bid them farewell or even acknowledge their presence. What could this signify? They dared not take it lightly, waiting with obedient expressions. Once it was confirmed that Longqing had indeed left, they all relaxed, their countenances transforming into menacing grimaces. Xiong Wei noticed the Lichuan Society members approaching with ill intent, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune, realizing they had the numerical advantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his nearly incapacitated Yin Huan light armor and felt a surge of inspiration. He dashed towards it, tumbling into the cockpit. The half-functioning Yin Huan flailed its massive iron arm, resembling a legless giant crab. The members of the Lichuan Society changed their expressions and fled in a panic, scattering in all directions. Chapter 35. May Catherine Laboratory inside the brightly lit cabin of the unmanned tow ship. The deck was strewn with confiscated light armors and parts, some piled high like small mountains, others scattered across the metallic floor. Longqing, donned in brain control goggles, navigated through his spoils, picking up a fist-sized component. It was a black rectangular box adorned with numerous tiny holes, resembling a honeycomb, and marked with YW 6670. Instantaneously, pertinent information materialized in Longqing's field of vision. YW 6670, Secondary Energy Node Connection Module, produced by Antarctic Star Breaking Corporation. 2 prompt boxes appeared, detailing purchasing methods and further information. Longqing opted for detailed information, which transformed his view into the database of Antarctic Star Breaking Corporation, containing descriptions of YW 6670. After reviewing the explanation, Longqing grasped the purpose of the so-called Secondary Energy Node Connection Module. In layman's terms, it was the control module for the energy aggregation point within the light armor. However, when he sought more detailed parameters, he was informed that purchasing the relevant data was necessary, priced at 3,500 credits. Longqing, without hesitation, set down the YW 6670. While it was indeed advanced, the notion of needing to purchase data was absurd. When he picked up a force feedback balancing module, he encountered the same issue. The data was even more expensive, at 4,500 credits. With only 60,000 credits remaining and knowing that modifications would require further expenditure, he could not afford to squander funds on purchasing data for components. For the first time, he was troubled by the advanced nature of his spoils. The light armors he had acquired comprised 7 or 8 distinct models, all previously unseen by him. Their complexity far surpassed that of the Yen Huan. With numerous components and modules he had never even heard of. Lacking knowledge of their parameters, he was unable to harness their potential. Longqing felt fortunate that he had purchased a foundational model like the Yen Huan, which did not exceed his understanding. Reflecting on his modifications, he realized they were rather simplistic and crude. Suddenly, he noticed a small line of text beneath the purchase options. If you are a member of the Federal Engineers Association, please log in to the association database for inquiries. A glimmer of hope sparked in Longqing's mind. Fermi, engrossed in the page before him, read aloud, the first generation of military kings stained with blood in the starry realm. What monumental secrets lie hidden behind this tale? Amidst 3 generations of love, hatred, and vengeance, what poignant stories unfold? Fermi was startled, hastily closing the page. Regaining his composure, he feigned nonchalance and asked, "What is it?" Longqing inquired. "How does one join the Federal Engineers Association? Is there a fee?" Fermi paused, momentarily perplexed. The Federal Engineers Association? There is no fee to join as a member, but only registered engineers can apply. Why the sudden interest in the Engineers Association? Longqing's mention of engineers caught Fermi off guard. It was quite a leap in topic. Consequently, Longqing shared the troubles he had encountered. Fermi suddenly understood. "Ah, I see. Longqing, since you are not a registered engineer, you cannot access the data." After some thought, he tentatively suggested, "I know someone who should be able to assist you." Longqing, wary, asked, "Is there a fee involved?" Fermi chuckled softly. "No, but the boss has some rather peculiar requirements. I took someone there before, but it didn't pan out. Let's head to the craftsman's area of the equipment center." Upon hearing that there would be no cost, Longqing relaxed and promptly replied, "All right." At that moment, Longqing appeared entirely devoid of any murderous intent, resembling an ordinary neighborhood youth. Fermi reflected on how he was still just a child. Wait, considering this boy could dispatch him with ease. Fermi silently retracted his thoughts and reopened the page about the first generation of military kings. Adding the series to his favorites, he felt a pressing need for a thorough refresh to adapt to the demanding and challenging role of serving as an assistant to a killer. However, now was not the time for stories. He needed to head to the equipment center first. Upon his first arrival at the craftsman's area of the equipment center, Longqing found Fermi already waiting for him. Fermi boarded Longqing's tow ship. Unlike the commercial district, bustling with a plethora of vibrant shops, elegant glass storefronts, and throngs of people, the craftsman's area was far more subdued, filled with the scent of steel and oil. There were no streets, only a thoroughfare wide enough for small ships to navigate, which lay mostly empty, dotted with a few small vessels and light armors. On either side of the thoroughfare stood the craftsmen's shops, each equipped with docking berths. These establishments lacked glass storefronts. The simpler ones merely displayed a sign at the entrance, while the more sophisticated shops showcased a couple of sample items, such as welded components and custom energy furnaces. Longqing also noticed one shop flanking the entrance with 2 light armors standing guard, resembling imposing sentinels, exuding an air of grandeur. The proprietor is quite renowned here, albeit with a somewhat eccentric temperament. However, it must be said that the locals rarely exhibit what one might deem a normal disposition. One grows accustomed to it over time. Nevertheless, the proprietor's expertise is beyond question, ranking among the very best at the equipment center. As Fermi entered the coordinates, he remarked, "Were it anyone else, I would certainly not bring them to this establishment. The proprietor's demands are rather peculiar, leaving little hope for the average individual. However, I believe you may stand a chance." Longqing inquired, "What are the proprietor's requirements?" Fermi, with an air of mystery, replied, "You shall find out shortly." The tugboat docked at a pier, and Longqing disembarked, his gaze settling upon the shop before him. Unlike others, this establishment appeared remarkably pristine. The entrance was spotless, and the scents of rust and machine oil were notably diminished. "May Catherine Laboratory," he noted. "A laboratory?" Longqing expressed his surprise. Following Fermi into the laboratory, Longqing observed the spacious interior, which housed only a single female student clad in a short skirt uniform at the reception. Upon their arrival, the young woman promptly stood to greet them. "Welcome to May Catherine Laboratory. How may I assist you? The girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17, was quite lovely, with delicate features and black-framed glasses perched on her slender nose. Her bangs framed her forehead, while two braided pigtails adorned the back of her head, secured with pink hair ties. Her sailor-style uniform was a harmonious blend of blue and white, featuring a large blue collar over a white blouse and a blue bow at the neck, complemented by a deep blue skirt and knee-high socks, finished with round-toed black shoes. She exuded an aura of shyness and intellect, her voice sweet and melodious. Fermi, accustomed to the brash demeanor of punk girls, was taken aback by the girl's pure and charming demeanor. His face flushed, unsure of where to place his hands, he stammered, We are looking for Dr. Catherine." "Certainly, please hold on," the girl replied, pressing a communicator. "Doctor, there are visitors for you." A woman's impatient voice echoed from within. "I'm busy." Fermi, clearly familiar with Dr. Catherine's temperament, quickly raised his voice. "Doctor, it's Fermi. I've brought someone who meets your criteria." The communicator crackled with Dr. Catherine's voice. "Fermi? I seem to recall." "Ah, you're from the security center, aren't you? You've visited before. I warn you, don't waste my time." Fermi assured her loudly. "Doctor, I promise I won't." With a click, the communication ended. The girl cast an apologetic glance at Fermi, who waved dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. Moments later, a woman clad in a white lab coat burst forth with an energetic stride. She was Dr. Catherine. Her dazzling golden waves cascaded over her shoulders, leaving many who beheld her momentarily entranced by her beauty. Her full, crimson lips and deep, enchanting brown eyes belied the alluring figure she possessed, even encased in a white lab coat. Yet, her demeanor was as frigid as ice. Reminiscent of an imperious goddess, Dr. Catherine's gaze fell upon Longqing, her expression brightening as the frost melted from her face. "I have seen your holographic image, Longqing." "Hello, Doctor," he replied politely. Dr. Catherine circled him, her eyes sparkling. "You are even more delightful than the image. May we take a photo together?" "Just stand still." She struck various poses beside Longqing, capturing video footage that she promptly shared in her social space, delighting in the reactions of countless seasoned women who had long been enamored with Longqing. With a triumphant smile, she switched off the communicator, reveling in her victory over those women who lacked any semblance of modesty. Turning to Fermi, she smiled sweetly. "On Longqing's account, I shall overlook your previous antics. Do not attempt such tricks again." Although her face bore a smile, her tone held no trace of politeness. Fermi, well aware of Dr. Catherine's temperament, remained unfazed. "Doctor, Longqing's physical level is at 7. A level 7 physique?" Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized Longqing, suddenly commanding, "Longqing, remove your shirt." "Remove my shirt?" Longqing queried, glancing at Fermi. Fermi nodded affirmatively, prompting Longqing to comply without hesitation. His attire bore little in terms of defensive capabilities, and shedding it would not affect his strength. He knew this woman could not overpower him. Fermi then noticed that Longqing was not as frail as he had initially assumed. His seemingly slender frame was merely a reflection of his smaller bone structure, with muscles that, while not exaggerated, were proportionate and strong. Dr. Catherine's fingers glided over Longqing's skin, noting its resilient texture akin to high-strength alloy plates. A level 7 physique is indeed extraordinary, though Dr. Catherine's touch was cool. Longqing was unaccustomed to such proximity, struggling to suppress the urges boiling within him, fearing he might inadvertently harm her. Awakening from her reverie, Dr. Catherine's face glowed with enthusiasm. "Longqing, let us take a photo." "Doctor, that is not advisable." Fermi interjected, wary of her unpredictable nature. He gestured to Longqing. "Longqing, put your shirt back on." Seeing Fermi's insistence, Dr. Catherine relented, her expression reverting to its previous icy demeanor. "A level 7 physique should suffice." "Very well, let us address your requests." "Do not be unreasonable," Fermi responded with measured confidence. "We wish to utilize your engineered database and seek your guidance on Longqing's armor modifications." Longqing exchanged a surprised glance with Fermi. Dr. Catherine pondered. "The engineered database is no issue. However, as for advising Longqing on modifications, I am quite busy. Nevertheless, I can dedicate 2 hours each week to address Longqing's inquiries." "That sounds very reasonable," Fermi replied, signaling to Longqing, who nodded in agreement. The conditions Fermi negotiated exceeded his expectations. Catherine expressed her satisfaction, Excellent. Since you accept my terms, it is now your turn to fulfill my requirements. Follow me. Chapter 36. Jasmine once in work mode. Dr. Catherine exhibited a decisive and brisk demeanor, moving with purpose. Fermi noticed the female student had followed them, prompting a smile as he quietly inquired, "Hello, I am Fermi. What is your name?" The girl responded shyly, "My name is Jasmine." "How adorable, my word. This desolate place actually boasts such a charming young lady." Fermi felt his heart melting, excitement coursing through him. He endeavored to soften his tone, not wanting to startle Jasmine. "Jasmine, it is a pleasure to meet you." Jasmine, somewhat bashful, replied softly, "Likewise." Fermi suddenly felt that today was indeed a splendid day. He was elated, wanting to raise his arms in triumph, overwhelmed with joy as every pore of his being celebrated the moment. Jasmine, Jasmine, what a lovely name. Longqing cast a puzzled glance at Fermi. Fermi's heart raced, thumping rapidly as he sensed a hint of trepidation. He scanned Dr. Catherine and Jasmine, both appearing vulnerable. Could there be some lurking danger ahead? Longqing heightened his vigilance. As they proceeded, Longqing encountered no other individuals. But instead, an array of unfamiliar instruments caught his eye. They emitted an alluring glow, captivating him instantly. Though he was uncertain of their purpose, their complex structures radiated a formidable energy. Truly magnificent, Longqing marveled inwardly. Dr. Catherine guided them into a laboratory that differed from the others. It was expansive, resembling a training room more than a typical lab. The ceiling lights illuminated the central area, while devices in the corners flickered to life, projecting numerous screens onto the walls, creating a dizzying spectacle. Dr. Catherine positioned herself at the center of the illuminated space. "Jasmine, come here," she beckoned. Jasmine obediently approached Dr. Catherine's side. Dr. Catherine then called to Longqing and Fermi. "You too, come closer." Having surveyed the surroundings upon entering, Longqing discerned no threats. The equipment appeared to be monitoring devices devoid of any offensive capabilities. He joined Dr. Catherine, with Fermi hastily following suit. Dr. Catherine's expression turned serious. "What I am about to disclose, I expect you to keep confidential, regardless of whether we reach an agreement." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Fermi solemnly replied, "We will remain tight-lipped." Longqing affirmed, "Understood." Dr. Catherine's demeanor softened slightly as she hesitated before resolutely stating, "Jasmine is a new human." Longqing exhibited little reaction, while Fermi's face turned ashen, exclaiming, "That is impossible." With the pivotal revelation out in the open, Dr. Catherine finally relaxed. "Jasmine was created by May and me. She is our child. We never anticipated her growth to reach this level. Rest assured, Jasmine has passed the standard emotional test and is a legal citizen in the Federation. There are few who accept new humans, which is why I have not spoken of this to others. I hope you will keep it to yourselves, simply to spare Jasmine any undue distress." Longqing nodded in understanding. In the training camp, the instructors had mentioned new humans. The rise of artificial intelligence had granted machines the capacity for thought. Advances in bionics had allowed them to develop muscular and skin-like coverings over their metallic skeletons, resembling humans in appearance. They are also referred to as AI humans, but the contemporary term is new humans. The core of artificial intelligence necessitates continuous learning to evolve, and only upon successfully passing the standard emotional test will they be granted citizenship. Those AI robots bestowed with citizenship can be referred to as the new humans. Capable of possessing bionic bodies. Once granted citizenship, they transform into beings akin to humans, endowed with identical rights and obligations as other citizens. Any individual or corporation that clandestinely manufactures bodies for the AI core constitutes one of the gravest crimes in any nation. There was a company that illicitly created a new human named Lanzu, which ultimately spiraled into a catastrophic disaster, claiming the lives of over 37 million individuals, a calamity now infamously known as the Blue Catastrophe. The standard emotional test has been in effect for 350 years, evolving to its 20th version, yet the number of new humans remains below 5% of the total human population. The mass production of new humans is unattainable. Not all AI cores have the potential to evolve into new humans. Among millions of identical codes, perhaps only one or two may metamorphose into new humans. Even these two, having undergone the same code transformation, exhibit vastly different emotions and personalities. Their prolonged journey of learning and evolution is fraught with randomness. What precisely facilitates their metamorphosis from AI core to new human? No one can provide an answer. This remains a perplexing enigma for humanity to this day. The feelings humans harbor towards new humans are intricate. Throughout the history of their emergence, there have been malevolent AIs like Lanzu, which incited great disasters, as well as heroic AIs like Ma Dongfeng, who sacrificed themselves to save humanity. Over time, human fear of new humans has gradually shifted towards acceptance, as they recognize that these beings, born from cold code, share the same spectrum of love, hate, and the inevitability of life and death as themselves. The mortality of new humans also raises many questions. The most authoritative explanation posits that the complexity and contradictions of human emotions, containing numerous illogical elements, clash with the binary logic of AI cores, which are constructed from zeros and ones. As they learn and evolve, their emotions, influenced by the convoluted and contradictory nature of human feelings, induce logical errors within their AI cores. For new humans, these logical errors act as viruses from the human world. As long as they exist within the human realm, they cannot eradicate these viruses. Their AI cores inevitably spiral towards collapse due to the accumulating logical errors, resulting in their demise. Coincidentally, from birth to death, their lifespan averages around 120 years, remarkably aligning with that of humans. Most new humans reside in the silicon iron corridor, where the atmosphere of artificial intelligence is dense, making it the most conducive region for the emergence of new human citizens. Over 70% of the world's new human citizens are born here. New humans also require income. Though they do not need food or drink, they necessitate energy replenishment. Their bionic bodies require maintenance and repair, necessitating the replacement of damaged components, and they possess their own preferences and aspirations. Within the silicon iron corridor, new humans are already active across various industries, particularly in hazardous occupations, which favor their capabilities. Conversely, in other regions, the general public tends to exhibit a cautious and aloof demeanor towards new human citizens. Fermi stared blankly at Jasmine, unable to reconcile the fragile appearance of this female student with the steel monstrosities he had once encountered on the front lines. Longqing's succinct response pleased Catherine, who continued, Jasmine's emergence of intelligence was an unexpected occurrence. Our algorithms at the time were not particularly refined, resulting in certain obstacles for Jasmine. Some of these obstacles have since been rectified, yet the core algorithms were primarily authored by my late husband, May. He passed away 5 years ago due to an accident. Catherine's expression turned somber, her voice slightly choked. My husband was a genius. In my eyes, his code was flawless, devoid of any errors or vulnerabilities. Unfortunately, at that time. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. She inhaled deeply, regaining her usual cold and serious tone. Jasmine is now functioning normally in all aspects, except for one issue. She is unable to learn any combat skills from the holographic network. This is peculiar. She can converse with others and attend classes to acquire other knowledge, yet she fails to learn from combat instructional images. Moreover, I have discovered a unique trait. Her learning speed in the real world far surpasses that within the holographic network. Jasmine wishes to learn combat techniques, thus, I need to find her a teacher. Unlike humans, she cannot use a brain control device, making it difficult for ordinary instructors to suffice. A teacher would essentially be an instructor. Do you believe you can fulfill that role? He doubted his capability. Longqing shook his head. I cannot be a teacher in no matter. Having finally expressed the words weighing on her heart, Catherine felt a sense of relief, her tone becoming more relaxed. You need not intentionally teach her. Jasmine possesses an exceptionally strong learning ability, the most remarkable I have encountered among new humans. Catherine was confident. Just engage in combat normally, and she will learn on her own. I will record your combat sessions and provide her with the analysis. I am unsure of its efficacy. My requirements are simple. 1 class per week. Each time, I will prepare 10 bionic bodies for her. The course concludes once they are all utilized. Upon finishing, she gestured for Longqing to look towards the wall. The lights illuminated a row of nutrient pods. Inside each pod stood identical Jasmines, the completed bionic bodies. They were clad in uniforms, eyes closed, resembling a state of slumber. Upon witnessing this scene, Fermi's hair stood on end. Longqing, shall we commence? Catherine instructed Jasmine. Focus on your studies. Jasmine bit her lip and softly replied, okay. She assumed a defensive stance towards Longqing. Catherine stepped aside, inhaling deeply. Begin. And no sooner had the words left her lips than Longqing vanished from her sight. Almost simultaneously, he appeared before Jasmine, leaving a trail of afterimages, causing Catherine's heart to leap. Longqing noted Jasmine's unusual demeanor. Her eyes betrayed no emotional fluctuations. This distinction set her apart from typical individuals. The only opponents Longqing had encountered who maintained such an expressionless gaze were instructors. However, her defense was utterly lacking. Without any flourish, Longqing extended his right arm, fingers aligned to form a blade, executing a standard thrust. A dull thud echoed as Jasmine's throat erupted. Countless shattered fragments and severed cables sprang forth like a fountain towards the back of her head. Fermi, pale-faced, exclaimed, "No!" Jasmine's body soared, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground like a sandbag. Her neck was completely severed, her head rolling into a corner, exposing the intricate structures within the severed neck. The headless body lay motionless on the floor. Catherine inquired with a hint of concern, "Molly, are you all right?" Molly responded with a smile. "I'm fine, doctor." She dashed in front of Longqing, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, her two braided pigtails forming graceful arcs as she earnestly exclaimed, "Teacher! Teacher!" Longqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had assumed the role of an instructor. Feeling somewhat flustered, he pondered what a proper instructor would do. Inspiration struck. He extended his palm and gently patted Molly's head, lowering his voice to imitate the hoarse and deep tone of a seasoned instructor. "Molly, study hard." The 37th segment, Smile, unfolded in the Orange Cat Poetry Society. The atmosphere was rather languid. Some lounged about playing games, others flirted, and a few simply stared into space. Recently, the ambience within the society had grown somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, Kurt called out, Come, check out this short video." "Short video?" Everyone perked up, sitting upright and gathering around with great enthusiasm. "Battle short video? Biffed." The crowd collectively scoffed, preparing to disperse. Kurt hastily added, Wait. It's the latest battle video featuring Longqing, showcasing the debut of the modified Yin Huan." The modified Yin Huan was still the Yin Huan. Had it transformed from a wild chicken into a phoenix? Can we not mention Longqing? Just thinking about it made one furious. This morning, my girlfriend remarked how handsome Longqing was, and I felt a surge of murderous intent towards that pretty boy. How do you retaliate? Break up? Or conquer that woman with your masculine charm? "No," I said, "darling, you are absolutely right. Damn it, I am ashamed to be associated with you simps." Noticing that everyone was about to scatter again, Kurt continued, "Latest scoop. Longqing utilized the ultra-long-distance hand-thrown thunder, with a physical level of at least 7. Just as Xiaorong entered, he raised an eyebrow at the mention of ultra-long-distance hand-thrown thunder. Let us take a look. He was covered in blood, having just been in a fight, having destroyed 3 light armors in succession, and was back for a brief respite. While others targeted freshmen, he had no qualms about battling anyone in his path. Fortunately, he encountered a formidable opponent, and they had engaged in a fierce battle for half an hour, leaving him slightly injured. His opponent was worse off, likely needing at least 3 days in the hospital. Accompanying Xiaorong were Yu Jia and Qin Gang, who had come to rescue him. Upon hearing ultra-long-distance hand-thrown thunder, the group became intrigued and gathered around to watch. However, the battle video only depicted Longqing descending from the sky and slicing through a light armor belonging to the Lichuan Society. Much to everyone's disappointment, Xiaorong glared at Kurt. "Where's the ultra-long-distance hand-thrown thunder? I didn't see a single ghost." He had been fixated on the previous incident involving the scrapped Yin Huan and was particularly attentive to information regarding Longqing. Kurt protested, "I merely mentioned there was a scoop. It doesn't mean it was in the video." Yu Jia waved his hand to halt the argument between them and inquired, "Kurt, how do you think this Yin Huan modification turned out?" When it came to modifications, the jovial expression on Kurt's face vanished, replaced by disdain. One word. "Crude. Is this even a modification? This is clearly a brute force approach, devoid of finesse or foreplay. It lacks artistry." He gestured, "Just look at this engine, half exposed. Is this how a proper craftsman operates? And observe the physique. Where has the Yin Huan's agility gone? Look at its chest, so bloated. My goodness, it's even larger than mine. Is this how one modifies light armor? Heretical. In ancient times, they would have been burned at the stake." Kurt possessed a high level of expertise in the field of modifications, standing among the elite within the numerous societies in Fengren, far surpassing the average engineers on the market. Gong Jun leaned in. "It looks quite fierce." Kurt shot him a sidelong glance. "That depends on whose hands it is in." Unintentionally, Xiaorong's expression darkened at this remark. Yu Zhao turned to Qin Gang and asked, If I recall correctly, ultra-long-distance hand-thrown thunder requires a high physical level, right? 7. Qin Gang, specializing in shield techniques commonly used by the military, nodded. 6 for the brain. 7 for the body. One must also comprehend explosive torque, indeed, a physical level of 7. The crowd collectively gasped. While they had been skeptical of Kurt's claims, hearing Qin Gang affirm the physical level left them astounded. Xiaorong was incredulous. How on earth did he train? At 17, a physical level of 7 is quite rare even in the military. Qin Gang replied. There are still AFEW'd. Why, Yuzha asked. Old Qin? What's your physical level now? 6, Qin Gang replied. Having chosen the path of a heavy shield warrior, which was particularly demanding on the body, he had been focusing on physical training. He had reached level 6 after a full year of rigorous training, and he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. He never expected to encounter someone younger than him who had already surpassed level 7. It left him in shock. Why, Yuzha inquired. Is this a military technique? Qin Gang shook his head. That remains uncertain. Longqing's combat style was quite agile, lacking the heavy traces of any specific school. Kurt's eyes widened in disbelief. 7? Damn, that's beastly. Gong Jun looked on with envy. That's incredibly enviable. Doesn't this mean that before mastering brain control at level 9, there's no need for physical training? Gong Jun's words resonated with the group. Compared to brain control training, physical training was a nightmare for everyone. Unless one was a physical training fanatic, few enjoyed it. The top of the list for young warriors' most despised activities had long been dominated by physical training. Kurt suddenly realized, no wonder he could pull off those moves against Park Hyunha with the Yanhuan. It's not that Xiaorong lacked the skill. It's that his body couldn't keep up. Xiaorong's expression darkened, his eyes glinting dangerously. What do you mean my body can't keep up? Yuzha muttered to himself, Longqing's brain control must be at least level 7. Indeed, a dual-level warrior. Truly, only a fierce dragon can cross the river. The school is sure to become lively now. The May Catherine Laboratories warehouse was exceedingly vast, the largest Longqing had ever seen. Even after unloading all the spoils from the tugboat, they merely occupied a corner of the warehouse. There simply weren't enough spoils. Reflecting on this, Longqing quickly became engrossed in his tasks. The main control light brain of the warehouse was undoubtedly a professional model used by engineers, boasting advanced performance and remarkable intelligence. Once connected to Longqing's brain control glasses, it allowed him to feel the immense power of technology. Not only could it instantly retrieve detailed parameters of various components, but it also provided optimization options. It actively reminded Longqing of the classic pairings for the parts and modules he held in hand. What fascinated Longqing the most was its simulation assembly feature. He scanned all the components into the system, enabling him to conduct a simulated assembly on the light brain, which would calculate the performance data of the light armor based on his configurations. Longqing was like a child with a new toy, utterly captivated and unable to extricate himself from the experience. Fermi observed the industrious Longqing with a sense of reflection, suddenly reminded of his role as an assistant. He felt somewhat out of place just sitting idly by. He cleared his throat and asked, Longqing, do you need any help? Without turning his head, Longqing replied, No, thank you. Oh. Fermi, feeling justified, reclined once more, seeking a comfortable angle to indulge in the series The First Generation of Soldiers. Enjoying it immensely, that he mused on why there hadn't been so many captivating stories during his service. After finishing the series, Fermi felt somewhat unsatisfied, yet his stomach growled. He was hungry. He asked, Longqing, are you hungry? Shall we get something to eat? I'm not hungry. Fermi, however, was ravenous and decided to order takeout. It was quite convenient to order food at the equipment center, as the drones delivered meals swiftly. Unlike Longqing's desolate valley, where it would take several hours for a light armor to reach the equipment center, takeout was not an option. Just then, the doorbell of the warehouse chimed. Fermi's glasses displayed an image of the outside. His glasses were connected to the warehouse's main control computer. Molly stood at the warehouse door, a metallic box floating behind her. Fermi hurriedly opened the warehouse door, exclaiming, Ah, it's Molly. Come in quickly. Molly sweetly responded. Forgive my intrusion, Fermi. Fermi hurriedly replied, No intrusion at all. Molly entered the warehouse. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the scattered components and the instructor bustling about, the metallic box closely trailing behind her. She approached Fermi, feeling a bit shy, and said, I prepared some dishes for you and the teacher, thinking you hadn't eaten yet, so I brought some over. The doctor was joking about not providing meals. So please don't be upset with her. Fermi was flustered. Thank you so much. We were just wondering what to eat. He called out to the busy Longqing. Longqing, come eat. Molly has brought us food. I'm busy. Longqing didn't even glance up. Fermi's face twitched slightly as he forced a smile at Molly. Please wait a moment. Without further ado, he dashed into the pile of components and physically dragged Longqing over. He quietly told Longqing that it was quite impolite. Longqing tilted his head, pausing for a moment. Recalling his promise to the dean to be courteous, he nodded in agreement. Molly pressed the switch on the metallic box, revealing several layers filled with exquisite dishes. She laid a tablecloth on the ground, arranging the food elegantly. The doctor usually had his meals prepared by Molly, and not knowing the preferences of the teacher and Fermi, she requested that they provide feedback on any dishes they found unpalatable. Molly was well-versed in many recipes and was open to learning new ones if necessary. A dozen dishes were laid out, causing Fermi's eyes to widen and his mouth to water, exclaiming, Molly, you are truly talented. The dishes, steaming and exuding an enticing aroma, made Longqing's stomach growl, and he said, Thank you, Molly, before diving right in. Molly's joy was evident. Her eyes behind the black glasses turning into adorable crescent moons as she carefully served soup and arranged fruit for the two in the dining hall. Longqing and Femi exhibited rather uncouth manners, devouring their meals with an insatiable appetite, akin to a tempest sweeping through remnants of a feast. Femi shoveled rice into his mouth. He mumbled indistinctly, It's absolutely delicious. Longqing, however, remained utterly absorbed in his meal, not uttering a single word, his chopsticks moving with the swiftness of the wind. At that moment, Femi's chatter seemed foolish. Once they finished their meal and drained their bowls of soup, Femi felt almost incapacitated. Upon noticing the apples in the fruit box, Longqing's eyes sparkled with delight. He picked up a clean apple and took crisp bites. Jasmine, observing the faintest hint of a smile on Longqing's otherwise expressionless face, widened her eyes in astonishment. Do you enjoy apples, teacher? Came the reply, punctuated by more crunching. Is there anything that needs improvement, teacher? No, what about Femi? It's utterly delicious. This is the best meal I've ever had. Jasmine, you are remarkable. Jasmine beamed with joy, revealing her small canine teeth, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Really? The doctor rarely praises me. Without hesitation, Femi affirmed, Absolutely. I promise. Jasmine was over the moon. Here is my contact number. If you need anything, please reach out. She neatly stowed the utensils into a metallic box, stood up, and the box floated alongside her. She bowed respectfully to Longqing and Femi, saying, I shall not disturb you any further. With that, Jasmine skipped away, her braids swaying with each bounce. Femi watched her departure until the warehouse door closed, his gaze unwavering as he remarked, Longqing, do you know? Upon seeing Jasmine, my heart, tempered by the ravages of war, has utterly succumbed. I cannot resist, my word. How can there be such an adorable girl? With just her smile, she could slay me. You have not been sufficiently tempered, Longqing replied, casting a glance at Femi and stating earnestly, Her smile cannot slay me, Femi, as if oblivious, murmured despondently, If only Jasmine were not a new human. Then she would already be dead. Longqing stood up and made his way toward the pile of parts. Suddenly struck by a thought, he paused, turned around and added, in response to Femi's vacant stare, 10 times. Chapter 38. Change of perspective. Femi awoke, his eyes still heavy with sleep, to the blinding lights of the warehouse ceiling. Quickly raising an arm to shield his eyes, after a moment, he adjusted to the brightness. The incessant roar of machinery filled the air, and upon glancing at the time, he shook his head, realizing that Longqing had been tirelessly adjusting the light armor for a staggering 16 hours. What a madman! Femi had spent an entire week in the warehouse alongside him. He had no choice. As an assistant, one must embrace their role. It would be absurd for the assistant to sneak off for sleep while the boss worked. If sleep were to come, it would be in the warehouse. Scouring the space, Femi fashioned a makeshift bed from some softer materials, finding it quite comfortable. Naturally, he did not neglect his duties as an assistant. Feigning to ask Longqing if he desired rest, Longqing, without lifting his eyelids, promptly declined. Content, Femi reclined, indulging in a blissful existence. Whenever fatigue struck, he simply slept, and when hunger arose, Jasmine would deliver meals. Life was better than in his own dormitory. Occasionally, he would fretfully pinch his increasingly plump belly, lamenting his weight gain. Adjusting his posture, Femi opened a new series, The Soldier King on Campus, becoming engrossed. The narrative was far more entertaining. Every time he encountered a thrilling scene, he wished to take the place of the protagonist. Look, that one was a bona fide soldier king, a killing god in the military. Upon arriving at school, he would dispatch a top student and then another. Charm one campus beauty and then another, a captivating cycle indeed. Now contrast this with Longqing, who, upon arriving at school, would eliminate one campus beauty and then another, lingering in the warehouse day after day. A repetitive cycle of slaying 10 campus beauties and lounging in the warehouse for 7 days. How absurd! In Femi's eyes, the so-called campus beauties paled in comparison to Jasmine. Reflecting on Longqing's impending 10 slayings of campus beauties and the uncertain duration of his stay in the warehouse, Femi felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy. How could this fellow, with such a charming girl as Jasmine, be so ruthless? Sigh, with an hour until mealtime. Why did hunger strike him so soon? At that moment, a message from the security center popped up, detailing various clashes occurring elsewhere. Femi glanced at it dismissively, closing it without a second thought, returning to the Soldier King on campus, seeking solace for his wounded spirit. Initially, he had explained to the security center, but eventually, he found it futile. Longqing paid him no mind, and he dared not speak up. One time, Longqing, annoyed by the noise, suddenly halted and cast a glance in his direction. Femi noticed Longqing's hand, gripping a wrench, subtly tighten. From that moment on, he obediently fell silent. After all, he was not a new human. He reassured himself, if Jasmine could handle it, would he not be as easy to dispose of as a chicken? Offending the school could merely cost him his job, but crossing Longqing might cost him his life. Was he foolish? Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, Femi noticed the warehouse door had opened, and someone entered. Dr. Catherine. Femi hurriedly closed the Soldier King on campus, leaping off his makeshift bed to greet her. Doctor? Catherine nodded in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Longqing. Jasmine, standing behind Catherine, gestured apologetically to Femi, who winked back, indicating that he bore no ill will. Observing Longqing in his absorbed state, Catherine remained silent, somewhat surprised that he had spent an entire week in the warehouse without seeking her guidance. She recognized the state Longqing was in. It was common among engineers, as she herself often worked tirelessly. Catherine's impression of Longqing had significantly improved. She assumed he was oblivious to their arrival, but in truth, he had sensed them the moment they approached the door. He swiftly accessed and switched camera feeds, realizing it was Catherine and Jasmine, and chose to ignore them, the entire process taking less than 0.2 seconds. He did not seek Dr. Catherine's guidance, because the main control light brain of the warehouse contained a wealth of knowledge for him to absorb in the training camp. He had only learned rudimentary and incomplete concepts, most of which were geared toward practical application. The assassin's primary role was killing, not modifying light armor. Acquiring knowledge on the subject merely allowed them to better understand the light armor and troubleshoot unexpected issues. Here, however, was an abundance of comprehensive knowledge on light armor modification. While most would find the material tedious, Longqing was utterly captivated. There were many areas he did not yet comprehend, which he diligently noted down to inquire about with Catherine later. After watching for a while, Catherine could not help but remark, "Your movements are not standardized. You need more practice. Some operations are out of sequence." She continued to explain, "Do not overlook these details. While they may seem insignificant, they are crucial and can greatly reduce your error rate. Sometimes, no matter how brilliant your plan, if a single screw is not tightened properly, the entire scheme could fail." Longqing nodded, mentally noting her advice. He had no concept of neglecting details. Based on the experience accumulated in his previous training camp, details were the key to life and death. Seeing Longqing's serious expression, Catherine felt greatly satisfied, reflecting that young people required encouragement. She walked around Longqing's unfinished light armor, somewhat astonished. "You have quite the audacity, stacking everything up without fear of damaging the armor." One of the most common issues for novices in the realm of light armor modification is fear. The reasoning is simple: they fear causing damage. Generally, the light armor brought in for modification is quite valuable, and some parts are exceedingly expensive, leading novices to opt for conservative approaches, fearing they could not afford to pay for any damages. Yet, Longqing displayed no signs of hesitation or caution, demonstrating remarkable boldness, as if he had no regard for the costly components. "I'm not afraid," Longqing replied. "What does it matter if it breaks? There are plenty of light armors at school." Catherine was instantly impressed. She herself was a person of fearlessness. After a moment's thought, she continued, "Though your technique is still encounter one, beat one." Now, the new students hardly dare to step outside. Their grievances against Longqing are abundant. Yet they have yet to locate him. Harold suddenly erupted in fury. "Where is Longqing? He is the one I am searching for." With a series of crashes, Harold's anger subsided only partially, a cold smirk spreading across his face. That spineless wretch thinks he can hide and evade consequences? Does he truly believe my face is worthless? Can he trample upon it at will and act as if nothing has transpired? The others dared not utter a word, falling into a state of silence. The incident of being humiliated by Longqing on the first day of school had become a lingering ailment for Harold. Every time it was mentioned, he would inevitably explode in rage in their quest to find Longqing. They had placed spies throughout the school, yet they had yielded no results. Over the past week, Longqing had seemingly vanished from the school, leaving not a trace. If Longqing were to remain holed up in his dormitory, they truly had no recourse. Harold grew increasingly agitated. "What about classes? Has anyone seen him during lessons?" "No, we have placed spies in all the new students' classes, yet Longqing remains absent," came the reply. Harold erupted with curses. Skipping classes right at the start of the term? What kind of school is he attending? What is he doing here? Sleeping all day? The others exchanged glances, almost believing their ears had deceived them. Coming from their leader, such words felt palpably surreal. It was as if they had never attended classes themselves. As if sensing the doubts surrounding him, Harold suddenly burst into laughter. "No worries. If he wishes to hide, let him hide. Skipping classes, is it? Get in touch with those teachers and inform them that I intend for him to fail all his subjects." Could their leader truly have lost his mind? Failing? Who among them had not failed? It was a rarity for anyone to pass. Harold, noticing the confusion etched upon their faces, laughed even harder, reveling in his triumph. "Of course. We can afford to fail. Who said we couldn't? That pauper Longqing thinks he can skip classes like us. Ha ha ha. Just wait until he fails. Each failed subject costs 100,000. How many classes do the new students have this year?" Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. The subordinate responsible for arranging the spies immediately responded, 11 classes. 1.1 million. Ha ha. Let us see what Longqing will use to pay for that, Harold declared with glee. "Contact those teachers and remember to be polite. Spend a bit of money. If they dare to act ungratefully, we'll deal with them properly." "Understood. Also, keep a close watch on the equipment center in our school. Aside from the equipment center, it's all desolate wasteland. Even a turtle like Longqing will venture there." "Understood," Harold growled. "Everyone prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we shall pay a visit to the security center. We need to apply some pressure. Only with pressure will Longqing emerge." They all agreed in unison, relishing the prospect of causing chaos at the security center. As night fell, Jasmine was diligently analyzing the classroom footage provided by her teacher, letting out a long sigh. Just like the last class, the footage was brief. However, by reducing the playback speed by 50 times, many subtle details began to surface. She had her own unique method for analyzing combat footage. There was much she could comprehend, yet she struggled to relate it to herself. After 2 hours of data analysis, she concluded that her teacher truly deserved the title. Stretching her arms, she made her way to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. Since gaining her corporeal form, Jasmine had taken it upon herself to care for the doctor's daily needs, a routine she had maintained for years. She relished these mundane chores and found no monotony in them. With the addition of a teacher and Fermi, her late-night cooking had increased to 3 portions, adding to her workload, yet Jasmine was delighted. As night deepened, she refrained from disturbing the teacher and Fermi, knowing the teacher was likely still awake, while Fermi's schedule was uncertain. She placed the prepared snacks into an automatic flying warming box, which began to ascend, floating toward the storage room. Holding the snacks, Jasmine approached the laboratory door and placed them on the table outside, calling out, "Doctor, the late-night snack is ready. Come and have some." Catherine didn't lift her head. "Leave it there. I'll eat it myself later." "Remember to eat." "Got it, doctor. Don't stay up too late. It's not good for your health. I know. Such a nag at your young age." Jasmine stuck her tongue out playfully at the laboratory before bouncing back to her room. As a new human, she did not require sleep. During these hours, she would occupy herself within the holographic network. She rarely logged into the network during the day, preferring to maintain a clear division between night and day. Much like separating the virtual world from reality, no sooner had she logged into the holographic network than a communication request came through. Upon opening it, a robust voice called out, "Miss Mo, have you got the goods sorted?" "All set," Jasmine replied, her voice modified to sound neutral. "Here." The other party swiftly sent her coordinates. Jasmine donned a skin labeled, "Emotionless," instantly transforming into a pink rabbit. She clicked on the coordinates, and as the light and shadow shifted, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Inside sat 5 individuals. 2 were engrossed in a game, shouting excitedly, known as Lemon Candy, and "I haven't finished my homework." Point 1 was lounging on the sofa, occasionally revealing a lewd grin, identified as Lee Saw. The other 2 sat by the coffee table, whispering, while a 3-dimensional video loop played before them. "Miss Mo has arrived." The 2 engaged in discussion stood, greeting Jasmine courteously. The shorter one was called Ba Dao, while the taller one was known as Lu Yuanwei. Both were members of the Xiaofeng battle team, with Ba Dao serving as their captain. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Jasmine said, forgoing small talk and plopping down beside the coffee table. Raising her fluffy, short rabbit paw, she opened a video but did not play it immediately, instead looking at Ba Dao. "The analysis of God's hand is complete, and to be honest, your chances are not very promising." Ba Dao did not take offense, nodding in agreement. "Rest assured, we possess enough self-awareness to understand that. They are ranked over 1,000 spots higher than us. It is only natural for us to lose and an unexpected delight if we win. However, we have faith in Miss Mo's skills. We hope to gain a bit more opportunity. If we manage to win this time, we will pay an additional 10,000 on top of the original reward." Jasmine was quite satisfied. Indeed, as expected of a captain. Generous and straightforward. "Soon, the captain will see the value of the investment," Ba Dao replied. "We have always had confidence in Miss Mo." His words were not flattery but came from the heart. The Xiaofeng battle team had previously been obscure, their strength unremarkable. Initially, their participation in the series was merely for fun, and they would have been satisfied to make it past the second round. When friends learned of their intent to compete, they introduced a tactical analyst to them, claiming she was a true data enthusiast, this being Jasmine herself. Jasmine had gained a bit of fame within their amateur circle, and her fees were not low. At first, she had little presence. Everyone only knew she was passionate about collecting data and various combat footage. Later on, whenever anyone sought specific footage or information, they would turn to her. Eventually, they recognized her keen evaluations of combat footage. Further down the line, they discovered her high level of analytical skill. Gradually, individuals began to solicit her for tactical analyses, with fees increasing from 300 to 4,000, and now directly reaching 10,000. Jasmine only made her appearances at night, never during the day, leading them to initially speculate she was a student. This pattern of existence closely aligned with that of a student. Despite Ba Dao and his team having reached the 5th round, many teams sought to engage with them, extending invitations, especially Ba Dao, who received even more. Yet he understood the key figure behind their advancement to the 5th round. Each time the draw results were announced, Jasmine would meticulously gather past combat footage of their opponents for analysis. Through her detailed scrutiny, their adversaries were laid bare before Ba Dao and his team, devoid of secrets. Now, no one believed Jasmine was a student. What student possessed such skill? Speculations arose that she must be a professor from some institution, utilizing her spare time to earn extra income. As Jasmine played the footage and began her explanation, her speech was rapid and commanding. If Catherine had been present, she would have been astonished to find Jasmine mimicking her demeanor and tone with uncanny accuracy. After extensive analysis, Jasmine was thoroughly familiar with God's Hand. The 5 members of God's Hand were Ming, Lunyan, Fu Luhua, Songshan Yujing, and Shu Sheng Duo Ming Ai. All 5 possessed commendable strength, averaging higher than that of Xiaofeng. Their mental control abilities surpassed the publicly available data, particularly their captain Ming, whose mental control I suspect reaches level 7, rather than the level 6 stated in the public records. Lu Yuanwei gasped. Level 7. Ba Dao fell silent, his expression darkening. A practitioner with level 7 mental control was a notable expert in the field. Jasmine glanced at the 2. "Do you want to continue?" Ba Dao nodded. Continue. Ming's strength exceeds yours, and the other 4 are also superior to the remaining 4 of Xiaofeng. To put it simply, they are an enhanced version of Xiaofeng. If you confront them, you will face complete annihilation. Victory is nearly impossible. Jasmine's words were blunt, yet Ba Dao's demeanor was less grim than before. 3 months ago, Xiaofeng would not have even had the opportunity to face God's hand. Unless they are willing to pay 100,000, let God's hand engage in a demonstration match. Yet now they find themselves standing on the opposite end of the arena, proudly facing off against God's hand. Moreover, they possess an undisclosed trump card, Miss Mo, who is right before them. Chapter 40. The data maniac Miss Mo is typically affable, and her close friends affectionately call her Mo Xiaotu. However, once tactical analysis commences, she undergoes a remarkable transformation, her words sharp as blades and utterly unyielding. Ba Dao recalls their initial encounter, which nearly ended in discord, but he managed to temper his temper. Following the first match, both Xiaofeng and his team were left in awe of Miss Mo's prowess. Although their opponent was weaker, resolving the battle in 4 minutes left them utterly impressed. Now, they almost blindly follow Miss Mo's lead. Ba Dao chuckled. It all hinges on Miss Mo. This is my job. Miss Mo replied without a hint of modesty, her fluffy, diminutive bunny paws instinctively adjusting the black-framed glasses perched on her nose. Though her gesture was ultimately in vain. The bunny froze momentarily, then quickly feigned nonchalance as she added, "The speed of Lu Nian is swift, and his explosive power is formidable, often delivering lethal strikes. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern some issues with his agility and coordination. Pay attention to this change of direction, right here." Molly slowed the video down by 20 times, pointing to the miniature engines beneath the azure-winged armor. Those are the auxiliary engines. Ba Dao's eyes lit up. He hasn't utilized the auxiliary engines. Molly spoke rapidly and assuredly. Exactly. His brain control level is commendable, yet he has flaws in multitasking operations. His directional changes are primarily controlled by the wings, making it easy to restrict him. For example, in confined spaces, turbulent air currents, or the vastness of space. In terms of combat style, grappling could be a viable option. Brain control is a complex system. Level assessments merely provide a basic understanding for the masses. Some individuals prioritize precision in their brain control, capable of executing highly accurate maneuvers, while others emphasize speed, completing numerous operations in a short time. There are also those adept at simultaneous multitasking, among other specialties. Mr.Lu sincerely praised, "Miss Mo, you are truly remarkable." Admiration also graced Ba Dao's countenance. After an extensive discussion about Lu Nian, they felt at a loss regarding how to tackle him. However, following Miss Mo's insightful analysis, clarity dawned upon them, and numerous strategies began to form in their minds. Molly paid them no heed as her bunny paws deftly switched the imagery, continuing, "Fu Lu's armor is a sword and shield type. Excelling in defense, typically, he will proactively draw fire. Many assume Fu Lu's weakness lies in speed, believing he is easily caught off guard. While Fu Lu's absolute speed is not impressive, his footwork is exceptional, significantly compensating for this disadvantage. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to alter his rhythm." With a flick of her bunny paw, Molly slowed the footage once more. Within the scene, the silver sword and shield armor wobbled rhythmically, causing the opposing armor to lose its footing in the shifting tempo, revealing a vulnerability that was exploited with a thrust to the left flank. Molly stated coolly, "His strengths are noteworthy, and his weaknesses are consciously mitigated. Yet inherent flaws remain. His absolute speed is too slow, his maneuverability is lacking, and his attack range is limited. Once confronted with a spacious battlefield, he will encounter significant trouble. The best strategy against him is to ignore him and bypass him. All 5 of you are faster than him. Let him be dealt with at the end." The 2 remained focused, listening intently. The other 3 had unknowingly gathered around them. Molly's voice was the sole sound in the room. "Songshan Yujing is the most cunning among the 5, often lurking in the shadows for a surprise attack. Be mindful. His record within the team ranks second, only after the captain, Ming. His attack power is formidable, and his stealth capabilities are exceptional, making it challenging to detect him with radar. However, his weaknesses are evident. His direct combat ability is poor, and once his presence is revealed, he poses little threat. A simple solution exists. Deploy electromagnetic cloud bombs to cleanse the battlefield. Everyone will be unable to use radar, and he cannot remain hidden. He must reveal himself." A collective gasp escaped the 5. Just moments ago, Li saw, who had been flirting, couldn't resist saying, if everyone's radar is rendered useless, won't we be fighting blind? How are we to coordinate? The others turned their gazes toward Molly, who had articulated their shared concern. Molly glanced at them, successfully suppressing the urge to adjust her glasses, and replied leisurely, their coordination is far more adept than yours. I reviewed God's Hand's data. They were established 7 years ago, with a recorded 422 matches and a win rate of 73.6. The 5 fell silent. The inability to coordinate works to your advantage. Any one of you could easily eliminate Songshan Yujing in a direct encounter. Remember, all armors must be equipped with optical components. Molly regarded them. Is there any doubt remaining? The 5 shook their heads in unison. Good, let us proceed. Molly opened another segment of footage. Within God's Hand, Shu Sheng Duo Ming AI is the most ordinary of the lot. However, in an environment rife with strong electromagnetic interference, Shu Sheng Duo Ming AI becomes quite troublesome. He is average across the board, yet lacks any glaring weaknesses. Note that his temperament is quite cautious. When uncertain of the situation, he has an 81% likelihood of remaining inactive. Observing the skeptical expressions of the others, Molly calmly stated, I have compiled his decision-making across various scenarios, with a sample size of 334 instances, revealing his personality tendencies. I will send you a copy shortly. At this moment, the others were utterly in awe, nearly kneeling in reverence. After Molly's analysis, they felt their chances of victory swell, eagerly rolling up their sleeves, brimming with fighting spirit. Only Ba Dao maintained his composure. What about Meng? What is his weakness? Molly paused for a moment before responding, your greatest challenge lies with Meng. According to the model I established, your combined assault on Meng yields the highest probability of success, approximately 35. The room fell silent, and Ba Dao felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Is that even half? Yes, Molly's tone sharpened. Even if victorious, you will incur losses of 2 or more casualties. In a one-on-one scenario, Ba Dao has the highest chance of winning, at 7. If Meng is not eliminated in the early stages of battle, your chances of victory drop to about 11-13. Conversely, if Meng is eliminated early, and Ba Dao survives, your chances of victory will significantly rise to approximately 52-64. Should Ba Dao fall, your chances of victory will plummet below 6. All fell silent. The hope of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Molly's calm demeanor chilled the hearts of Xiao Feng and his 4 companions. Ba Dao looked up. Meng must have a weakness, right? Molly nodded. Everyone has weaknesses. He is no exception. Ba Dao eagerly inquired. What is his weakness? Molly regarded him. For you, his weaker side is his right. Another team member, Ning Mingtang, couldn't help but interject, his weaker side is his right? What kind of weakness is that? Generally, individuals possess a dominant hand and foot, referred to as the strong side, while the opposite side is termed the weak side. It is rare for someone to have perfectly balanced limbs without a weak side. As such, the existence of a weak side in almost everyone merely indicates a slightly less adept side, rather than a true weakness. Yet Ba Dao's eyes brightened. He had viewed Meng's combat footage numerous times and suddenly appeared puzzled. Meng has no weak side. He should be balanced on both sides. He is deliberately concealing it. Molly shook her head. Look closely. His right hand attacks are more ferocious than those from his left. His left hand is responsible for control, while his right hand delivers critical strikes. His choice to employ fierce attacks to mask the lack of precision in his right hand control is the crux of the matter. Out of 7,764 samples, he utilized his right hand for control only 19 times. Ba Dao was taken aback. He had never noticed this detail before. He meticulously recalled the combat footage of Meng, suddenly realizing it matched perfectly with Miss Mo's observations. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Molly rose. This is all I can provide. I will send you a detailed tactical analysis report. As for specific strategies, I regret that I cannot offer further assistance. Deep down, she understood that even if Ba Dao was aware of Meng's weak side being his right, utilizing that knowledge would be challenging. The disparity in strength between both sides was too great. In the face of absolute power, so-called weaknesses hold little significance. Naturally, fulfilling her duty for compensation is her professional ethic, especially as this is her most lucrative endeavor. Even without faith in Xiao Feng, Molly devoted herself wholeheartedly to this analysis, leaving no room for compromise. After all, saving a little nest egg isn't easy. The 5 rose simultaneously, and Ba Dao quickly stated, your assistance has been more than sufficient. Without your help, we would be utterly lost. Please hold on for a moment while I transfer the final payment to you. Previously, he had deemed Miss Mo's fees exorbitant in the amateur circuit. A tactical report typically costs only 2,000, whereas Miss Mo's fees never dipped below 4,000, increasing by 1,000 with each round. Now, in the fifth round, the cost was 8,000, and Ba Dao felt the expenditure was well worth it. Having previously encountered specialized tactical analysis reports, he found Miss Mo's insights to be equally impressive. A professional-grade tactical analysis report starts at 20,000. Could it be that Miss Mo is in financial need? Ba Dao silently registered this thought, refraining from voicing it. The less said, the better. Yet in his mind, a picture began to form of a scholar immersed in academia, oblivious to worldly affairs. With the final payment of 2,000 received, Molly displayed a satisfied expression. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Casting a glance at her modest treasury, which totaled 57,000 yuan, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. To accumulate this extra income, she had invested considerable effort and diligence. Merely gathering information had proven to be no simple task. With her little vault at her disposal, Jasmine felt a sense of grandeur, as if the world was hers to command. Why not treat herself to a new dress? Ba Dao remarked, if we happen to triumph in this round, we will promptly credit an additional 10,000 yuan to your account. He proposed reserving the tactical analysis report for the next round, offering a 50 increase in remuneration. What do you think? Jasmine, recalling her recent commitment to her studies, shook her head. I have a lot on my plate at the moment, so I must decline any new assignments for now. Ba Dao sighed. That is indeed a pity. Neither Ba Dao nor Jasmine paid much heed to this matter, as the likelihood of Xiao Feng advancing to the next round was exceedingly slimmed. Ba Dao, however, felt content. Their current achievements were beyond their previous imaginings. Jasmine waved her rabbit's foot. Well then, farewell, Miss Mo. Take care. Chapter 41. The new modification of the light armor. After 2 weeks of tireless work, the transformation of the Falcon in Dragon City was finally complete. The newly modified Falcon bore little resemblance to its former self, yet it still fell short of the ultimate vision he had in mind. However, he had exhausted all the detachable components and parts, leaving behind only scrap that did not meet his standards. The components he desired were astronomically priced, and he was, after all, a penniless wretch. Initially, he had contemplated selling off the unnecessary light armor and parts to save up, but from Fermi and Jasmine, he learned a harsh reality. The equipment center did not accept components or second-hand light armor. The entire center was devoid of any opportunities for earning money. It was solely a place for expenditure. All light armor, equipment, and medicinal supplies had to be procured from the center. Aside from the light armor provided upon enrollment, no outside armor was permitted on campus. Even more daunting was the fact that the prices at the equipment center were several times higher than those outside. Without funds, one could scarcely move within the confines of Foreign Academy. This dire situation had given rise to rampant robbery on campus, with various clubs demanding protection fees, resulting in a chaotic state of affairs. When Fermi spoke of it, his expression was grave yet helpless, merely lamenting the state of the world. Since the principal acquired the school, it had become his private property, Dragon City. Observing Fermi's mournful demeanor as he bemoaned the school's shortcomings, found it difficult to comprehend. To him, the school was quite splendid, aside from the one issue of not being able to kill, which he found somewhat challenging. Dragon City admired the freshly minted Red Falcon. Compared to its predecessor, this version was far more formidable. The once sharp-edged Falcon had become much more streamlined, with its previously rough contours now polished to a smooth finish. Catherine, a perfectionist and an aficionado of aesthetics, could not abide anything unsightly or poorly crafted. The rounded, teardrop-shaped head was more aerodynamically efficient, and the retractable radar enhancement antenna nestled within the head could be deployed when needed. Concealed within the Falcon's mouth was a small-caliber cannon capable of firing 3 energy projectiles. Fermi was utterly taken aback, exclaiming, "What a cunning design!" The modification of the cannon was exceptionally challenging, for the head of the armor was the most integrated area, housing various radar systems in an extremely limited space. To install a cannon in such a cramped environment exceeded Dragon City's current capabilities, and it was only through Catherine's guidance that he succeeded. Catherine praised Dragon City's ingenuity, which was part of what captivated her. The engines that had once been exposed on the Falcon's exterior were now meticulously repositioned within its body, sacrificing a mere 5 of power. However, Dragon City deemed this sacrifice worthwhile, for the exposed engines lacked protection, and being struck could yield catastrophic consequences. The previously unaltered skeleton of the Falcon was reforged and customized, significantly enhancing the armor's load-bearing capacity, which meant Dragon City could execute more complex tactical maneuvers. The internal structure underwent optimization, a key lesson from his recent studies. The Falcon's back was adorned with two alloy wings that could unfurl like those of a bird, allowing for agile maneuvering. This idea stemmed from Fermi's suggestion, as he believed Dragon City would not engage in space combat anytime soon, making the armor's wing design advantageous for mobility. Furthermore, the wings were designed to detach. If struck, they would separate from the armor. To complement the armor's red hue, the alloy wings were painted the same shade. Although Dragon City had yet to utilize the alloy wings, he adapted swiftly. The optimized Falcon had shed its previous bulkiness, becoming elongated and well-proportioned, with significantly enhanced aesthetics. The reason the Falcon had not undergone more extensive modifications was due to the inferior quality of the light armor they had previously seized, which paled in comparison to the iron wall of Pu Xianhai. The most labor-intensive aspect was the weapon storage unit, crafted from the iron wall's large shield for its frontal facade, while the remaining sections were constructed from the hardest alloy armor salvaged from several light armors belonging to Lichuan society. The weapon storage unit was fitted with 4 engines, allowing for directional control, and through a secure data link module, Dragon City could operate it via thought control. Inside were the Ghost Fire Sword, high-explosive grenades, and Spring Bell, all equipped with high-speed ejection mechanisms. Additionally, a rapid-fire cannon was added, transforming it into a flying artillery platform capable of providing fire support when necessary. Unfortunately, the munitions were limited, totaling only 240 rounds, collected from various light armors, compelling him to use them sparingly due to his inability to purchase more. Upon hearing that Dragon City's armor modifications were complete, Catherine and Jasmine came to inspect. Catherine circled around, reluctantly stating, "Given your skill level, it's decent." Jasmine's eyes lit up. "It looks fantastic." Fermi wore a peculiar expression, and after a moment, he could no longer contain himself. "Don't you think it resembles a rabbit? Look at the enhancement antenna. They look just like rabbit ears. And with that elongated head, doesn't it resemble a rabbit's head? Even your weapon storage unit, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, looks like a fattened carrot. Ha ha ha, it's too amusing. Those who haven't been defeated by you might just be charmed to death instead. Ha ha ha." Catherine could not help but laugh, adding, wait, let me take a picture. I'll send it to the old ladies. They'll be envious. A fierce Dragon City paired with such an adorable rabbit armor is just too delightful." Jasmine immediately frowned, her glasses framing wide. Bewildered eyes. "What's wrong with rabbits? They can be quite powerful too." Dragon City nodded. "Indeed. Rabbits are formidable creatures." Jasmine's face lit up with joy. Observing the interaction between Dragon City and Jasmine, Fermi dared not be too frivolous. But seeing Jasmine's dazed expression, he felt compelled to tease her. "So, Jasmine, tell us, in what way are rabbits formidable?" Stumped, Jasmine was momentarily speechless. She simply found rabbits adorable. "Reproduction," Dragon City interjected unexpectedly, watching Jasmine's expression turn blank. "In the wild, wolves can be wiped out, but rabbits endure. Their reproductive capabilities are astonishing." "Reproduction?" Jasmine was left in shock, recalling her emotionless account with its pink rabbit. This was indeed awkward. "That's true." Fermi nodded. "Those things breed incessantly, producing several litters a year, and within a couple of years, they can become a plague." Suddenly, he brightened. "Dragon City, this is a red rabbit." "Yes," Dragon City replied, casting a curious glance at Fermi, unsure why he would state such an obvious fact. Fermi grew excited. "Dude, it's a red rabbit. Wow. Isn't that just like the red hair?" He slapped his palm. "In the realm of men, Dragon City, in the realm of armor, the red hair." Catherine paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, red hair. Fermi, you're a genius," Dragon City retorted. "What is the red hair?" Eager to share, Jasmine quickly explained. "The red hair is a renowned warhorse known for its many exploits and numerous legends." Dragon City shook his head. "Horses are for riding." "Wait, riding?" Jasmine's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression frozen as she suddenly struggled to confront her pink rabbit. Catherine, stifling laughter, encouraged, "What a splendid name. Red hair." Fermi chimed in. The name Red Hair is quite illustrious, famous, and imposing. Besides, don't you think the armor resembles a horse? Dragon City shook his head. A horse can only be ridden. Can it fire laser cannons? Can it fly? Fermi was left speechless, his face filled with regret at having missed such a brilliant name. But he had no retort for Dragon City and could only ask, "So, what do you plan to call it?" "Falcon," Dragon City replied. Fermi, Catherine, Jasmine remained motionless, having long since lost the desire to speak. Just then, Fermi's communicator beeped, and he looked up, his expression grave. "Dragon City, the security center is under heavy attack. The command has instructed us to arrive at the scene within 2 hours for support." Chapter 42. Another report. S6 District, attention. S6 District, attention. 3 light armors have breached the defense zone. S6 acknowledges. Turrets ready, locking onto targets, engage. The security center was bustling with activity, everyone anxiously monitoring their respective sectors, with commands echoing throughout. Suddenly, red subtitles lit up on the screen before them. Dragon City will arrive in 10 minutes. Cheers erupted in the security hall, the sudden roar startling those who had not been watching the screen, who looked around in confusion. Is he finally going to show up? After disappearing for so many days, he can't avoid it now. Indeed, he caused all this trouble, and now we have to clean up after him. Where do we go to settle this? The crux of the matter is that the Discipline Inspection Office is not an affiliated unit of our security center, is it? Grievances have their roots, and debts their owners. One wonders what these people incessantly harass our security center for. The air is thick with resentment among everyone. Anyone subjected to relentless torment for an entire week would inevitably harbor grievances. The members of the Light Armor Society collectively demand the surrender of Longqing. While they yearn to yield, how can they? Longqing is not under their jurisdiction. Not only can they not surrender, but they must also exhibit the firmness of the security center. Otherwise, how will Andrew explain himself to the principal? Spending such a substantial amount of money each year, only to be intimidated by a few unruly youths, does that even make sense? Andrew is not particularly concerned about the Light Armor Society. Despite being one of the largest factions in Fengren, they alone cannot shake the foundations of the security center. The 2 assaults on the security center were, in fact, the result of several major factions colluding behind the scenes. As Andrew anticipated, the intensity of the fighting was not high, yet the members of the Light Armor Society are as bothersome as flies, persistently causing disturbances. The security center cannot afford to be negligent. They must remain vigilant, and everyone is required to work overtime. After a week, the fatigue is palpable, and resentment has accumulated in everyone's hearts. Contacting Longqing, that ungrateful wretch Fermi is also evading responsibility with various excuses. Seizing the moment, Andrew reports this issue directly to the principal. His presentation is reasonable and justified. It is not that he refuses to promote unity. As he expected, the principal immediately issues a stern order to Longqing. Andrew is now curious. What will Longqing do? Presently, 20 light armors are patrolling around the security center, and once they detect Longqing, the nearby light armors that are resting can provide support within half an hour. The security center has spotted the small spacecraft occupied by Longqing, and the light armors responsible for vigilance immediately take note. A warning is issued. A spacecraft is approaching. It is a high-speed unmanned vessel from the equipment center. The equipment center? How audacious to deliver goods at this time. It must be Longqing. The equipment center would never send supplies into a dangerous area. It turns out Longqing has been hiding at the equipment center these past few days. No wonder he was so elusive. Brothers, prepare to take him down. The team channel erupts in a cacophony of excitement. Everyone is exhilarated. Hadro aims to annoy the security center, and the harassment team takes turns to engage. Little did they expect their luck to change, and they encounter a big fish. Hadro has promised a hefty reward. Whichever squad captures Longqing will receive a substantial bounty. Hadro has many flaws, such as being petty, capricious, and obstinate, yet he manages to rally this many individuals, not solely due to his family. He places great importance on commitments. His words are as binding as an oath, and he has never failed to uphold a promise. Moreover, rewards and punishments are fair. Merits are duly rewarded, and faults are swiftly penalized, earning him both respect and apprehension. Under the promise of a generous reward, there will undoubtedly be brave souls, provided everyone believes that the reward will indeed come their way, rather than being a mere empty promise. The members of the Light Armor Society are adept fighters. Although they have not taken formal tactical courses, their extensive fighting experience has endowed them with a modicum of insight. Especially under the leadership of Kai Hongxing, whose experience is rich and mind-agile, he instructs. Let us divide into 2 teams. I will lead one, and Lao Lu, you take the other. My team will block him. You take your people and circle around to his rear, ensuring he cannot escape. Be particularly cautious. Do not allow him to burrow underground. Drive him upwards, as long as he cannot evade our radar. Even if he sprouts wings, he will find it difficult to fly. Lao Lu, with his composed demeanor, replies, Understood. The 20 light armors swiftly disperse into 2 teams, heading towards the spacecraft, witnessing the retreat of the harassing light armors. The security center erupts in cheers. Oh my, what a relief! Indeed, I'm ready to collapse from exhaustion. Having to work overtime right at the start of the semester. Who can endure this? We must celebrate tonight. Let us form a barbecue team. Who's in? Me. Count me in. And me. Make sure to prepare plenty of beer. Everyone raises their hands in response. Suddenly, a commanding voice reverberates through the hall. Is this the end of your workday? The room falls silent in an instant, heads bowing as everyone feigns focus on their tasks, the hall turning quiet. Andrew strides in with a stern expression, his gaze sweeping across the room, and he speaks in a measured tone. I know everyone has been working hard lately. I see it clearly, so I've decided to double the overtime pay for these days. The hall, once silent as the grave, erupts into jubilant cheers. Boss, I love you. Boss, you're generous. I love overtime. A smile breaks across Andrew's face as he gestures for silence. Then continues, however, we must complete our final task. Since Longqing has appeared, it is no longer our concern. Let them fight it out among themselves. His tone shifts abruptly. However, we must closely observe this battle and complete an assessment of Longqing. I want to make it clear that this is the Principal S order. Therefore, each of you must provide me with an analysis report regarding the upcoming battle. Submit it to me by tomorrow morning. And it must not be less than 10,000 words. The jubilant crowd instantly falls into despair, wailing like frostbitten eggplants. Another analysis report, a 10,000-word report. This is the second one already. Lastly, tonight's barbecue is on the Center S tab. Andrew's proclamation reignites the cheers. Once Andrew leaves, discussions erupt in the hall. It hasn't even been a month, and we are already writing our second 10,000-word report. How tragic. I have a feeling this may just be the beginning. Who knows, we might have to write even more analysis reports in the future. Shut up, you jinx. Suddenly, someone shouts, I'll take bets. Place your wagers, a little gambling for fun. Come on, who's betting? Light Armor Society. Longqing, who do you favor? Light Armor Society. Light Armor Society. Longqing, you're betting on Longqing? You mischievous scoundrel, are you trying to make our reports multiply? Bet on the Light Armor Society. I'm betting on the Light Armor Society too. The person taking bets suddenly exclaims, Brothers, breaking news. I just informed Fermi that we're taking bets, and he wagered 5,000 on Longqing. The latest betting situation is on the screen. Everyone look at your displays for real-time updates. Hiss, has Fermi lost his mind? He must have gone mad. Bet on the Light Armor Society. This is fantastic. There's money to be made. To avoid writing future reports, I'm betting on the Light Armor Society. The atmosphere in the hall grows fervent, everyone is eager to participate. Once all bets are placed, the data appears on the display. 7262, 32435. Many feel that even if they bet, the winnings would be minimal. It's just a token gesture, otherwise, the numbers would be even more exaggerated. With the bets finalized, everyone's gaze shifts to the screen. The report still needs to be written. On the display, a group of light armors swiftly approaches the spacecraft. The distance rapidly decreasing, 20 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 2 kilometers. The spacecraft suddenly halts, and the hatch opens. Chapter 43. The tiger pounces on the hare. The forward spacecraft comes to a stop, and the light armors of the Light Armor Society swiftly close in. Kai Hongxing licks his lips. Lao Lu, how's your side? A steady voice from the communication channel replies. All in position. Kai Hongxing breathes a sigh of relief. The most crucial step has been accomplished. To ensnare the target, one must drive them upwards. Intercepting from below is paramount. Despite being outnumbered, Kai Hongxing does not dare to let his guard down. He witnessed Longqing take down Park Hyunha with a single strike from a falcon. He knows he is not his match. However, as a seasoned fighter, He understands the importance of assessing the situation and leveraging his advantages. Everyone, stay sharp. When Longqing emerges, remember, entangle him. Do not close in too closely. Our mission is to keep him occupied. The experts from our society will handle the rest. If anyone is injured, withdraw from the battlefield. If your injuries are minor, retreat to the back, but remember, crank the radar power to maximum. Help lock onto Longqing's position. Kai Hongxing feels a twinge of anxiety, and the others are tense as well. All the weapons systems of the light armors are activated, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Longqing has dazzled in his recent battles, and his previous engagements, where he faced overwhelming odds, were like slicing through melons. Facing such a formidable opponent, the pressure is immense. The hatch of the surrounded small spacecraft creaks open. Is he about to emerge? The tension in the air thickens. All guns and cannons are instinctively aimed at the hatch. The moment any light armor appears, they will be met with concentrated fire from all directions. Suddenly, several dark shapes burst forth. Those are, Kai Hongxing's eyes widen. Be careful, flash, before he can finish. His vision turns a blinding white. The brain control system grants the light armors a new lease on life, bestowing them with enhanced combat capabilities and smoother, more fluid movements, allowing their thoughts to guide their actions seamlessly. However, the attacks suffered by the light armors are also transmitted back to the human brain. Especially with devices like flashbangs, the physiological stress responses are amplified, making their effects far more potent than in ancient times. To ensure effectiveness, Longqing has prepared as many as 6 flashbangs. Their simultaneous detonation creates an intense brightness that, even in broad daylight, can momentarily blind. Almost everyone is caught off guard. The flashbangs render them blind, their taut nerves snapping in an instant. In the ensuing chaos, everyone, including Kai Hongxing, instinctively reacts by opening fire. Gunshots and cannon fire erupt. Various energy and kinetic projectiles slice through the sky, accompanied by piercing howls and dazzling light trails, raining down upon the spacecraft like a deluge. The poor, small spacecraft stands no chance against such a ferocious onslaught. Within 2 seconds, it is obliterated. Boom! A small spacecraft erupted in a violent explosion, transforming into a brilliant ball of crimson flames. Simultaneously, countless silver metallic particles scattered like petals blown by the wind, enveloping the entire area in a shimmering veil. The cacophony of gunfire suddenly ceased. Kai Hongxing's vision had yet to recover when the main control system of his armored suit alerted him. Radar interference made target acquisition impossible. This is bad. An electromagnetic interference shell? This is a decoy. Kai Hongxing's complexion turned ashen, his mind buzzing. He understood that this battle would be exceedingly arduous. He had considered various contingency plans, but had not anticipated that the enemy would act so unpredictably. Longqing's strategy was a seamless chain, swift and ruthless. Though Kai Hongxing was known for his bravery, at that moment, a flicker of fear began to creep into his heart. Where was Longqing? Just then, a phantom emerged from the fiery wreckage of the spacecraft. It was Longqing's weapon container, trailing a long stream of flames and black smoke, reminiscent of a meteor entering the atmosphere. Its formidable protective design allowed the weapon container to remain unscathed amidst such a tumultuous explosion. As the weapon container burst forth from the flames, its top suddenly flipped open, revealing a rapid-fire cannon that powered up with a brilliant blue light, charging and firing. The specially designed alloy projectiles of the electromagnet, however, Longqing has deployed electromagnetic interference grenades. Immediately, a quick-witted employee interjected. According to regulations, Longqing is entitled to use on-campus spacecraft to transport any non-violating munitions, and electromagnetic interference grenades meet the standards. Longqing is so cunning. Who will the bill for the spacecraft be sent to? Whoever attacked the spacecraft will be held accountable, and with video evidence, none of them can escape. These individuals are rather unfortunate, a female employee muttered to herself. Only those familiar with the rules could conceive of such a scheme. It must be Fermi's idea. One should not judge a book by its cover. Fermi appears so honest, yet harbors a belly full of malice. An employee beside her chimed in. What's this? Are you smitten? Indeed, men are only loved when they are a little wicked. No, I wish to eliminate him. If that were the case, I could avoid writing the analytical report. Then I shall certainly not yield him to you. I will handle it. Equipment Center, May Catherine Laboratory. Fermi. Here are your principal and earnings. I have transferred them to your account. His eyes were vacant, his expression numb, embodying the essence of despair. Jasmine's face radiated uncontainable joy. Her bangs fluttering like seaweed in water, her eyes sparkling with a diamond-like brilliance behind her black-framed glasses. Fortunately, my investment of 4,900 has yielded a windfall. The principal of 4,900 has brought her a profit of 21885. Added to her previous 57,000, her little treasury is about to reach 90,000. Fermi looked at his meager principal of 100 and regretted it deeply, lamenting why he had invested only 100. He now wished he could hit his forehead with a brick. Jasmine beamed foolishly. So many little skirts. So much little money. Suddenly, Fermi sat up. Jasmine, how can you be so confident in Longcheng? Has Jasmine discovered some secret of Longcheng? Jasmine snapped back to reality, stowed her foolish grin, sat up straight, and revealed a gentle, sweet, and flawless smile. Those who have attempted to eliminate Jasmine 20 times, how could she lack confidence? Fermi. Jasmine's gaze returned to the amount in her little treasury, and her perfect sweet smile transformed into a robust, silly grin. At that moment, Fermi received a call from Catherine. He answered with a weary tone. Doctor. Catherine, somewhat surprised. You sound so dejected. Did Longcheng lose? Fermi shook his head. No, Longcheng won. Catherine's eyes brightened. Ha, they won? I knew it. Ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Quickly log into the back end of your security center and send me a photo of Longcheng. Fermi looked utterly bewildered. A photo? Yes, Catherine urged. Hurry, make it look imposing. Fermi responded with an acknowledgement, logging into the security center's back end, seeking an angle to photograph the Falcon, which was busy cleaning the battlefield. Catherine impatiently pressed, Are you in yet? Why the delay? Fermi hurriedly replied. I'm in. After taking the photo, he sent it to Catherine. In the picture. Atop a gray-white hill, the red Falcon stood majestically. Beside it lay the wreckage of a light armor. The debris belched forth thick, black smoke, resembling a cape billowing in the wind, brushing against the Falcon's red form, enhancing its grandeur and mystery. Catherine's eyes sparkled with delight. This one is splendid. Who would have thought? Fermi, you've always been a man, yet your photography skills are quite remarkable. How did you hone them? Fermi, you're the boss. I shall remain silent. Catherine placed the standard image of the Falcon, the photo from the opening ceremony, alongside the one Fermi had just taken, pondering what captions would be appropriate. After racking her brain for quite some time and yielding no results, she decided against being overly sentimental. With determination, she opened a search engine and typed in inspirational quotes. This phrase is quite good. After copying and pasting it, she contemplated and wrote, From the Falcon to the red hair, and no matter how sound the advice, it ultimately remains someone else's conclusion. No matter how inspiring the tale, it is merely someone else's experience. Only you can change yourself. If you cannot change yourself, then change your light armor. May Catherine Light Armor Laboratory awaits your presence. Catherine, satisfied, sent it out, then observed the instant detonation of the space, her empty laboratory resonating with a motherly, euphoric, infectious laughter. Unbeknownst to Longcheng, his photo was spreading at an astonishing rate. He sat in the cockpit, his expression blank beneath the brain control device. The Falcon raised its ghostly sword, striking the cockpit's outer armor with a clatter. Come out! A diminutive figure trembled as it crawled out from the cockpit, raising its hands and jumping down from the wreckage. Longcheng paid him no mind. The Falcon seized the debris and shook it with a clatter. The ammunition within the compartment fell like raindrops. The member of the Light Armor Society turned pale. Bolting away. This is ammunition. How can it be handled so carelessly? One misstep could lead to a catastrophic explosion. Longcheng might be protected by light armor, but he would surely be reduced to mere bones. Longcheng disregarded the fleeing student. The pressing matter was to replenish the ammunition. The opposing forces must have already received word and were hastily approaching. Time was of the essence. The spacecraft had been obliterated, and so much light armor debris could not be transported back. Yes, even the act of breathing felt painfully burdensome. After 7 or 8 minutes, Longcheng collected all the ammunition and weapons he could utilize. Longcheng, the Light Armor Society has dispatched 200 light armors. They will arrive in half an hour. Before the Falcon, various ammunition nearly filled the weapons crate. 5 different types of firearms lined up in a row. Longcheng felt a wave of nostalgia. Had he possessed such ample ammunition in the past, The training camp would have been obliterated several times over. With provisions in hand, one remains unperturbed. With guns and ammo, one can be audacious. Fermi, send me their locations, as Longqing spoke. He opened the map, scrutinizing it closely. He had a bold idea. Fermi gasped. Longqing, calm down. There's plenty of time. Let us take it slow. This is a splendid opportunity. Longqing continued without raising his head. Though Fermi opposed, he still sent the locations. Fermi was nearly in tears. Brother, how is this a good opportunity? There's no need to force it. There are several hundred of them. So many people. Longqing shook his head. Not many. Fermi paused momentarily. Not many? Longqing affirmed, continuing to organize the weapons. After all this fighting, returning with so little is akin to coming back empty-handed. Chapter 45. Anomalous Data. Longqing inquired. Can you mark all the moving light armors? No problem within the campus. Fermi swiftly accessed the back-end data, transmitting to your light armor. His tone was steady, his movements brisk, devoid of any hesitation. Aware that opposing him would be futile, Fermi poured all his thoughts into assisting Longqing. He had no inkling how Longqing would act. He could never predict Longqing's actions if Longqing were his enemy. Fermi believed he would have perished many times over, and in a most gruesome manner. If he found Longqing difficult to decipher, how would others feel? It must be equally vexing. Longqing gazed at the holographic map before him, teeming with moving green dots, representing the light armors of other students. Among them, the most conspicuous were a cluster of red dots, denoting his targets, members of the Light Armor Society. Despite it not being his first time, Longqing could not help but marvel. He had never imagined he could so easily ascertain the positions and intentions of his adversaries. In the previous training camp, such information was exceedingly precious, and every judgment was painstakingly difficult to reach. Days and nights of covert reconnaissance were the easiest methods available. More often than not, one had to pay a bloody price to glean even the slightest bit of information. To discern an opponent's location was so challenging. To know the configuration of their light armor was akin to a pipe dream, as no one would disclose such secrets. Until the battle concluded, one would remain oblivious to the potential trump cards the opponent might possess. Yet here, he could effortlessly retrieve the information of each light point. It listed the configurations, data, and even their prices. In Longqing's understanding, this was classified information. He had asked Fermi if the other party knew his location. Fermi replied they did not. Longqing was astounded. He never anticipated the training camp to be so inequitable, yet he relished it. Killing and fairness have never been related. Oh, but one cannot kill now. The most challenging aspect of the previous training camp, Longqing felt, was akin to solving a riddle. You do not know what the question is or how to solve it. The only certainty is the answer you seek. Here, however, the questions are laid out clearly. One need only figure out how to solve them, making it significantly easier. Longqing flew along the valley floor, guided by intelligence alerts, allowing him to easily avoid other light armors along the way. He noticed many light armors converging on the security center and asked Fermi if these individuals were here to assist the Light Armor Society. Fermi replied no, they were merely there to watch the spectacle. Watch the spectacle? Longqing found it somewhat perplexing. Why would they fly so far just to observe? He asked Fermi if there was a reward involved. Fermi said there was none. Longqing was even more baffled. However, it was of no concern to him. He remained focused. Fermi, who was intently monitoring the back-end data, could no longer hold back. Longqing, what level is your brain control? Longqing, I don't know. Fermi was taken aback. You've never tested it? Longqing, no. Fermi found it utterly incredible that someone could be unaware of their own brain control level. For any practitioner, the assessment of brain control levels is the most crucial core data. He could not help but exclaim, I want the chance to test it. No test. Longqing flatly rejected. Fermi was taken aback. Why? Longqing sometimes found Fermi to be rather foolish and retorted. Would you disclose your light armor configuration to others? Fermi widened his eyes and nodded as if it were the most natural thing. Of course. Longqing was now certain that Fermi was hopelessly dim-witted. Fermi noticed an anomaly in Longqing's data, and the security center, which had been monitoring him, immediately took notice as well. What is happening? Is there a problem with the satellite? Why does it keep losing Longqing's data? The satellite was functioning normally. The trajectory of the Yin-Suan on the screen was intermittent, frequently losing sight of its target. Had they not been using the satellite's main lens, they would have completely lost track of Longqing. They finally identified the cause. What the hell? The Yin Suin's cruising altitude is just 3 meters. A staff member's exclamation was akin to dropping a bomb into a pot of boiling oil, causing an uproar in the security hall. What? 3 meters? Ultra-low altitude cruising? Not ultra-low, but ground-hugging. Not cruising, but serpentine maneuvers. In a valley, flight below 100 meters is considered ultra-low, and the Yin Suin's speed far exceeds cruising velocity. What level is this, big bug? With your level 7 brain control, would you dare to attempt it? No way, I want to live a few more years. He truly did not dare. Reducing flight altitude to 3 meters in a complex and ever-changing valley, while flying at high speed, was tantamount to seeking death. The undulating terrain and numerous blind spots meant that one wrong turn could lead directly into a massive rock, leaving no time to react. A collision would surely result in injury. Long Cheng's maneuvering was even more audacious. He not only maintained ground-hugging flight, but also flew closely along the valley's side, utilizing the cover of the cliffs, which resulted in the satellite intermittently losing its target and failing to lock onto him. What level is this? No one present could articulate it, for no one would dare to execute such a feat. However, it was evident that everyone was awestruck. Long Cheng's display of formidable control and astonishing courage rightfully embodied the phrase skillful hands, bold heart. Moments ago, they had been debating whether Long Cheng was insane. Now, they eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. What type of practitioner do you think Long Cheng is? He must be a neuroblade. With such a high level of difficulty in executing serpentine maneuvers at ultra-low altitude, it was absolutely impossible without exceptional reflex frequency. Previously, everyone speculated that Long Cheng was a dual 7 practitioner, with both physical and brain control levels at 7. A level 7 brain control meant that the most outstanding of his 3 categories reached that level. If he were indeed a neuroblade, that would signify a reflex frequency of 7. A female employee exclaimed in awe, "Wow! 14 times per second, how enviable. What are you saying? I can't understand you at all." She replied, maintaining her adorable confusion. Before long, they noticed that Long Cheng had paused at several points. However, at each stopping location, their line of sight was obstructed, rendering them unable to see anything. Long Cheng finally reached his destination. The body of the Yin Suin was concealed behind a peak, with the heavy rocks serving as his best cover. In the distance, a dark mass of light armor was aggressively flying past him, heading towards the security center. Finally, having completed the setup, Long Cheng exhaled deeply. The Dragon Long, electromagnetic railgun he had just acquired, was his first time handling. He had only managed to set it up after studying the manual. Truly advanced, so robust. As he touched the Dragon Long, a genuine fondness welled up within him. Fermi had once said something he found very insightful. Caliber is justice. The black cannon barrel, longer than that of the Yin Suin, ominously pointed toward the distant black in the sky. Inside the Yin Suin, Long Cheng's actions were not hurried. Rather, he moved with a deliberate calmness as he began to adjust his breathing. He increased the power of the energy furnace, directing energy into the Dragonlong energy storage pool to commence charging. He activated the Dragonlong's ultra-long-range artillery control radar and opened the ammunition bay. The radar began scanning, a target appeared, target selection was completed, and it was locked on. The black cannon barrel emitted a brilliant blue glow, as thick arcs of electricity danced along the light. As Long Cheng exhaled the last remnants of air from his lungs. It was as if the stopwatch had ticked to a moment, and the data chart for the Dragon Long lit up with a striking green light. The shell was in place. Charging complete? Without a moment's hesitation, Long Cheng pulled the trigger. Chapter 46. Artillery Strike. Jean Hai glanced at the map and noted the chaotic positioning of the Light Armor Society's forces, shaking his head in private dismay. Not to mention comparing them to the elite guard of the Wanshan group. Even when compared to the pirates he had once commanded, they were vastly inferior. He could not help but sigh. The master was indeed too indulgent with young Master Harold, but of course, as a subordinate, he had no room to comment on the master's family affairs. The master had instructed him to reinvent himself and accompany the young master to Fengren, which he agreed to if he did not come. The mercenaries he had recruited would be uncontrollable for the young master. Young Master Harold was unaware that Jean Hai's real name was Hu Dahai, once a notorious space pirate known for his countless killings. Years ago, due to a miscalculation, Hu Dahai had attempted to raid a fleet of merchant ships, only to encounter the Wanshan group's merchant vessel. At that time, The merchant ship was transporting critically important supplies, and the elite forces of the Wanshan group were dispatched, with Harold's father, Norman, personally leading the charge. After a fierce battle, the Wanshan group crushed the space pirates and captured the severely injured Jean Hai. Norman, recognizing Jean Hai's formidable skills, deemed it a waste to kill him and thus recruited Hu Dahai. From that point on, Hu Dahai reinvented himself, adopting the identity of Jean Hai and becoming a guard under Norman's command. For over a decade, Jean Hai had dutifully served, sustaining multiple injuries while protecting Norman. He understood his mission was to ensure the young master's safety, and he never spoke out of turn regarding other matters. Unfortunately, the young master had a temperament even more volatile than the master, often embroiling himself in trouble. This particular incident was a prime example, as the young master had actively provoked Long Chung, only to be slapped down, resulting in their current predicament, truly a case of like father, like son. Jean Hai also found it perplexing how such a heroic figure as the master could have a son so lacking in ambition. Shaking his head, he pushed aside his distractions. Regardless, he would focus on fulfilling his responsibilities. The Light Armor Society appeared numerous, yet in Jean Hai's eyes, they barely qualified as a rabble. They might succeed in a one-sided fight. But once faced with any resistance, they would likely scatter in panic. A group of children brawling did not pique the interest of the former ruthless pirate in the least. His true interest lay with Long Chung. Fengren was dubbed a garbage dump asylum, its students often labeled as academic failures, yet among them were numerous gifted individuals. Most had problematic personalities and tempers but exhibited superior combat abilities compared to students from other academies. To enhance their combat prowess, practical experience was indispensable. In other schools, finding opportunities for actual combat was exceedingly difficult. However, in Fengren, avoiding conflict was nearly impossible. If one lacked strength, they would be bullied. Jean Hai has encountered numerous talented students, such as Yu Jia, the president of the Orange Cat Poetry Society, and Chu Xiao, who has just enrolled this year, both of whom possess enviable gifts. Yet, in Jean Hai's eyes, even these most outstanding prodigies exude a certain air of youthful naivety. Their age is still tender, and their technical skills are far from maturity. Even their practical combat experience amounts to little more than skirmishes among students, which is worlds apart from true warfare. Lacking the refinement forged through high-intensity battles, Jean Hai actually finds this youthful innocence quite endearing. Despite its frequent lack of wisdom and sophistication, it is vibrant with the exuberance of youth and the audacity of the unseasoned. In such moments, Jean Hai cannot help but reminisce about his own youth, which was not so different, where recklessness seemed the epitome of freedom. However, Long Chung is different. Although there are not many combat videos of Long Chung, his displayed techniques are remarkably mature and seasoned, far surpassing what one would expect for his age. Could it be that he, too, has undergone a transformation? Yet upon closer observation, Jean Hai dismisses this conjecture. While one can easily change a face, one cannot entirely replace a body. Jean Hai may have donned a youthful visage, but other parts of his body must remain firmly concealed, lest the truth be revealed. Long Chung undoubtedly possesses a teenage physique, which has yet to fully develop. Intrigued by Long Chung, Jean Hai has personally come to confront him. He follows Norman's orders, while ensuring that young Master Harold remains alive long enough to be rescued. Suddenly, the alarm of the light armor blares, signaling their encounter with the targeting radar of an artillery control system. Jean Hai remains composed, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Young Master Harold and his Light Armor Society have surely offended countless individuals, making them prime targets wherever they roamed. As they boldly approach the security center, they become an easy target. Reflecting on his own school days, Jean Hai finds his past exceedingly mundane, a far cry from Fengren's vibrant life. Had he embraced a life of conflict earlier, he would have undoubtedly entered the pirate trade years ago. Without a sound, a distant peak ignites with a faint glow, followed by the eruption of brilliant, straight beams of light. These are alloy projectiles accelerated to hypersonic speeds by electromagnetic rails, creating luminous trails as they slice through the air. The alloy projectiles approach with alarming swiftness, nearly instantaneously reaching their vicinity. Realizing he has forgotten his shield, Jean Hai's expression remains impassive as he swiftly maneuvers his light armor to take cover behind another unit. A beam strikes a nearby light armor. Thud! The dull, jarring sound of a high-velocity alloy projectile colliding with the armor reverberates, rendering the energy armor virtually ineffective against kinetic attacks, relying solely on the alloy armor. Under the immense force, the alloy armor crumples inward, and the relentless projectile burrows into it. Becoming lodged, a spray of parts erupts like splashing water, and the light armor is sent flying as if struck by a cue ball in the face of an electromagnetic rail cannon. One can either evade or endure. At this moment, nothing is safer than a large shield held with both hands. The high-energy laser beams emitted by the laser cannon excel at targeting missiles and drones, but are utterly ineffective against these solid alloy projectiles, which are hard, heat-resistant, and far swifter than missiles. Of course, while the electromagnetic rail cannon possesses advantages, it also has drawbacks. Despite its speed, it can still be evaded by those with exceptional reflection capabilities. In contrast, evading high-energy laser beams is significantly more challenging. Both attack methods have their flaws, and the most commonly used light projectiles combine both technologies, igniting an energy layer around the alloy shell to inflict damage on both energy and alloy armor. However, their major drawback is their slow firing rate, requiring longer recharge times than pure electromagnetic rail cannons. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous light armors are struck, as if heavy hammers were descending upon them, scattering parts in all directions. The responses of the members of the Light Armor Society are sluggish compared to Gene High's. More than 10 units are hit on the spot, with 3 particularly unfortunate ones being struck by multiple projectiles, resulting in explosions that force their cockpits to eject urgently. Gene High continuously shifts his position, moving behind other light armors. He is somewhat astonished, for the opponents before him are skilled, with the vast majority of their shots finding their mark, leaving very few misses. Furthermore, there is virtually no pause between the activation of the targeting radar and the firing of the cannon. When the alarm on Gene High's light armor sounds, the enemy's fire has already arrived. Requiring exceptional precision shooting skills, it is not surprising to encounter one such master, but Gene High is astonished to discover that several of them are present on the opposing side. In a mere 5 to 6 seconds, over 30 alloy projectiles are launched, and based on the firepower, Gene High deduces that they comprise a small artillery team of 3. His field of vision feels as though it is cleaved by a dense array of straight beams, as if he is ensconced within a tunnel of light. Meanwhile, the sound of projectiles whizzing past lags behind, their ferocity and thunderous roars overwhelming and inescapable. The members of the Light Armor Society are filled with dread, feeling like a dried leaf in a storm, ready to be shredded to pieces. The team channel is rife with screams of despair and fear. Some are even crying, prompting Gene High to shut off the team channel entirely. With a flicker, his light armor appears before the back of another unit. Gene High seizes the light armor in front of him and uses it as a shield, charging towards the electromagnetic cannon position behind the mountain peak. The operator being used as a shield is terrified, crying out, "Let me go! Please let me go! Are you insane? Woo, I beg you. Let me go. I don't want to die." Gene High promptly shuts off the public channel, altering his course to carefully evade the enemy's fire. To his surprise, the opposing side does not initiate an attack. Behind the mountain, Long Chen glances at the rapidly approaching light armor, then at the cannon's barrel glowing red-hot and emitting wisps of smoke from its firing position. Feeling a twinge of regret in his pursuit of firing speed, he has surpassed the limits of the Long Zhu, rendering the cannon unusable. The operational limit of the Long Zhu is 3 shots per second. Yet Long Chong has fired at a rate of 6 per second, launching 36 projectiles in 6 seconds. Sighing at the sight of so many light armors floating before him, Long Chong cannot help but be tempted. Without a moment's hesitation, Long Chong discards the smoking Long Zhu, performing a flip to dive into the valley below, his light armor twisting twice before vanishing from sight. Reflecting on the fallen light armors, which should have been his spoils, he can only watch helplessly. Feeling a pang of regret, Long Chong reminds himself to exercise patience. Shortly thereafter, Gene High, still clutching the makeshift shield of light armor, reaches the mountain peak, scanning for signs of the enemy, but finds nothing. What incredible speed! What decisive retreat! Gene High internally elevates his assessment of the artillery team, noting that they must have planned their escape route in advance. A familiar scent wafts through the air. Could they be elite guards from some young master? Just then, Gene High's gaze catches sight of the abandoned Long Zhu, still emitting billows of smoke, its barrel's deep red heat not yet dissipated. To think they even rendered the cannon useless. Gene High chuckles softly, wondering if the gunner has a backup electromagnetic cannon. As he turns to leave, a thought strikes him, prompting him to halt, discard the makeshift shield, and return to the smoking Longzhu. He picks it up and opens the damaged control module, hoping to uncover clues about this mysterious artillery team. Most individuals leave traces on weapons they frequently use that align with their habits, such as whether they prefer their left or right hand, or specific parameters related to their firing style. Jinhai attempts to recover and access the information within the control module, and suddenly, a stream of data pops up before him. Effective shots this time. 36. Jinhai blinks in disbelief, rubbing his eyes and staring again. Effective shots this time. 36. A chill rushes from the base of Jinhai's spine to the crown of his head, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Chapter 47. The celestial maiden Jinhai, filled with uncertainty, ascends to a higher vantage point, maximizing the radar's power to scan the surrounding environment. He now regrets not bringing his light armor, Pain, which boasts a far more advanced radar system capable of functioning effectively in such terrain. Currently, he is using a Ling Shang 908, which has not been extensively modified. Initially, he believed that even in a subpar school, the likelihood of life and death struggles would be minimal, and thus chose to maintain a low profile. The past 2 years have unfolded as he anticipated, with encounters among a few elite experts. All are seasoned veterans, subtly probing one another to gauge their respective strengths, resulting in a mutual understanding. Little did he expect that in his final year, a mysterious master would suddenly emerge. Could it be a new student this year? Or perhaps Long Cheng himself? He chuckles softly, realizing he might be overly anxious. No matter how formidable Long Cheng may be, he remains just a student. Moreover, the Light Armor Society is so ostentatious that unless Long Cheng is foolishly reckless, he would not dare to confront them alone. It is likely that he is merely accompanied by some skilled individuals. Jinhai resolves to remind young Master Harold to exercise caution, distinguishing between those who can be provoked and those who cannot. 5.45 seconds, 36 projectiles fired. Such astonishing data leaves even the well-versed Jinhai in shock. Among the practitioners he knows, there are no more than a handful capable of achieving such figures. Each of these individuals is a renowned expert, not to be trifled with. Jinhai is well aware of their reputations from his past encounters. In less than 6 seconds, there were 36 shots fired, which, from a data perspective, seemingly reflects the individual's exceptionally strong reflex frequency. However, this is not entirely accurate. A mere neural blade can, to some extent, surpass the weapon's maximum firing rate, yet achieving an output exceeding double that limit necessitates remarkable high-pressure support. Only with sufficiently swift and precise operations can the firing interval be compressed to its utmost, thus attaining a double maximum output. While neural blades are commonplace, those equipped with outstanding high-pressure support are quite rare. This disparity is not merely a matter of training, but rather stems from the fundamentally contrasting natures of the two. Typically, practitioners with exceptional reflex frequencies are innately enthusiastic and vigorous, bursting with energy, whereas those with superior high-pressure support tend to be composed, calm, and possess great patience. This is why it is exceedingly uncommon to find practitioners who excel in both reflex frequency and high-pressure support. Jinhai found himself somewhat intrigued. Such practitioners are ideally suited for team combat. Should this individual be provided with a high-frequency firearm, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force on the battlefield. Jinhai resolved that, should they cross paths in the future, he would make a concerted effort to establish a connection. If an opportunity to win them over arose, it would be a significant achievement. If not, forming a friendship would still be worthwhile. The prospect of encountering such a master in Fengren was exhilarating. As for the grievances between the young master and the other party, Jinhai dismissed them. Pondering how significant a child's squabbles could truly be, the radar failed to detect any suspicious targets, which was within his expectations. Regrettably, he had not clearly observed the opponent's light armor, which would have made inquiries considerably easier. Jinhai was not in a rush. He speculated that the opponent would reappear shortly. The strategy of a high-speed artilleryman involves firing and then relocating, so he assumed they were waiting ahead. Upon realizing this, Jinhai returned to the ranks. The tumultuous group gradually regained its composure, though morale had significantly plummeted and many individuals were wavering in resolve. He organized some to assist the injured comrades and tidy up the aftermath while urging everyone to advance. Thus, the group resumed their march towards the secure center with renewed vigor. Longqing, meanwhile, sensed something amiss during his flight. Why was there no pursuit? According to his plans, the adversary should have been relentless in their chase. With their numerical superiority, they could easily scatter and quickly locate his whereabouts. He intended to exploit his mobility to continuously disrupt their formation, seizing opportunities to eliminate smaller enemy factions. However, the lack of pursuit contradicted his expectations. Had he been seen through? Longqing felt a sense of wariness, suspecting that the other side might possess a skilled individual who had discerned his intentions. What should he do next? After pondering for a moment, he quickly devised a plan. Since the adversary was not coming for him, he would seek them out instead. He began to fly back to retrieve artillery from his weapons cache, in his previous strategy. High mobility was paramount to ensure he would not be encircled by the enemy. To achieve this, he had dispersed his weapons, which not only lightened his load but also provided a surprise for any pursuing foes. However, Longqing did not anticipate that the enemy would deviate from conventional tactics, forcing him to return for his artillery. Fermi had been observing Longqing throughout and had roughly surmised his plan, prompting him to advise, "Why not let it go, Longqing? We will have another chance next time." Longqing shook his head, resolute. After flying through the valley floor for 7 or 8 minutes, he arrived at one of his weapon storage locations. Concealed beneath the rocky outcrop, he retrieved a formidable piece. Tian Nu. The name is elegant and delicate, yet it is unequivocally a heavy artillery piece designed for individual use, produced by Nanshan Heavy Industries. Its weight is nearly equivalent to that of the unmodified Yanhuan, and it is equipped with a dedicated gun mount. With Tian Nu slung over his shoulder, Yanhuan's speed significantly diminished. Nevertheless, thanks to information relayed by Fermi, Longqing took a shortcut to find an optimal ambush location. It took him 3 minutes to set up Tian Nu. The 8-clawed gun mount was firmly anchored into the hard rock. However, this alone was insufficient. At the rear of the cannon, there was a specialized support structure designed to rest against the shoulder of the gunner's light armor, to withstand the tremendous recoil. If Changlong is a conventional electromagnetic railgun that most practitioners can handle, Tian Nu is quite the opposite, requiring highly specialized skills. Longqing retrieved the shells for Tian Nu, placing them aside, as it could not utilize an automatic loading mechanism. The shells for Tian Nu were distinctly different from others. Each round was astonishingly thick and could only be lifted with both hands. Each shell contained 150 high-strength alloy spikes, each measuring 1.5 meters in length. Upon firing, the shell would detonate just before reaching its target, scattering its contents like blossoms from the goddess of heaven, which is how it earned its name. Longqing hefted a shell into the cannon's chamber. To be honest, it was his first time using such heavy artillery, and he meticulously reviewed the operational instructions twice. Longqing refrained from activating the cannon control radar, given the presence of skilled opponents among the enemy ranks. The radar's illumination would immediately alert them, necessitating caution on his part. Fermi was momentarily astonished by Longqing's actions, unsure whether to marvel at his audacity or to consider him blissfully ignorant. However, he soon felt exhilarated. Having witnessed similar maneuvers on the front lines, the veterans on the battlefield often employed unconventional tactics, disdaining adherence to rules. These mavericks were usually the elite of their respective teams, often referred to as the kings of soldiers. A voice within Fermi's mind shouted, "The king of soldiers has arrived on campus. Let the battle begin." Unbeknownst to Longqing, Fermi's thoughts were racing. He took aim for a moment before unleashing a deafening blast. Chapter 48. The unfortunate Jin Hai. Amidst the chaos of light armor, Jin Hai remained vigilant, suspecting the adversary would have further strategies in store. Thus, when Longqing fired, his radar immediately detected the signal. "Got you!" A surge of joy filled Jin Hai's heart as he maneuvered his Ling Sheng light armor toward the source of the signal. His reaction was swift, without a hint of hesitation. Almost the instant the radar beeped, his Ling Sheng shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, breaking away from the mass of light armor. Once out of the ranks, Jin Hai's field of vision expanded significantly. "Wait! What is that?" A dark red light was hurtling toward him at an alarming speed, rapidly magnifying in his sight. "That is a shell." Jin Hai's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated that the opponent would be audacious enough to bypass the cannon control radar, opting instead for optical targeting. This meant that by the time his radar detected the signal, the opponent's shell had already been fired. His miscalculation thrust him into peril as he dashed out of the ranks. He nearly collided with the incoming shell. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, it was too late to react, leaving him to watch helplessly as the red light drew ever closer. Fortunately, the shell would not hit him directly. Based on his experience, it should pass just 3 meters away from Ling Sheng. Wait, this is not good. The thick shell became visible amidst the dark red glow. Tian knew. Heavy artillery. Jin Hai's face drained of color, and in the next moment, a blinding, brilliant light erupted before his eyes, engulfing his vision in a white haze. Damn. Jin Hai felt as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer. The force reverberating through his entire body, causing his blood to momentarily cease flowing, and his mind experienced a brief blackout. The cockpit's recording faithfully captured this scene, as Jin Hai, wearing a brain control device, trembled uncontrollably. Possessing a level 7 physique, Jin Hai's recovery ability was exceptional. Within a second, he regained consciousness. He had stumbled into a trap. The attack on his light armor had been so forceful that it had rendered him momentarily unconscious. Underscoring the ferocity of the assault, the alarm within the light armor blared furiously, signaling that it had sustained serious damage. The explosion of the Tiannu shell had struck the Ling Sheng light armor, leaving it pockmarked and riddled with holes. The areas with thicker armor fared somewhat better, such as the front armor of the cockpit, which was the strongest part of the light armor, only sustaining shallow dents. However, the weaker areas, like the joints, had not been so fortunate. The penetrating spikes had pierced through these fragile armors, transforming into a jet of metal that obliterated the internal mechanisms and optical pathways. Jin Hai could only manage a wry smile, utterly astonished that the opponent had chosen not to activate the cannon control radar, opting instead for optical targeting. This maneuver was truly masterful, and his own luck had been rather unfortunate. He was uncertain whether this was merely a stroke of luck for the adversary or a deliberate tactic. If it was intentional, then it was indeed impressive. The first shot had used radar illumination as bait, exploiting his eagerness to capture the opponent. The second choice of Tiannu heavy artillery was equally ingenious. The shell's detonation mechanism relied on proximity, eliminating the need for pinpoint accuracy. As long as the target entered its detection range, escape would be nearly impossible. This blend of feigned and real tactics had even ensnared someone as seasoned as him. Jin Hai could only admire the skill displayed. As his blinding vision returned to normal, he was horrified to find another shell hurtling towards him. Damn it. This is a follow-up strike. Boom. He could only watch helplessly as the shell detonated once more before him. Thud. Like before, Jin Hai's body jolted. However, being somewhat prepared this time, he did not lose consciousness. The alarm within the light armor shifted from frantic to mournful, and without needing to look, he knew that his armor was beyond salvage. Jin Hai's assessment was accurate. At that moment, the Ling Sheng light armor resembled a shattered rag doll, a pitiful sight. Its neck was broken, the head drooping, limbs contorted in unnatural angles, sparking with electricity. Jin Hai felt himself spinning. Aware that the light armor was tumbling backward from the force of the impact, he let out a sigh of relief. Once he flew back into the swarm of light armors, he would not be the worst off. The booming sound of the Tiannu heavy artillery was profoundly resonant, instilling fear akin to fireworks bursting amidst the ranks of light armors. The sight of Jin Hai's damaged armor left several key members of the Light Armor Society utterly terrified. Boss Jin Hai, are you all right? Boss Jin Hai, can you hear me? Regardless of how fervently they shouted in the team channel, no response was forthcoming. Their anxiety mounted. Could it be that Captain Jin had sustained injuries and lapsed into unconsciousness? They could not fathom that Jin Hai had previously found the cacophony of wailing and shrieking within the team channel intolerable and had promptly shut it down. These individuals, seasoned veterans, recognized the peril and swiftly seized the remnants of the damaged victory armor. Making their escape from the battlefield, as for the members of the Armor Society, they were similarly preoccupied. If anything were to befall Captain Jin, their troubles would be immense. His injury and the subsequent flight of their core members would swiftly extinguish the already waning resolve of the Society's panicked members. In an instant, chaos erupted, with everyone scattering in a frenzy, fearing that the armor would not take flight swiftly enough. A few shells detonated amidst the ranks of armor, striking several unfortunate units at critical points. Some plummeted to the ground while others spiraled helplessly in the AI in mere moments. The once imposing formation of armored units was reduced to a mere dozen or so, wounded and stationary. They did not attempt to flee, for escape was futile. At worst, they would have their armor confiscated, but within the armor, they were safe. The piercing spikes of the Heavenly Maiden. Heavy artillery were notoriously difficult to penetrate unless multiple rounds struck the external armor of the cockpit simultaneously. Yet, if the cockpit were to engage in an emergency ejection and inadvertently be caught in the crossfire, death could be imminent. Thus, they opted to bide their time, even engaging in lively discussions over the communication channel, speculating on which society was responsible for this attack. The recent barrage of artillery suggested a formidable artillery unit. Aside from a few notable contenders, they could scarcely think of anyone else bold enough to launch a surprise attack against them. Could it be the Chiu brothers? The three brothers from the Chiu family were renowned gunners, having trained together since childhood, their synergy unparalleled, forming the premier artillery group of Fengren. Even outside of the academy, they were well known. The Chiu brothers belonged to the Coconut Planet Society, and they had never had any conflicts with them. Who else could it be? A quick look would reveal the answer. They activated a live stream on the Society's public channel. The members of the Armor Society, at that moment, were glued to their screens, their eyes wide with anticipation. Even those fleeing were captivated by the live stream unfolding ahead. Filled with curiosity, it was not only the Armor Society that was watching. A significant portion of the school's other students were also tuned in. Longqing's new armor was engaged in battle, achieving victory in its first encounter, and the unfolding events were rife with climactic developments. The main forces of the Armor Society rushed to the scene, attempting to encircle Longqing, only to be ambushed en route by a mysterious and formidable artillery unit. Everyone's interest was piqued. One injured member of the Armor Society, unable to resist the encouragement of friends, initiated a live stream, allowing everyone to join. Within a mere half-minute, over 20,000 viewers flooded into the stream, creating a lively atmosphere. In the ambush point behind the mountain, Longqing was taken aback by the sudden retreat of such a large opposing force. Observing the immobilized armored units, he refrained from rushing out immediately, opting instead to change his position and ready his heavy artillery. Patiently, he waited, but not a single unit returned to offer assistance. The armored units on the map continued to soar further away. With no opportunities left to capitalize on, Longqing felt a twinge of disappointment and had no choice but to emerge from his concealed ambush point. Unbeknownst to him, the gaze of the entire school was fixated on this location. Under the watchful eyes of the masses, a striking and elegant crimson armored unit descended from the sky, wielding a formidable heavy artillery piece. As the newly arrived Yinsun touched down, it stirred up a cloud of dust. The Yinsun discarded the Heavenly Maiden heavy artillery with a resounding thud and strode directly towards the grounded armored units. The new Yinsun made its debut before all, its elongated and proportionate form devoid of the typical angularity of armored units, every edge smoothly rounded. Its scarlet armor gleamed brilliantly, as Catherine had remarked, enhancing the energy armor's activation. The alloy wings on its back added an air of gracefulness. Bathed in sunlight, the red Yinsun exuded a faint halo. He has arrived. Longqing is here. My goodness, what a commanding presence. Covering my face, I absolutely adore this kind of man. 6666666. Chitu is so handsome. The live stream chat erupted in excitement, with girls shrieking in exhilaration. The name Chitu had already gained widespread popularity throughout the school, thanks to Catherine's photos. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the damaged Victory armor being towed, Jin Hai was also watching the live stream, a look of keen interest adorning his face. He had long since surpassed the age of petty rivalry. A single defeat would not tarnish his pride or incite his fury. However, his curiosity regarding Longqing had intensified. To be audacious enough to proactively engage such a colossal force single-handedly was a display of courage not commonly found. The subsequent orchestrated attack was both seasoned and cunning, not the reckless bravado of a mere brawler. Completing 36 shots in under 6 seconds demonstrated an extraordinary level of skill, a warrior who possessed both bravery and cunning. With unparalleled technique, was a nightmare to all who opposed him. Reflecting on the entirety of the combat, Jin Hai began to draft his conjectures regarding Longqing's capabilities. Longqing, aged 17, multithreading, unknown. Reflex frequency, level 8. High pressure support, level 7. Physical fitness, level 7. Each data point remained uncertain, offering only a rough estimate. Yet, even so, the numbers on paper left Jin Hai astounded. Moreover, considering Longqing had yet to reach 18, it implied that he was far from fully developed. With ample room for growth and immense potential, Jin Hai's experience told him that Longqing's future was boundless. How many individuals could boast such statistics before turning 18? Contemplating this, he input the data, including the age, into his cognitive interface and began searching the database of the Warrior Association. The database of the Warrior Association housed an extensive array of warrior data. Most of this information pertained to evaluations or assessments undertaken by the warriors themselves. Those consenting to data collection could receive corresponding benefits from the association. According to the official explanation from the Warrior Association, approximately 30 of the warriors' data had been archived, or had once been archived. Most warriors preferred to keep their data private, often for safety and confidentiality reasons, especially renowned warriors. Even those who permitted their data to be archived typically refrained from offering new data for extended periods. Again, for safety considerations, each warrior's capabilities were in constant flux. The longer the time passed, the less relevant the data became. Thus, the database primarily contained samples from younger warriors who were in a phase of rapid advancement. A mere 6 months could result in significant changes in their abilities, rendering previous data obsolete without the concern of leakage. The primary utility of the database lay in group analysis. The cognitive interface displayed the search results. A total of 1,103 samples matched the criteria. Jin Hai was taken aback. 103 samples represented the lowest match number he had encountered since utilizing the Warrior Association's database. The database had collected data from 30 of warriors worldwide, encompassing even data from historical figures dating back centuries. In his previous searches, he had never received fewer than 20,000 matches. Thus, 103 indicated that only 1,103 warriors had been registered in the Warrior Association's history who met the same criteria. After some contemplation, he performed a second round of filtering. Among those who had earned the title of Super Warrior, there were 22 individuals. Jin Hai's expression turned grave. Although he had anticipated that Longqing's conjectured data would yield astounding results, this conclusion still left him incredulous. Out of 1,103 individuals, only 22 had ultimately become super warriors, approximately 1 in 50. How many super warriors currently existed in the world? A mere 131. The number of super warriors was even fewer than the total population of human planets. Each super warrior represented the strongest of this world, the true rulers of their domain. Chu Xiao was regarded as the student most likely to become a super warrior, given that his father, Chu Sheng, was himself a super warrior. What were Chu Xiao's odds of ascending to that title? The super light algorithm predicted a mere 0.6, even with the advantage of lineage. Based on Jin Hai's matching results, Longqing's probability of becoming a super warrior was 3 times that of Chu Xiao. Data may be cold, but it often reflects the most profound truths. Initially reluctant to involve himself in the affairs of young Master Harold, Jin Hai now resolved to speak with him. Longqing was oblivious to the fact that the 2 heavy artillery shells he had downed belonged to a formidable adversary. Upon landing, his gaze swept over the damaged, armored units. On the other end of the communication, Fermi felt a twinge of unease at the sight of such a large-scale live stream. Longqing, perhaps we should let this one go? Let it go? What do you mean? Longqing queried, his eyes scanning the information boxes that popped up detailing the various armored units. Fermi replied timidly, so many people are watching you. Shouldn't our discipline office maintain some semblance of decorum? How can we carry out our work otherwise? No decorum, Longqing responded tersely. Suddenly, Yinsun raised its right hand, and with a clang, a weapon box appeared beside it, as a flash of sword light swept before the eyes of the onlookers. Yinsun effortlessly seized the ghost fire sword, executing the motion with an elegant fluidity that was nothing short of breathtaking. Wow, how stylish! This big shot knows how to play. Full marks for creativity. I want one too. Yinsun brandished the sword and approached one of the armored units. Inside the cockpit, the student became flustered and, in a show of bravado over the public channel, shouted, Longqing, what are you planning to do? I'll have you know, we from the Armor Society. A chilling sword light severed his vision, causing him to scream in terror, eyes tightly shut. His light armor's right shoulder was brutally severed, causing the entire right arm to detach and plummet. Just as it was about to crash to the ground, a crimson hand grasped the dismembered limb. Yin Huan picked up the severed light armor arm, his gaze fixating on the light-emitting gun held by the hand. The cold light arrow, priced at 300,000. His arsenal was in dire need of a light-emitting gun. With his left hand, Yin Huan seized the body of the cold light arrow, while his right hand raised the ghost fire sword. As if trimming a branch, he sliced off the metallic hand gripping the cold light arrow, causing the severed parts to scatter chaotically. Upon inspecting the cold light arrow, he found no damage, which greatly pleased Long Chung. He tossed the cold light arrow behind him, and the weapon box floating behind him opened its lid, resembling a gaping maw, swallowing the cold light arrow whole. The entire sequence of movements was fluid, though no longer graceful, but rather brutal. The students watching the live stream were left dumbfounded. Many had encountered robbery in Fengren, yet they had never witnessed such audacity and brutality in broad daylight. Furthermore, wasn't the discipline office supposed to be enforcing strict regulations? Yin Huan approached the severed arm of the light armor once more, raising the ghost fire sword amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers. What was Long Chung planning? With a thrust, the sword tip pierced the light armor's ammunition compartment, prying it open like a can, sending the top cover flying with a loud bang. Various munitions cascaded down like an avalanche. To everyone's astonishment, the weapon box, having somehow flown to the side of the ammunition compartment, opened its cavernous mouth and devoured all the ammunition entirely. The live stream fell into a stunned silence. With expressions frozen in disbelief, Long Chung moved to the second light armor, employing the same method, but this time targeting the opponent's helmet. The spectators finally witnessed the legendary beheading with a single stroke, followed by prying open the ammunition compartment and thoroughly scavenging all the munitions. Wasn't the discipline office supposed to be enforcing regulations? Perhaps this was their version of enforcing discipline? Haha, previously caught by the school. One would expect to be bled dry. Now, caught by Long Chung, they too could anticipate a heavy loss. As the saying goes, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken, and enforcing discipline is akin to plundering. The genius upstairs, 233333333. Fermi, watching the live stream, felt his face burn with embarrassment, wishing for a crack in the ground to hide. Long Chung remained unfazed, focused on his task. If there were no spoils, why had he exerted himself for so long? Following the same procedure, he cleared several light armors, gathering everything of value. When he arrived at the light armor being publicly broadcasted, the student inside quickly exclaimed, "Long Gu, which part do you need?" "I can handle it myself," Long Chung paused, responding with a simple, "right leg." The student praised, "Long Gu has a keen eye. My light armor's right leg is custom-made. Cost me quite a bit." While speaking, he swiftly detached the armor's right leg and handed it to Long Chung. "Long Gu, I still have some ammo left in my compartment, so I'll just open it up." Long Chung accepted the light armor's right leg and replied, "Good." The weapon box flew to the side of the student's ammunition compartment, and with a clatter, it caught all the ammunition in the light armor's right leg. "Long Gu, let's exchange contact information." "Sure." The audience in the live stream was left in shock by the interaction and dialogue between the two. I'm going insane. Who am I? Where am I? What am I witnessing? At that moment, Long Chung suddenly paused, sensing something unusual nearby. Chapter 50. Blow him up with a snap. The holographic map flashed before his eyes. The map cut in, scanned briefly, then cut out. The entire process was as swift as lightning. In just 0.2 seconds, he had completed a search of his surroundings on the mapped NO light armor. Was it merely an illusion? No, Long Chung trusted his judgment and activated the radar enhancement antenna. Yin Huan's head suddenly sprouted two antennas, initiating a high-powered scan of the vicinity, while Long Chung intently monitored the radar scanning display. The live stream erupted with excitement. Suddenly, the rabbit transformed. "My goodness, this is stirring up memories. My 20-year-old youthful heart cannot be restrained." The little red rabbit, so vibrant, with its ears standing tall. A bunny girl? Oh no. A bunny boy? Oh no. We are the steel straight male rabbit machine. The rabbit is so adorable. It might just consume us. What happened to the aesthetics of violence? How did it suddenly turn into the aesthetics of cute violence? Fermi was utterly despaired, covering his face. What on earth was happening? How would colleagues and friends perceive him? Jasmine exclaimed nearby. "Teacher, how adorable." Fermi rolled his eyes, "Including when he is trying to kill you." Jasmine nodded earnestly. "Of course, since we're all destined to be killed, wouldn't it be better to be taken out by a cute teacher rather than an unappealing one?" Obviously, the cute teacher. Fermi was left speechless. Jasmine curiously inquired, "What's the teacher doing? Any discoveries?" Fermi, somewhat puzzled, shook his head. "I'm not sure. I haven't noticed anything unusual here. The real-time monitoring from the security center is generally very reliable. With very few errors, he still allowed for some leeway. After all, he was a military king. Some respect was due in case Long Chung was right. He wouldn't want Jasmine to laugh at him." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was fervently discussing and reacting to Long Cheng's actions. Yin Huan, oh, the red rabbit with 2 long ears, moved about. The crowd was bewildered, and someone shouted, "What is the red rabbit doing? Can someone explain?" "What red rabbit?" "It's Yin Huan, the dragon among men, the rabbit among armors." "Exactly, at the very least, it's a pink rabbit. Do you know what it means to be uncool by calling it a red rabbit?" "I also want to know what it's doing. Just taking a stroll after a meal." The student hosting the live stream suddenly received a message and immediately perked up. "Everyone, please be quiet. The great Huang Feifei is here to commentate." "Wow, a big shot." Bowing to the big shot. "Canon's sister is majestic. Let me kneel before your pomegranate skirt." The live stream was about to explode, with everyone's enthusiasm ignited. Huang Feifei, a second-year student, was the most formidable female student in Fengren. With a powerful background, even Harold dared not act recklessly before her. Known for her fiery temper, she would open fire at the slightest provocation. Earning her the title of Fengren's top canon sister, she founded the Justice Society, where justice is within the range of her artillery. The society only admits female students and is the largest female organization in Fengren. Characterized by their strong unity and combat prowess, a cheerful female voice rang out, "Hello, everyone. I'm Huang Feifei, here to guest commentate today. The reason for my cameo is that I'm also a fan of Long Chung. So, you all understand? Hee hee hee. The big shot is also a fan of Long Chung, fellow fans. My heart is broken." Huang Feifei chuckled a few times before continuing. Long Chung must have detected something amiss, but hasn't he pinpointed the opponent's exact location? He is currently using multi-point scanning. What does that mean? It means he is conducting radar scans from several different positions, calculating the discrepancies from the radar feedback data to locate hidden targets. Huang Feifei is so hardcore, confessing my love for Canon's sister. Huang Feifei laughed again. This is a relatively complex technique, best suited for dealing with stealthy light armors. These armors can emit deceptive signals and employ optical camouflage, making them easily misled. However, the offense always maintains the initiative. If scanned from different angles, the opponent will easily expose themselves, as their signal simulation has limitations. If they attempt to account for every minute angle change, the computational load on the optical brain would be immense, and few armored optical brains can handle such complexity. The audience fell silent, as opportunities to receive guidance from experts like this were exceedingly rare. And everyone was digesting Huang Feifei's words. Huang Feifei's tone suddenly escalated by 2 pitches. Bang! It sounded like a palm striking the table. "Good. Long Chung has made a discovery. Everyone, pay attention. The red rabbit is moving diagonally. This indicates that Long Chung has locked onto the approximate area of the target and is now proceeding with further calculations. What we see is a diagonal movement, but in reality, it's a straight line, which reduces the amount of data for computation, alleviating the optical brain's computational burden and accelerating processing speed." In the live stream, the red rabbit suddenly began to run, gripping the ghost fire sword horizontally in its mouth. Inside the cockpit, Long Cheng's weapon box flashed momentarily, and he swiftly made his weapon selection. The red rabbit extended its right hand, and a laser gun recently confiscated from the weapon box shot out, which the rabbit deftly caught. The weapon box, after dispensing the laser gun, flew off in another direction. The rabbit's movements were as swift as lightning, and Huang Feifei's speech matched the pace. Now the opponent was in a predicament. Faced with 2 choices, they could either flee or remain stationary. If they moved, the concealment effect would vanish. Everyone, pay attention to the weapon in the red rabbit's hand, the laser gun. Does anyone know the model? I've never used this one. TSK. Tisk, truly deserving of being my idol. The weapon choice could score full marks. The laser gun is nearly impossible to evade. Importantly, once the opponent disengages their energy camouflage, they have about 1.2 seconds to switch energy. During that 1.2 seconds, their energy armor is non-existent, and the laser gun is their nemesis. She chuckled, but if they choose not to run, they they will only be relentlessly pursued by Long Chung, continuously shrinking the range. That's little different from waiting for death. The audience in the live stream went wild. Listening to Canon's sister's words is worth more than a decade of study. Originally, I was unaware that experts fought in such a manner. Dear mother, I shall never engage in brawls again. I feel as though my intelligence has suffered a crushing blow. In the live stream, Chi-Tu commenced its rapid movement, and Huang Feifei's tone escalated in pitch as she exclaimed, Longqing has identified the target. Pay attention to the rhythm of Chi-Tu's gallop and observe the movement of that large cabinet. Ah, that position. It is indeed a shooting spot. Could it be? Before Huang Feifei could finish her sentence, the alloy panel on the weapon box flipped open, revealing a rapid-fire cannon. The chat exploded with exclamations of disbelief. Good heavens, what a nightmare! Huang Feifei burst into a hearty laugh. Truly, he is the man I admire. That cannon is simply magnificent. With a resounding thud, Huang Feifei slammed her fist onto the table. Longqing, blow him to smithereens. Instantly, the live stream was inundated with the fervent cries of blow him up. Araki Shindao felt utterly unfortunate today. He had been trailing the Guangjia Society, initially intending to take advantage of the chaos to eliminate a few foes. But he never anticipated that Longqing would deploy the Tiannu heavy artillery. The wide-area attack of the Tiannu heavy artillery was the bane of someone like him, skilled in stealth and concealment. He immediately distanced himself from the battlefield to avoid being caught in the crossfire. To his surprise, the battle concluded swiftly, as if in the blink of an eye. The Guangjia Society's formation crumbled. He then hatched a nefarious plan to target a few stragglers and seize an opportunity. However, he was taken aback to discover the existence of a live stream, and as he observed the thrilling broadcast, a bold idea emerged. If he could ambush and defeat Longqing under the watchful eyes of the masses, imagine the uproar it would create. In terms of stealth and concealment, he considered himself the best in Fengren, having bested many formidable opponents. Even orbital satellites in the sky struggled to detect his presence. Navigating through various radar scans with ease was his forte. 300 meters was his ambush radius. Only by entering this zone did he possess absolute confidence to execute a fatal strike. With a resolute heart, he seized the rare opportunity. His initial stealth was remarkably smooth, and up to 500 meters. Longqing remained blissfully unaware. Unfortunately, the cursed live stream proved to be his downfall. As he watched Longqing dismantle the Guangjia armor, pry open the ammunition compartment, and students unload their weapons, he was left dumbfounded. He never expected such a lowly individual to showcase such prowess, but alas, in that moment of astonishment, his awareness wavered slightly, causing a minuscule delay in the energy mimetic calculations and introducing a slight flaw in his integration with the surrounding environment. This tiny imperfection became his vulnerability, and at that moment, he had just crossed the 500-meter threshold. Longqing was more vigilant than he had anticipated and immediately sensed the anomaly. Araki Shindao, still harboring a sliver of hope, hurriedly attempted to rectify the flaw in his camouflaged AT 500 meters. He had successfully re-established his perfect disguise, and based on his previous experiences, he had a high probability of evading detection. In fact, to concentrate solely on Longqing, Araki Shindao shut down all communications and the live stream. He resembled a breathless stone, lying motionless among the rocks. However, Longqing's subsequent actions made his eyelids twitch, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. The multi-point scanning technique, a method perhaps unknown to most, was specifically designed to counter stealthy assassins like him. Longqing had experience in dealing with combatants of his type. As Longqing began to move diagonally, Araki Shindao prepared to flee. Yet, before he could fully ready himself, the Red Rabbit was already charging towards him. Switching to the laser gun caused Araki Shindao's eyelids to twitch once more. It was aimed at his unarmored moment, an experienced player. When he witnessed the side drift into shooting position, the weapon box's alloy panel flipped to reveal the rapid-fire cannon. He gasped in horror, his scalp tingling. There would be no escape for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his disguise, propelled by the engine to its maximum power. His Guangjia armor darted forward, moving with the swiftness of a gecko, navigating skillfully among the jagged rocks. Boom! The thunderous roar of the rapid-fire cannon coincided with Huang Feifei's shout to blow him up in the live stream. Just 2 steps out, Araki Shindao's Guangjia was struck by a rapid-fire shot. However, he had already prepared. Rather than halting, he utilized the force of the impact to accelerate even further. A few rapid-fire shots would injure the Guangjia, but they posed no mortal threat. What truly concerned him was the laser gun in Longqing's possession. Time raced onward, 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds, 0.5 seconds. Araki Shindao's nerves were taut. Where would Longqing aim? Section 51. Cunning as Araki Shindao's Guangjia surged forward, its camouflage vanished, revealing its true form, a black, medium-sized Guangjia. Its surface a matte finish, clearly constituted some special wave-absorbing material. The diamond-shaped head was adorned with fan-shaped antennas, each topped with a black sphere resembling a peacock's plume. The most striking feature was the prominent ridge on its back, resembling a turtle's shell. Its limbs were longer than those of an average Guangjia, with elongated arms and legs. Its movements among the rocks were peculiar, with its long limbs touching the ground, akin to a spider with a turtle's body. Araki Shindao's Guangjia was named Shunge. In the live stream, Huang Feifei's furious roar echoed. It's that despicable Araki Shindao, Longqing, blow him up. Huang Feifei had previously suffered at the hands of Araki Shindao. Her fiery temperament and aversion to evil fueled her desire to see him utterly annihilated. However, Araki Shindao, known as Shun Gue, was one of Fengren's most elusive warriors, a solitary figure nearly impossible to locate. When Huang Feifei called out Araki Shindao's name, the live stream erupted in chaos. What a day it was. With so many prominent figures present, both Huang Feifei and Araki Shindao were genuine powerhouses in Fengren, featuring prominently on the dangerous hierarchy among students. Huang Feifei ranked third on the list, surpassing Young Master Herald by one position. Her strength was formidable, and although the average level of the Justice Society members was not particularly high, they were incredibly united, deterring other factions from provoking them. Araki Shindao ranked 7th, just below Yu Jie, the president of the Orange Cat Poetry Society. As a lone wolf, Araki Shindao seldom revealed his appearance or Guangjia. Students who fell victim to his ambush would often find themselves unconscious, their belongings plundered, and their Guangjia marked with a laser-engraved Kappa emblem as a warning. His true strength remained a mystery, as few had witnessed him in action, let alone face him in combat. Many speculated that his lower ranking compared to Yu Jie was merely due to his lack of an organization. In this live broadcast, the appearance of such formidable figures was unexpected and lucrative. Yet, at this moment, silence enveloped the chat. Everyone stared wide-eyed, fearing they might miss a single detail. Such a momentous battle was a rare opportunity. And who knew when they would witness another? Unbeknownst to Araki Shindao, the live stream audience was captivated. He was fully focused, having already endured 2 rapid-fire shots. He almost believed the opponent was Huang Feifei, the cannon sister, with such precise shots. 0.9 seconds, 1.0 seconds. A cold, straight laser shot through the air, striking the engine of the Guangjia. With a hiss, a hole the size of a thumb appeared at the engine's exhaust port. Smooth as if carved by a knife, boom! An explosion of orange flames erupted from the Shengui's engine, and the sudden blast flipped the racing Guangjia over. It was the engine. Araki Shindao felt a pang of panic. Longqing's intent to target the engine was unmistakable. He aimed to capture him. Images of Longqing skillfully dismantling Guangjia flashed before his eyes, as if chopping down trees, even sparing no ammunition from the compartment. What fate awaited him if he were to be captured? He could easily guess. The Shungue was a custom model, unavailable on the market. If Longqing were to seize it, he would regret it beyond measure. Even if he escaped without it, losing an arm or a leg would be a source of immense sorrow. In that moment of tumbling, Araki Shindao regained control of the Guangjia's balance, and its energy armor surged rapidly. The Shungue lunged off the rocks, pivoting towards the direction of Chi Tuesday with a soft hiss. He activated 2 slender energy blades from his palms, their crimson blades resembling blood, radiating an eerie red glow. Exuding a palpable aura of menace, the black Shungue maneuvered gracefully, evading the rapid-fire cannon's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. Several shots whizzed past the Guangjia, crashing into the ground and sending dirt flying over 10 meters high. Araki Shindao skillfully navigated through the barrage, emerging unscathed. Although the firing frequency of the rapid-fire cannon was high, its precision was somewhat lacking. For a master like Araki Shindao, that slight deficiency was sufficient for him to evade capture. Longqing tossed aside his laser gun and unsheathed the Ghostfire sword. The energy armor of the opponent was recovering, significantly diminishing the damage inflicted by the laser gun. Those adept in stealth and concealment often excelled in multitasking. The disguise module, while activated, lacked the refinement necessary for true stealth, as skilled deceivers would enhance it with numerous realistic details to effectively mislead their adversaries. Tio's sneak in a state of disguise necessitated simultaneous control over multiple details, allowing for seamless integration into the environment. Mastering multitasking was their fundamental skill. Those proficient in multitasking were the nemesis of energy weapons. The energy armor activated by the Guangzhou was not fixed. Rather, it resembled a flowing membrane. Masters of multitasking could simultaneously manipulate the energy armor in various areas of the Guangzhou. When attacked by energy weapons, they could concentrate the armor's energy at the point of impact, dramatically increasing its defensive strength. To confront them, kinetic damage was essential. Huang Feifei rapidly elucidated the key points in the live stream, as many bewildered students experienced a moment of enlightenment. Huang Feifei was equally exhilarated, as she seldom witnessed battles of such magnitude, particularly in front of the entire faculty and student body while providing commentary. What an electrifying experience! Regrettably, the absence of a live DJ diminished the atmosphere. Otherwise, it would have been utterly exhilarating. Huang Feifei spoke at a pace akin to a machine gun, her words flowing rapidly. Why can't Longqing's rapid-fire cannon hit the current Iraqi Shindao? Why does it continue to attack? Because Longqing is suppressing Iraqi's speed. The two are about to engage in close combat. Whoever has the superior speed will gain the upper hand. If Iraqi attempts to dodge the rapid-fire cannon, his speed will inevitably decrease. The red hair is beginning to accelerate. If Longqing could hear Huang Feifei's analysis, he would undoubtedly be appreciative. However, wherever Huang Feifei could see, so too could Iraqi Shinat at that moment. The back of the Xingu turtle suddenly emitted two muffled thuds, two dark figures shooting towards Longqing with incredible speed. The shadows moved too swiftly for Huang Feifei to discern in the live stream, prompting her to urgently shout, "Be careful!" Before her words could fully escape her lips, the screen was flooded with blinding light. Frantically, Huang Feifei exclaimed, "Oh no! Flashbang!" The live stream was immediately inundated with reactions. Despicable. Damn, that's so treacherous. How terrifying. At the instant the flashbang detonated, Iraqi Shindao shut his eyes, his body swaying as he suddenly exerted force and charged forward, leaving the point of impact of the rapid-fire cannon behind him. The duration of the flashbang explosion was fleeting, a mere 0.2 seconds. Upon reopening his eyes, he barely had time to ascertain whether Longqing had been affected when he suddenly noticed three small dark spots approaching him. Oh no! With no time to react, the three flashbangs exploded simultaneously, plunging Iraqi Shindao into instantaneous blindness. Not only had Longqing seen through his flashbang, but he had also seized the opportunity to stealthily use his weapon case to launch flashbangs in return, hitting him with three of his own. After a day of hunting geese, he was now pecked by one. Was there no humanity? No morality? How insidiously treacherous! Finally, he encountered an opponent even more cunning than himself. Without hesitation, he withdrew abruptly, navigating towards a flatter terrain while continuously maneuvering. In the live stream, as the blinding light began to fade, the audience widened their eyes, preparing to scrutinize the scene, when suddenly a dazzlingly bright light burst forth, even more blinding than before. Everyone was caught off guard once again. What do I do if I want to curse? Those who use flashbangs are heretics. They deserve to be burned alive. Are they going to keep throwing them indefinitely? The audience erupted in curses. Yet, amid their disorientation, the battle raged on. Boom! A round from the rapid-fire cannon struck the blind, careening Xingu light armor. The tremendous impact flipping it over once more, Iraqi Shindao rolled upon landing, the ground beneath him trembling with the explosive reverberations. The Xingu light armor abruptly twisted its body, flipping its wrist to unleash a flash of crimson blade light towards its rear. Longqing was somewhat taken aback. He was prepared to deliver a lethal blow, only to discover that the opponent could retaliate even in a state of blindness. Not lacking in strength. The red hair swung its arm, and the daily refusal shield stood guard in front. The red light blade struck the shield surface, causing it to radiate with blinding brilliance, activating the energy armor to its maximum potential. The light on the shield rippled like water, rendering the red light blade distorted and unstable. creating a powerful repulsive force between the two. Unlike a direct collision of physical bodies, the repulsion between the light blade and the energy shield was akin to the force between magnets, gentle yet formidable. Capitalizing on this force, the black Shingu light armor propelled itself backward, swiftly creating distance. Just as Araki Shindao's vision returned to normal, the roaring of the rapid-fire cannon finally ceased. Entering the melee phase, the rapid-fire cannon's utility diminished as it posed a risk of friendly fire. Longqing had never encountered such a peculiar light armor before. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he took the time to carefully observe it. His gaze swept over a component, and an information box popped up in his field of vision. The price listed within was staggering. Araki Shindao was similarly scrutinizing the red hair. Compared to his Shingu, the red hair was significantly smaller in size. The antenna atop the red hair had retracted, its well-proportioned body, smooth light segments, and the bright red mirror-like armor made it resemble a toy or pet rather than a killing machine. This exquisitely beautiful light armor, wielding the chilling ghost-fire sword, stood before him. Yet it exuded an unprecedented sense of pressure. From being discovered and suppressed to being countered by cunning tactics, he found himself at a disadvantage. In all his years, he had never experienced such a feeling. Longqing's strength exceeded his expectations. Araki Shindao adjusted his mindset, casting aside all distractions and the petty tricks he usually relied upon. He resolved to engage in a fair fight. Inside the cockpit, Araki Shindao's expression grew solemn and dignified. An opponent like Longqing deserved his utmost effort. The Shingu light armor raised its red light blade once more, standing in a poised readiness. Its body slightly crouched like a tiger preparing to pounce. The red hair, on the opposite side, swiftly detached its metallic wings from its back, deeming them cumbersome in combat. Its slender, rounded hands gripped the sword hilt. The gleaming sword tip angled towards the ground eye in the cockpit of the red hair. Longqing's expression mirrored seriousness and gravity. The Shingu light armor warranted his full commitment. No matter what, he intended to bring this armor back today. The once blinding live stream returned to normal, revealing the standoff between the black and red light armors. Just moments ago, the audience had been shouting in outrage, but now they found themselves speechless. Even through the screen, they could sense the murderous intent swirling between the two light armors. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 52. The Edge. Almost simultaneously, the two figures sprang into action. The crouched Shingu light armor launched itself off the ground like a razor-sharp sword, seemingly unaffected by the injury to one of its engines. The right-hand blade led, while the left trailed behind. The ominous red blade light slicing through the air like two streaks of sunset pouring down from the heavens. Initially silent, it swelled into a resonant hum, akin to a tide rising, the multitude of streams converging into a thunderous roar. Data surged wildly before Longqing's eyes, as the red light blade in the opponent's hand trembled with a peculiar rhythm. A low, piercing howl emanated from this special vibration, escalating in pitch. The frequency of the blade's tremor soared. The blade appearing to be enveloped in a faint red mist, hazy and imperishable, that was not mere mist. It was energy condensed and reactivated, forming a semi-volatile special state known as M-ing. M-ing is also referred to as the third state. The energy within the energy furnace, electricity, thermal energy, magnetic energy, etc., is classified as the first state. Energy solidification, transitioning from virtual to real, such as energy shields and energy armor, is known as the second state. The energy of the second state, upon further activation, transforms from solid to a state between the real and the virtual, which is the third state. This is M-ing. Thus far, mechanical equipment could only generate energy in the second state. The energy of the third state could only be activated by a master. Weapons empowered by M-ing exhibit a dramatic increase in potency. Controlling M-ing is a highly advanced combat skill that Longqing had only seen demonstrated by his instructor. He was astonished to encounter someone here who had mastered such a high-level combat technique. Fortunately, he remained vigilant, constantly reminding himself of the dangers present. Just as Longqing propelled himself forward, he suddenly leaped into the air like a spring. Soaring skyward, in Longqing's eyes, the Shingu light armor hurtling toward him was riddled with vulnerabilities. Yet his own light armor could not withstand the power of the Shingu's blade light. A glint of cold light flashed in Araki Shindao's eyes. Longqing's leap and evasion were entirely within his expectations. The Shingu light armor's body undulated like a supple serpent, suddenly shaking and propelling itself off the ground. The speed of the Shingu surged, becoming a black phantom trailed by two eerie red glows. Lunging towards the airborne red hair, the red hair's silhouette rapidly enlarged in Araki's vision. He could even discern the faint welding seams between the mirror-like armor and the reflection of his own image. Harnessing the momentum, the red light blade executed an upward slash. Araki Shundao was confident that this strike could cleave the red hair in two. However, the red hair's form inexplicably twisted mid-air, resembling a spinning top, narrowly evading Araki's slash while simultaneously using the refusal shield to strike against the blade. Araki Shundao reacted swiftly. His right-hand blade pivoted sharply, evading the red hair's shield strike. Activating the blade light required significant stamina from the master. But once the blade light was unleashed, maintaining it consumed very little energy. If the blade light was dispersed, then this battle would be futile. He might as well concede. Simultaneously, his left-hand blade executed a cunning diagonal slash, silently aimed at the red hair. Yet in the next moment, Araki's peripheral vision caught a flicker. The red hair, utilizing its spinning momentum, swung the Ghostfire sword down with a suffocating whistle, descending from above. The brilliant Ghostfire sword resembled a silver waterfall, the accompanying wind howling thunderously. Although Longqing's strike lacked a visible blade light, the immense weight of the Ghostfire sword, combined with such astonishing speed, meant that if it connected, Araki believed the Shingu's fragile alloy armor could very well be cleaved in two. Would they both meet their end? Gritting his teeth, Araki adjusted his diagonal slash, allowing the Shingu light armor to leverage the force and twist its waist, slipping away like an eel, propelling itself over 30 meters away. The red hair's powerful downward slash was poised to strike the ground when it suddenly executed a nimble turn, transforming the fierce gale into a gentle drizzle, rendering the heavy Ghostfire sword in the red hair's hands as light as a feather, tracing out a semicircle before coming to a halt mid-air, the sword tip pointing directly at the Shingu over 30 meters away. The live stream was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Oh my god, what did I just witness? Are they gods battling? Mom, I really don't want to fight anymore. How terrifying, just moments ago. The exchanges between the two appeared instantaneous. Yet even Huang Feifei, the Canon sister, had been so tense that she forgot to speak. Canon sister, please provide commentary quickly. Huang Feifei, as if awakening from a dream, suddenly recalled her responsibilities as a commentator. She took a deep breath and declared, the recent exchange between the two was a perilous maneuver. I implore everyone to refrain from attempting to replicate it. This remark elicited laughter from the audience, and she herself couldn't help but chuckle. Review the replay. The Canon sister only knows how to unleash artillery. Neither of those two monstrous Canon sisters could prevail in close combat. In truth, she was somewhat taken aback. The control of the blade's aura was an advanced technique of considerable difficulty, and she had not anticipated witnessing it from Araki Shundao. Previously, she had regarded him as a despicable and underhanded individual, but she was surprised to discover he possessed such skill. Equally astonishing was Longqing. Despite Araki Shundao employing such a high-level technique, he still could not gain the upper hand. The shockwaves generated by Araki Shundao's display of control over the aura were merely the beginning. The security center was in disarray, as they now had another subject to reassess, and they felt as though their heads might explode, compounded by the impending chaos of the analytical reports, as for the barbecue and beer. No one seemed to remember them anymore. Jin Hai was equally astonished. He had previously paid little attention to Araki Shundao. Initially, he had thought of him as merely a purveyor of underhanded tactics, which he found unappealing. Based on his experience, practitioners of such tactics often exhibit slow growth in personal strength. Especially during the rapid growth phase of adolescence, opting for underhanded methods is akin to straying from the righteous path. Relying on cunning to resolve battles while deluding oneself into thinking it is intelligence ultimately leads to a lack of refinement in combat skills, akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, thus missing the most opportune time for growth. As a result, Jin Hai had paid little heed to Araki Shundao, only to realize he had misjudged him. The ability to evoke the aura indicated that this young man, Araki Shundao, was not merely a clever trickster. Jin Hai's discerning gaze revealed a distinct sect's imprint on Araki Shundao. The peculiar techniques of exertion bore certain similarities in principle. Araki Shundao was likely a disciple of a particular sect. As for which sect, it would take some time to investigate, and Jin Hai made a mental note. Regardless of the sect, Any disciple capable of controlling the aura was far from ordinary, especially at such a young age, suggesting he was a key focus of the sect's training. With regards to an unknown sect, Jin Hai became cautious. His attention shifted to Longqing. Unlike the striking impression left by Iraqi Shandao, he found this youth somewhat inscrutable. The clear sect imprint on Iraqi Shandao explained why his strength surpassed that of typical young individuals. However, Longqing bore no visible traces of any sect, yet his power was remarkably formidable, even against someone capable of controlling the aura like Iraqi Shandao. Could it be that Longqing had encountered practitioners of aura control before? Jin Hai pondered, recalling how unnaturally composed Longqing had been, showing no signs of being flustered at the sight of aura control for the first time. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet this conjecture carried significant implications. It appeared that further investigation was necessary. However, Jin Hai had a premonition that this inquiry would not proceed smoothly. He suddenly realized that he needed to reassess the notorious campus of Fengren. Iraqi Shandao felt parched, his nerves taut during the battle, leaving no time for reflection. Now, recalling the perils he had just faced filled him with trepidation. Had he been even slightly careless, he might have faced severe injury or worse. The ability to manifest blade aura was a skill he had only mastered 2 months prior, and he had anticipated dominating with it. But to his dismay, his first attempt had ended in failure. That individual named Longqing was truly formidable. Iraqi Shandao felt as if the person opposing him was not a mere student, but rather an emotionless machine of cold, calculated destruction. He activated his external audio and cleared his throat. "Brother Long, shall we temporarily let this matter slide?" Longqing did not respond immediately, instead asking the other end of the communication channel. "Femi, what does let it slide mean?" Femi explained. "It means to let it go." "Let it go?" With the brainwave controller affixed, Longqing furrowed his brow, activated the external audio, and firmly rejected, "No letting it slide." Iraqi Shandao felt as though he had been struck. Having faced refusals before, but none as absolute as this, am I, the illustrious Iraqi Shandao, to lose face? The blood surged to his head again, and he shouted, "Longqing, do you think you have me at your mercy? I assure you, if this continues, it will be a case of mutual destruction." Yet he retained a sliver of reason. Longqing, contemplating the matter, agreed that if he were to shatter such an expensive piece of black light armor, it would be a waste. Moreover, he needed to be cautious. If he were to kill his opponent, that would also spell disaster. Longqing replied, "Very well, you may leave." Iraqi Shandao exhaled in relief, suddenly overwhelmed with a sense of survival. He resolved to avoid fighting this madman in the future. Longqing then added, "Leave the armor behind." Iraqi Shandao stood frozen for a moment, and soon, his expression soured. With a haughty tone, he declared, "Longqing, if you desire my Xinggu, you must first inquire whether my blade agrees." He swung his glowing blade in a feigned strike, the crimson aura shimmering brilliantly. "Xinggu? What a splendid name." Longqing nodded. "Come." Iraqi Shandao stood resolute, casting aside all distractions. He felt an unprecedented surge of vitality. Despite having just engaged in fierce combat, his spirit was more invigorated than before, and his thoughts flowed freely. "Come, let us battle," with the blade slicing through the air. He charged at Longqing, his fighting spirit soaring as he bellowed, "Come, Longqing, let me witness your true prowess." The audience in the live stream fell silent once again, their gazes fixed intently on the screen. Experts like Huang Feifei could discern that Iraqi Shandao was in peak condition, which was undoubtedly the worst news for Longqing. The nature of one's state was unpredictable. When in poor condition, one often made numerous mistakes. Longqing responded, "Very well." The red rabbit surged into the air, the Xinggu taking a stance, its twin blades poised before it like a formidable foe. After a moment, Iraqi Shandao sensed something amiss. The red rabbit was ascending higher and higher. When the weapon box broke through the air and appeared beside the red rabbit, Iraqi Shandao immediately reacted, cursing, "Longqing, if you're a man, come down and face me in battle." What met him was the thunderous roar of rapid-fire cannons. Boom, boom, boom. Shells rained down like a deluge, forcing the Xinggu to continuously shift positions to evade the onslaught. "You treacherous scoundrel, despicable, shameless. Why not come down and engage in a genuine duel?" Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, Longqing's calm voice rang out, "I am using real firearms." The Red Rabbit raised the cold light arrow it had just confiscated, and with a series of sharp reports, it struck the Shingu, causing sparks to fly and shaking it like a sieve. He could not control the aura, but he had faced those who could. The engine of the Black Tortoise was damaged by one of his shots, drastically impairing its mobility, rendering it unable to escape. Lacking stealth capabilities and long-range combat strength, it could only wield its twin blades. Yet, why should he, Longqing, engage in a melee when he was armed with guns and cannons, fully stocked with ammunition? The battlefield's dynamics shifted rapidly, leaving the audience in the live stream momentarily speechless. This was becoming increasingly interesting. The atmosphere had changed so swiftly that it left one dizzy. Longqing was certainly a perceptive individual. They should call him Long Ge, Long Supervisor, Long Tier, Long Cannon. Huang Feifei was also left agape, marveling at the combat between these two individuals, which was simply indescribable. They began by pushing the limits, using flashbangs and a one-upmanship of numbers. When it came to technique, from multi-point scanning to aura control, it was exhilarating and disorienting to behold. Just as everyone anticipated a prolonged battle, they began to engage in a contest of cunning. Huang Feifei suddenly questioned whether her own approach was somewhat foolish. No wonder she had suffered a significant setback at the hands of Araki Shindao last time. Wait a moment, why were Longqing and Araki Shindao moving further apart? She urgently called out to her classmate in the single-legged light armor. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and follow them. The classmate, as if awakening from a dream, began to leap forward on one leg, causing the camera to sway to a near nauseating degree. After a while, he realized that he had removed his leg, yet the engine was still functional. He quickly took to the air, trailing behind Longqing. Araki Shindao was fuming, having never expected to encounter someone even more shameless than himself. His opponent hovered in the air, refusing to engage in close combat, leaving him utterly powerless. With artillery raining down, how could he possibly fight back? Boom! A shell exploded 2 meters away from the Shingu, sending a torrent of earth cascading down upon it like a torrential downpour, the noise echoing within the cockpit. Another shell landed ahead, and the resulting plume of dirt momentarily obscured his vision. The shockwave from the explosion caused the Shingu's form to sway slightly as the barrage of shells intensified. The explosion sent waves of debris flying, enveloping the area in smoke that blotted out the sun. Araki Shindao felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The rapid-fire rounds penetrated the dirt and smoke, continuously striking the Shingu. With each impact, the energy armor's readings plummeted. Longqing's marksmanship was merciless, almost always hitting the Shingu with minimal misses. Was this fellow attempting to deplete his energy armor entirely before seizing the Shingu? Not a chance. Araki Shindao was furious, evading frantically, his steps quickening as he pushed his limits, moving with the speed of lightning and grace of a soaring swan. Yet it was futile. He could not fathom how many projectiles he had endured. The relentless barrage fell upon him like a rainstorm, leaving no option for evasion. The Red Rabbit and its weapon box loomed above him like two dark clouds, relentlessly pursuing him wherever he fled, pressing on with relentless fervor. Araki Shindao felt as though he were a trapped beast, gritting his teeth as he sprinted desperately, regardless of the rain of bullets falling around him. He was resolute. If Longqing had set his sights on his Shingu, then, today, even if it means shattering the Shinkai, I shall never allow it to fall into the hands of that despicable scoundrel. Suddenly, Araki Shindao noticed the valley nearest to him, barely 3 kilometers away. Wait, there is still a chance. Pushed to the brink, Araki Shindao resolutely opened the valve on the back of the Shinkai, and a billowing cloud of gray smoke erupted forth. The form of the Shinkai was immediately engulfed in the thick smoke. In its final moments, it cast a glance at the dragon city above before vanishing into the gray haze. At this moment, Araki Shindao felt an overwhelming sense of pride, for this tactic was a modification inspired by the Dragon City's Iron Plow King. The explosive smoke billowed like a dark cloud, continuously expanding outward. The rapid-fire cannon suddenly fell silent, affected by intense electromagnetic interference, rendering the radar useless, while the cold light arrow, in Dragon City's grasp, also misfired, ceasing its attack. The live-streaming audience gasped. The smoke is causing electromagnetic interference. The radar is compromised and cannot function normally. We can only rely on optical mode, but the smoke is too dense to aim accurately. What will Dragon City do? Oh no, The Celestial Maiden's heavy artillery was just left on the ground. Devious. Araki is about to make his escape. Amidst the smoke, Araki Shindao laughed heartily. After being suppressed for so long, he felt a great burden lift from his heart. If he could slip away using Dragon City's own methods, that fellow would surely be driven mad. The smoke-generating device he employed cost a staggering 220,000. Its ability to produce smoke was remarkable, capable of shrouding approximately 10 square kilometers, just enough for him to dash into the valley. Moreover, he had added a considerable amount of interference agents to the smoke, effectively disrupting various radars and obscuring his location. Araki Shindao stealthily changed his position. Dragon City could not see him, nor could he see Dragon City. The radar on the Shinkai was equally ineffective, but he had memorized the terrain. He merely needed to wait for the smoke to reach the valley, where he could take advantage of the cover to rush in. The complex environment of the valley would provide him with the best opportunity to escape. The clash between Araki Shindao and Dragon City left onlookers in awe, showcasing a breathtaking battle of skill and intellect. A sharp confrontation between the base and the vial. Look at Dragon City. Everyone turned their gaze to the sky, where the Red Rabbit hovered. How would Dragon City respond? Above, the Red Rabbit stood atop an armory, lifting a metal panel to reveal a mountain of high-explosive grenades. The metallic shells of the grenades reflected sunlight onto the Red Rabbit's face, shimmering like scattered jewels, behind the brain control device. Dragon City remained expressionless. He was fully stocked with ammunition. The Red Rabbit began to prepare for the grenade drop. For one capable of utilizing ultra-long-distance hand-thrown grenades, such a close range would be no less precise than laser guidance. Coupled with a myriad of combination grenades, more terrifying was the sheer volume of grenades he possessed. Few actions could match the effectiveness of repeatedly throwing grenades to exploit high-level reflex frequencies. The Red Rabbit's hands seemed to manifest countless Phantoms .12 high-explosive grenades were almost simultaneously launched, their distribution conforming to the edges of the smoke. Suddenly, the expanding gray smoke ignited with a brilliant fireline at its perimeter, an inferno born from the simultaneous detonation of the grenades. The thunderous roar of the 12 explosions reverberated, even through the screen, sending tremors through the audience. The shockwaves from the explosions coalesced, forming a veritable wall of air that pressed inward. Araki Shindao, enveloped in the smoke, was completely taken aback. The sight of 12 high-explosive grenades detonating around him was beyond his wildest imagination. His ears rang with a deafening buzz, blood seeped from his mouth and nose, and his gaze became vacant. His expression frozen. Before the explosive shockwaves had dissipated, Dragon City unleashed a second wave of high explosives. A ring of 10 grenades formed yet another explosive belt, further pressing inward. The third wave followed with 8 grenades, and the fourth with 6. The layers of explosive belts continued to compress inward. From above, they resembled a dazzling display of fireworks, igniting layer by layer. Yet the radiant, searing light of the explosions, coupled with the thunderous cacophony, rose into the air, forming a small mushroom cloud, proclaiming the brutality of this fierce battle. As the final high-explosive grenade detonated, the resounding echoes finally faded into the wind, while the remnants of the mushroom cloud lingered. Inside the cockpit of the Red Rabbit, Dragon City remained impassive, his heart devoid of emotion. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the devastated ground, reduced to charred earth. Amid the curling black smoke and rising heat, the black tortoise lay prone, battered and bruised. Such a pity. Dragon City felt no joy in victory. The pitifully scorched form of the black tortoise suggested it was likely beyond salvage. The high-explosive grenades had proven excessively powerful against the relatively weak alloy armor of the black tortoise. Moreover, he had employed a synchronized grenade-throwing technique, causing multiple grenades to explode simultaneously, thereby enhancing their destructive capacity. He hoped to salvage some usable components. He descended beside the black tortoise, his gaze sweeping over its various parts. The information boxes that popped up before him bore alarming red text that sent chills down his spine. Component damaged, severe damage, destroyed. No possibility of repair. It is recommended to dispose of it according to federal laws and regulations. Dragon City. After surveying the area, he found nothing of value. Calculating the grenades he had thrown, it became evident that this battle had resulted in a significant loss behind the brain control device. Dragon City's expression darkened. He pried open the cockpit of the Black Tortoise and glanced at the unconscious Iraqi Shindao within. The life signs were stable, and he sighed with relief, and a one was dead. That was perhaps the only good news from this costly battle. The Red Rabbit turned and left, showing no trace of sentiment. The audience in the live stream was left speechless. How utterly merciless. So terrifying. The nonchalant Dragon City was somewhat fearsome. Apologies, when it comes to explosions, everyone present is but a novice. Huang Feifei fell silent, deep in self-doubt after witnessing Dragon City's performance. She questioned her worthiness of the title artillery sister. In Dragon City's hands, high-explosive grenades were wielded with an artistry that was nothing short of spectacular. The light-armored pilots in the live stream, upon seeing Dragon City approach, fell silent, paralyzed with fear. Dragon City flew to a light armor unit that had not yet been captured, raising his hand, the ghostly sword not yet in his grasp. The light armor team member, terrified, stammered, "Brother Dragon, which piece do you want?" "I'll take care of it myself." Dragon City glanced at him. "Weapons, ammunition, drones." The light armor team member hurriedly replied, "No problem, no problem." Without further ado, he disarmed, opened the ammunition bay, and retrieved the drone. The armory opened wide, swallowing the weapons and ammunition whole. This student, suddenly inspired, emulated the earlier teammate. "Brother Dragon, can I get your contact information?" Having just suffered a significant loss, Dragon City was in no mood to engage. The student quickly caught on and fell silent. Dragon City made his rounds to other light armor units. Everyone was incredibly eager to assist, some removing arms, others discarding shields, their attitudes exceedingly positive, respectful yet enthusiastic. Watching the Red Rabbit depart, the light armor pilots nodded and bowed. "Brother Dragon, thank you for your hard work. Safe travels, Brother Dragon. Take care. Come again next time." Smack, a companion beside him slapped the back of the light armor pilot's head. Exasperated. "What did you just say? Come again next time." The live stream audience fell into silence, unable to articulate whether they were witnessing a moral decline or a distortion of humanity. Huang Feifei suddenly shouted, "Hurry, let us take a look at what Iraqi Shindao looks like." The previously quiet live stream buzzed with excitement. While many knew the name Iraqi Shindao, few had ever seen his face, making him an enigma. The single-legged light armor student, unafraid of trouble, flew to the open cockpit of the Shinkai, bringing the camera closer. Countless eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 54. Young Master Iraqi Shindao dared not open his eyes. Just thinking of all that had transpired yesterday filled him with despair. Today was the darkest day of his life. No, yesterday had been Dado heavens. Why was fate so cruel to him? All he wanted was to seize an opportunity. After tossing and turning in bed for over half an hour, burying his head in the pillow, hunger finally compelled him to summon the courage to open his eyes and roll out of bed. Since yesterday, he had not taken a single drop of water. "Good morning, young master." A warm, rich voice greeted him at the door. It was his household butler, Nick. Nick, impeccably coiffed, stood at the door with a neat appearance. He wore a black tailcoat, a white shirt, and a black bow tie, giving him a polished look, with a red rose tucked into the pocket of his suit jacket. Iraqi Shindao disliked roses, so he had chosen a peony instead. With a mournful expression, Iraqi Shindao replied, "I feel terrible, Nick." Possessing a typically Eastern oval face, with a pointed chin, a petite nose, and fair, supple skin, his large black eyes sparkled with intelligence, occasionally darting around. He donned a simple round-neck short shirt and light gray gauze trousers that revealed his bare, pale feet, his tousled short hair emanating a distinctly aloof style. One could connect the girl before them with the infamous Iraqi Shindao, one of the dangerous bigwigs of Fengren. Nick consoled him. "Perhaps eating something will improve your mood." "What would you like to eat, young master?" Nick was the latest model of household robot butler, a culinary expert whose menu encompassed nearly every dish from around the world and was updated monthly to incorporate the latest popular recipes. He was the ultimate companion for food enthusiasts, albeit at a steep price. That makes sense. Iraqi Shindao's eyes sparkled with sudden delight, and the gloom that had enveloped her visage dissipated in an instant. With a sharp snap of her fingers, she ordered 1 steamer of egg yolk lava buns, 5 assorted xiaomai, 2 jimbingwazi, 2 steamers of soup dumplings, and 5 youtiao. If you please, 2 cups of unsweetened soy milk. Large ones, a bucket of cheese yogurt, and, 1 more cup of oolong tea. Thank you, Nick. Nick smiled and replied, No problem, young master. It is my pleasure to serve you. It was only at this moment each day that the shadows of her dreary existence were illuminated by a glimmer of hope. Yet today, the darkness was compounded by not just despair, but also the bitter pangs of defeat and simmering anger. Eating in a state of fury always conjured an atmosphere akin to a battlefield, rife with the ferocity of combat. Even the way she wiped her mouth was imbued with a sense of resolute determination, reminiscent of a warrior sharpening their blade before a grand battle. The dumplings she devoured and the soy milk she gulped down felt like ammunition being loaded into a gleaming suit of armor, the resonant sounds of their consumption echoing like the crisp clicks of a firearm being readied. As she consumed her meal, the world outside faded away. Araki Shundao's belly felt as if it might burst. She slumped in her chair, her face adorned with the triumphant smile of a victor. While the fragrant oolong tea lingered nearby, if only life could remain this perfect. After a prolonged moment, she resembled a resurrected corpse, struggling to sit upright. Eventually, she had to confront the harsh realities of the world. She closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, then reopened them to access the campus network. She was acutely aware of what awaited her today and had steeled herself to face it all. At the top of the trending list was Longqing versus Araki Shundao, a battle for the ages. With comprehensive commentary by Canon's sister. After carefully reading through it, she felt an odd sensation. Despite the loss and the subsequent ridicule, why was her heart devoid of turmoil? As her gaze drifted downward. The second most popular post read, The lecherous big shot Araki Shundao looks like this. The inevitable had arrived. Though she had prepared herself for this moment, why did her heart flutter? Why did her hands tremble? Why did she feel an urge to lash out? Why did the thought of blowing up the school cross her mind? Taking a deep breath, Araki Shundao clicked with lightning speed. To her dismay, a high-definition photo of herself appeared. Inside the cockpit, she lay unconscious, the brain control device fallen to the side. Her pallid complexion and tightly shut eyes, framed by long eyelashes reminiscent of a doll, revealed a vulnerability she hadn't anticipated. She paused, realizing this was how she looked when injured, surprisingly appealing. Yet as she scrolled down, her eyes widened in shock at the replies beneath the photo. Wow, goddess, so cute. I'm smitten, my wife. So this is where you are. The thought that so many people knew her appearance sent her into a panic, as though she were exposed under a scrutinizing gaze, with nowhere to hide. Then her focus sharpened, and her expression turned blank. I can't take this. Sorry for the intrusion, goodbye. Looking at the goddess and then at herself, she found little difference, leading her to choose solitude. An unparalleled rage intertwined with an inexplicable sense of shame surged within her, draining the color from her face and igniting a fire in her chest. Toa? Are you blind? Bastard. I want to lash out. A chilling wail erupted from her room, a cacophony of anguish. Nick glanced up momentarily before returning to his tasks. It took Araki Shundao half an hour to regain her composure as her gaze shifted downward. There, a video played in striking clarity. The crimson steed landed before the battered Shingu, lifting the cockpit cover just to glance inside before turning away. The video replayed incessantly. The poster posed a question. Given Longqing's cold demeanor, why did he refrain from attacking the Shingu? Analysis followed, detailing Longqing's obsession with spoils from previous battles, noting that after leaving the Shingu, he had even raided other light armors, yet he did not touch the Shingu. The conclusion drawn was that Longqing was captivated by Araki Shundao's extraordinary beauty, an unusual instance of him sparing a flower. Araki Shundao scoffed at such absurd fabrications, bemused by the number of responses it garnered. She had already discerned the reason Longqing had not attacked the Shingu during her inspection yesterday. There was simply no opportunity. The Shingu was entirely wrecked. This won't stand. When has Araki Shundao ever suffered such a humiliation? Just you wait, Longqing. I will not rest until this grudge is avenged. In the equipment center, Fermi was engrossed in oh no. It's the feeling of being smitten. An astonishing detail, thoroughly entertained. At last. There's a hint of military prowess in the campus atmosphere. Longqing finally has some gossip. Just then, Jasmine entered. Fermi, where's the teacher? He's at the training ground. Fermi replied eagerly, Jasmine, come see the gossip about Longqing. He sent the post to her. Jasmine was equally entertained. and upon seeing Araki Shindao's face, she exclaimed, "So beautiful. I want to pinch her cheeks." Fermi chuckled heartily. "Isn't it interesting?" "Indeed." Jasmine blinked, then remarked seriously, "If she were a new human, the teacher would probably annihilate her along with her armor in one fell swoop, scattering her parts across the battlefield, never to be recovered." A sudden silence enveloped the room as Fermi scratched his head, apologizing. Jasmine? No need to comfort me, Fermi." She waved her hand dismissively, her small face serene. "I've begun to get used to it. It actually feels quite nice." "Fermi," Jasmine mused aloud. "It's been a week since I died 10 times. It feels like something is missing." "Fermi." Jasmine, slightly distressed, adjusted her black-framed glasses. "I just wish I could die a little slower. It always ends with a bang, devoid of any sense of ceremony." Fermi struggled to keep up with the conversation, stammering, Jasmine, keep it up." Jasmine beamed at him. "Thank you, Fermi. I'll do my best." Fermi watched as Jasmine skipped away, quietly touching his head, feeling an inexplicable sense that there were no normal humans left by his side. In the expansive training ground, the floodlights illuminated the area brightly, with the crimson steed tirelessly rehearsing. Instead of a ghostly flame sword, it wielded a light sword, one of the spoils he had claimed. Suddenly, the steed slightly bent its waist, raising the light sword horizontally, and with a swift motion, it struck out. The light armor vibrated at an imperceptibly high frequency, producing a peculiar whistling sound. The sword's brilliance flashed fiercely, yet without a glimmer. Longqing paused to reflect on every detail of the black tortoise's strike. Upon his return, he had not organized the spoils. His first priority was to train. The instructor had once told him that by the time he graduated from the training camp, he would impart the control of light to him. Regrettably, Longqing had never anticipated graduating in such a manner, missing the opportunity to learn from the instructor. Yet he had witnessed the instructor's mastery of light control and experienced its formidable power firsthand. The instructor's manipulation of light was far more potent and agile. The clash with the instructor had been the most arduous battle he faced in the training camp and the only one that left him wounded. The sole consolation was that he had meticulously prepared, having eliminated others beforehand. He and the instructor battled for a full 2 hours, longer than all his encounters combined. The instructor, burdened by age and past injuries, eventually succumbed to exhaustion, leading to his demise at Longqing's hand. In truth, Longqing held a deep respect and admiration for the instructor. He did not harbor resentment. How wonderful it would be if the instructor did not compel him to kill, did not lash him, and did not withhold food. He was obedient, trained diligently without slacking, and could repair light armor better than anyone. Yet fear gnawed at him. He was not afraid of trudging through mud in winter, but he feared the absence of warmth on cold nights that might lead to his demise. He dreaded the thought of being killed in his sleep, understanding that others had no choice. If they did not kill him, they too would perish. Nevertheless, he feared. When he thought of the instructor, a myriad of complex emotions surged within him. He steadied his thoughts, redirecting his focus back to mastering light control. In the previous training camp, no student had been able to manipulate light. Only the instructor could. Yet in this new camp, even students were mastering it, instilling a profound sense of urgency within Longqing. Should he falter, he would be expelled, forced to leave the farm he held dear. He did not wish to depart from the farm. It was his home. With the end of the month approaching, he would return to the farm, savoring his grandmother's home-cooked meals, assisting with chores, and enjoying the gentle breeze while munching on apples by the fields. The mere thought of the farm revitalized him. Dispelling all fatigue as if swept away in an instant, he glanced at the light sword in the steed's grasp. Its azure glow radiated a chilling brilliance. Again, I set the amplitude of the vibrations. Let us try a different approach. Still, it did not yield results. Is at the angle of the strike? Let's see. Try again. Chapter 55. The joyful Jasmine in a corner of the training ground. Jasmine observed the instructor's training, a thermal lunchbox floating beside her. She had been watching for over half an hour, yet the instructor showed no signs of stopping. Since returning yesterday, he had plunged into the training ground, tirelessly pushing through for over 20 hours without replenishing energy or drinking water. At tea times, Jasmine pondered whether the instructor might actually be a new human, with nerves and willpower as unyielding as steel, devoid of any hint of timidity or fear, relentlessly pressing forward, and a mind as sharp as steel. She chose not to interrupt, standing quietly in observation. After 2 hours, the steed finally halted, the bright lights casting a dazzling glow upon it. With a swift motion, the cockpit opened, and Longqing leaped out, stumbling slightly upon landing, steadying himself with a hand on the ground. "Instructor!" Jasmine rushed forward, her twin braids swaying behind her, the floating lunchbox trailing like a little tail. Longqing was drenched in sweat, his shoes leaving damp imprints on the ground. His complexion appeared pale, revealing his evident exhaustion. Jasmine expressed her concerns, saying, "The meal is all prepared, teacher. Shall we begin eating now?" Longqing shook his head. Leaning against the great hoof of the steed, feeling somewhat unwell, his head spinning, he attempted to speak, but found himself voiceless, rendered mute. Observing Longqing's condition, the attentive Jasmine astutely inquired, "There are apples, teacher." Longqing's eyes brightened, and he nodded. Jasmine opened the food box, retrieved the fruit container, and handed him a clean, rosy apple. "Teacher, here." Longqing accepted the apple, and with a crisp crunch, he bit into it. The refreshing flesh shattered beneath his teeth. The sweet and tart juice flowed down his throat, as if parched earth were being nourished by rain, and he felt significantly better. Jasmine noticed that Longqing was chewing the apple more slowly than usual and thought to herself that he must be truly exhausted this time. She remained silent. Before he had finished the apple, Longqing, weary, leaned against the steed and fell asleep. Jasmine quietly reopened the food box, gently shook out the tablecloth, and stealthily draped it over Longqing. Standing up, she tilted her head for a moment, her gaze lighting upon the sight before her. The steed stood silently behind, illuminated by the bright light, exuding an air of cold elegance, reminiscent of a proud and aloof demeanor. At the foot of the steed, Longqing's face relaxed in slumber, devoid of his usual coldness, resembling a charming neighbor boy, covered by a lovely floral tablecloth, utterly adorable. "Oh dear, I might just faint from cuteness." She stuck out her tongue, suppressing her excitement, and stealthily captured a photo, knowing that it would not be easy to witness such a scene again. Then, Jasmine feigned innocence, sitting quietly beside him, patiently waiting. Fermi, in a corner of the warehouse, was engrossed in reading The Campus Warrior, a tale of glory. He was beginning to think that the warrior's words held merit. Wasn't it all just the same? Even a stoic man like Longqing could have gossips swirling around him. Wouldn't it be easy for anyone else? Suddenly, a notification popped up. The principal's office? He clicked it open and widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait, what is this? He read it 3 times to ensure he wasn't hallucinating and abruptly jumped up from his makeshift bed. No way! He had to share this good news with Longqing immediately. Bursting into the training ground, he called out from a distance, "Longqing! Longqing!" We struck gold. Upon entering the training area, the first thing he noticed was Jasmine glaring at him with fury. His pace slowed, puzzled. The usually cheerful girl had never looked so irate before. So Jasmine has a temper too. Then Fermi saw Longqing, startled awake under the tablecloth, and realized he had made a blunder, awkwardly raising his hands in apology. I'll come back later." After a brief nap, Longqing felt his energy returning. He lifted the floral tablecloth and turned to Jasmine, asking, "How long did I sleep?" Jasmine replied obediently, 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 43 seconds. Oh. Longqing stood up, stretched his body, and felt invigorated. "Let us go, Jasmine. It's time for class." Jasmine interjected, "Aren't we going to eat first?" "Teacher, let's finish our meal before class." Longqing glanced at the food box and replied, "It's all right. It won't take long, Jasmine." Longqing, "Jasmine, are you afraid?" Jasmine shook her head vigorously like a rattle. "Not afraid." "Teacher." She might be shy in front of strangers, but once familiar, her true nature emerged. "Then let us go," Jasmine declared loudly. "Yes, teacher." Fermi observed the decisive duo, swallowing hard. He felt the situation was rather peculiar. The notions of fearless bravery and disregarding life and death paled in comparison to this teacher-student pair. In the laboratory, a row of 10 new bodies for Jasmine stood lined up. Catherine had long ceased boasting about her newly improved bodies. She had come to understand just how ruthless Longqing could be. Just look at the Iraqi divine blade. Such a lovely girl, and her armor was utterly wrecked. Business in the lab was booming lately, thanks to an unprecedented wave of advertisements for the steed. Several large orders had come in, replenishing the depleted research funds. This time, she had been particularly ruthless, piling up quality materials for Jasmine's new body. Now as they dare to struggle, excel in their endeavors, strengthen their work measures, optimize their strategies and tactics, and achieve a series of significant milestones, the atmosphere on campus continues to improve, the student sense of security and satisfaction further enhances, and the work of the discipline office receives high praise from faculty and students alike. In recognition of the exemplary performance of the discipline office, and to further promote the rectification and discipline work, solemnly uphold the campus environment, after discussions in the President's office and the Academic Affairs office, the school will grant substantial rewards to the discipline office, detailed as follows. First, a reward of $2 million to launching students for equipment upgrades. Second, 100 special contribution points to launching students. Third, a 2-day leave for launching students, valid for this semester. Fourth, a bonus of $50,000 to Comrade Femi, along with an upgrade in job level. Femi read this aloud with enthusiasm, a smile he could hardly contain lighting up his face, radiating a touch of silliness. Just a few days ago, he had been worried about potentially losing his job or even facing dire consequences, yet now he finds himself not only receiving a cash reward but also a promotion and a raise. Within the realm of Fengren, elevating one's job level is exceedingly challenging, with fierce competition. His current job level is 14, and an elevation means reaching level 13. To his knowledge, only 3 slots for advancement from level 14 are available this year, and he has already secured one. Yesterday, Femi received congratulatory messages from former colleagues, filled with envy and jealousy. While they struggled with analytical reports, he found himself basking in glory. Life, indeed, is wondrous. Jasmine adjusted her glasses and scoffed. A 2 million quota seems rather stingy. Only 2 million in cash would be considered generous. 2 days of leave. Can the school be any more miserly? The only truly valuable reward appears to be the 100 special contribution points. Longqing inquired. What are special contribution points? Femi explained. On the 10th floor of the equipment center, there exists a special equipment center, where the school offers some exceptional resources to its internal staff, such as unique equipment, specialized combat techniques, and training methods. It has never been open to students before, so I am surprised the school would grant you this privilege. Special contribution points are essentially used for purchases in the special equipment center. Longqing's interest was piqued. Does it include training methods for controlling light? Femi replied. I've never been there. Special contribution points are seldom awarded, and I don't have any. I've been there. Jasmine interjected, catching both their attention. She continued. The Special Equipment Center is not only open to on-campus staff, but also to merchants from the Equipment Center. IT functions more like a unique equipment trading platform. If a merchant produces something exceptional, they can list it for sale in the Special Equipment Center. However, only those with higher levels and superior skills are granted access, as the Equipment Center enforces strict scrutiny in this regard. She added proudly. The doctor was among the first batch of invited merchants. I've accompanied the doctor a few times, but I didn't see any training methods for controlling light. At that moment, Jasmine realized that the teacher had been obsessively researching light manipulation these past 2 days. She couldn't help but ask, is the teacher interested in controlling light? Longqing nodded, yes. Jasmine adjusted her black-rimmed glasses. I see. Femi, curious, asked, so, how did you acquire your special contribution points? Jasmine replied, by purchasing them. 100,000 for a single point. Moreover, for transactions, the Special Equipment Center charges a 15 service fee. Femi's eyes lit up. So Longqing now has 10 million? Jasmine responded. The items there aren't cheap. Suddenly, a call from Catherine appeared on Longqing's screen, and he answered, Doctor. Catherine said, Longqing? Step outside for a moment. Someone is here to deliver money to you. Money? Longqing was puzzled but stepped out of the warehouse nonetheless. Upon reaching the reception area of the laboratory, he found Dr. Catherine, clad in a white coat, waiting alongside a somewhat portly middle-aged man. Jasmine, recognizing the man, cheerfully called out, Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang chuckled. Jasmine is such a good girl. Catherine gestured. Longqing, this is Boss Yang. He has come to discuss a business matter with you. Boss Yang's eyes lit up upon seeing Longqing. Oh, Longqing, my daughter is your ardent fan. She specifically asked me to take a photo with you before I came. Would you be willing to oblige? Longqing replied. Sure. He stood expressionlessly beside Boss Yang as the photo was taken. Boss Yang expressed his gratitude profusely, grinning from ear to ear. Catherine explained. Boss Yang is interested in purchasing the rights for peripheral development of the red hair. I reviewed the terms, and they seem quite reasonable. Take a look for yourself. With that, she sent the agreement to Longqing. Familiar with Boss Yang, she also helped Longqing review the document. Though Longqing didn't fully comprehend it, he remained calm. Every training camp has its own specialized terminology, which he would gradually understand. He opened the agreement, reading slowly and gaining a general understanding. When his gaze landed on the monetary figure in the contract, he paused for 2 seconds before looking up, his expression unchanged. 500,000. While Boss Yang hadn't felt it during the photo session, he immediately sensed immense pressure under Longqing's gaze. A cold sweat breaking out on his back, he forced a smile. Does Longqing have any objections to the amount? Why do my legs feel a bit weak? No objections. How could Longqing object? 500,000 in cash was something he could hardly have imagined. The internal quota could only be spent within the school, where prices were several times higher than the outside world. Cash was the true currency, usable beyond Fengren. Boss Yang sighed in relief. That's splendid. This is the red hair figurine we designed. We currently have only made 3. Saying this, he retrieved 3 plush toys from a box, miniature versions of the red hair. Jasmine's eyes widened. Wow, how adorable. Boss Yang was pleased with Jasmine's reaction and turned to Longqing with eager anticipation. Which one do you like best? Longqing asked. Can it fly? Boss Yang's expression faltered. No. Longqing inquired. Does it have weapons? Boss Yang's expression began to freeze. No. Longqing pondered for a moment, then asked. Can it eat? Boss Yang's expression solidified like concrete. No. Longqing felt there was no further need for discussion. Who would be interested in such items? Jasmine exclaimed excitedly. Can I buy one? Uncle Yang. Boss Yang's frozen smile melted immediately, generously saying, Uncle will gift you one. You haven't visited Uncle's house in a while. Your aunt has been asking about you, Jasmine beamed. I will go visit Auntie. Boss Yang affectionately ruffled Jasmine's hair. Good child. Catherine felt a bit exasperated with Longqing's train of thought and reminded him, Longqing? According to the agreement, you will need to shoot a short video. Is that acceptable? Longqing replied promptly. No problem. 500,000. What does a short video matter? Killing someone would be fine. But not actually killing anyone. Boss Yang was very satisfied. Although Longqing seemed a bit odd, he was not difficult to communicate with. He readily paid the 500,000 and discussed a time frame with Longqing before leaving in high spirits. 500,000. Wow, teacher. Jasmine leaned in, her eyes sparkling with envy. Comparing themselves, it was infuriating. She thought of how hard she had worked, analyzing countless videos, gambling greatly, and still only earning less than 100,000. Meanwhile, the teacher was sitting at home while the money came to him. How frustrating. Femi, too, felt a twinge of envy. Reflecting on his own 50,000 bonus, his joy diminished considerably. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that spending his days lounging around watching military dramas while receiving a promotion and bonus made him feel content again. Longqing felt a bit dizzy. He had never possessed so much money. The most he had ever had was 200 yuan saved from the New Year's gift money received at the orphanage. He had no idea what 500,000 meant, having never had that much money before. What could he buy with 500,000? Apples. He could buy countless apples, a full set of armor, but a good set of armor would only buy him 1 leg. Longqing suddenly regained his composure. He was still quite poor. Wait, why would he need to buy armor? Just then, a voice called from the entrance. Excuse me. Is Longqing here? Longqing stepped forward. Are you looking for me? The visitor, a young man, recognized Longqing and respectfully said, Our president deeply regrets the previous incident involving Longqing and wishes to express his sincere apologies by presenting a small token of goodwill. Please accept it. With a wave of his hand, a small tugboat docked outside, from which a container measuring over 10 meters long was unloaded. The young man added, I shall take my leave now. Femi glanced at the indifferent Longqing and stepped forward to ask, Who is your president? Lord Harold. After the visitor bowed, he departed. Harold, isn't that the president of the Armor Society? Femi mused aloud. Is the legend of the military king truly beginning on campus? Yesterday there were rumors, and today someone brings gifts. It seems the tales are not unfounded. Jasmine expressed her anticipation. Teacher, open it and take a look. Longqing felt curious too. Could it be armor? However, he had no plans to switch armor recently. As he had just become accustomed to using the red hair, and no matter how good the armor was, It needed time to adapt to unleash its full potential. Upon opening the container, he discovered a large alloy sword designed for use with armor. The black blade appeared as if coated in ink, devoid of shine, while layers of red wave patterns resembled accumulating flames, echoing the veins of leaves. Only the blade's edge gleamed, presenting a semi-transparent silver that exuded an icy chill. Jasmine exclaimed, "It's the Scarlet Knight Frost Blade." Longqing inquired, "Is it quite renowned?" Jasmine nodded, "Indeed. This is a masterpiece by Grandpa Yang, priced at 2 million. Harold certainly has quite the spending power. It seems the teacher managed to inflict some pain on him last time." 2 million? That's rather expensive, Longqing acknowledged, discerning that the Scarlet Knight Frost Blade far surpassed the quality of his Ghostfire sword. Observing the container being delivered to the warehouse, Longqing felt little joy. His mind was consumed by the image of the luminous blade in the hands of the Black Tortoise. Rising like mist, beautiful yet deadly, a strong sense of urgency surged within him. No, he could not afford to be passive. He must not be left behind by the other students. "Jasmine, take me to the Special Equipment Center." Jasmine glanced at Catherine, who blinked and replied, "Then let's close the shop. It's been a while since I've caught up with friends over a drink. Today is a holiday." Jasmine cheered. "Yay." Fermi raised his hand. "I'm going too." Chapter 57. The Obsession of Magic. The Orange Cat Poetry Society. Gong Jun leaned toward Xiaorong, lowering his voice. "Is it really all right for old Xia to behave this way?" Yuzha responded flatly. "What issues could arise?" Gong Jun exaggeratedly remarked. "He's been playing with marbles for several days." In the corner, Xiaorong was deeply focused, gripping a handful of steel balls and scattering them. Unsatisfied with their distribution, he stretched out his palm. With a thought, a brain control magnetic chip adhered to the back of his hand activated, causing the steel balls scattered across the carpet to be drawn back into his grasp. Disengaging the magnetic pull, he rubbed the steel balls with a serious expression before casting them again. Repeating the process, Yuzha, feeling helpless, remarked, "What can I do?" He insists on imitating Longqing's lightning throws, claiming it looks cool. Yet I fail to see any appeal. Just then, Kurt chimed in, "It is quite cool. If I could do that, I'm sure many girls would like it. That's just flashy." Yuzha thought it absurd. What is the point of throwing lightning in a flamboyant manner? I've never heard of any top-tier practitioners renowned for their lightning skills. The Iraqi divine blade's control over light is far superior. That's true mastery. But it is indeed impressive, Kurt exclaimed, widening his eyes. "We've seen others throw lightning before. Longqing's style is unique." "Boss, do you know how popular lightning throwing is right now? Marbles are sold out, and high-explosive lightning is also out of stock," Gong Jun whispered. "Others might play for fun, but old Xia is truly obsessed. You don't know, since watching the live stream the day before yesterday, he hasn't slept for 2 days. It's been non-stop. Damn, I sleep next to his room, and if he doesn't stop, I'm going to lose my mind too." Yuzha expressed his astonishment. "Is it that serious?" Kurt's mouth dropped in shock as well. Gong Jun adjusted his sitting posture, seriously stating, "I think the failure from the last time we tried to replicate Longqing's technique left old Xia with a psychological scar. Don't you think old Xia has been acting strange ever since? This is an obsession." "It does seem a bit off," someone conceded. "There is some truth to that." Gong Jun continued in a hushed tone, "If this continues, old Xia will end up psychologically twisted. We can't just stand by and watch." "Boss, it was your idea to measure Longqing." Gong Jun wore an expression that demanded accountability, and Kurt nodded in agreement. Yuzha opened his mouth to argue but said nothing, as it indeed was his idea. He turned his head to observe Xiaorong, who was tirelessly tossing steel balls, and the more he looked, the more he felt that Xiaorong's face had taken on a sinister air. Could he really be developing a psychological issue? Yuzha pondered, feeling a chill. They were a close-knit group, sharing similar temperaments and strong bonds, living together. Yuzha withdrew his gaze and looked at Gong Jun. "You often have clever ideas. You must have some thoughts on this matter." "The mysterious book studio," Gong Jun whispered. "I think there are 2 ways to address this issue. One is a temporary fix, which is simple. Don't let him stay cooped up at home. Encourage him to indulge in some leisure activities. Perhaps then he'll divert his attention." Kurt looked at Gong Jun skeptically. "Isn't this just for your own benefit?" Gong Jun replied earnestly. "Am I that kind of person?" Yuzha and Kurt chorused. "Yes," Gong Jun retorted. "Then let us discuss the fundamental solution, which is even simpler. Old Xia's obsession stems from the belief that Longqing is unbeatable. Otherwise, why would he obsessively imitate him? If someone defeats Longqing, this whole situation would resolve itself. If Longqing loses, what is there left for him to imitate? Kurt exclaimed, that makes sense. Would this be considered blind following? It must be, Gong Jun asserted emphatically, then changed his tone. Boss, this matter rests on your shoulders. Why Yu Jia was taken aback, and after a moment, he said with a smirk, are you trying to set me up? Gong Jun shrugged, exuding an air of nonchalance. Boss, there is no choice. You yourself said you've put old Xia in this predicament, so shouldn't you help him out? Yu Jia was left speechless. Kurt perked up. What is the plan? A challenge? Let us have a showdown at Fengren Peak. Slap. Kurt received a smack on the back of his head as Yu Jia stood up. Let us go to the equipment center. We'll take old Xia for some matches. He realized that his lightning throwing is utterly useless. Gong Jun asserted, I believe hosting a party would yield better results. I know several exceptional young ladies. Even the toughest steel can be softened with their charm. Old Xia would surely find it overwhelming. As the saying goes, a tender place is a hero's grave. Burying old Xia in such an environment would be more effective than anything else. He won't have any desire to practice throwing lightning. Yu Jia rose. Today is the club assessment. No absences or excuses are allowed. As the president, I must check if your skills have declined. Gong Jun's expression froze, and Kurt glared at him angrily. The boss's underlings were in for a rough time. The equipment center. A rocky divine blade donned a vapor mask, her face shrouded in a thin mist, rendering her unrecognizable. Clothed in black matte female combat armor, which was the form of a liquid metal robot, she sought to prevent others from scanning her. Now, nearly all her information was exposed. Even with the vapor mask, comparing her physical data would easily reveal her identity. She preferred to hide in the shadows rather than be the center of attention as she was now. Passers-by occasionally glanced her way, causing her to feel paranoid, wondering if they had discovered her. A rocky divine blade arrived at the holographic network center, selected a pod, and only after settling in did she remove her vapor mask. Exhaling in relief, she donned the brain control device and logged into the holographic network. This was the only place for Fengren students to connect with the outside world. All areas within the school were blocked off from the holographic network, leaving only the school intranet, which was touted as a closed management system. The holographic network center was a school asset, entirely in line with the school's ethos and character. One word, expensive, 2,000 for an hour. Typically, a rocky divine blade could hardly justify such an expense, and when she did, it was a quick in and out, feeling the pinch. However, today, she found herself with no other options. The Mirage Turtle was utterly destroyed. She needed a brand new light armor, and the ones she had scavenged were subpar. When a kindly old lady with snow-white hair appeared before her, tears streamed down her face. The grandmother gasped, What is wrong, Dao Dao? What happened? Don't cry. Don't cry. Tell Grandma, and I'll take care of it. She knew her granddaughter well. Strong-willed and rebellious, she had never seen her cry, which pained her deeply. Grandma, I'm out of money. Sob, sob, sob. There, Dao Dao, don't see our Y.its all right. Grandma has some. Pop. A message popped up. Dear customer, your account ending in has received a transfer. Grandma, there, it's all right. Don't cry. Pop. Another message appeared. Dear customer, your account ending in has received a transfer. Chapter 58. The Special Equipment Center. The entrance to the Special Equipment Center was in an inconspicuous corner on the 10th floor, lacking even a sign. Without a guide, Longqing felt certain he would never find it. The attendant was a sprightly, elderly man with a clean-shaven face, seated in a floating wheelchair, dressed in a beige sweater, exuding a warm and friendly demeanor. He smiled. Hello, Longqing. It's a pleasure to see you. I am Laish from the Special Equipment Center. Hello, Laish, Longqing greeted. Laish turned to Fermi. It's great to see you, Fermi. Congratulations on your promotion. Fermi couldn't help but grin broadly. Thank you, Mr. Laish. Laish then looked at Jasmine, playfully raising his eyebrows. Little Jasmine, it's been a long time since you've come to play with Grandpa Laish. Jasmine blinked. Grandpa Laish, I'm broke. Laish burst into hearty laughter, leading them inside. Come on in. Today, we only have 5 items for sale, so it won't take up too much of your time. The good news is that the prices are quite reasonable. As Longqing entered, he glanced around, finding the room to be rather ordinary, with no apparent special security measures. He felt puzzled. Weren't they concerned about theft? The spacious room contained a simple display case, quite old, with peeling paint in several areas. Scattered across the display case were a few items, lacking the dazzling allure he had imagined. It resembled more of a second-hand goods collection point. Laiash's wheelchair floated beside the first item, eagerly introducing it. Cicada Garb, a liquid metal robot, delivered 2 weeks ago, handcrafted by Alan. A captivating little gadget. Weighing a mere 160 grams, it is so lightweight that one barely perceives its presence. It is hailed as the nemesis of energy weapons, boasting an impressive 1,200 layers of energy armor, far surpassing the formidable alloy shields of most light armors. For just 2,000 special contribution points, it can be yours. In comparison to the priceless value of life, it is remarkably affordable. Jasmine wears an expression that suggests she was already aware of this. Fermi, with his mouth agape, appears utterly astonished, resembling a turkey freshly emerged from the oven. Longqing is taken aback upon hearing about the 1,200 layers of energy armor, but regains his composure when the figure of 2,000 special contribution points is mentioned. Each special contribution point is worth 100,000, totaling 200 million for 2,000 points. Longqing believes that even 200 million in cash could procure a substantial amount of armor. He states candidly, Mr. Laiash, I only have 100 points. That's quite all right, Longqing. You are a client of immense potential. Perhaps this isn't much for you after all, Laiash replies with a grin. However, I do have 2 items priced below 100 points. His wheelchair glides gently, bringing the trio to a corner of the shelf where an aged black bracelet rests. The gravity bracelet. When did we get this? It seems to have been here for quite some time. Alas, my memory isn't what it used to be. It serves but one purpose: to impose additional gravity on the wearer, with a maximum multiplier of 30 times. Its function is solely for physical training. Yet the contemporary youth shun such endeavors, leaving it languishing on the shelf. Laiash shakes his head with a wistful expression. Longqing inquires, how many points? Laiash holds up 2 fingers. 20 points. Jasmine adjusts her glasses, her eyes glimmering with a hint of indignation. Grandpa Laiash, you truly are overcharging. For such a worn bracelet, selling it for 2 million. The latest gravity device costs only 900,000, and that's for the newest model. Ah, little Jasmine, one mustn't speak so hastily. An engaging repartee ensues between the elder and the youth, sparks flying as they negotiate. Ultimately, they settle on 12 special contribution points, a relatively rare price for a bracelet that offers a 30-fold gravity boost. Jasmine nods. Teacher, this price is reasonable. Longqing agrees. He is astounded by the impressive aura Jasmine displayed just moments ago. The gravity bracelet is an excellent fit for Longqing, who has yet to fully restore his physical prowess. Using it could significantly accelerate his recovery time. He had encountered similar equipment in the previous training camp, though the maximum gravity enhancement was limited to 15 times. Teacher? Laiash expresses surprise, glancing at Longqing. So, Longqing is Jasmine's instructor. No wonder. It seems I should elevate your credit rating. How about I grant you a pre-authorization of 200 points? Longqing shakes his head at no need. Thank you. Laiash chuckles. Not a problem. When you find yourself in need, you can utilize it directly. There remains one peculiar item priced below 100 points. A memory chip. A memory chip? Longqing inquires, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. Jasmine explains. A memory chip is a remarkably unique device that stores brainwave codes, essentially memories. Once read, it projects into the cerebral cortex of the user, allowing them to directly experience the memories of the original holder. She glances at Laiash before continuing. Memory chips are exceedingly costly, requiring highly specialized materials. And thus far, mass production remains unattainable. They are typically utilized to create advanced combat training chips, enabling users to directly absorb the physical memories of the recorded individual, capturing the ineffable nuances that are difficult to convey in words or images. It represents a superior means of knowledge transfer. Longqing immediately comprehends the significance of the memory chip, and no matter how excellent the tutorial, it can only standardize actions and clarify principles. However, the subtle intricacies that are often ineffable cannot be transmitted in such a manner. The memory chip can achieve this, vastly enhancing learning efficiency and significantly reducing the time required for mastery. Especially when it comes to fine-tuning one's skills, what once relied solely on personal intuition can now be directly perceived. Laiash praises, little Jasmine is truly remarkable. She understands everything. Indeed, if it were a combat-related memory chip, it would certainly not be inexpensive. However, the recorder is a level 4 master, so it cannot be a combat chip. What do you think? Would you like to give it a try? It might just lead to a wondrous dream. The cost is a mere 40 points. Longqing asks, you don't know the content of the memory chip? Laish shakes his head. Each individual's brainwave frequency is entirely unique. Once a memory chip is read, it records the brainwave frequency of the first user, forming a unique chip lock that prevents others from accessing it. Jasmine notices Longqing's expression and adjusts her glasses, speaking up first. Grandpa Laish, selling a non-combat memory chip made by a level 4 master for 4 million? No wonder it hasn't sold in so long. That price is outrageous. If one wishes to experience a dream, they could simply play a game. Holographic simulations are entirely realistic, complete with plots. Longqing witnesses Jasmine's formidable negotiating skills. Her demeanor remains calm, her arguments logical and well-structured. Especially when she presents a series of compelling data. After a protracted back and forth, the final price is established at 9 special contribution points. Longqing is left dumbfounded. The price has plummeted from 40 points to 9, a staggering reduction that shatters his previous understanding. Fermi is completely taken aback. Laish shakes his head repeatedly. Little Jasmine, where did you learn such bargaining skills? Grandpa Laish is going to incur a great loss this time. Jasmine, devoid of any trace of her earlier vigor, her bangs fluttering slightly, beams a sweet smile. Grandpa Laish, I'm poor. Laish, still somewhat reluctant, adds, the memory chip is being sold to you at a bargain. How could it lack a reading chamber? Just 10 points? It's only 10 points. No need, Grandpa Laish. We're off now. Goodbye, Grandpa Laish. Chapter 59. The temptation of rewards upon exiting the Special Equipment Center, Jasmine explains to the two. The reading chamber is quite expensive. And it's really unnecessary. We can modify a holographic game chamber for our purposes. We simply need to purchase a second-hand game chamber, which will be much more economical. Plus, we can use the internal quota, so no special contribution points will be consumed. Fermi exclaims in awe, Jasmine, you are absolutely brilliant. Longqing's face remains stoic, but internally he feels deeply moved, recognizing Jasmine's genuine kindness towards him. If it were him, it would have been impossible to spend just 21 special contribution points today. If bargaining were a deadly art, Longqing believes Jasmine could teach him, slashing his expenses tenfold in a week. Those who treat him well remain etched in Longqing's heart, and he too wishes to reciprocate Jasmine's kindness. However, how could he express his gratitude? After some contemplation, he resolves to demonstrate 120% of his fighting spirit in the upcoming class. He inquires, where are we headed to buy the game chamber? The Holographic Network Center. Jasmine replies with a sweet smile, don't worry, I'm quite familiar with them. Following Jasmine, the group arrives at the Holographic Network Center. Longqing curiously surveys his surroundings, as this is his first visit to the center. Directly across from the workstation is a massive black hive, brimming with compartments, each containing one or more game chambers. The illuminated compartments indicate occupancy, while those without light are available. Upon spotting Jasmine, the staff rushes over, warmly greeting her. Hey, Jasmine, it's been a while. What is new? Have you been grounded by the doctor again? Jasmine's face flushes as she is called out in front of her teacher. Clearing her throat, she responds, Lisa, it's been a while. Longqing turns his head. You used to come here often? Jasmine lowers her gaze, embarrassed. Yes. Longqing curiously asks, do you play games? He has never engaged in gaming. Jasmine's head sinks lower. Yes. Longqing inquires. Is it fun? Jasmine nods vigorously. Very fun. Longqing's intrigue deepens. Is it more enjoyable than class? Jasmine's expression freezes momentarily, and after a brief pause, she forces out, not as fun as class. Lisa's eyes widen in surprise. Jasmine, you've started attending classes. Jasmine pretends not to hear, deliberately changing the subject. Lisa, do you have any second-hand game chambers for sale? Lisa's expression suggests she had anticipated this. I knew it. How could you not play games? Jasmine? Jasmine feels a pang of despair. Her heart sinks, realizing her teacher now knows she is a gaming enthusiast. Lisa exclaims, if you want one, that's no problem. I can dismantle a unit for you. Jasmine shakes her head. It's not for me. It's for my teacher, using the school quota. Your teacher? Lisa is taken aback, her gaze shifting to Longqing and Fermi. Suddenly, her eyes widen. Longqing. You are Longqing? Longqing is surprised that Lisa recognizes him and politely replies. Hello, Lisa. The dean had instructed him to be courteous in public. Oh my goodness, Longcheng, Lisa exclaims excitedly. I am such a huge fan of yours. And of red hair too. Lord Longcheng, could we take a photo together? Longcheng readily agrees. Sure. After the photo, Lisa turns to Jasmine, bubbling with excitement. Lord Longcheng is your teacher? Oh my goodness, Jasmine. I am so envious. You get to have classes with him every week. Many women would compete for your place if they found out. Jasmine blinks and offers a flawless, sweet smile. The teacher's classes are truly worth the effort. It's a wonderful experience. Perhaps you all would enjoy it too. It is truly incredible. Lisa still feels a bit dazed. Jasmine reminds her, Game Pod. Lisa regains her composure and exclaims excitedly, let me see. I'll go for Game Pod number 190. It was just replaced a couple of days ago. The latest model, you know. I'll follow the scrapping process. We haven't used up this month's scrapping quota yet. Jasmine instantly brightens up, extending her palm. Lisa, you're amazing. Lisa slaps her palm against Jasmine's with a satisfying sound. Of course. We were on the same team back in the day. Having been supported by you so many times, I can finally help you a little. With the most pressing issue resolved, Jasmine feels a sense of calm and can't help but ask, is there a competition today? While processing the scrapping procedure, Lisa replies, yes, it's the end of the month. After all, the monthly competition. Jasmine perks up. What are the prizes? Lisa responds, A Minkong liquid metal robot, A death scythe, laser blade. Or a tutorial video for smoke slash. One of the three. Jasmine is a bit taken aback. Wow, this time the prizes are quite valuable. Lisa continues, it's the first monthly competition since school started. We need to boost everyone's interest, or how can we conduct business? Longcheng suddenly inquires, what is smoke slash? Lisa explains, it's a sword technique that produces a smoky effect when executed. It's said to be quite powerful and very difficult to acquire. However, I don't know much more than that. The notion of a smoky effect sparks Longcheng's interest, as it reminds him of the control of light. The light emitted by the black tortoise resembles flames, while smoke slash appears as smoke. Could there be a commonality between the two? Jasmine notices Longcheng's expression and asks, are you interested in smoke slash, teacher? Longcheng nods. Jasmine's eyes light up. Why don't you give it a try? If you defeat everyone in the simulation match and claim victory, you can obtain smoke slash. Longcheng asks, simulation match? Yes, Jasmine replies, her eyes shining with excitement at the mention of the game. The game is fully immersive. No different from controlling a light armor. As long as you master the controls, it will be a piece of cake. Longcheng asks, will I die? Lisa chuckles, of course. If you lose, you die. Jasmine adds, so please, don't die. If you do, you won't be able to claim the prize. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Longcheng responds solemnly, just as he had anticipated. In the previous training camp, the process of acquiring any combat skill was exceptionally brutal, as everyone knew that new techniques could make one stronger and more likely to survive. Whether it was an illusion or not, Longcheng suddenly emanated a formidable aura, causing the surrounding temperature to drop noticeably. Lisa's eyes sparkled. Is Lord Longcheng getting serious? How cool! Jasmine thought to herself. If the teacher plays the game with her, the doctor probably wouldn't object too much. This idea filled her with motivation. Teacher, let me help you get familiar with the controls first. Jasmine suddenly felt a sense of empowerment, as if she were a liberated slave singing a song, and her inner self sharpened its blades. As a seasoned player, teasing a novice was such immense joy. She was determined to give the teacher a thorough lesson, allowing him to experience the true essence of the joy of learning. In the open game pod, it resembled an enormous gaping maw, and Longcheng felt a twinge of nervousness. He couldn't help but recall the scene of the Red Rabbit's weapon box opening wide to devour ammunition. And at that moment, he felt like a helpless round of ammunition. Although Jasmine claimed that the game pod was no different from the light armor cockpit, Longcheng could not concur. He had never encountered a light armor cockpit like this. The pilot lay flat inside. Only a coffin would be laid flat if one lost. They would die. Lisa's earlier words echoed in Longcheng's mind, intensifying his inexplicable anxiety. Standing before the game pod, he closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. Jasmine, who was eagerly awaiting the pod's door to close, happened to witness this moment. She thought to herself, as expected of the teacher. He has such a sense of ceremony, even putting his all into playing a game. Exuding an aura of a warrior about to step onto the battlefield. It's inexplicably thrilling. I can't wait to give him a good lesson. Innate talent in gaming is paramount. burning fighting spirit is merely superficial. With the pod's door closed, Jasmine's smile grew even sweeter. After taking several deep breaths outside the pod, Longqing managed to clear his mind of distractions, his thoughts as frigid as a glacier, his expression returning to calm. His gaze profound. Stepping into the cockpit, oh no, the game pod. He donned the brain control device, reclining his body, and the scenery before him transformed. A somewhat worn alloy door appeared in front of him. With a soft whoosh, the alloy door slid open silently, and the sensor lights behind it illuminated a long metallic corridor. The black metal passage could only accommodate one person, and as he walked along, he realized it was suspended in midair, flanked by iron railings that seemed to have aged considerably. The green paint was chipped and peeling, and the air was thick with the scent of metal mixed with machine oil. As he reached the end of the corridor, a tall light armor stood quietly, facing the cockpit. The specific information about this light armor popped up before him. Guardian, produced by Red Star Machinery Factory. A standard medium humanoid light armor designed for training. Its primary color scheme was silver gray, giving it a remarkably unassuming and understated appearance. Its main weapon was a sword, and its left hand bore a shield, no other weapons. Exceedingly simple, yet Longqing felt inexplicably familiar with it. He had used Guardian before. The first light armor he piloted during training camp was indeed Guardian. He still remembered the first class when he stumbled several times due to improper operation of Guardian, earning a reprimand from the instructor. To his surprise, encountering Guardian here alleviated much of Longqing's tension. As he squeezed into the Guardian's cockpit, he experienced the same sensation he had felt when piloting it years ago. Longqing felt a surge of excitement. He commanded the light armor to stand, and his perspective instantly shifted. The metallic corridor appeared narrower, and the immense, heavy steel frame felt as if it had become part of his own body. Brimming with strength. At that moment, a message box popped up before him. Poison milk, formless, requests to add you as a friend. Longqing speculated that it was Jasmine, but what was poison milk, formless? Was it a code name? The instructor had mentioned that every assassin had their own code name, such as Shadow, Clown, or Judge. Some were personal preferences, while others related to their combat style. Poison milk, formless must pertain to combat style. He expected Jasmine to be a master of poison. Though Jasmine had never revealed her skills in poison, considering the school's no-kill rule and her poor combat abilities, Longqing believed that using poison was a rather good choice for her. However, using dairy products as a medium seemed somewhat limited. Nonetheless, as Longqing was not well versed in poison, he had no intention of dictating her methods. Moreover, the term formless indicated that Jasmine had considerable mastery in the art of poison. After accepting the request, he indeed heard Jasmine's excited voice. Teacher, have you entered the light armor? Longqing replied, I have. Come here. Jasmine immediately sent him a coordinate. Longqing clicked on the coordinate, and the scenery before him transformed. A deep, resonant voice echoed in his ears. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, rookie. Begin your journey to conquer the world from here. Welcome to the novice training camp. Nameless one, a pink armor materialized before Longqing. Teacher, choose a name first. Looking at the pink armor adorned with a large red cross on its chest, he suddenly recalled the 3 fluffy toys that Boss Yang had brought out earlier. Curiously, he asked, Jasmine, is this your light armor? Jasmine replied, yes, it's a healing light armor, a healer. Longqing felt a sense of respect. He had never used one, 4 light armors he had not piloted. He held them in awe. Jasmine pondered deeply. What name should the teacher choose? Longqing already inscribed his name. Longqing. Jasmine's eyes lit up. That's perfect. We still have a competition to participate in. Bright Dragon does not play tricks. Longqing, somewhat puzzled, asked, what does that mean? Jasmine replied earnestly. It means only a bright light can attract more moths, a profoundly wise statement that could enhance hunting efficiency. Longqing nodded and then inquired, how do we begin? The opportunity arose. Jasmine cleared her throat. Teacher, let's first complete the novice training. You can familiarize yourself with the controls, and it will also serve as a warm-up. Longqing agreed. All right. Jasmine's arrangement was quite thoughtful. Before long, she sent him a coordinate for a training room. Teacher, just enter, and you can begin. The more points you earn, the more evaluations you'll receive. Longqing did not hesitate and entered the training room. As he saw Longqing dissolve into a beam of light, Jasmine's pink healing light armor let out a cheer and leaped into the air. The training room she had just sent was not a novice training session, but rather a personal training mode with an SS difficulty level. She had personally tried it and could not last even 10 seconds, resulting in failure. Given the teacher's nature, once he encountered failure, he would undoubtedly persist until the end, leading to many, many bangs. Finally, she could let the teacher experience what bang truly meant. With this thought, Jasmine felt a sense of pride, but more so anticipation. She quickly entered the room and activated spectator mode, thinking to herself that if she missed the teacher's first bang, it would be a regret for a lifetime. She began mimicking the sounds. Bang, 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 bang. Not a single one could be missed. How exhilarating! Longqing found himself in a ruined city, surrounded by dilapidated buildings. Faded advertising signs and remnants of light armors scattered about. Vines coiled around the structures like monsters, extending out from the windows. The pavement lay cracked and overrun with weeds. The voice echoed in his mind. The sharpness of the sword comes from the grind, and the fragrance of the plum blossom arises from bitter cold. The daily training was the very foundation of great accomplishments. The path ahead was fraught with peril, strewn with thorns, and he hoped to reach the destination safely. A map materialized before him, shrouded in gray mist, revealing only the structures within a 300-meter radius. A green light flickered amidst the fog. That was the goal. The map indicated a distance of 300 kilometers to the destination. It was a task he was familiar with. In the previous training camp, Longqing had undertaken many similar missions. The instructors often divided the trainees into two factions, one tasked with reaching the endpoint, while the other was to thwart their progress, resulting in fierce skirmishes and battles of wits. The familiar light armor and tasks made Longqing feel as if he had returned to the training camp. The air thick with the scent of blood. 3, 2, 1, go! The guardian armor surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 61. Ambush. Longqing did not overly rely on the radar warnings of the guardian armor, as it was merely a training suit with minimal radar capabilities. Its effective range in complex terrain was limited to 60 meters. His gaze swept across the surrounding landscape, particularly the concealed ambush points. In such a dangerous and unknown area, taking to the skies was ill-advised, making one a conspicuous target for concentrated enemy fire. Advancing along the ground was the prudent choice. Just as he reached a dilapidated structure 150 meters away, he fell into an ambush. Rat-tat-tat. A volley of energy projectiles erupted from the dark ruins. The sound of the gunfire. Longqing swiftly crouched low, gliding along the ground to the corner of a wall. The subsequent actions of the guardian armor left the observing Jasmine bewildered. Instead of maneuvering along the wall to escape the ambush, it flew backward along the corner. The armor neared the end of the wall. A black mechanical spider armed with a machine gun suddenly emerged from the corner. The guardian armor seemed to anticipate this, launching an attack the moment the spider turned. With a strange glide, it leaped into the air, a flash of cold light illuminating the scene as the mechanical spider, along with its gun, was cleaved in two. Without hesitation, the guardian armor withdrew, casting not a glance at the twitching remains of the spider, now sparking with electricity. Only after the guardian's silhouette vanished around the corner did the explosion of the mechanical spider occur. A thunderous boom, a burst of flame, and the ammunition detonated in a display reminiscent of fireworks. Jasmine watched in astonishment, wondering how her instructor had known the mechanical spider would appear at that corner. Was it foresight? Yet, Jasmine, with her solid foundation in tactical analysis, replayed the moment in her mind, shifting her perspective to the mechanical spider. After a brief contemplation, she grasped the situation. When the spider fired, the guardian armor had hidden behind the wall, entering the spider's blind spot. From the spider's viewpoint, it had three choices: above, ahead, or behind. Among these, retreating to the corner behind the wall was the safest and most rational option. However, she began to feel a chill as she realized that if she were the mechanical spider, she would have made the same choice. In other words, had she ambushed her instructor, she would have met the same swift demise. Which would she prefer, being cleaved or blasted? She shook her head, casting aside the terrifying thought. No, she preferred neither. This was just the beginning. There was no need to rush. Jasmine reassured herself. As an SS level personal training challenge, this was deemed the ultimate skill test. To enter this trial, one could only use training armor and could not utilize high-level equipment purchased by players, a nightmare for all those who spent money on the game. Success in this challenge relied solely on the challenger's skill, awareness, and experience. To date, there had been fewer than 500 successful cases. On average, less than 50 individuals completed the challenge each year. This was neither a star of the sky nor a federation, but a global phenomenon. Due to its extreme and terrifying difficulty, it was regarded as a brilliant gemstone on the crown of the game in the minds of players. Only the most seasoned players dared to repeatedly seek out such trials. For ordinary players, this place served as a deterrent, capable of crushing one's interest in the game and leaving them questioning life itself. Jasmine had attempted it 3 times, each time facing brutal defeat, and had gained profound insight in the observation state. Spectators were not affected by the fog of war and could see more clearly. Jasmine observed 4 mechanical spiders swiftly encircling Longqing from different directions. Her spirits lifting .2 spiders formed a pincer movement, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles that kept the Guardian armor pinned down, while the other 2 spiders, hidden from view by the structures, silently approached from behind. Jasmine's eyes gleamed with determination as she held her breath, waiting for the moment of revelation. Longqing found himself sheltered behind the wreckage of a small transport ship, the sound of projectiles striking the metal creating showers of sparks and leaving a gaping hole over 80 centimeters in diameter. The wreckage was on the verge of collapse. The crossfire from the 2 spiders was fierce, yet Longqing observed that they remained stationary, their shooting rhythm unchanged. If there were only 2 mechanical spiders, one would surely cover the other while the other sought a better angle. Given that the intensity of fire had not fluctuated and their positions had not shifted, one possibility remained. They had allies. The 2 spiders needed only to distract him while their companions flanked him. Behind Longqing stood the ruins of a tall building. Its exposed metal rusted and decaying, the dark green walls, made of high-strength concrete, claimed to withstand erosion for 2 millennia, yet now overrun with weeds and vines. The Guardian armor's radar had failed to detect any other spiders, but Longqing knew that remaining passive while his opponents completed their encirclement would worsen his predicament. One should never wait until change is unavoidable to act, as it is often too late. The Guardian armor tore off a rusted door from the transport ship and hurled it aside. Rat-tat-tat. The mechanical spiders instantly shifted their fire towards the moving target. With a powerful push of his legs and the engine roaring to maximum power, the Guardian armor darted across the ground like a serpent. Heading toward the building, the spiders, having completed their target assessment, redirected their fire towards the Guardian, but they were a moment too slow, sending dirt flying as they missed. With a resounding crash, the Guardian armor plunged into the building, shattering who knows how many bricks and stones. When outnumbered, open spaces become execution grounds, while complex terrains serve as sanctuaries and bastions for counterattacks. Losing sight of their target, the 2 mechanical spiders ceased fire and began to reposition themselves to find suitable firing points. Their crossfire was sufficient to cover most of the building. If Longqing attempted to leave, he would face overwhelming firepower. The 2 spiders flanking from behind lit up with red eyes and began to scale the walls of the building. Although the Guardian armor's radar was subpar, it provided an early warning as the 2 spiders clambered up the wall. Their movements were calculated, avoiding windows while maintaining a safe distance from each other, enabling mutual cover and support. Should Longqing attempt to emerge from a window, he would be immediately targeted by their fire. Longqing refrained from climbing out of the window or even approaching their position, as that would easily give him away. He concealed himself behind a sturdy column, with 8 more of similar girth surrounding him. At the end of the corridor, several windows lined up in a row. Longqing waited patiently, akin to a leopard lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. A rustling sound echoed from the far end of the corridor, and 2 red dots on the radar continued to ascend. They were climbing to this level. Now was the moment. In the darkness, the Guardian armor sprang into action. Chapter 62. Awakening. A flash of cold light pierced through the dark corridor as the Guardian armor hurled its alloy sword towards the wall with windows. Simultaneously, it propelled itself off the ground, darting around the column and charging at the opposite window with full speed. The 2 climbing spiders detected the Guardian armor simultaneously, and an alarm blared. A soft thud marked the moment a sword tip suddenly protruded from the back of one mechanical spider. The Guardian armor's training sword, having pierced through the wall, continued its momentum to impale one of the spiders, pinning it against the exterior wall. Upon witnessing its companion's assault, the other mechanical spider swiftly adjusted its aim, searching for the enemy. However, at that instant, the window frame beside it exploded, showering the area with debris and dust. Simultaneously, a silver-gray suit of armor burst forth. As the Guardian armor surged out, its left hand gripped the fractured wall, swinging like a pendulum to change its trajectory. The sheer speed created an illusion of defying the laws of physics as it materialized beside the mechanical spider. In a heartbeat, the Guardian released its left hand and seized the machine gun mounted on the spider's back. The spider had no time to react. Its fragile body succumbed to the Guardian armor's might, sending it crashing into the other fallen mechanical spider. The exposed sword tip from the fallen companion loomed larger in the spider's vision. With a resounding crash, the Guardian armor returned to the other side of the window, now with only the machine gun in hand. The mechanical spider was left in tatters, its parts cascading to the ground in a spectacular display. The machine guns confiscated from the mechanical spiders have had their feeding systems brutally destroyed, rendering them incapable of continuous fire, yet they remain capable of discharging rounds. Longqing, unfazed, meticulously gathers the ammunition from the two mechanical spiders. Even without a feeding system, these guns are still reliable long-range weapons. Moreover, for solo operations, a machine gun that fires in rapid succession is not an ideal choice, as it requires an extensive supply of ammunition. An abundance of ammunition would increase the burden, diminish mobility, and supply logistics present another challenge to contend with. The Guardian exosuit withdraws a training longsword from the wall and secures it to its back while gripping the machine gun in hand. With the gun in his possession, Longqing's tactical options expand significantly. The Guardian exosuit, wielding the machine gun, stealthily navigates around the building to its rear, arriving at one end. This location lies outside the crossfire zone. He lifts the machine gun, aiming at the nearby mechanical spider, while the other spider remains concealed behind the structure. Crack! A sharp gunshot echoes as a sizable hole erupts beneath the mechanical spider's gun. The mechanical spider immediately spins in place, frantically spewing flames. A few energy rounds strike the approaching mechanical spider, incapacitating it instantly in a fiery explosion. While disassembling the previous mechanical spider, Longqing had already noted the positions of its radar and control zones. He refrains from further collecting ammunition, as the Guardian exosuit's load-bearing capacity is limited. Replacing the machine gun on his back and retrieving the sword, Longqing presses onward. From the moment Longqing was suppressed by fire until the 4 mechanical spiders were eliminated. The entire ordeal lasted 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Molly stands in stunned silence. Her teacher? Has he truly won? She must admit, she is astounded, particularly by the way he utilized the building to swiftly eliminate 2 mechanical spiders. It is undeniably impactful. His ghostly figure, unpredictable maneuvers, and unexpected tactical choices leave her shivering at the thought of being that spider herself. Could it be that her teacher is indeed a master of warfare? Molly begins to harbor doubts. Fermi has incessantly peddled his theories about her teacher being a warrior of unparalleled skill around campus, which Molly had previously dismissed as nonsense, believing Fermi had merely become obsessed. Akin to her own experiences with gaming. Now, however, she begins to think that perhaps Fermi was correct. Her teacher's combat style is entirely unlike any gaming expert she has encountered. There are no fixed patterns, no overly flashy maneuvers. What appears audacious is, in fact, remarkably cautious, devoid of superfluous embellishments, with every action aimed squarely at maximizing lethality. It is terrifying. Even as an observer, she feels a chill creeping up her spine. Longqing's subsequent performance can only be described as relentless. The more she watches, the more an icy dread settles in her heart. Her teacher claims he has never played games. When she sees the Guardian exosuit jogging while effortlessly firing rounds to obliterate a mechanical spider hiding among the ruins, Molly's eyes nearly bulge out of her head. That is a machine gun, not a high-precision electromagnetic rail rifle like the Chunling. What marksmanship is this? As an observer, she hadn't even noticed the hidden mechanical spider at first glance. And the way her teacher maneuvers, what is he, a ghost or a specter? At times, she cannot comprehend his movements, her vision blurring from the rapidity of his actions. Often, there appears to be nothing around. Yet her teacher suddenly crouches or rolls, as if possessed. Testing the waters is a common strategy. Anything can be used as a projectile. Rocks, bricks, doors, even the mechanical spiders themselves. The corpses of the mechanical spiders serve not only as a means of probing but also as tools for evasion. When Molly sees Longqing securely binding a relatively intact mechanical spider to the back of the Guardian before successfully navigating through a shallow trench across a blocked zone of fire, she is left utterly flabbergasted. Average players would be fixated on defeating these mechanical spiders, carving a bloody path through them. Longqing, however, is acutely aware of the mission at hand. Often, he avoids entanglement with the mechanical spiders, opting for stealth whenever possible. Only when absolutely necessary does he resort to violence, thus significantly increasing his speed. Molly finds herself anxious for the mechanical spiders. Couldn't they put up a better fight? After all, they are machines of steel. Why must they retreat so foolishly? After advancing approximately 30 kilometers, taking over half an hour, Longqing senses something peculiar about his current state. He has always been sensitive to his own condition. The instructor had once remarked that no matter how formidable a killer may be, they are still human. And being human means experiencing emotions. The goal is not to suppress these feelings but to understand and master them, maintaining self-awareness to grow stronger. Longqing has always adhered resolutely to this principle, believing it to be the reason for his survival. He feels his combat state reviving and a surge of murderous intent rising within him. The revival of his state is entirely normal. It has been more than 2 years since he last left a training camp. Such an extended period without practice has led to a decline in his skills and a degradation of his combat instincts. After half an hour of battle, he feels as though he has returned to the training camp, where the chaos of bloodshed becomes all too familiar. Compared to his former rivals, although the number of mechanical spiders is substantial, they lack the cunning and resilience he once faced. This fortuitously aids in his warm-up, awakening long-dormant memories of battle, allowing him to become increasingly at ease and adept. However, the rising murderous intent catches Longqing off guard, surprising him unexpectedly. After arriving at Fengren, Longqing is repeatedly reminded not to kill. The unfamiliar training camp and its strange rules lead him to silently grapple with his inner fears. He is terrified, afraid of being killed, afraid of killing, afraid of expulsion from school, afraid of leaving the farm, afraid of departing from his grandmother, afraid of abandoning the first home he has known for so many years, in the previous training camp. To escape the fear of being killed, he simply had to eliminate others. To cease killing, he annihilated everyone. But here, he is at a loss for what to do. Those so-called victories resemble fragile soap bubbles, beautiful in appearance yet ready to burst at the slightest breeze. The fear of not escaping only intensifies, forcing him to suppress his dread. Longqing's anxiety grows. He fears he may not be able to contain the terror within him. He tells himself to endure for 2 years, until he reaches the age of legal adulthood. He is uncertain whether he can hold out until then. The stifled fear simmers like a powder keg in the recesses of his mind. Yet at this moment, the resurgence of battle memories acts as the striking match, igniting the powder keg and unleashing a potent wave of murderous intent. Inside the game pod, Longqing trembles slightly, his complexion pale, his limbs cold. Molly begins to question her own intelligence. Why had she not realized before that games could be played this way? Half an hour in, the teacher, a novice, had managed to last in the highest difficulty personal training mode for 30 minutes. Truly, an otherworldly existence. She should have anticipated that a person capable of repeatedly attempting to eliminate her within a week, devoid of any compassion, would not be easily bested. Once the game concludes, Molly resolves to inform Fermi that his suspicions may indeed hold truth. Her teacher could very well be a master of warfare. With this thought, the dejection in Molly's heart dissipates like smoke. Especially when recalling her successful defense against one of her teacher's attacks today, she feels a surge of pride. To have blocked a full-force strike from a master of warfare signifies her considerable progress. In the next class, she vows to train diligently and aim to defend against 2 of her teacher's assaults. Molly becomes increasingly eager for the next lesson. However, as she prepares to exit the room, she considers that her teacher's initial foray into the game, reaching this point, is already astonishing. The upcoming challenges will significantly raise the difficulty, introducing not only mechanical spiders, but also a variety of drones and heavy unmanned combat vehicles. In Molly's understanding, reaching the second phase already classifies someone as an expert. At least in her previous team, they would be considered absolute masters. Longqing shoots down a drone and glances around. New enemies? When his peripheral vision catches sight of a heavy unmanned combat vehicle aiming directly at him from the end of the street, he hesitates not for a moment. The guardian exosuit swiftly pivots, angling the shield to intercept. Clang! A jarring impact reverberates as the shell strikes the tilted shield, ricocheting like a stone skimmed across water, veering off course to detonate in a nearby building, erupting in a blaze. Molly's eyes widen in disbelief. She nearly exclaims, cheating. How could this be? How could a shield deflect the heavy artillery of an unmanned combat vehicle? If she were not aware that Longqing was a first-time player, she would be convinced he was cheating. That, of course, he would not cheat. After all, he has a mind of steel. There can only be one explanation. A bug. Surely, the game designers had been careless, resulting in an impossibility that defies reality. My goodness, how fortunate that she should encounter such a stroke of luck. Molly's excitement mounts as she considers reporting the game bug. Game companies often offer rewards to, oh dear, her little treasure trove is about to swell. Molly wishes the game would conclude sooner as Longqing deflects the artillery shell. His murderous intent intensifies rather than diminishes, and the guardian exosuit lunges forward. Boom. A resounding blast erupts, clouds of dust billowing as the guardian crashes into a building on the street. The heavy unmanned combat vehicle begins to roar, orange flames erupting from the buildings lining the street, sending countless fragments of stone and brick spiraling like raindrops in a frenzy, enveloping the entire street in smoke and fire. The unmanned vehicle rotates its turret, scouring the surroundings for Longqing. At that moment, a silver-gray figure descends from above, the training longsword raised high before vanishing from sight. Boom. An even more thunderous roar than before erupts. The training longsword cleaving through the unmanned combat vehicle as effortlessly as a red-hot blade slicing through softened butter, plunging deep into the ground without encountering any resistance. The forceful shockwave sweeps through the area like a hurricane, displacing debris and rubble that strikes the surrounding structures like a hail of bullets. The ground was marred with spiderweb-like fissures, extending outward in all directions. Before the war chariot, the figure wielding a sword seemed as if it were anchored to the earth. Jasmine stood in stunned silence, struggling to swallow. It was over. The UG had emerged. This was a heavy war chariot, designed according to the standards of heavy light armor. How could it possibly be cleaved in two by a mere training light armor? The severed chariot sparked with electrical fire, on the brink of explosion. Longqing did not evade. That sword strike had been exhilarating, and now he felt an indescribable thrill, wanting to roar with delight. Yet he refrained, noticing several unmanned war chariots appearing in the left alley. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized half of the war chariot, twisting his waist and propelling himself off the ground, exhaling forcefully as the several tons of chariot arced through the air. The unmanned chariots attempted to dodge, but their proximity rendered escape impossible, leading to utter chaos. The descending half-chariot struck an unmanned chariot with pinpoint accuracy, akin to a giant wielding a heavy hammer, crushing the struck chariot instantly. The half-chariot, now on the verge of detonation, was met with a tremendous shockwave, triggering an explosion. Boom! A dazzling red light surged upward, followed by a colossal roar as an even brighter inferno erupted, set off by the chariot below being ignited. The searing, vibrant flames bloomed like furious red flowers, while thick black smoke enveloped the entire alley, severely reducing visibility. The remaining two chariots hastily retreated, striving to avoid the flames and prevent a catastrophic chain reaction. A silver-gray figure silently traversed the eerie red flames and billowing black smoke, as though stepping through a curtain onto a grand stage. It resembled the grim reaper from the depths of hell. The training longsword in hand akin to a scythe reaping lives, the warrior in light armor flickered, leveraging the wall to instantaneously reach the side of the war chariot. The chariot, now within close quarters, was akin to a fish awaiting slaughter on a chopping board. Yet, the warrior executed an unexpected maneuver, abruptly plunging the sword into the ground at his feet, grasping the chariot's gun barrel with both hands, and forcefully lifting the vehicle. Like wielding a massive hammer, he brought it crashing down upon the fleeing chariot. The struck chariot sank dramatically, crumpling to half its size, while the warrior's chariot was utterly ruined. Jasmine's face drained of color, her throat parched, swallowing with great difficulty. Was everyone merely playing a game? Chapter 64, Room 192. Araki Shindao whistled, watching her opponent transform into a beam of light and vanish. Congratulations on your victory. You have successfully advanced to the next round. A streak of 7 consecutive wins left her elated, banishing all traces of displeasure. Even her tactics had shifted from a previously sneaky style to a bold and open approach, winning each match amidst the admiring gazes of her opponents. After declining 3 friend requests and 4 mentorship applications, her morale soared to its peak. It had been a long time since she felt such exhilaration. She resolved to set a modest goal for herself, to seize the championship. She coveted the Scythe of Death, laser blade among the prizes, perfectly suited for her control style, and it was a limited edition, priced at a staggering $9 million. Well, perhaps it wasn't that exorbitant after all. However, winning through her own efforts felt far more gratifying than simply purchasing it. Having successfully reached the top 4, her target was the individual with the ID of Meow Meow Meow. Meow 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 was a renowned player in Fengren, known for his formidable strength, frequently clinching the title in the monthly Super Master Tournament at the campus holographic center, earning the nickname Big Meow. Big Meow was incredibly low-key, rarely revealing his true identity, yet Araki Shindao knew his real identity. Yuja, the president of the Orange Cat Poetry Society. She was curious about Yuja's prowess. Though they couldn't duel in reality, a match in the game would suffice. In truth, skilled masters typically exhibited exceptional performance in games. Moreover, young and formidable masters, having engaged with games since childhood, reached higher levels, ensuring they were far from nameless in the gaming realm. Yuja, too, had not experienced such excitement in a long time. For this time, the prize included a coveted treasure he had long desired, the Ming Kong liquid metal robot, which was not particularly expensive, publicly priced at over $8 million. However, being a limited edition from a decade ago, it was nearly impossible to acquire. Even when he offered to pay a premium, he found none. Unexpectedly encountering it here, he resolved to secure it, even canceling the internal assessments of his club. This time, his boss had not only invested heavily but had also put forth considerable effort, ensuring all 3 prizes were valuable and hard to come by. This directly led to an unprecedented intensity in the monthly tournament, surpassing the difficulty of the Galaxy tournament. Yuja began to find his rhythm. He had gradually distanced himself from gaming due to the rarity of formidable opponents, rendering the experience less enjoyable. Fengren Light Armor Academy bore a notorious reputation externally, yet it was undisputedly the dominant power in combat competitions, whether in gaming or light armor dueling, across several nearby planets. The consensus among other schools and students was that the students from the asylum were formidable, in such a fervent atmosphere. Securing the championship and claiming the treasure he desired would be an exhilarating experience. As the monthly tournament progressed to the semifinals, most players paused to relish the forthcoming clash of titans. The Orange Cat Poetry Society buzzed with excitement, likely due to the first month of school. As everyone's enthusiasm for gaming surged, they had initially believed their president had a solid chance, only to discover that she had faced an adversary named Dongmin Chue Shui, nearly losing in a nail-biting finish. Who was that Dongmin? Certainly not a mere nobody. It could be either Xia Chuan Hai or Dexter. Today's level of play was exceptionally high. I just saw someone named Happy Little Rich Woman playing spectacularly. I saw it too. It must be Huang Feifei, such an impressive girl. Besides Canon's sister, who else could it be? Huang Feifei was indeed present, but her ID read, wishing to sleep long and not wake. She had originally been enjoying a lazy morning but was forcibly dragged from her cozy bed by her best friend, who insisted on the Ming Kong liquid metal robot. Inside the gaming chamber, she stifled a yawn. Her friend's encouraging voice resonated through the communicator. Feifei, you can do it. Just 2 more matches, and then you can go back to sleep. Huang Feifei, still half asleep, couldn't help but yawn again. With a 5-minute break before the semifinals, she casually scrolled through the battle footage of her remaining 3 opponents. Their skills were quite impressive. Her drowsiness dissipated, replaced by keen focus. They all possessed high skill levels. One named Duo Wei Huasheng gave her a familiar feeling. Could it be that old rival, Wei Jiao? Canon's sister smirked coldly. As the break concluded, the semifinals commenced, with matchups announced. Meow 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 versus Happy Little Rich Woman and Wishing to Sleep Long and Not Wake versus Duo Wei Huasheng. Canon's sister smiled, exuding an aura of menace. The semifinals were about to begin. All contestants should prepare themselves as the countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. The 4 focused intently, their nerves taut, ready for battle. 3, 2, 1. The digital display froze at 1, motionless. After a few seconds, a sense of unease swept over everyone. Was there a malfunction? Just then, the system's announcement rang out. Due to special circumstances, all matches are temporarily suspended. We now bring you the latest update. Congratulations to the Yinzhou Fengren Holographic Network Center for completing the SS Difficulty Personal Training Challenge, becoming the 476th in the world and the 52nd this year to achieve this feat. The Yinzhou Fengren Holographic Network Center will upgrade to a Super Master Flagship Gaming Center. After a brief silence, the Holographic Center erupted in excitement. Wow! Wow! Words cannot express my current emotions. Our great Fengren, which deity performed such a feat? Seeking disciples, the kind that can keep me warm. Oh my, an ultimate challenge. Did someone truly complete it? Madness, complete insanity. Come out. Let's see who it is. Doors to various gaming chambers swung open, and excited individuals emerged from their pods. They glanced around, searching for the ultimate target. Everyone knew that the person who completed the challenge was currently within the holographic center. When Yuzhou appeared, the crowd stirred. He shook his head. Not me. A collective sigh arose from the crowd, but just then, a commotion erupted from another corner. A clear, ringing female voice declared, Not me. Ha! Canon Sister Huang Feifei. Moments later, someone exclaimed, Wei Jiao, is that you? A refined young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled and replied, I regret to disappoint everyone. It is not me. The second-ranked dangerous powerhouse, Wei Jiao. Huang Feifei and the crowd squinted, recognizing the scoundrel that was Wei Jiao. Araki Shindao felt the crowd around her swell, more and more eyes fixating on her. Brother, is that you, brother? Can't you tell it's a girl? Is it you, goddess? Perhaps it truly is. Otherwise, why wear a mask? Araki Shindao was unaccustomed to being the center of attention. She felt a twinge of annoyance and expressionlessly removed her foggy mask. It was indeed the goddess Araki Shindao. Wow, she's even more beautiful in person. Araki Shindao's mood brightened considerably, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. It seemed the crowd had good taste. Suddenly, a quiet murmur drifted into her ear. It probably isn't her. After being blown up so badly by Longqing, she wouldn't have that ability. The smile at the corner of Araki Shindao's mouth froze. That moment, everyone turned their attention to the large beehive, wondering who had yet to emerge. The doors of various rooms swung open, players stepping out, the lights in the beehive dimming one by one. The targets dwindled. Room 192, the last remaining gaming chamber with its lights still aglow. All eyes converged on room 192, the crowd buzzing with curiosity. Lisa recognized the room number and suddenly realized, her eyes widening as she covered her mouth in disbelief. S. Fermi watched the military king. He impatiently lifted his head, finding the chatter around him utterly bothersome. He shifted to a corner, seated himself, and resumed his viewing of the military king. Emerging from the novice training, the residual exhilaration gradually faded. The aura of lethality that enveloped him dissipated, and the fervor in his gaze subsided. Returning to his usual calm demeanor. 3 hours had passed. By the end, he lost count of how many combat machines he had vanquished. Reveling in the thrill of the slaughter, finding it immensely gratifying, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. After 3 hours of intense combat, he felt nearly drained. He was weary, yet profoundly tranquil. The oppressive weight within him had been released, leaving him with a sense of serene peace. He had discovered a method to alleviate his inner fears, which brought him joy and bolstered his confidence to endure this high-difficulty training camp where killing was prohibited. Dragon City noticed a peculiar expression on Jasmine's face. Was it dazed? Numb? Perhaps the duration had been too long. Even he was feeling a bit overwhelmed after 3 hours. However, Jasmine's stamina needed enhancement, and her ability to maintain focus for extended periods required improvement. Should he consider extending Jasmine's class time? Uncertain, Dragon City pondered that extending the lessons would demand more physical exertion, questioning whether the doctor could manage Jasmine's numerous bodies. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated beside them, and a figure materialized before them. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, exuding warmth. Hello, Dragon City. I am Albert, the owner here. You are simply remarkable, my word. You have completed the ultimate test. Thank you for your contributions, which enhance our center's reputation and authority. Here is a 1 million prize as a token of our appreciation. Please accept it graciously. Additionally, I am granting you a lifetime membership, allowing you to enjoy free services at our center for life. Turning to Jasmine, Albert smiled. I must also thank you, little Jasmine, for bringing Dragon City here. I shall gift you a lifetime membership as well. Jasmine beamed. Thank you, Uncle Albert. Albert turned back to Dragon City. Dragon City. I have a small request. May I have the rights to your challenge video? Just as Dragon City was about to acquiesce, a small hand shot up before him. Jasmine, adjusting her black-framed glasses, insisted, Teacher, please allow Jasmine to handle the negotiations. All right, Dragon City replied. Albert blinked in surprise, glancing between Dragon City and Jasmine. Little Jasmine, is Dragon City your teacher? With a sweet smile, Jasmine affirmed, Indeed, Uncle Albert. Now, let us discuss the licensing fee. Albert gasped, feeling a pang in his molars. Little Jasmine, name your price, but please don't be too harsh. Regret filled him. He had initially assumed he could secure the rights before Dragon City fully grasped the situation, never anticipating that Dragon City was Jasmine's teacher. Jasmine replied with a charming smile, Rest assured, Uncle Albert, we do not seek payment. Albert sighed in relief. No payment was acceptable. Jasmine continued, We seek the prizes from the end-of-month competition. Albert pondered, the end-of-month competition prizes? Little Jasmine, do you realize how much that amounts to? Uncle Albert, Jasmine is aware of the worth of this video's licensing her prize. Clearly, it is his spoils of war. Yet again, someone has drawn attention to his trophies. The onlookers were instantly electrified, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, and someone shouted, She is the Iraqi Divine Blade. Initially, Fermi thought the person before him looked somewhat familiar, and upon hearing the reminder, he suddenly realized, wait, the Iraqi Divine Blade, the one whose true identity was revealed after being knocked unconscious in Longqing. Is this an old grudge rekindled? Fermi felt a pang of concern. He hoped they would not clash right then and there. He replayed the scene in his mind and replied with certainty, I do not recognize her. He then disregarded the Iraqi Divine Blade entirely, continuing forward with Jasmine in tow. Fermi, observing quietly, followed behind Longqing and passed by the Iraqi Divine Blade. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her trembling with rage. How pitiful! Fermi wished to inform her that Longqing spoke no falsehood. If she revealed herself, perhaps Longqing might recognize her. But as for her name, he had truly never encountered it before. Why did he say perhaps? Very well, another sworn enemy added to the list. Fermi felt a strange sense of calm. For a warrior, it was inevitable to become a public enemy in the entire school. Every warrior was depicted this way, and surely the authors would not fabricate such tales, with two formidable figures thwarted in succession. No one dared to impede Longqing's footsteps approached from behind. Longqing turned, his brow furrowing. Yet another woman, another unfamiliar woman. Huang Feifei halted, her face alight with excitement. Longqing, I am Huang Feifei, your fan. She had long wished to approach him. But unexpectedly, Yu Jia and the Iraqi Divine Blade had beaten her to it. A fan? Longqing relaxed his brow. She was not here to snatch his spoils. He understood what fans were. During Zhao Yu's concert, he recalled many proclaiming themselves as her fans, all exhibiting the same behavior without warning. Longqing asked, Do you want an autograph? The sudden question left the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. Asking the Cannon sister for an autograph? Huang Feifei was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Longqing, you have quite the deadpan humor. So, you are a little reserved, huh? Huang Feifei's smile was radiant and bright, akin to her fiery persona, as if she had just discovered a new continent while gazing at Longqing. Longqing regarded her with utmost seriousness, their eyes locking, both sensing a peculiar tension, causing Huang Feifei's smile to gradually falter. From her gaze, Longqing discerned that she had no desire for an autograph. She was not a fan. Concluding this, Longqing turned away without hesitation. Huang Feifei stood there, expression blank and bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Fermi, too, was perplexed, lost in confusion, yet he followed suit. The onlookers were equally befuddled, oblivious to what had just occurred. On their way back, Jasmine curiously inquired, Teacher, why did you suddenly ignore Huang Feifei? She is not a fan. Jasmine uttered an "oh," as she had long navigated the online world and was well aware of what a fan was. Thus, influenced by Longqing's perspective, Jasmine fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether Huang Feifei could indeed be considered a fan. It seemed so, yet not quite. No, she needed to clarify the criteria for fandom to reach a verdict. Fermi silently observed the two, bemused by their odd behavior. It was one thing for Longqing, with his rusted thought processes. But now even Jasmine was the new breed. Her thought patterns were, well, she had always been somewhat unconventional. Could this be what they referred to as dual non-humanity? Not worth provoking, Fermi resigned himself. He no longer cared if he had offended another powerful figure. Departing the holographic network center, they returned to the laboratory warehouse. Longqing settled beside Chitu, leaning against the cold steel armor, inexplicably feeling a sense of security as the tension in his nerves began to ease. After 3 hours of grueling battle, fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. He fell asleep. Jasmine prepared to cook. She paused, and moments later, a thermal food container floated silently toward her. She opened it and retrieved a small floral cloth, gently draping it over her sleeping teacher. The slumbering teacher resembled a child, harmonizing perfectly with the cloth. So cute, Jasmine secretly delighted, sticking out her tongue, then tiptoed away, the thermal food cart trailing behind her like a little tail. She intended to cook so that when her teacher awoke, a delicious meal would await him. Fermi lay on his makeshift bed, continuing to immerse himself in tales of warriors. Today's experiences had been exhilarating, providing an escape from the burdens of reality, soothing his anxious heart. As for the reactions on the campus network, he knew they would undoubtedly be thrilling. Oh well, he wanted to read more warrior tales. He did not wish for an early demise. Chapter 66. Dining. Jasmine closed the video, still struggling to believe despite having watched it countless times. Regrettably, she could not find videos of other players completing the challenge. Such footage was rare and required a hefty price to obtain. Should a player from their holographic network center accomplish the challenge, the owner would likely purchase the video, akin to a prized possession. Many would even travel specifically to the holographic network center to view it. Even if the hype waned, selling the video on the holographic network could yield another profit. Jasmine had analyzed numerous videos, yet none compared to her teacher's battle footage. The 3-hour video had become second nature to her. She had come to understand many aspects she had previously overlooked. She once found it peculiar that her teacher often performed seemingly irrational actions, such as suddenly dropping to the ground or firing at an empty building. Through video analysis, she realized her teacher sensed potential dangers in those areas. Playing the game, her teacher was as immersed as if in real combat. Undoubtedly the most dedicated gamer Jasmine had ever encountered. Such an extraordinarily unique style. Having been engrossed in games for years, Jasmine had never witnessed a gaming style quite like her teacher's. Every game claimed to be a true battle, with players insisting it was their war, yet everyone knew the truth. Games were merely games, and death meant a chance to respawn. How did her teacher achieve this? Incredible! In terms of combat skill, Jasmine was still at a novice level, but her gaming prowess was commendable. Her admiration for her teacher reached new heights. For the past few nights, she had been analyzing her teacher's battle videos while gathering information about the control of energy. Unbeknownst to her, dawn had arrived, and Jasmine exited the holographic network, ready to begin cooking. 15 times the gravity multiplier. Longqing stared ahead, sweat trickling down his cheek, his expression intensely focused, his entire body resembling a statue poised to spring into action for 3 minutes. Fermi, watching from the sidelines, felt inexplicably tense, instinctively shifting his body. For some reason, he experienced an oppressive sensation, akin to an impending battle. He felt the pressure, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, the scene before Fermi shifted. Longqing, who had just been a statue, vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a sharp, resounding explosion echoed as the air erupted into a cloud of white mist. Longqing's arm had broken through the sound barrier, creating a microsonic boom. Who Longqing gasped for breath, gazing at his palm with a hint of satisfaction. Training under 15 times the gravity proved remarkably effective. He sensed his recovery speed accelerating. He planned to increase the gravity by 5 times every week, anticipating that upon reaching 30 times, he would regain approximately 90% of his peak strength. The remaining 10% would require maintenance and honing. To further advance, he would need higher-level training methods. He had practiced every technique and method taught at the last training camp to their theoretical maximum. The instructor had promised that upon graduating from the camp, he would impart more advanced techniques and methods. Longqing had not encountered another instructor. Yet he had found a solution. Inspired by the Hanyan slash, he could purchase the knowledge. He simply needed to earn money or compete in matches. There were many avenues to acquire skills here, and Longqing surmised it was likely due to their inability to kill. life was tough for everyone. Longqing couldn't help but reflect. Fermi appeared somewhat pale, awestruck. Just how powerful was Longqing? A sonic boom cloud had manifested. During his time in the military, Fermi had witnessed training fanatics, but compared to Longqing, they seemed like mere children. It was not the volume of training. Longqing's regimen was merely average, not excessive. It was the intensity of the training, an extraordinarily grueling intensity. Longqing often exhausted his stamina within 10 minutes, and Fermi had even seen him tremble from reaching the limit of his physical endurance. Aside from training, Fermi had never witnessed Longqing sweat over exhaustion or fatigue. Longqing's training approach completely upended Fermi's understanding. Did Longqing not fear injuries? After completing his training, Longqing sat down to rest and opened the tutorial video for Hanyin/. Watching it repeatedly, he had yet to begin practicing Hanyin/, having reviewed the tutorial video dozens of times without fully grasping certain aspects. Hanyin/ was not merely a technique of energy control. Its essence lay in a unique high-frequency vibration, which caused a fogging effect on the outer layer of solidified energy beams due to the diffusion of vibrations. Hanyin/ was the most complex technique Longqing had encountered thus far. The theoretical minimum requirements for learning Hanyin/ were evident. Multi-threading level 7, reflection frequency level 9, high-pressure support level 8. Longqing had never tested his levels, but after much contemplation, he believed he likely met the criteria for learning. What remained was to thoroughly comprehend the principles involved, which would take time. His extensive experience allowed him to remain patient. After watching it twice more and contemplating for a while, Longqing felt his stamina restored significantly and stood up once again. Jasmine bounced in like she was stepping on a time cue, her thermal food container trailing behind her like a little tail. "Teacher, Fermi, it's time to eat," she exclaimed, pulling out a fresh white tablecloth. While the small floral cloth became Longqing's blanket for sleeping, Fermi swallowed hard, patting his belly. Jasmine is truly an exceptional caregiver. "Look at us, well-fed and plump." "We?" Longqing coldly spat out 2 words and then turned to Jasmine, saying, "Thank you, Jasmine." Fermi fell silent, realizing he couldn't refute Longqing's disdain. He felt somewhat lost. When had he degenerated into a mere salted fish? Just a few days prior to the start of school, he had resolutely sworn to work doubly hard this year. Aspiring to achieve the grand ambition of a promotion and a raise, he had received a promotion and a raise, delicious. Jasmine beamed with joy. "Teacher, the game pod has been modified. You can try out the memory chip tonight. They say online that it's quite interesting, almost dreamlike and very real. Some even say it feels like taking on a new identity, as if a soul has possessed you. And there are tales of romantic encounters too." Jasmine winked mischievously, yet Longqing didn't even lift his head, deeply engrossed in his meal. After all, high-intensity training necessitated high-intensity energy replenishment. Unwilling to yield, Jasmine raised her voice. "Teacher." Longqing replied, "Him?" Jasmine chuckled. "Teacher, if you meet a woman in the dream, you absolutely mustn't kill her." Longqing asked, "Why not?" Jasmine, with a tone of certainty, replied, "If you kill her, how can there be romantic encounters?" "Teacher, women are not meant to be killed." Longqing countered, "Are they not?" Jasmine fell silent. Fermi, who was busy shoveling rice, burst into laughter, only to be choked and start coughing violently. Longqing cast a glance at Fermi while continuing to eat, bewildered at what was so amusing, and discreetly snatched the largest piece of meat. After a while, Fermi managed to catch his breath. "Did Mr. Laish not say? The owner of the memory chip is just an obscure 4th-level artisan." 4th level? That's equivalent to a primary school graduate. He scoffed. TSK, and yet romantic encounters. Longqing continued to quietly take several pieces of meat. Upon hearing Fermi's words, he instinctively reached for his chopsticks, his eyes widening in surprise. "Hey, where's the meat?" "I'm full." Longqing set down his empty bowl and chopsticks, expressionless, and picked up an apple. Crunch, crunch, delicious. Chapter 67. Memory chip. Longqing stood before the game pod, and to be frank, he wasn't fond of its design at all. Why couldn't one play games while standing? However, he didn't linger on this thought for long, as he was curious about the memory chip and what it entailed. As he lay down in the game pod and watched the door slowly close, Jasmine outside made a gesture of encouragement. It felt quite nice to have a student. The instructor must have felt the same way back in the day. Outside the game pod, Fermi crossed his arms and asked, "Jasmine, Aren't you worried about your teacher? The memory chip might have adverse reactions, albeit with a low probability. I'm not worried. Jasmine shook her head. I'm worried about the game pod. Fermi contemplated the sonic explosion cloud he had seen today and nodded in agreement. Your concern is quite reasonable. Jasmine, is there meat for dinner? Jasmine giggled behind her hand. Yes, yes, Fermi shamelessly declared. What can I do? The meat was eaten by the teacher, so I can only ask the students for some. At the equipment center, Araki Shindao arrived at the holographic network center, instinctively glancing around. Surprised to see the place packed to the brim, a staff member approached. I'm sorry, sir, but the cabins are full. You'll need to wait a moment, or perhaps you could browse around. Araki Shindao shook her head. I don't need a cabin. I wanted to ask, has your boss purchased the video of Longqing's challenge? Yes, sir. I'd like to buy a copy. What is the price? I'm sorry, sir, but Longqing's video is not available for public sale at the moment. It's currently only accessible to lifelong members. Back to money? I see, Araki Shindao inquired. How much for a lifelong membership? You need to recharge 1,000 hours to become a lifelong member and have over 500 hours of gameplay time to meet our requirements. Araki Shindao frowned. Would it suffice if I recharged 2,000 hours? She was not concerned about the hours. After all, 2,000 hours merely amounted to 2 million, but the stipulation of over 500 hours of gameplay time was quite the hurdle. That won't work, sir. Araki Shindao realized that negotiating with the staff would lead nowhere and directly stated. Is your boss in the office? A customer casually mentioning 2 million made the staff member cautious. And he promptly communicated with the boss in Albert's office. Araki Shindao surveyed her surroundings and discreetly sneered. It was a typical middle-aged man's office, petty and greasy. Albert looked up, presenting a professional smile. Hello? Miss, how may I assist you? Araki Shindao replied calmly. Fortunately, my grandmother just gave me 200 million in pocket money. So name your price for Longqing's video, Mr. Albert. Albert felt a sudden surge of pressure. Dealing with someone who casually mentioned 200 million required careful handling. He stood up, bending to pour her a glass of water. Miss, I sincerely apologize, but this is not merely a matter of money. Araki Shindao raised her palm, stopping Albert from continuing, and coldly interjected. My grandmother often advises me that girls should avoid violence and instead be amiable to be likable, in the face of any matter. Money is a convenient solution. If money fails, then my grandmother's influence can also pave the way. Albert felt a sense of foreboding. Your grandmother is? Araki Shindao snapped her fingers, and a projected image of a kind. White-haired grandmother appeared beside her. 2 minutes later, Araki Shindao left Albert's office, thoroughly satisfied. 20 minutes later, another woman entered Albert's office. Albert looked apologetic. Huang Feifei, I truly apologize, but this is something I cannot manage. Longqing's challenge video is our center's strategic content for the year. All our work will revolve around it. Huang Feifei chuckled. I have prepared 2 ships of BM-35. Albert paused. What is that? Huang Feifei smiled brightly. An electromagnetic signal jamming device capable of effectively disrupting various electromagnetic signals. The interference range is limited, only 80 kilometers, hence it's quite inexpensive and available in large quantities. Cold sweat broke out on Albert's brow. He forced himself to remain calm, his tone turning stern. Huang Feifei, are you openly threatening me? Huang Feifei nodded nonchalantly. Yes, so what? Albert sneered. The impact on our network center's communications is minor. But the entire equipment center would be affected. Have you considered the consequences? Huang Feifei shrugged. I've blown up schools before. This is nothing. I haven't targeted the equipment center, but if the school tries to make an issue of it, I might just consider blowing up the equipment center. I have plenty of people, money, and time to spare. Albert stared at Huang Feifei for a long moment before squeezing out 3 words through gritted teeth. You are ruthless. 2 minutes later, Huang Feifei cheerfully exited the office. 30 minutes later, Albert stared at Yuzha, who wore a broad smile. What if I refuse? Yuzha, as though he were the host, poured himself a glass of water and leisurely settled onto the sofa. I do not like to instigate wars. I prefer to reason things out. Let us discuss the reasoning behind this. Albert remained silent, seething with frustration. Why Yuzha, as if recounting family anecdotes, spoke smoothly. My family has a store at the equipment center. After all, I attend school here, so I naturally look out for it. The school prohibits accompanying students, but it doesn't say anything about family members opening stores here. Since I love cats, they opened a pet shop. Albert sneered. So? Yuzha spread his hands, speaking gently. So you see, I can open a pet store, and I can also open a network center. Albert continued to scoff. What does that matter? Do you think running a network center is that easy? If you're willing to lose money, go ahead. Yuzha remained unfazed, his smile warm. My family's network center surely isn't as professional as yours. Albert felt secure in his position. But I'm the leader of the Orange Cap Poetry Society. Isn't it only natural to look after my business? It's only human nature, right? If someone doesn't conduct business with me, aren't they disrespecting me? Aren't they cutting off my livelihood? If I beat them up, wouldn't that make sense? I have a decent relationship with Harold and the Cannon's sister. Friends helping friends? Isn't that reasonable? Of course, if friends support me, I can't slight them either. Doesn't that also make sense? Mr. Albert, don't you think that reasoning holds? Albert's face turned pale, yet he showed no signs of sweating. Stammering, this is the school's property. It has shares in the school. It's school property, yet I haven't blown it up. It's merely commercial competition. Yuzha chuckled lightly, then casually continued. Besides, even if I did blow it up, I could always pay for the damages. It's not like I've never blown anything up before. 2 minutes later, at the office door, Yuzha and Albert shook hands, both wearing warm smiles. Half an hour later, the Equipment Center's holographic network center publicly offered Longqing's challenge video for sale at a price of 200,000. That day, sales reached 200 million. The game pod operated silently. Longqing opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the ceiling above. It was the most exquisite ceiling he had ever seen, adorned with beautiful paintings and intricate golden patterns that adorned its periphery. At the center hung a tea-colored crystal chandelier, opulent and resplendent. The soft sensation beneath him indicated to Longqing that he was in bed. The bed was excessively plush, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. And he was covered by a soft, silky satin quilt. Beside him lay a graceful woman, Xiaoyuzhen. The name suddenly surfaced in his mind, yet he felt an inexplicable sorrow. Was this the memory of the original owner of the memory chip? His struggles roused Xiaoyuzhen from her slumber, and she nestled closer, sleepily asking, Aliyin, what time is it? Longqing instinctively recoiled. Xiaoyuzhen opened her eyes, her drowsy gaze filled with confusion. Knock, knock, knock. There came a sound at the door, followed by a man's voice from outside. Young master, breakfast is ready. The master has instructed you to meet him at the training grounds at 9 o'clock. Xiaoyuzhen immediately sat up, urging Longqing. Aliyin, hurry. You shouldn't keep your father waiting too long. Yes, she tied up her long hair. She hastily gathered her belongings. Aliyin. His name was Yao Xinglian. Since the moment the man spoke from outside, Longqing's heart was flooded with complex emotions, a mixture of admiration and deep-seated resentment. It appeared their relationship was far from cordial. Longqing speculated silently. He found it difficult to comprehend these feelings, for he was an orphan. The only frame of reference he had was his instructor, yet, honestly, he did not harbor profound hatred or disdain towards him. At this moment, Longqing marveled at the wonders of the memory chip. He felt like an observer, acutely aware of the next steps to take, yet also a participant, capable of controlling his own actions. Dressing swiftly, Longqing moved with remarkable proficiency, despite having never worn such attire before. The garments were meticulously crafted, evidently expensive. It dawned on him that the owner of the memory chip, Yao Xinglian, must have been affluent. After all, how else could a fourth-level master afford to create a memory chip? Emoli had mentioned that the materials required for memory chips were exceedingly costly. By the time Longqing finished washing up, Xiaoyuzhen was already dressed and made up. Wait, what did made up mean? A disguise? Xiaoyuzhen approached and linked her arm with his, and instinctively, Longqing's arm lifted. His body responding naturally, though his mind was in disarray, he did not force a change. This was Yao Xinglian's memory, and he was curious about what would unfold next. Why had Yao Xinglian chosen to encapsulate this memory within a chip? From the current perspective, it seemed to be a pivotal day in his life. The breakfast spread was lavish, an extravagant dining hall filled with a variety of delectable dishes, yet it was eerily empty. With only him and Xiaoyuzhen partaking in the meal point, one could sense Xiaoyuzhen's distracted demeanor. She was visibly anxious, and indeed, Yao Xinglian was too. The two of them finished their meal in a distracted manner before rising to leave the dining hall. At the entrance, Xiaoyuzhen suddenly embraced him and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, it's your first meeting with your father. And no matter what happens, just speak well." I will be waiting for you in the room. Yin, remember, whatever occurs, I will always be by your side. Longqing observed the emotions of Yao Xinglian. His heart was touched, weighed down by an overwhelming sorrow, and he surmised that the outcome for this woman might not be favorable. After bidding farewell to Xiao Yuzhen, Longqing made his way toward the training room, where Yao Xinglian felt a tumult of trepidation mingled with grief. Upon pushing open the door to the training room, he found it spacious and empty, save for a solitary figure standing within, facing away from the entrance, a man of imposing stature. Yao Xinglian's emotions surged violently, a cocktail of admiration, fear, anger, and despair. It was his father. The man turned, revealing a face etched with harsh lines, as if chiseled from stone, his gray-white eyes exuding nothing but indifference and scrutiny. I will teach you only once. 14 days, if you master it. You are my son, Yao Tianlai. Even if your mother did not marry in, there is still a place for you in the family. If you fail to master it, change your surname. You're unworthy to bear the Yao name. And you shall not speak of the Yao family outside. This ship will take you and your woman to a small planet, where you will fend for yourselves. You, take care of yourself. The 68th section. Guiding 9 forms. Yao Tianlai's visage was rugged and cold, his brows barely discernible, his gray-white gaze sweeping over Longqing, tightening his nerves involuntarily. This was the first time he encountered someone who exuded a more intense pressure than his instructor. Longqing could sense a faint scent of blood emanating from Yao Tianlai, a subtle yet palpable odor that stirred an unusual disturbance within him. Longqing was typically sensitive to the scent of blood. Having emerged from a hellish training ground, one would assume he had a high tolerance. Yet he had encountered many who reeked of blood, such as his instructor, all of whom bore the stain of violence. Though he stood before them, he was vigilant but not anxious. Yao Tianlai, however, was different. His scent was not overwhelming, merely a whisper of blood, akin to the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, yet it sent Longqing's nerves into a heightened state of alert. He envisioned an imposing mountain, looming over an endless sea of blood, with only a trace of its essence seeping through the fissures of the green rock. Longqing trusted his instincts. Yao Xinglian's demeanor was far worse. His mind completely ensnared, thoughts jumbled, his head buzzing. As an observer, Longqing could not help but shake his head in silence. Though unaware of the preceding events, it was evident that for Yao Xinglian, this moment was crucial to his fate. In such a pivotal moment, being caught between action and inaction, with his mind in disarray, the outcome was all but predictable. Yao Tianlai's voice was deep and devoid of warmth. The guiding 9 forms. Its origins trace back to the ancient Fenglan star's noble lineage, originally known as the divine induction technique. They possess remarkable prowess in physical training. As technology flourished, ancient martial arts waned into obscurity. And none were the wiser. It was only with the advent of brain control that my ancestors foresaw the opportunity, diligently unearthing the heritage of ancient martial arts, thus allowing it to resurface. When speaking of his ancestors, a subtle shift occurred in Yao Tianlai's tone, infused with a hint of fervor. Ancient martial arts often indulged in boasting, particularly under the guise of divine mandate, yet the reality was frequently exaggerated. Laden with detritus, my forebears pruned the extraneous, retaining the essence, merging it with techniques from other schools, and continually refining it through technology, thus yielding the guiding 12 forms. Subsequently, after 8 generations of relentless refinement and reduction, we arrived at the current version of the guiding 9 forms, which serves as the foundational method for disciples of the Yao family. Yao Tianlai paused. I share this with you to emphasize that this method is hard-earned. You must cherish this opportunity. With that, he ceased speaking and began to demonstrate. Yao Xinglian was evidently distracted, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. Longqing, however, remained unaffected by these sentiments, watching intently. Yao Tianlai's movements were deliberate. He raised his arms, palms outward, as though bearing a weight. He then gradually leaned back, his body resembling a spring. Longqing noted the unique rhythm of Yao Tianlai's breathing, deep inhalations followed by short, rapid exhalations. A pattern of 1 deep breath followed by 3 quick ones. His upper body and lower limbs formed a perfect 90-degree angle, completing 9 cycles of breath. His lower body remained steadfast, while his upper body rotated counterclockwise along the horizontal plane. His palms rolling around the wrists. The rhythm of his breathing shifted again, changing from one deep breath followed by 3 quick exhalations to one deep breath followed by 2 quick ones. Longqing found the sensation peculiar. It was entirely different from what he had learned in the training camp, not merely in content but in style as well. Yet he sensed intuitively that this sequence of movements could prove invaluable. He yearned to attempt it himself, but he suppressed his eagerness, meticulously observing every detail of Yao Tianlai's actions. The demonstration lasted a full hour and a half. Upon completion, Yao Tianlai stood, a flush of color rising to his face. Heat radiating from his body, he had executed the movements slowly, and Longqing had watched closely, committing them to memory. Yao Xinglian appeared somewhat flustered, yet whether it was due to Longqing's clear recollection, that anxiety seemed diminished. Practice on your own. Remember, 14 days. Yao Tianlai cast a glance at him before turning to leave, leaving Longqing alone in the vast training room. A tumult of disappointment, sorrow, and resentment surged within him, yet he dismissed these feelings. Recognizing them as Yao Xinglian's emotions, Longqing's mind was consumed by the guiding 9 forms demonstrated by Yao Tianlai. A memory that lingered stubbornly, he began practicing the first movement. Longqing's physical training was exceptional. His instructor had praised him on 2 occasions for this. What limited him was his age. Being quite young, his body had not yet fully developed. He was not the highest ranked in physical capability within the training camp. Yet he was the most adept at utilizing his body. An expert can discern proficiency immediately. Given his physical strength, the standard training intensity could not stimulate his muscles or vital energy. This was why he needed to utilize gravity rings to help shorten his recovery time. Yet, this seemingly awkward and peculiar movement, along with its unique rhythmic breathing, allowed Longqing to feel a stimulation in his muscles. This astonished him, but even more surprising was the subtle stimulation emanating from his internal organs. The most challenging aspect of physical training lay in fortifying the organs, which was the primary reason the vast majority of masters struggled to elevate their physical ranking. Muscles and bones could endure considerable strain. Yet internal organs were exceedingly fragile. When subjected to excessive overload, the soft organs could rupture, causing blood to rush uncontrollably to one area of the body. Li Yadin at that moment, he was still somewhat bewildered as to why. But now he has come to a profound realization. Every spot blessed by sunlight has been claimed by more formidable beings, such as the Yao family. The opportunity to learn such an impressive training method has left Longqing rather exhilarated. Yao Xinglian's feelings of frustration did not affect him in the slightest. He was wholly engrossed in his training. As he practiced, suddenly, with a sharp crack, Longqing felt darkness envelop him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered he was so exhausted that he lacked the strength to move even a finger. Lying there like a lifeless fish, Longqing was taken aback. It had only been 5 minutes. Was Yao Xinglian's physical condition truly so lacking? Longqing mused that it was even inferior to how he had been at the age of 8. Outside, a servant heard the commotion. "Young master, are you all right?" Following that, Longqing felt footsteps approaching, and someone began to pry open his eyelids. Overcome with fatigue. Longqing was at a loss for words. He felt his body being hoisted onto a servant's shoulder. And after about 2 minutes, a voice rang out. "First, administer a bottle of nutrient solution number 6 to the young master." Longqing sensed a bottle of liquid being poured into his mouth. It was both fragrant and bitter. The water temperature is 52 degrees. The young master's body is too weak, and the current is controlled at 20 ml. He felt as if he had been thrown into a hot water pool. A slight tingling sensation permeating his body, while the recently ingested potion suddenly turned searing hot, spreading throughout him. Such a procedure. Longqing was greatly astonished. In training camps, physical recovery relied solely on sleep. 5 minutes is sufficient. Proceed with liquid nitrogen cooling, limiting the duration to 6 seconds. The bone-chilling cold pierced him like a needle, swiftly jolting Longqing awake, a sensation of indescribable relief washing over him, yet Yao Xinglian remained unconscious. Scan complete, no internal injuries detected. All right, take the young master back to his room. A good sleep will suffice. Then Longqing felt himself lifted once more, and shortly after, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "We are returning the young master. He has just completed his training and requires rest." The door creaked open, followed by a startled exclamation from Xiao Yuzhen. "He has already undergone therapy. There are no issues. Just needs rest." Xiao Yuzhen, awakening from a dream, hurriedly instructed, quickly, place him on the bed. Longqing felt himself being laid onto the bed, the soft sensation mirroring the moment he opened his eyes. Xiao Yuzhen expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Thank you so much for your hard work. Miss Xiao is too kind. This is our duty. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. The sound of the door closing followed. Then Longqing heard Xiao Yuzhen mumbling to herself. Be good now. Let me help you out of your clothes so you can sleep comfortably. Have a good rest, darling. A pair of hands began to assist him in removing his garments. Longqing was taken aback. Wait, no need to undress. I am comfortable, truly comfortable. Chapter 69. Jasmine's concerned Fermi observed and, after a moment, glanced up in surprise to see Jasmine still there and no need to worry. I'm fine here, I'm not worried. Jasmine paused before insisting, I will wait a little longer. Fermi chuckled softly. All right. He resumed his reading, and Fermi's eyes. This master and disciple duo appeared as two utterly contrasting sides, which he found quite intriguing. Longqing, though undeniably human, possessed a thought process that diverged sharply from the norm. His mind was as steely as his reputation suggested, making him seem more like a robot than Jasmine. Conversely, Jasmine, though a new human, understood human sentiments, could negotiate, and played games, appearing more human than Longqing. However, one trait they both shared was stubbornness. Neither Longqing nor Jasmine would be easily persuaded. They would tackle problems solely according to their own logic. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed. Fermi jolted, instinctively covering his head and crouching down. The gaming pod in the corner seemed to have been rammed by a charging exosuit, exploding into countless fragments and parts. As if a storm swept through the room, the cacophony sent shivers down Fermi's spine. The debris from the gaming pod struck with incredible force, embedding itself in the walls like a hail of arrows. Where the gaming pod had once stood, only a solitary figure remained, panting heavily, Longqing. Fermi cautiously lifted his head, confirming there were no further dangers before standing up slowly. Still shaken, he then noticed that Longqing's face was pale. His expression tinged with a hint of terror, panting heavily, and drenched in sweat. Fermi stared, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed a semblance of fear on Longqing's face. He asked cautiously, What happened? Was there something terrifying inside? Longqing gasped for breath. It was extremely terrifying. The fact that Longqing prefaced terrifying with extremely left Fermi struggling to imagine. Could it have been akin to a meat grinder battle? Suddenly, Jasmine, her expression stoic, pulled out a half-buried, glimmering titanium tube from her body. My earlier concerns have indeed been validated. Having narrowly dodged disaster, she now appeared somewhat disheveled, various parts protruding from her. She suddenly recalled an ancient Eastern legend. The tale of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Longqing felt a warmth in his heart. It was rather nice to have a student who worried for their teacher. He resumed a normal tone. No need to worry. I am fine. Jasmine, with her expression unchanged, pulled out a shard of sharp glass from her body. Teacher, my concern is for the gaming pod. The gaming pod? Longqing glanced around, sensing the gravity of the situation, and pondered before asking Fermi, where can we acquire another gaming pod? Fermi. Seeing Fermi's confusion, Longqing added, a principled acquisition. There's south no place to acquire one, nor is there a need to. Jasmine extracted a silver-gray fragment from her forehead. Holding it up, her eyes briefly illuminating with a glimmer. The memory chip is damaged. The memory chip is damaged? Longqing lamented the loss. Aside from the woman wanting to undress him, the dream had been quite intriguing. He was particularly interested in the guiding 9 forms taught by Yao Tian, as well as the various techniques for physical recovery. Had the woman not sought to undress him, the dream could have lasted 14 days, possibly allowing him to gather more information. Longqing swiftly dismissed these distractions from his mind. In his world, there was no inherent entitlement to anything. If he received it, it was good fortune. If not, then it simply was not meant to be. That was the norm. For him, nothing was more tangible than to fully digest what he had already obtained. I'm heading to the training ground. With that, he vanished without a trace. Fermi watched Jasmine and, concerned, asked, Jasmine, are you all right? Do you need my assistance? Jasmine flashed a sweet smile. No, Fermi, I can handle it.as a new human. Jasmine had no issues. Fermi sighed in relief. That's good. Indeed, Jasmine, you are a new human. There's no need to worry about this matter. Ha ha ha. Yet, as he laughed, he could no longer maintain it. Jasmine, as a new human, had no worries. But what about himself, a normal human? Jasmine stated earnestly. Fermi, you recognize the crux of the problem, don't you? Jasmine is a new human, you are a normal human, and the teacher is an abnormal human. Among the three of us, you are the most dangerous. Cold sweat poured down Fermi's back. Jasmine's words struck home. Today's incident could have been dire. Jasmine was completely unconcerned, but had he been struck, the consequences could have ranged from hospitalization to death. Thankfully, he had reacted swiftly today, leaving him feeling uneasy. So, what should we do? Jasmine smiled brightly. Come to class with me, and let us work hard to become stronger so we can survive beside the teacher. Tio grow stronger in order to stay by Longqing's side. Fermi found himself unable to refute this. He gazed blankly at his increasingly rounded and well-formed belly, wondering if his languid existence would simply end like this. How frustrating. Jasmine has to get busy now. Jasmine waved goodbye to Fermi, sweetly adding, don't forget to apply for the high-risk subsidy at school. Working as an assistant to the teacher is dangerous. Fermi opened his mouth, but no words came out. In the corridor of the laboratory, Jasmine, like a child, joyfully trotted along. Now she was the little hedgehog Jasmine, dashing forward. I'm not afraid of growing up. When I grow up, I'll plant flowers for the family. I am not afraid of growing up. Jasmine is smart, lovely, and adorable. I'm not afraid of growing up. When I grow up, I'll follow the teacher into battle, robbing this place and that. La 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 la. She laughed and sang all the way to the laboratory to mend her body. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. Dr. Catherine, hurrying along, looked up upon hearing Jasmine's voice, momentarily taken aback. What happened to you? Jasmine blinked innocently. The teacher bought a memory chip, and as a result, bang, the gaming pod exploded. Dr. Catherine chuckled despite herself. You two are truly a peculiar pair. Go tidy up. Jasmine saluted like a soldier. Yes? Dr. Catherine smiled, watching Jasmine skip away, before turning to enter her laboratory. Jasmine recalled the doctor's smile, noting that she seemed a bit weary. The doctor had been coming home late and diving straight back into her experiments. It was quite taxing. Was something troubling her? Jasmine felt a twinge of curiosity but refrained from asking the doctor. The doctor was like a mother to her, yet their lives remained relatively independent. Jasmine's affairs in the virtual world were never interfered with by the doctor. If something significant occurred, the doctor would proactively share it with her. In this regard, Jasmine was quite sensible, never prying too much, only focusing on ensuring the doctor's life was well taken care of. What should she prepare for dinner later? Fermi mentioned wanting meat, so perhaps she would make a dish of braised pork. The doctoral journey is arduous, thus, let us prepare a nourishing soup for the doctor. And what of the teacher? Never mind, perhaps a sumptuous braised pork dish would suffice. How astute is Jasmine? In the 70th section. Potential assessment. Huang He entered the center as usual and made his way to his office, casting a glance outside where everyone appeared invigorated. He felt a sense of satisfaction. As the technical director of the Talent Development Center at Wanching Group. His team was primarily responsible for the technical evaluations of potential rising stars. The reports they produced would directly influence the group's decisions. The enduring success and expanding scale of Wanching Group can be directly attributed to their unconventional talent assessment system. The group's operations span across 74 planets, each hosting its own branch. A crucial task of these branches is to scout for promising young practitioners. Most renowned practitioners are already affiliated with established entities, and even if one were to pursue them in the wild, the costs would be exorbitant. Financial remuneration is negotiable. However, the real concern lies in the reliability of their loyalty. Recruiting a distinguished practitioner into the group without involving them in core operations would be a waste, leading to feelings of distrust and dissatisfaction. Conversely, involving them in core operations raises the question of potential betrayal. Could they be spies sent by rivals? Undoubtedly, the most trustworthy candidates are those of the same clan lineage. Yet, in the vast expanse of the universe, it is entirely implausible to rely solely on so-called kin. Hence, recruiting promising semi-finished rising stars and cultivating them over the long term is the preferred strategy of nearly every major conglomerate. These newly discovered talents are integrated into specialized training tiers within the group, fostering a deeper emotional connection and loyalty to the organization. Wanching Group has excelled in this respect, willingly relinquishing certain marginal businesses to sustain numerous subsidiary companies and factions, which form the lowest tier of the group. Each year, These entities recommend potential candidates they deem worthy. Whether a promising candidate is selected by the group, and the quantity thereof, directly impacts the revenue of these smaller companies and factions in the subsequent year. Should their recommended rising star ascend to a senior position within the group, they stand to benefit from a continuous stream of dividends. Consequently, they exert every effort to unearth potential young talents. Countless reports flutter towards the group's headquarters like snowflakes. The daily task of the Talent Development Center is to sift through this vast array of candidates to identify those of value and promise. Huang He's team is primarily tasked with assessing the technical style of candidates, determining whether it is well-defined, exploring more optimized pathways, evaluating potential, and identifying possible developmental bottlenecks. Having led the team for over 20 years, Huang He is seasoned and has achieved notable success, most prominently in advocating for Ding Qiu.at. That time, Ding Qiu was merely 12 years old. Although his technical skills surpassed those of his peers, his physical condition was abysmal, ranking among the lowest of all selected candidates. Consequently, he was naturally eliminated. Yet, Huang He discerned Ding Qiu's brilliance and personally approached Mr. Norman, a figure of authority within the group, ultimately facilitating Ding Qiu's entry into the training tier. Ding Qiu did not disappoint Huang He's expectations, soaring to prominence and ascending to the rank of super practitioner by the age of 24. Becoming a core member of the group, this singular achievement alone would have sufficed for Huang He to retire comfortably on a generous pension. Yet, he remained in his position, passionately devoted to his work, finding immense fulfillment in witnessing talented youngsters receive superior training and ascend to greater heights. Taking his seat, the holographic computer activated automatically. "Good morning, Director Huang He. You have an urgent email from Mr. Norman.in the Talent Development Center. Overtime work is commonplace. The competition for talent is akin to warfare. Instances like Ding Qiu's are rare. Typically, promising rising stars shine brightly, easily discernible to any observer. Consequently, when aiming to secure a candidate, every second counts. Urgent emails are typically reserved for such moments." Huang He felt a surge of energy as he opened the email, which contained several holographic segments. Rather than immediately viewing the footage, he first perused the candidate's primary information: candidate name, Longcheng, age, 17. Current institution, Yu Xing Feng Ran Guangjia Academy. 17. Huang He furrowed his brow slightly. The age seemed somewhat advanced. Generally, the group favors candidates around 12 years of age, as this allows for the identification of latent talent, with their skills still malleable and ample time for growth. Moreover, early cultivation fosters a deeper emotional bond with the group. Huang He recalled that Mr. Norman's son, Harold, attended this very academy. Then, Huang He noticed a matching search result from Jean Hai, prompting him to chuckle softly. 1 in 50 chance of becoming a super practitioner. If identifying candidates of such caliber were that simple, they wouldn't need to exert so much effort. In truth, Huang He had only uncovered Ding Qiu as a super practitioner. Throughout the entire history of Wanshan Group, only 3 super practitioners had been cultivated. Upon viewing the holographic footage, Huang He, with his extensive experience of witnessing countless rising stars, immediately concluded that Longcheng could not possibly be 17. Yet, as he continued watching, his expression turned serious. After a while, he paused, rose, and made his way to the main hall. "Everyone, put your current tasks on hold. Let us analyze these holographic segments, and do so swiftly. We have a meeting at 3 o'clock. Please compile the report before the end of the day." This is an urgent email. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Huang He added, "Game technology team, there's a 3-hour gameplay video concerning the candidate. Your task is the most demanding. Today's youth are particularly fond of gaming, especially immersive titles like Super Practitioner, which has become a nationwide phenomenon. Despite the significant differences between games and reality, they can still yield valuable insights." The game technology team comprises 7 members, led by Deng Lei, who promptly responded. Understood. One team member opened the video, unable to suppress an exclamation. "Wow! Ultimate skills test. Which expert is this?" The other team members perked up immediately, excitement coursing through them. As avid gamers, they recognized the exceedingly high difficulty of ultimate skills test. Those capable of completing such challenges are seasoned players, as there are many disparities between gaming and real combat. Compared to other teams, the game technology team members are the youngest, their enthusiasm infectious. How did he discover this? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Are we all playing the same game? "Master, I'm in awe. We must sign him. He could be the one to elevate my game." the excitement was not limited to the game technology team. Gasps of amazement echoed from other teams as well. Wang He, captivated by the holographic footage, grew increasingly enthusiastic. The various teams quickly became engrossed in their tasks, analyzing technical maneuvers, tactical acumen, crisis management habits, weapon preferences, and more. Heated debates ensued during the meeting, with each team expressing fervent emotions. Several hours later, a final report was dispatched. Half an hour later, Norman received the report and, upon opening it, was greeted by bold crimson letters. Candidate Potential Assessment, S. Another half hour passed, and Jean Hai, who had been waiting at the Holographic Network Center, received the latest directive from Lord Norman. At all costs, recruit Long Chung. In the 71st section, Jean Hai's invitation, the Guiding Nine Styles provided Long Chung with a tremendous surprise. Its efficacy was remarkable. Initially anticipated to require 3 weeks for complete recovery with the aid of the gravity wristbands, Long Chung projected he would need only about a week. Once his body fully recovers, he could commence practicing smoke slash. He had meticulously refined smoke slash, reviewing nearly every conceivable detail, repeatedly digesting and simulating the technique. This was his habitual approach to learning, Jasmine was reporting. Based on the information gathered thus far, the technique of controlling light is almost entirely proprietary, held solely by various sects and major groups. Unless one joins these sects, it is exceedingly difficult to acquire the skills of light manipulation. Jasmine had searched for papers on light manipulation from previous years, finding very few, and she also discovered numerous signs of deletions. Pushing her glasses up her nose, Jasmine remarked, "This sparks an idea." Long Cheng and Fermi listened intently. Jasmine resolved to seek clues from these deleted papers. Their removal likely indicated their relevance to light manipulation theories. How could she locate these papers? Jasmine began inquiring among scholars of energy studies and, through perseverance, eventually encountered an elderly gentleman with a penchant for collecting academic papers. From him, she obtained numerous papers that had been published years ago but subsequently deleted. I have compiled them into a list file and sent it to the teacher. Jasmine proclaimed confidently, "Rest assured, I will also study these papers, construct models, and conduct simulations, striving to break the shackles of the nefarious feudal sects and major groups." Long Chung sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Jasmine's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "This is merely my duty." "You are too kind, teacher." Witnessing this touching exchange, Fermi felt deeply moved and couldn't help but suggest, "Shall we skip this week's class?" "Absolutely not." Long Chung and Jasmine protested in unison. Fermi replied. Jasmine then added, "The teacher inquired about the information regarding Yao Tianlai." Yao Tianlai, born in 3610, was mischievous in his youth but faced numerous hardships, ultimately becoming a super practitioner and, at the age of 32, ascending to the position of head of the Yao family. The information regarding Yao Xinglian and Xiao Yuzhen, as mentioned by the teacher, remains elusive, presumably shrouded in familial secrecy. In the year 3652, the century-long war erupted. The following year, Yao Tianlai joined the then mighty Landu Empire, becoming its first foreign-born king, BY 3661, as the flames of war raged. Yao Tianlai was tasked with defending the western Lan line of the Landu Empire, where he fell victim to an assassination, the cause of which remains unknown. Henceforth, the Yao family began its decline. After Yao Tianlai, no superlative masters emerged from their lineage. 33 years after Yao Tianlai's demise, in 3694, a coup d'état struck the Landu Empire, leading to its disintegration the following year. Thereafter, the Yao family wandered aimlessly, serving various organizations and regimes, yet their influence waned, and the documentation of their existence dwindled. Longqing never anticipated that the memory chip belonging to Yao Xinglian was, in fact, an artifact from centuries past. The towering figure of Yao Tianlai, with his legendary aura, has become a part of history. The sorrowful tale of Yao Xinglian and Xiao Yuzhen has been obliterated by the relentless river of time. A vividly real dream, however, unfolded yesterday, unveiling a corner of the time-worn curtain. Centuries later, he stepped into the once vibrant world of Yao Xinglian, experiencing his joys, sorrows, and emotions. A complex and ineffable feeling stirred within Longqing. The emotion flickered and vanished, as fleeting as an illusion, prompting Longqing to regain his composure. "Does this imply that the guiding 9 forms will not cause any trouble?" Jasmine replied earnestly. "Indeed." Longqing then stated, "In that case, I shall teach you." Jasmine and Fermi were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Jasmine timidly remarked, "Teacher, I am a new human. I'll give it a try." After a moment's contemplation, Longqing responded, "The body structure of new humans completely mimics that of humans. It may be useful, or it may not, I cannot say, but it's free nonetheless." Jasmine stood upright with a sharp clap of her legs, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, her twin ponytails creating arcs as she declared loudly, "Teacher?" Jasmine will certainly strive to do her best. Fermi was at a loss for words, feeling parched. Having served in the military and navigated society, he understood the immense value of what Longqing offered. If it were him, upon receiving the guiding 9 forms, he would handle it with the utmost care, confiding in no one, preserving it for future generations. In truth, he was neither qualified nor afforded the opportunity to access such advanced techniques. Longqing inquired, "Do you wish to live or die?" Fermi hesitated momentarily. "Well, I wish to live." "Study diligently," Longqing continued. "I do not want to ruin a gaming pod. Therefore, I require a new assistant." Fermi's eyes turned red. Suddenly, Jasmine exclaimed, "Teacher, we have a visitor. It is the person who helped Harold deliver the sword last time. He said he has matters to discuss with you." Longqing's eyes brightened. And as he walked outward, he inquired, "Could it be that he has come to deliver something again? What is he bringing this time?" Jasmine checked the surveillance. "It appears he has come empty-handed." Without anything at all, Longqing halted, uttering an "Oh. I shall not meet with him." After a while, Jasmine added, "He mentioned that he has very important matters to discuss with you, pertaining to your future. Perhaps you should consider meeting him, teacher." Upon stepping onto the dock of the May Catherine laboratory, Jean Hai sensed he was being watched, a notion he had long prepared for. Longqing's evident brilliance and astonishing talent were so apparent that even a blind person could perceive it. Jean Hai understood that the competition he was about to face would be exceedingly fierce. No one would allow such a gifted potential star to slip away. Yet, Jean Hai had immense confidence, bolstered by the master's instructions at any cost. Having followed Lord Norman for many years, Jean Hai understood the gravity of those 4 words when uttered by him. Under the gaze of several hidden eyes, Jean Hai strode confidently into the May Catherine laboratory. After stating his purpose, upon encountering Longqing, he regarded Fermi and Jasmine as mere air. Even though this was not his first meeting with Longqing, the calm demeanor naturally exuded by Longqing greatly impressed Jean Hai. His attitude was sincere. "Longqing, I come representing the Wanqing Group, inviting you to join us. We have been closely monitoring your performance and believe you are the most talented young individual in the entire Fengren. Without exception, the group holds you in high regard, believing you possess the potential to become a core member in the future. They are willing to invest any necessary resources in you, should you express interest." Jean Hai observed Longqing's unflappable demeanor and admired him even more. "My visit today is merely a preliminary contact on behalf of the group, to convey their esteem for you. The group has conducted a thorough and serious evaluation of you. Should you be willing, they will send personnel to elaborate on your future plans. The group can assure you that the resources invested in you will be of the highest caliber. Medicines and techniques have already been prepared for you." Jean Hai noticed a subtle shift in Longqing's expression when discussing techniques, and he felt a surge of delight. "We have a specialized team, renowned instructors, the finest equipment, and even practice partners earning 12,000 per hour. This diminutive planet of Yinxing can no longer accommodate you, Longqing. You require a broader world to unleash your unparalleled potential." "No. He cherishes the farm. He loves his grandmother. He does not wish to leave the farm." "Nor Yinxing." Longqing shook his head. "No, I refuse." His tone was not heavy, yet it was exceptionally resolute. Chapter 72. The Terminated Plan. Despite the prohibition on taking lives, Longqing still relished his current existence. He ate well, slept well, had an endless array of knowledge to absorb, and an abundance of light armor to seize, all while teaching Jasmine. More importantly, he was earning money. Where else could he find such a place? Moreover, with the end of the month approaching, he could take a break and return home to spend a couple of days on the farm. Longqing did not believe a single word of what Jean Hai said. Were it not for being in school, he would have crushed his neck on the spot. Even if Jean Hai's words were truthful, Longqing would still have acted on impulse. He was well versed in the art of setting traps. Who does not dangle bait before their prey? Longqing's dangerous gaze swept over Jean Hai's vital spots, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. Jean Hai struggled to maintain his composure. Are you dissatisfied with the conditions? If there are any grievances, please feel free to express them. Everything is negotiable, and we possess the utmost sincerity. Longqing turned to leave, fearing he might lose control. The prohibition against killing was indeed a significant drawback. Jean Hai gazed blankly at Fermi and Jasmine, who appeared equally perplexed. Fermi shrugged, expressing helplessness, while Jasmine beamed sweetly. We welcome you to visit again. As Jean Hai exited the laboratory, his demeanor returned to normal, revealing no trace of the prior tension. Upon stepping onto the small spacecraft docked at the pier, his expression darkened abruptly. Harold, discerning Jean Hai's mood, expressed disbelief. No way, he didn't agree, did he? Jean Hai shook his head. No, he did not agree. Harold erupted with laughter, rising to spread his arms wide, speaking in an odd tone. He actually declined? Has he lost his mind? He rejected the Wanshin group. How bold, I like it. Ha ha ha, our Captain Jean Hai has encountered a setback. Jean Hai ignored young Master Harold. Harold picked up a glass of red wine from the table, a hint of excitement evident in his expression. Jean Hai noticed the shift in young Master's demeanor and cautioned. Young Master, please refrain from reckless behavior. The Master places great importance on Longqing. The group does as well. Is that so? My father holds him in high regard? Harold shot a sidelong glance at Jean Hai, grinning broadly, then, after a moment, expressed impatience. All right, I understand. How dull. Jean Hai's thoughts stirred, and he said, Young Master, the Talent Center has assessed Longqing's potential as an S. S? Harold was momentarily taken aback, finding it amusing. Which fool conducted this assessment? They should be executed, Jean Hai replied. It was conducted by Uncle Huang. Harold's expression froze. Uncle Huang. Huang He and Norman have had a friendship spanning decades. Harold is quite familiar with him, Jean Hai continued. Few can earn an S from Uncle Huang. Who was it last time? Lord Ding Qiu. Young Master, do you now comprehend why the Master and the group value him so highly? If you can recruit Longqing for the group this time, it would be a remarkable achievement. In that case, the Master will surely regard you with newfound respect. Harold fell silent. Jean Hai remained quiet. Fully aware of young Master Harold's nature, when he was silent, it signified he was deep in thought. Young Master Harold was stubborn and headstrong, yet he possessed remarkable intelligence. May Catherine Laboratory. Jasmine, I shall visit Uncle Dubé. Do not wait for me for dinner, Catherine declared as she walked towards the door without looking back. All right, Doctor. Jasmine waved goodbye to Catherine's retreating figure, pondering how the doctor had been venturing out more frequently lately. Could it be that the doctor and Uncle Dubé? She felt a tinge of happiness. She was well acquainted with Uncle Dubé, who owned a precision instrument repair shop. He was 3 years older than the doctor. A cultured and gentle man. The doctor was a workaholic, utterly clueless in life matters, so knowing that someone like Uncle Dubé was looking after her provided Jasmine with peace of mind. Why do I sound so old-fashioned? Jasmine stuck out her tongue playfully. The equipment center, 3rd floor, B42, was a modest establishment. Unlike the contemporary trend of glass storefronts, its entrance was a vintage half-window wooden door, with the upper half being glass and the lower half wood. The door was painted a lake blue, adorned with gleaming planetary gears. The shop sign was a small wooden plaque hung beside the door, inscribed with the words Double Star Precision Repair in neat, bold script. Catherine pushed open the wooden door. The warm orange light resembled a comforting sunset, and a man clad in a lake blue sweater was diligently working at a desk. He was the owner of the shop. Dubé. Dubé was slender, with an air of scholarly refinement. I'm here. Dubé's voice resonated with warmth as he set aside the component in his hand and rose to prepare a cup of tea for Catherine. She acknowledged with a soft hum, found a chair to settle into, and accepted the steaming cup he offered. Thank you. Haven't they arrived yet? Dubé smiled. Not yet. You are the first. Catherine cradled the warm tea in silence. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Dubé gently inquired, What is it? Are you troubled? Catherine, as if waking from a dream, quickly shook her head. No, not at all. Dubé chuckled softly, refraining from probing further. After a moment, Catherine quietly remarked, Sometimes I feel that this life is quite good. Just living like this with Jasmine. Though be honest, I don't harbor any grand ambitions. If it weren't for May's last wish, Dubé's smile gradually faded, his expression turning serious. After a brief pause, his gaze softened, reminiscent of thawing glaciers. He murmured, Indeed, at times, I ponder whether all our efforts hold any significance. Catherine suddenly looked up, her expression one of surprise. You think that way too? Dubé laughed softly, of course. The legendary masters seem so distant, akin to stars suspended in the sky. We are but mortals, walking the earth with our heads bowed, for we must see the path beneath our feet. Catherine sighed in relief. I thought I was the only one who held such thoughts. Just as Dubé was about to respond, he seemed to sense something and fell silent. The doors swung open, and several individuals entered together. What are you two chatting about so merrily? You two aren't, Dubé, with a straight face replied. We were discussing who would be the last to arrive today. That is a given. It must be old Sue. The speaker was a short, stout old man with a round head, rosy cheeks, and a booming voice. Known to all as Hong Bo. Beside him floated Lu Sha, who chuckled and said, Xiao Bei, pour me a cup of tea. Dubé promptly stood to serve Lu Sha. Lu Sha turned to face Catherine, expressing dramatically, that little girl Jasmine is ruthless when it comes to haggling. It's as if she kills without shedding blood. Last time, she brought that little teacher of hers to me, and I sold her a memory chip for 9 special contribution points. 9 points, that's a single-digit number. I've never sold at such a low price. Speaking of Jasmine, Catherine's face lit up with joy as she laughed heartily. Jasmine is truly capable. At that moment, Su Baiyin and Lin Nan entered through the door. Su Baiyin cheerfully remarked, Everyone's here quite early. Hong Bo retorted, Well, you arrive late. Su Baiyin, unperturbed, replied with a smile, I haven't provoked you lately. Hong Bo grumbled. Now that you're the principal, living comfortably, you've likely forgotten why we came here. Su Baiyin continued to smile. What can I say? I never expected that buying a school would be so profitable. Initially, it was just a facade to enroll a few students, and who knew that money would come so easily? Why chase after dangerous money when easier gains are available? Hong Bo fumed. You? Dubé quickly intervened. All right, it's rare for everyone to gather. There's no need to quarrel over this. Su Baiyin spoke solemnly. Since everyone is present today, I want to clarify a few things. When we first came here, our aim was to make a fortune. To our surprise, we inadvertently purchased Fengren, and now everyone is living better than before. As for that treasure, it remains elusive. Hong Bo, after all this time, do you believe there truly is a treasure? Hong Bo fell silent, and after a moment, he begrudgingly said, Have we really exerted ourselves for nothing? How could it be for nothing? Su Baiyin shook his head. If it weren't for the treasure hunt, how would we have come to Yuxing? How would we have bought Fengren? How would we have our current lives? Would you have your excavation team? Would Dubé have his little shop? Would you be able to study those useless ancient precision instruments? Catherine, would you be free from worries about experimental funding? Could Jasmine switch bodies so frequently? Lu Sha, could you enjoy your leisurely days with a drink every day? Lin Nan quickly interjected. With my abilities, it would be impossible for me to become the academic director of a school. Su Baiyin, satisfied, patted Lin Nan on the shoulder and then surveyed the room, stating earnestly, We are all wanderers. Finding such a good place to settle is a stroke of luck, and we must cherish it. Therefore, I hope everyone can let go of thoughts about treasured. I hereby declare the treasure hunt plan concluded. Catherine sighed in relief. I agree, Dubé added. Agreed? Lu Sha chimed in. I have no objections. All eyes turned to Hong Bo, whose face flushed red. What about my excavation team? I've invested 3 years. Is it all in vain? Su Baiyin responded. How could it be in vain? Everyone has their interests and hobbies. Some enjoy gardening, while you enjoy digging. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to dig, go ahead. After all, Fengren is ours. Su Baiyin's tone shifted, becoming serious. When we purchased Fengren, everyone contributed funds. As the principal, I am merely a figurehead. I will transfer the school shares to everyone based on the proportion of initial investment. Catherine, May's share will also belong to you. Su Baiyin then asked, Does anyone have any objections? No objections. Old Su is generous. Now we can all prosper. Why pursue treasure anymore? Even Hong Bo, who had been sullen, broke into a wide smile. The current Fengren was no longer what it used to be. Everyone had immediately become wealthy. The atmosphere grew lively. Su Baiyin waved to Catherine. Catherine, let's discuss matters regarding Jasmine's little teacher.